solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go
Get
to the
this down.
poll, and the loser of the poll will
I don't
lose
want
their
this thing up
soul.
here.
All right.
I don't like this
Again,
stuff.
we have the
I wish I had a
$60 6-minute
rainbow flag.
3-way death match, same as the 1v1. You'll
I
pick
wanted a
3
rainbow
though,
flag,
instead
but
of 2. I'll put a
I
topic
didn't
for
get
them
my.
to debate.
It's been a while since I got my
will
check.
be eliminated. So we have the add 10 for an extra minute, 20 to subtract a minute, and
What's
60 to solo
mean?
judge. And if we don't get a solo judge, we'll go to the poll. And the
Rue
loser of the poll
crazy.
will lose their soul.
Are you discriminating? Are you
We
ableist?
got the $80 8-minute 4-way death match. All right, same thing, 4 fighters, except this time it's 2 eliminated. All right, you'll pick 4 fighters.
Let's get in the back.
Find the topic. We can get a 2v2 going, but at the end you will be voting on one person you want to win, and the 2 lowest will be losing
Look how
their
white
soul.
this
Unless
I
we
don't
get a
like
solo
white.
judge,
It's
all
so
right?
white.
We have the
It needs to be more
$100
diverse.
fatality.
I like a more
Right? If you
diverse
need
wall.
to, just eliminate somebody, you're like, yeah, take this motherfucker off my screen right now. All right.
Okay, I got
$100
Where's this?
for a fatality.
Where's the link?
Okay. If you
I need the link.
If you want to add Shang Speakeasy to the fight, so I only participate every 10 rounds. Okay, so the next round I'll be in is in 80, and then 90, 100, 110, so on, right?
It's the last day of
but if you want
30 days past September, April, June, and November
into the fight, make me fight in a round I'm not supposed to be in. It's 140 to do that, and that means I'm fully in. I'm fully in now the debate.
Rue crazy. I'm going.
Fatality me. You could literally
and I'm
just
gonna
put
win
me in and then fatality me instantly if you want it, and then I'll just run from the back. All right. We have the 60 to add 60 minutes, but shout out to Raw Dog because he already sent that in before the show even started. So we are going till 3:30, or sorry, not 3:30, 4 a.m. Central Time tonight.
That's so late.
Right?
I'm gonna need to take another thing of medication, another round of my medication.
Okay. We have the support attacks. All right. We have the $8 full screen one fighter. You want one fighter to be the focus of the match. All right. But you'll still hear everyone, but we'll focus one. You'll only see one for
gotta
3
set
minutes.
a timer.
$8 to do that.
For my medication.
Bring back
I gotta take my meds.
That's lost a 1v1.
It's gonna be a long night.
Any of this. It is 90 to revive a fighter. Okay. If you want to give somebody, so this is a very brand new attack, okay? If you would like to grant somebody a shield that prevents them from an elimination, from a fatality, or a solo judge. So let me explain that. It gives them 1 hour shield that they can't just be fatalities, right? Someone can't just drop 100 in fatality. And
I need a shield.
Use a 1v1 by a solo judge.
I need a shield all night.
So if they're
shield
in a 1v1,
me, guys.
Solo judge won't be available.
That's what friends do.
1v1, and it will be forced to a chat poll. So, Elder Lion says mute Jaysen Starfire.
No.
The second he comes up. All right, base. And thank you, Elder Lion. Shout out to you.
No.
So that's the fatality.
Why would they
and solo
mute
judge
me? I don't even get to say
hour.
hello.
Okay, so use it wisely if you're gonna use it. And then this one we did for fun. I didn't really think anybody's gonna do it, so it's kind of shits and gigs. But I will honor it if it is.
Why would he do that?
But the
what a hater!
$2,000 hammer for the night.
That's a real hater.
Is that
What's
you
this
won't
thing
be able
do?
to hide people on the channel.
What's this thing do?
And you won't be able
Why are you gay?
That's homophobic.
Time out longer than 30 minutes. Okay. But
I don't know why my brother Josh would have this homophobic thing. It says, "Why are you gay?"
for the night
on the screen.
All right, the entire night.
And when I push it, it goes,
"Why are you gay?"
Wow.
So listen, these are your moves, chat. I need you all to take a quick picture of this. All right.
7 minutes.
These are your moves. save it.
Let's do the StreamYard thing. How do we do this?
Because you're going to need them later. I will bring it up again too, as well. And also, I'll show you right now. You'll see.
It's very bright.
The moves
How do I make
will
the
be
brightness go
scrolling
down?
across the bottom like so. And one more thing I must add, you have to join, okay? You have to join by 2 a.m. Central Time to be eligible for the prize. If you're not up, oh, I have that wrong on the ticker right now because we started 30 minutes late today. All right, because I was fixing something. But yes, you must join by 2 a.m. to be eligible for the prize. If not, when we get into semifinals, you will be just dropped down. So keep that in mind. Okay. Keep that in mind. I have not.
Check. check.
Whoops. 1 second.
It works. It's working.
Why
do I get muted immediately?
The StreamYard link. All right. So
why would you mute
get
me?
Over there and hit that link if you think you want to take a shot at the prize.
Is it?
All right. And also, just for everyone that's just joining, okay? And because I gotta actually run to the washroom quickly, so
washroom.
We're gonna.
This guy must be Canadian.
One more time quickly because.
Not that I'm xenophobic. I don't have a problem with Canadians.
No ifs, ands, or buts about this.
This music makes me feel anxious. I don't like it.
We have a
anxiety.
1v1 request.
Leading into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet
makes me feel anger.
What she's famous for on the internet is that people think that you had sex with her.
Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back.
A problem with the jailing system, okay?
No.
That was your position. You admitted to it. You admitted to it. Are you taking that back? Are you taking that back?
That's exactly what it is.
We have already proved.
I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger? That's pretty badass.
The ability to feel pain and have...
Actually, they feel pain way before 24 weeks.
I don't think that a man wants to lie in our bed next to you, love, right?
I win.
You know the way. That's why you're sipping on two different fucking spirits.
Well, I want the kid to go to public school because I want to work and I like women's empowerment and I like abortion and I support all these ideas. And the man says no. Who is the decider?
Prizes roll over.
Win by any means necessary. That is how combat goes.
So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir.
Chat attacks, they're ready to play.
Well, that means that we need to have young mothers having children. Otherwise, there is no society, right?
Or a deadly report. Disrupt with the sound.
I don't need to answer your question anymore. Because if that is effective, we don't need to torture people.
Base, those are forms of torture.
I'm always watching. Always lurking. No one is safe.
Okay, is this going over your heads? You want me to dumb it down for you?
Verbal combat, let the chaos unfold. Chats in the fight, stories told. Attacks and battles, who will survive in this
In the next month, it could be 200 people who are good people.
How can you put a rough number on
This is the whole problem with eye for an eye. It creates a cycle that never stops.
No, I'm saying all killing or murder.
If you want to be the solo judge, it is 60 to be the solo judge. If you want to be, if you want to add on another minute, there's 10 for a minute. Okay. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
Your soul is mine.
Let's fucking go. And now let's bring up some fighters. Jaysen Starfire, welcome to the show. And you got a 7-minute mute. Are you crazy? Welcome to the show.
Hello, Easy. How you doing?
Let's fucking go. And Bricky, welcome to the show. Hey. Oh, I like your avatar.
Listen, mate, honestly, a good friend of mine done it for us. I mean, very fucking generous. It was unexpected.
He's
as well.
a talented guy, that guy.
Fuck, I wouldn't say that much. You know what I mean?
No. Hello, Bricky.
Oh yeah, right.
And hello, Jason.
He's got a mute.
He gets in now. Well, we can't show you.
I guess the timer should be on the screen.
Little prick.
So yeah, this real quick, I was gonna say this YouTube thing with everyone seeing in the chat there how it's got like everyone's handles now instead of their names is because like Jeremy's a perfect example, right? So like people would see people's name in the chat and then want to go find that person's channel and they'd write in Jeremy and there's fucking million Jeremys, right? So now what they've done is what they're trying to do is copy TikTok, right? So like with TikTok, that's how it is. Like when you're in the chat, it shows your @ handle so that people can find your TikTok easier, right? And this is dumb, right? All is add in the fucking thing where you can click on a name and go to channel, right? Like how you can do on your own chats. Like if you're the owner of the chat or if you're a moderator, they can click on anybody's name and go to channel. They should have just let everybody do that. Simple.
Check.
Okay, now it works. I fixed it. But you know why? It's because they know that like TikTok has still a big crowd and they want to pull as much as they can from over there.
TikTok is my favorite.
Yeah, they can stay over there. TikTok's here. That's where Jaysen belongs.
But yeah, it's more for like people that like, Crucible pops into chat. Well, like, you know, there can be other people that name themselves Crucible. So if he has a handle that's Crucible, like if that's his handle, then anyone who types Crucible, they're not finding anyone. 2 minutes don't make a non-minute. So like now,
oh my god, that's ableist.
They find you instantly.
It's
right?
ableist.
So now that's why mine. I went right away as soon as I
want to ask a question
because my handle was Escape with Speakeasy, so I wanted it to be just Speakeasy. Someone has that already, so I just added a second Y. So
are we talking about politics or is this story time?
Pops up, you know what I mean? But
pick your nose.
It's
I can't pick my nose.
I see the benefits. I see how people are gonna probably lose from it, but yeah. Anyways, my bad.
Another 7 minutes for you, Jaysen.
Mute Jaysen, another 7 minutes for drinking beer through a straw.
What do you mean? What's wrong with that?
For Jaysen, for drinking beer through a straw. Oh shit, that's too good. So, boys,
it's the only way to drink
the question of the night: did you guys happen to see the topics of the
No,
night.
but I know it's politics, so that's me.
Breaks like I won politics already. Let's go.
I know a lot about politics. I know a lot about politics. I'm the politic guy.
Probably in politics more than I am my wife. So.
Oh shit.
Just what she said.
Oh my god, the button says ask me about my pronouns. And then it says they, them. That's so wild.
Do you want to be eliminated straight away?
No!
Shit. All right. So listen up. So you guys didn't see the topics you said, right?
I know the theme, but I never
I
looked
did.
at the topics. I think it's cheating.
Actually, I didn't.
Are you crazy? Did you see them? You said or no?
I looked at. I did look at them.
Okay.
I know a lot about politics. It's hot in here.
A favorite one that you happen to see there?
Fulton Concord. We're an anti-fascist and calm. I'm an anti-fascist and calm. I'm a peacekeeper.
By the way, I have a debate tomorrow with Fatty, so everyone knows.
Oh shit! I know. I heard that.
About should men in the West get married. I already started working on what I'm gonna open with, and you know how I do openings. My kill shots come at the start. I like to get it over with, and then eat the crumbs after. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the first thing you've got to ask him is just say, why is he gay? Right? That's the first thing.
Why are you gay?
It said it. My thing said it.
It's all on you. That's all I can help you with. That's it. Right? Come on, crazy. Pick a topic.
So, are you crazy? Did you find the one that you was?
Yeah, I think the financing, political campaign financing.
Ooh, yeah, I thought that was a really good one.
Yeah.
I'm constantly, I can't lie. It's not like I'm always making the topics up. I'm looking for topics that people are debating, right?
Right.
There's actually some places that I found, or some websites, I should say, that I found that like I'm not even going to give them away because I don't know if many people know of them. And it's like these people that put up debate topics and debate. It's like a Reddit type thing, but it's not Reddit, and it's it's a little secret that I have in the
Am I still muted?
I keep in the bag for when.
Is my mute over?
I need topics, but yeah, this was a really good one. I thought political campaign financing should be publicly funded. And before we get into that, I got another fighter to bring to the stage. King James of Ireland. Sorry.
What the hell?
That must be his identity today. King James
I'm identifying as King James of Ireland. Because of my ancestry, I'm identifying.
Your pronoun king.
Go. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Fuck, that's funny.
Damn, his OCD kicked in, or whatever.
I wanted to do that last week, but I forgot to do that last week.
I forgot to take part last week, I just totally fucking flaked out. It was too hot.
Yeah, you said you were fucking, your head was pounding.
Are we gonna talk about campaign financing?
I can't fucking stand it.
Hey, I'm actually like, so I know what you mean.
The billionaires
by that,
should pay
but,
for
like,
it.
For me, I'd rather have it really hot than really
Hi,
cold.
James.
No.
I agree with Speakeasy. I'd rather have it burning up hot than cold. Fuck the cold.
Nah, cold. You can put more layers
Cold.
on.
Yeah.
Put layers on.
You can't walk around butt naked unless it's Pride Parade.
Layers on. You can't really move too well. It gets a little.
How do you think the fucking
cruddy,
onion
a little
feels?
crowded there, you know.
So let's get into this. Political campaign financing should be publicly funded.
political campaign financial. Ain't it? Ain't it already technically publicly funded? Right?
No,
I mean,
no, it's not.
wait a minute.
Get
Public
wealthy
funded would
donors,
mean by the
James.
people, right? Or like.
I think the oligarchy should pay for it. The rich,
Right.
the billionaires should pay
instead
for
of
it.
donating. Okay, so never mind. So it's not.
So my stance on this would be, obviously, if
no.
a political party gets the same allotted amount of money, right? And like it's like, see if they get just $1 million each, and they've got to use that to the best of their advantage.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, like donations. Yeah, I would agree with that. Use that to the best of their advantage.
Well, no, out of tax dollars.
Not donations out of tax dollars, because what
They're all wrong. The billionaires should pay for it.
That's what publicly funded means.
No, we should not have publicly funded. No.
Well, they can only have so much,
That's
whatever the amount.
No,
After they qualify, after they get qualified, get so many signatures and.
I want less taxes, not more.
These guys are all wrong.
You commies.
James, you pay their wages anyway.
I pay their wages and taxes, but it doesn't mean I want to pay more in taxes. They already make way too much, Bricky. They need to make way less.
But it then gives you more of a level playing field because, for example, the Democrats could have like all these wealthy donors and like have millions and millions. Like look at the Kamala Harris campaign. You know,
$1 billion.
Okay.
I want to go. 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 I want to go.
Same amount of money each party. Then it's down. It's like
14 minutes.
It's down to the driver. Cars are the same technically, and it's the driver.
I gotta say, it's the billionaires.
Jaysen can't talk. He's muted.
I'm talking.
Oh, okay.
You see my mouth moving?
And he's got a mask on.
You can see my mouth moving. It's going like this.
What if we keep on doing this the way we are? We're never going to get any place. We're never going to get good people.
Billionaires.
The people you want.
Not the whole public, just the billionaires. The oligarchs.
Persuade people to vote for the people you want.
Well,
bring down the capitalist fascist government.
That's what they'd have to do.
How are they going to do their campaigning, James? What kind of money they're going to? How are they going to use? What funds are they going to have to?
Elon Musk and Donald Trump will pay for it.
It's called donations.
Knock on doors, stuff. You know, it takes money to do that. So who?
Oh my
funds
goodness.
People.
Oh my god.
What's for the public?
Well, they donate. But they donate it willingly, though. Taxes is not a willingly thing. Taxes is enforced on people. It's not like that tax is going to be a choice tax. Is this tax going to be a choice tax? I get to choose whether or not.
No
I pay
taxes. Just tax the rich.
It's not really making a good argument, yeah, James, because
I'm asking a question. Or am I going to get to choose whether or not I pay the tax or not, according to your idea?
So what if you have a small party, right, James, and you support a small party?
You're not answering my question. You're dodging the question.
Are we talking about political campaigns?
The question was, am I going to have a choice whether or not I pay this tax, or is this going to be a forced tax on me?
Well,
in order to pay for it.
It's going to be included in your taxes, James, for fuck's
So
sake.
it's going to be a forced tax. That's stupid.
You weren't going to pay more tax.
It is.
I thought we were talking about something different.
You wouldn't have to pay more taxes.
Yeah, you would. You have to pay more taxes in order. What are you going to do? Print the money off? And then therefore that's going to cause inflation, and in long term you're going to pay more money? Anyways, I mean,
you're right tight ass you like James, aren't you?
Political campaign financing.
You're going to be screwed. One way or the other.
Right, so James, look at it from this sense, right? Okay, me, you, Jaysen, Are You Crazy, and Speakeasy, we've got one separate political parties, okay? Now, obviously, whoever's got the most wealthiest donors and friends, you know, can raise the most money, have the best campaign, have a bit of a head start in the race, you know? Like owning legacy media, right? Just listen, like look, owning the media, right? It's geared towards one place. If you've all got an allotted amount of money, and that's all you've got to use, then you have to make best do with that, and then the public actually get a fair chance for their party to win.
Animated effigy, welcome to the show.
Look at that, man.
Let's fucking go.
Can I have one of them next
season? He's riding in on the horse and everything. Let's fucking go.
It's a pale
That's
horse.
A good one, actually.
What's up?
That's fucking dope.
But
The move is
technically, I see
complete.
some more
I am here
account.
to fight.
If they get a certain amount of money breaking, they're limited to a certain amount of funds. After they hit
No,
a
they're
certain
not.
amount of money, they can't
No,
get
they're
no more
not.
money.
No, they're not. You're full of
Am I
shit.
muted? Am I
No,
muted?
I'm not full of it.
14 minutes.
Because you don't know.
James, how much do you think political campaigns cost?
It's 14 minutes. I'm
I said,
unmuted.
how much do you think political campaigns cost? If you think they're gonna have to like empty.
I'm
the treasury?
unmuted.
What do you mean?
Oh,
How much
no.
they cost?
Guys, this is the last BK of Pride Month.
Topic. Should they be publicly funded?
Sure, but the way you're acting, you're acting as though we're gonna have to like rip money out of people's pockets just to fund them.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to add a tax to them.
Nobody should be allowed to pay for political campaigns. That's how we get an oligarchy and we have Donald Trump and Elon Musk running the country.
Oh,
Exactly.
Wait a minute, is Jaysen playing as a liberal tonight? The dirty liberal?
I'm an Antifa ANCOM. I was a peacekeeper at a protest recently.
He on my side. Okay, he's a dirty liberal.
You do sound like you're on our side sometimes, James. I've listened.
No, I'm not dirty liberal. I mean, I got some liberal points of views, yes, but
You're moving towards the anarchy
far
side.
liberal, not far liberal, dirty liberal points of views.
So
I just want to.
3 or 4 liberal.
Not
You're
doing
just like
violence to solve the problem.
Can I ask all of you guys as pronouns so I don't get it wrong?
Yeah, address me as cunt.
I just said guys.
It's
Dang.
a he, sir, because I'm a he.
I'm a dog. K9, K9, K9.
I mean, I
Okay.
could identify as something else, but I think I'm gonna go with he tonight.
Okay. Nobody else wants to answer?
Dirty liberal.
What's your pronouns there, Jason?
I am a he, him.
He, him?
I wear this they, them pin to show solidarity, but I'm a he, him. And I'm not gay, guys.
No, boy.
Did anybody else stop getting messages from their OnlyFans girlfriend once we bombed Iran?
What the hell?
My OnlyFans girlfriend hasn't even messaged me ever since we bombed Iran. I don't get it.
She might have a new.
You made me do this. Made change.
That video was not long enough for you to change the name.
That's all right.
Shoot, I had a question. I forgot it because I was on mute for so long.
That's funny. You're gonna be King James as well, but you're a
Normally,
American
if you
and
retrace your
Canada.
steps,
You're on more
Jason,
turf than I
you know when
do.
you find out what you've got. So if you go back
unfair.
on mute, you might figure it out.
It's dark when you try to retrace steps in my mind.
Fuck, it's back to your own fucking mind's dark.
You have a mind? I don't know.
I don't like philosophy stuff.
Oh, God.
Well, look, if it's not philosophy, it's politics, dickhead.
Yeah, we're talking about politics, political financing. Nobody should be allowed to, they shouldn't even be allowed to pay for it. It shouldn't be funded. You can't have capitalism and money behind politics.
So
the whole reason people fight for public financing is so that rich people and big donors can't simply determine the candidates who are up for election, right? With public financing, it means that people on, and it's a double-edged sword. So it's people who would do well, who don't have the money, but it could also be the fringe people who get in there. But it is a way of leveling the playing field away from wealthy donors and special interests.
Well,
have to
how
get that
much would
money
you
out
think
of it.
it would cost to do this publicly financed?
You made me do this. Made change.
Well,
Was I fast enough that time, James?
yeah, it was.
It's-
But getting back to it, Evergy, how much do you think it would cost, though, according to your point of view, to publicly finance politics, though?
It depends on which levels of politics that we're talking about, right?
Well, wouldn't it technically fund all levels? Local, state, and federal? I mean...
No, federal law doesn't have any say in state and local elections. that they can have overarching stuff, but states run their own elections.
Yeah, but I'm saying
So it would have to be like
technically,
for state and local, it have to be like their own decision to do that, right?
well, in this
And
scenario,
as far as where the
wouldn't-
money comes from, we find money for all kinds of insanity. We found trillions of dollars to go to fucking war for 20 years. I'm sure we can find a small percentage of that to actually fund candidates so that we can have real democracy in America.
But being as this prompt doesn't necessarily insinuate whether it's local or whatever, let's assume it's federal,
Political
local, and
campaigns.
and state. How much do you think it would cost to do it?
Let's just put a number on it for you, James, to make you happier. Okay.
Well,
Let's
I'm
just
trying
say
to
it's
get
a
a number.
million
That's what I'm
pounds,
trying to
$1
get to,
million
but-
each for each like political party, £1 million each, right? So if you've got
£1 million
four parties, you've got
sterling?
£4 million. That's what it would be. Like
It would cost about $5 a piece a year.
Why are we
So you have to
weighing
put-
money? We're weighing it? We weigh money now?
No, that wasn't
I really
weight.
want to
That
punch
was
him in that mouth.
that was 4 million. That was 4 million sterling.
I said
Pounds
dollars.
sterling.
I thought he said pounds.
Pounds sterling. Yeah, but pounds is the British currency. Jason.
Oh.
Didn't you know this, Jason?
Sake, are you look, it doesn't matter if it's pound sterling, fucking euro. Like
I took
whatever,
sociology,
pounds,
not
whatever it is.
economics.
No, that's economics. What are you talking about? Pounds.
Well,
is
let's do it
economics.
this way. Look,
I
what
know,
about this?
I
What
didn't
if every single taxpayer, right, and every single person on benefits had, say, $1 or $2 taken out of their fucking wages and everything, right? And we all went into the pot. However much was created, it got divided between the said parties, right?
Yeah, but on top of the taxes we're already paying, that's a lot of money.
£2
That's a lot of money on top of the taxes we're already paying. We're paying an arm and a leg now.
$5 a piece. $5 a person.
You know, they're gonna add.
He's not even happy with $2, man.
this
Fucking crazy. He
too,
never meant
and plus
5.
it gives
You heard
government
him.
more control.
You made me do this. Name change.
Plus, it also just gives government more control of your finances. Some more money going to the government.
So here,
And
I've got a
wasteful
number for you,
spending.
James.
I'm sure
So
they would not spend that very well.
I agree,
They
James.
can't
No
spend
taxes.
A federal
money
pilot
now.
program for congressional candidates
spend money
estimated
now.
a small dollar match program would estimate the cost of $1.6 billion over 10 years for congressional candidate public financing.
But they can't spend money now. How much more are they going to be trusted to spend money? With
This
that
is why
money?
we need to just do away with currency.
It's for a political campaign. So let's face it. It's
Like
not
that,
once
yeah,
every
but
4
they
years,
they,
isn't it?
they use money out of other.
You made me do this. Name change.
That
they
thing
use money out of
scares me.
Other areas
Ah.
as it is to do other things that they were not meant to be. They mismanage and finances all the time. How much more money?
So we
give
just
them
shouldn't
this
spend
thing?
anything right at all, right, James?
I'm not saying that. We need a better government that actually knows how to manage money.
How about we just do away with government and we divide everything?
No,
We'll
not
all
anarchy.
share. Have a little
Would you do-
empathy.
James, would
Let's
you
not go
donate? Would you
anarchist
donate to the
here,
political campaign
Jason.
that you are in favour of? Would you
Anarchy
actually
is
donate to
not
them?
the way.
Would you donate?
What I what?
Would you donate to the political party campaign, like out of your own pocket, if you were able
Well,
to?
I
say
did
that-
donate out to the political
There
party
you go,
campaign.
then. There you go. Fuck's sake.
Willingly, though. I willingly done that. It wasn't taxed. I willingly actually done that out of my own heart. Not
James, I'm not just an anarchist. I'm an anarcho-communist.
Because I donated to the Republican campaign.
So
that
we'll
was
be
going on in
communal
Virginia
and have
when our
anarchy.
last governor was running. Well, not our last governor. Our current governor was running, rather. When he was running. So I donated to his.
Well, how do you think it should work, James? Do you just think that the party should just be able to raise as much money as they want off the donors, right? Okay, and then let's just say one side creates a monopoly because they've got all the wealthy fucking donors, and then they can just monopolize and out fucking shadow the rest of them.
Yeah, that's
No.
right. James wants us to go kiss the boots. of the rich people.
Yeah,
Please
you
give me money.
bootlicker. No, James is close to our side, FG, because he doesn't like taxes either.
Nah, FG likes
Our
taxes.
side?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I'm on
FG?
your
Taxes are
side.
neutral. They can be good or bad.
FG loves taxes.
I've
What are you
listened to
talking
this
about,
effigy
FG?
guy before. I like him.
You made me do this. Name change.
Let me clarify. I only like taxes when James has to pay them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
that means
Donald
you
Trump.
love
Or the
taxes.
billionaires.
Yeah.
How about just the billionaires pay for it?
That, I'm pretty
But
sure
then
taxes-
but then we get then we get the oligarchies. So nobody should pay for political financing or campaigns or any of that.
You know, I thought our current.
That's what
thought
I
our
say.
current Governor was Republican, so I helped with his campaign, Youngkin, his campaign.
Most of these systems have an opt-out, though. If you're going to choose to take a shitload of like rich people money and super PAC money, you usually have to opt out of any kind of public financing. So
I opt out.
It would be less money than spending than what he's thinking, because most of this public financing would predominantly go to the people who can't raise that amount of money. So it's not like you would be offsetting even the bigger politicians while doing the poor ones as well. It would be a smaller amount than I think you're thinking.
I only donate to Act Blue, and they definitely don't finance candidates.
So wait a minute. So your system of how you would see public financing, or is it would opt.
Whoa, this camera's following me.
There are a bunch of different types of public financing, right? Like I just pointed out one where there was a congressional dollar match. Basically, they public financing matches small dollar amounts. Some people put in the stipulation that you have to not accept super PAC money to have the public financing. You can only accept small donations and the public financing. There are many ways to do this. It's basically just giving an option for people who don't have the ability to raise lots of money to actually get in and have their voice heard, because sometimes the rich people don't want a person who's actually good for poor people on the ballot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we're talking about that kind of public financing, I could probably see that being
Fuck's sake, I tell
maybe
you
a
what,
thing.
honestly.
If we're talking about the kind where they have to opt out, though, there's so much money, they're taking a lot of money in from richer
Well, I mean, they would opt out because they're getting shitloads of money from private people, right?
I don't know what
That'd
these
be the
guys are
stipulation.
talking about. Just tear down the system. It's all a problem.
We just need to
all
get the
agree.
money out of it.
Tear
We
down
need to
the
make it
system
less
from
about
the-
the money
from
and more about
from the
the person.
gay from the gay fucker on the panel that's wearing a mask. What the government?
I'm not gay.
Calm down, Jason. Find your inhaler. Find your inhaler. It'll be all right.
I don't want to culturally appropriate from the gays. I'm not gay.
Is still my problem. I still have that problem. The government gets more money that they could maybe mismanage and misuse.
It's
That'd be
not
one
the
of the
government.
problems.
It's a political party, because it will be the government will be in power, right? Okay. So, for example, James, you only if you donate, right, and there's a cap, you can donate. Let's just say it this way: you can donate to your party,
Yeah,
but
but-
once you reach a limit of say like $1 million, then you can't take any more, right? But what happens if your party's that small and you can't raise that $1 million? You know, this way gives everyone a level playing field, okay? And what if you said that if you didn't donate, James, you don't get the right to vote?
But this is not really a donation; it's a tax. You're being forced to give this money to the government to help with these parties, though.
So can I just want to clarify something on the people that are on the side of like that it should be public, like public funding should be implemented. Like, what role would like private donations play here? Like, are you guys saying you would want it out or whatever? I just want to like kind of extend the combo a little bit, see where that.
I would say that again. If you put it, private donations could make up for like if public donations would make sure everyone's got a level play. But if you're going to have private donations, then it would be no point in having a cap. I think everyone should have the same amount to work with, right?
Yep.
And if you're going to get that one publicly funded or you're going to get it on fucking donors, either way, you're going to get that. But I would just say just
So the idea is that at least everyone has a starting point that's fair to everyone, and then whatever their private donors, whatever.
No, I need private donors. No, need
Okay.
private.
Actually, okay. So that I just wanted to get that understanding of that
No
part.
private
there.
donors. A set amount.
And then
fixed rate.
everyone who's against that, why does that why is that a negative to it?
You're giving the government more money to probably like not use properly. That's my biggest thing.
Well, that would be the only place it could be used, James.
Yeah, but the government's, moved money around and mismanaged money before. They're supposed to be used for one thing, but it didn't really get used for that. It got used for something else.
It didn't stop you donating, or did it?
Well, when I donated to the campaign, that wasn't to the government. That was to the young. Like
We just say like on the scale of
I gave
things
to
that the
him
government mismanages your
directly, not to
money
the
on,
government.
this is so far down at the bottom that it's almost not worth noting.
Minuscule.
Like up at the top, we have literally trillions spent on like wars overseas and stuff like that, and way down at the bottom is like $1 billion for congressional.
It's like if it was a sandwich, James, it would literally be a crumb that fell on the floor, like you wouldn't even notice.
$2 sandwich? Where you find that at?
If the amount was a sandwich, hypothetically,
a year, not a month, but per year, it'd be like nothing.
Yeah, but where do you find a $2 sandwich?
Oh my life! Oh my fucking god!
This is 2025. A $1 McChicken costs $3 now.
I don't see no $2 sandwich nowhere.
I'm trying to be serious. I am trying to be serious, right? Okay, but these two fucking
European money is.
Where do you find a $2 sandwich?
It's a 2-pound sandwich. That's
the 2 pound, $2.
That's a heavy. That's a heavy sandwich.
Yeah, that is a heavy sandwich. It's got a lot of ham in it.
From pounds to U.S. dollars, the currency conversion. So yeah.
I never said it would be a $2 sandwich, James. I said a sandwich. It's like eating a sandwich and you drop a crumb of that sandwich on it. You would never notice that crumb. It wouldn't do anything to your sandwich, would it?
I think.
Oh, you talking about crumb?
All the politicians should have to self-fund their campaigns.
I thought you were
Self-fund?
talking about
Should be a cap.
Self-fund.
So we should just hand the country over to rich people, like full stop.
Exactly. That's where I would.
But we're gonna tax the billionaires.
God, shut up. Just shut up.
We're gonna eat the rich.
Fucking stupid. You just said something stupider than what James has been saying the entire time.
That was quite hard to do.
Get taxed more.
And that was hard to do.
Well, I don't want to pay for it.
Wait a minute, does the rich get taxed more? What does tax?
Well, of course they do, James.
If we have a law against anybody becoming a billionaire, and we can cripple the elites, and we can redistribute that wealth to all of the middle and the poor class, and then we'll all just be equal. We'll have the same amount of money.
Shit.
Eventually, we could just go to universal basic income and get rid of currency.
Money and come and get yours.
Yeah, but it's more of a formal way for rich.
Currency is just a tool of the man.
But what elites would you be crippling if you can't make?
So if we eat the rich and the politicians have to fund their own campaign, then the everyday man, the worker, can become the leaders.
Why put the government in the middle? Why put another man in the middle?
We're not interested in your threesomes, James. Right? Okay, just fucking leave that to yourself.
The campaign. I mean, you already gonna have the rich paying more anyways.
You just want a man sandwich, don't you, James? You just want a man sandwich.
Just let them pay. Is that right? Just let them pay. Is that right, James?
You what?
Are you saying just let the rich pay for it?
You're putting people in the middle.
You're only gonna do it if you tax them more than the poor.
I want to unionize.
Well, we always do because we have progressive tax systems here.
Who's going to decide who has too much money? What if they say you have too much money and come get yours?
Exactly. Good point. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
James?
Whoa.
Watch
You
out.
got to be careful.
Almost had an epileptic seizure when the screen changed like that.
Oh, come on.
If he has an epileptic fit, tell us. I'm going to put him in the bathtub. I've got a lot of washing to do. Right? Okay. You
have to give people flash warnings. Fly.
So we're not. Hey, we're not.
Wait, what did you just
we're
say,
not
Greg?
woke over here. Even though
Did you just say put him in the bathtub because I have washed it too?
Hey,
That's
even
what
though
he
Even though
said.
I do have problems with flash stuff because of my
The
medical
washing machine broke.
We're
I'm
not
just
woke
trying
over
to
here.
take advantage of every opportunity that I can.
That's not nice.
Because you can't go back.
Levi's
and
having
forth
stinking
flashing
clothes.
my medical history, but I'm not woke.
Are you broke?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not
Woke
broke.
and
I'm
broke.
not woke.
Well, then we're coming for your money, right? You're rich. Okay.
Well, I'm not that rich. I didn't say I was rich. I
Yeah,
just said
we'll
I
be the
want-
judge of that. We'll be the judge of that, right?
You're rich enough to donate to campaigns. I don't have that much money.
Yeah, that was like 2022 or 2021 or whatever. However long ago that was.
Oh, I remember my question.
I barely donated anything. I donated like what, $5 one day?
There's a prize for this show?
OnlyFans doesn't count as donations, James.
Is there a prize for second place and third place and fourth place?
I spent 200, James. They don't OnlyFans last month.
Yeah, thank you for that. Are you crazy? I really appreciate that donation.
Am I muted?
No.
Is there a prize for second place and third place and fourth place?
No.
Oh no.
No, gay son.
All their souls get put into the
second place is first.
No participation prize?
No.
We
That's
don't
the
do that.
only
We're not
kind
woke.
I ever get. I'm sad.
Being in my presence is the participation prize.
And you being gay and everything.
I'm not gay. I have 3 girlfriends. One's AI, one's OnlyFans, but she's not talking to me anymore. And my real girlfriend, she has a micro penis, but that's not. She's a woman.
That's gay. You do realize that they have a
No, but she's into. She
gay.
has the birth passages of a female. We're gonna have a child one day.
How does that work?
That's crazy,
That's
bro.
the birth
Well,
passages of a female.
Well, we might abort it, but
Did you just see you might have bought one?
we kind of want to just try an abortion. So I need to get her pregnant.
We're just gonna try it.
Because you never know.
Bro.
That Jaysen guy, he's crazy. You need
Flash
some
them
help.
like
Can.
just because if he's going to say stuff like that,
Cancelled.
I can get him in the bathtub, right? Okay.
All right, listen.
What?
Next topic. We're gonna bring up another topic here. All right. I want to see where you guys stand on this. We should abolish jury trials.
No.
No
What,
way.
leave it to the judge, you mean? Like solo
no
judge.
way.
Heck no.
You saying take out the jury of your peers traded for what? The judge?
The judge, I'm
We
assuming.
need the jury. Keep the jury.
It's also
Well, I'm not
authoritarian.
dating, so it's
If I'm the judge, I could be a good judge.
I'll say yes because I think we should abolish all trials.
What?
Like, it's who's your decision to tell somebody else what they're.
Just getting into the good part when
Is that demon music? I think I like it.
it's a song called
Yeah,
Crazy.
it's demon. Yeah, that was demon music. Yeah. He eats bats and rats and cats.
I like that
True.
guy.
That is true.
Just picturing, right, having the knock go before that, right? You know, the famous knock, and then that, right? 'Cause they got headphones on, you are fucked with that knock, like, honestly.
What?
I got headphones on.
So everyone's on the side of no. We shouldn't abolish.
I know we shouldn't because then it's down to one judge, and let's face it, if you've got a fucking woke judge, you know, that's like Jaysen, you know, then.
I'm saying we should abolish trials. I don't like trials. I don't like judges, and it should be. It should
protect your gay rights.
Actually, this one's tough because I guess if the community joined together to determine that somebody needs to be killed or something crazy like that, then that would be kind of like a jury trial. So I don't know.
Probably be more like of a fucking mob. That, like,
Yeah,
like
a
the
mob,
like
yeah.
pitchforks and stuff. You know.
Yeah, I guess you, but that's a jury
I'm just
trial.
saying witch trials.
There's good people on both sides, right?
Famous words of Donald Trump.
Okay, so I think it's only so you're just against all trials. You're saying,
Yeah.
Jaysen.
Well, a more community effort. The people should voluntarily get. It would be what you would call like a mob uprising.
So that's a trial.
It's a jury and condemnation by your peers, because we all decide communally.
Fuck! I just stood up and fucking started saluting there.
Suddenly have a craving for maple syrup.
Face.
Why do we have to have a government and a state that has these judges that they put over us, and then the jury goes in there and they decide who's right and wrong, and then the judge gets to decide the sentence, and then we keep them locked up in these prisons for so long? It's inhumane. It's not right.
And well, the judge doesn't get to decide the sentence. The judge has a book of like what the sentence could be from in between. Okay, and he gets to, if they're found guilty, then the judge would make the ultimate decision of like what length it would be.
I think we should just chase them out of town, and they have to go live in the wilderness.
Wouldn't that be like?
You made me do this. Name change.
Wouldn't
Wouldn't that just be vigilantism?
What does that mean?
Well,
so just to be, I just want to
vigilantes. Yes.
So is any is you've changed the topic here to just abolishing all trials?
No, we changed the topic to JS as a dumbass. That's the topic.
I don't really want to change the topic.
All right, just making sure. Just making sure before I switch the topic that that you didn't want to,
We
tie
had
on
at least a few people last time we had this topic that were for abolishing it. I don't. I think once we explained it to them, they against it.
I
I've
don't
only
know.
heard a few people.
I know that, like I am, but I'm not debating. But remember, chat. Remember your tax list here, okay? Just remember your tax list, and you could always add Shank Speakeasy to the fight. All right. I'm always ready, even though I'm not in. I'm in. All right. So just saying. And then you have all your other attacks. You got your 1v1s. All right. So take your picture in case you haven't yet. But so yeah, we'll change the top. Oh wait. We got another fighter joining the stage. Jim Bro Elder, welcome to the show.
What's up, boys? You guys talking about jury trial? Fuck jury trials. Lift some fucking weights.
Let's go.
Lift some fucking weights.
That's what a man does.
That's what a man does.
I just found out you were a lot younger than me as well in Elderline. That pissed me right off again.
So Elderline, did you want to do the jury trials before we moved on?
Sure. I mean, I think we should replace it with just lifting as many weights as possible. Whoever can lift the most weights is the one who wins the trial.
What the fuck, Elder?
Right, so that would be a
this
trial,
kind of
wouldn't
night.
it? Would be a trial. Take a competition.
I don't like that system.
Actually,
I know you don't, because you could lose.
That actually does sound good. That sounds like a good, you would divide the weak from the strong.
But I have health issues from a very young age that don't allow me to lift weights.
Well, you're fucked, aren't you? You're absolutely shafted.
You made me do this. Name change.
You guys are just ableist.
You're just a bitch.
You're gableist.
A gableist.
Did he call me a bitch?
boy.
That's gendered
Sure did.
language. Wow, that's offensive. To women, that's misogynist. That's sexist. It's also just
I
mean.
don't care what you got between your legs.
All
as
right,
long as you
seriously
can
though,
lift some weights.
we get that without jury trials, that government appointed judges could convict you of pretty much anything, political reasons, enforced laws. If we want to take it even further, it was judge only trials that led us to like ridiculous kind of stipulations, like in fucking witch trials and dunking people in water to see if they fucking drown. That's where judges lead you to like strange arbitrary ordeals like that.
I do not want one person deciding my future or anybody else's future.
I mean, I'd be good at it. I would be.
Also, juries can just say "fuck you" to the government. Like someone can break a law, and a jury can literally say, "No, we don't want him to be convicted. Fuck you, government." Like there are multiple reasons why juries are.
But if there were no laws, you couldn't break any laws.
What?
Wow, that's deep.
It is. If we just didn't have laws.
So if I take your mask off you, right, okay, punch you on your lips, right, stick you in a bathtub when you're having an epileptic fit, that wouldn't be. That would be.
You just leave Stevie the serial killer alone, and hopefully he doesn't come to your house tomorrow night.
Eventually, he's going to run out of victims if he's not getting stopped, is he?
Well, then you got to chase him out of town.
Right. So then
banishment has worked great throughout history, especially in Russia.
Judgment.
What worked in Russia?
Banishment.
That's Russian gobbledygook. Communist gobbledygook.
Yeah, I'm an anarcho-communist. I'm an anti-fascist anarcho-communist. Yeah.
But they've done nothing wrong, so what would you be banishing them for?
I don't know. We just don't like it. So it seems bad. It's like a moral emotivist position that it feels icky when people do some stuff.
Who's moral? Because by the sounds of it, you're all right with everyone just getting to do what they want to do, as long as it doesn't affect you.
If we as a community don't like it, we can run them out.
So that would be a form of government.
Yep.
No.
That would be your peers getting rid of you.
Nah.
You should be governing a collective body of people making decisions, right? Collectively.
But it's not government focused on one person.
Neva's government, it's made up of multiple people.
Then it's a communal government.
So you're okay with government now if you put the word communal in front of it.
It's a communal government. Voluntary anarchists, and if enough people don't like a certain person, we can run them out. Or we can kind of just isolate them. Maybe like
pretty much like you've been all your life.
All right, I'm almost on your side, but what does the leader have to do to prove himself?
Lift weights.
I think it just comes down to strength and power.
There we go. Now you're speaking my language.
Like deadlift.
If you would have said lift weights,
it's a
jumped right on there.
It's a hard line for me to wrestle as an anarchist, but I can't get away from it. All of the best guys.
You made me do this. Name change.
Lenin, Stalin, Mao.
You made me do this. Name change.
What was he stealing there? Was that his notebook or diary that he picked off him?
He put a note on him.
Tell you.
It's his note that he drops on him. Also, I made the ninja voice out of Kratos' voice from God of War, if you recognize it.
That makes sense.
Effigy, I've got a question for you, right?
I love how the back of him says Chad on it. That's fucking fun.
Are you Trippy Cast?
My trip. Well,
just
we've
because
been in
we're
the same
two
place at the
couple
same
of
time
us,
before.
we're
Come on,
never in
man.
the same room together, and like,
No, that's not true. We totally heard this. We talk to Trippy all the time
just saying,
on
just
these
saying.
channels.
But I did stick up that your animations were better, right? Okay, so I did, you know.
Yeah, I'm not a puppeteer.
So you sound like you
Trippy's got the
sound
one
like him.
thing that
You kind of are like a digital puppeteer.
No. Trippy's the puppeteer. I make animations and hit a button.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
What is that?
The most annoying sound in the world is Jaysen speaking.
That's not nice. You guys are so mean.
And
I'm a peacekeeper. You see my
know,
vest?
I've never actually spent money on YouTube, but I'm very close right now just to get JS the fuck out of here.
No!
I am so close.
Jaysen, show me pronoun badge again. That might tip it over the edge.
All right, so let me see here. let me bring up the next topic here because I think this one's running a little dry with you guys. So let me see here.
I'm literally ready to fight.
What do you guys think about this one? Political debates should be regulated to prevent misinformation.
Which political debates?
Like when Trump went to the debates and he was talking about a bunch of
JS.
misinformation.
I'm asking a genuine question.
Well, that's an
Yeah,
example.
so that's what. Yeah, I would be saying like the actual like not something like this, like where like we're talking about like between presidents or like competing campaigns, stuff like this.
So like an actual like
You're talking about stuff on YouTube?
debate for a campaign.
Yeah.
So misinformation.
Regulated?
Dis, and mal, right?
Yeah, like so that like JS or Jaysen Starfire here was giving actually a good example how they had somebody there to like fact check and make sure there was no misinformation being spread and had the
Thank God they could mute him because that guy is a bumbling fool sometimes. And I'm really happy
People
they
do that already, right? Like with that, I mean, but would you consider that a regulation? Like it's not like a rule that's directly imposed on it. Like they're not being stopped mid-debate and fact-checked in most cases.
Well, they were being live
like,
fact-checked by AP
regulated
and other places during the debates. Yeah.
I mean, some people who run debates try to do that, and I'm kind of for that. I don't think people should get away with lying blatantly to people.
Specifically, Trump was being live fact-checked. The other people weren't really being live fact-checked, but Trump was being live fact-checked because he's a spreader of evil misinformation. So I totally agree. I totally agree with that.
Come on.
Censor him.
Come on, Trump just is hyperbolic a lot with his speech. He's not really meaning to spread misinformation.
He was spreading harmful misinformation. He's done it the entire
so
time.
Being hyperbolic is not misinformation, James? If there were 15 people in a room and I said there were 3,000 people, would I be telling you a lie, even though I was being hyperbolic?
What?
If I said there were thousands of people in a room and there were only 15, would I be telling you a lie, even though I was just being hyperbolic?
He just tweeted that Chris Christie couldn't fit on an airplane.
Exaggerating it, yeah, but
well, he probably can't.
Is exaggeration a lie?
That's not nice. That's not presidential.
People know you're exaggerating it.
If I say I have tens of thousands of dollars in my bank account and I only have 5, am I telling you a lie?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
100%.
but that's not going to hurt. That's not going to hurt anybody, though.
Hey, but is it a lie?
Yeah,
is it an untruth? Sure. There you go.
But it doesn't do any harm.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I'm not arguing harm. I'm just trying to say, like, is it a dishonest thing? Is it a lie? Just because it's hyperbolic and exaggeration doesn't mean it's not an untruth.
It's like, Jaysen, you know, when your third girlfriend like misinformed you by saying that like you said she's got a micro penis. Okay?
Yeah.
You know.
What do you do with that?
Some people call it a deformity. I call it a gift.
Or were you malinformed? Because if she was lying to you, right, okay, deliberately, then you would be disinformed, right? Okay.
Well, she also
Well-
has a vagina.
Fucking hell.
Right?
Do you know what micro penis is, Brick?
Yeah, I can see one right now. It's on your nose. It's on your head.
Oh.
What was the topic? What were we talking? Let's get back to the politics. I don't like this.
You want to get back to what, Dix?
You wouldn't be saying this if I had 10,000 soldiers with
Oh.
signs behind me.
Yeah.
Politics.
Are you misinforming us again now?
Yep.
No.
What would be regulated? What would that mean?
Like rules, regulations, things.
Mute them if they
it's not
start
how it's
spreading
supposed to go.
misinformation about things like, well, I shouldn't say on YouTube, but
Well, they would have to
certain
pre-screen
virus that
everything
went
that was there.
around, spreading lies about Hunter Biden, a saint, amazing
If we're just
artist.
talking about regulations. I think
Yeah,
that
on
every
its base
every
level,
person before the
regulation just
debate
means
should
rules
be
and
able to
guidelines.
squat
The
through
big lie
terms
about a
without
stolen
curling.
election in January 6th, Trump was spreading all sorts of harmful misinformation, and that should have been regulated.
I'll give
We
you
should
the
have
Hunter Biden cocaine in the White
shut
House
that
one, right?
down.
Because nobody loses cocaine, right? Okay, Hunter Biden especially. Okay, that was not Hunter Biden's because it wouldn't have gotten found. He would have smoked it, right? It was probably somebody else's.
Excuse
I
me.
wonder who it was.
Wait a minute. How you smoke what Hunter Biden's taking? You snort what he's taking.
Cocaine turns
Don't.
into crack.
Yeah, it all
Oh,
depends.
J-
what
oh,
it has to
James,
do with
you
it.
sweet summer child.
So you
I
can do a lot of
disavow.
that.
Hunter Biden's never done any drugs, but you can smoke crack or snort cocaine.
But you can't snort crack.
Like regulations. Okay, so maybe I could help you guys out here for a second, so then you guys will get it. Like, so regulations would be like, so for instance, the way like you had like that example was good. How like they had the fact checking, or barring certain topics from being discussed. Like for instance, if in the if Biden and Trump were debating, say, and Trump was told he wasn't allowed to bring up uh, that Biden's son was doing all this fucked up shit, or vice versa, same thing, right? Like these type of like regulations, so there's no. I
By that
put
standard,
to
we have
prevent
regulations on debates, though.
I put
They
to
always
prevent
agree to
information,
rules.
misinformation, but we could just talk about like regulations as a whole, and are they more positive or negative when it comes to like
Negative.
actual political debates?
More negative, in my opinion, because there's certain information that could be privy to people that if you're not allowed to speak about it, then it may not have the impact and influence. Because, like I say, the election, if everyone knew about the Hunter Biden laptop and Joe Biden's participation in the shit that he did, might have swayed it more like the other side. But if you then said you can't say this, you can't say that, fair enough. If it's the same, you can't talk about this, both of you. Same thing, can't talk about that. That's it. But can't then say can't talk about this about your personal life, this because that's gonna get you like ahead in the game. And this is what I mean when you get the same amount of funding money, right? You use the tools available to you. So if you're regulated, that imposing rules on you, and some of them like are going to benefit one side more than
It
the
might
other.
go to freedom of speech too.
All debates are regulated.
You made me do this. Name change.
All political debates have agreed upon rules before they start. The fact that they take turns shows that there is regulation in the debate, that they're not yelling at each other.
Time limits.
Before these debates happens, like presidential debates, you'll hear them talking about agreeing over the rules, and that they have to agree to a set of rules before the debate happens. So
Showing them
we
the
already
questions
have
beforehand.
regulation in debates, technically.
Make sure you give the Democrats softball questions.
But you can't regulate things like lying, right? Because you can only really go after those after the fact. Like, how could you preemptively stop someone from lying on a debate, right?
You
So you
shouldn't
have to be
lie.
able to
They
just fact check
shouldn't lie.
after.
They
And-
shouldn't
and
lie, but it's
then-
freedom of speech to lie if you need to. If that's what
Sure.
you do, you need to do
Yeah.
it.
And there's a
Well, it
fine
doesn't
line for those
require
people who are
me.
hosting a debate, because if you live fact check people, then you're going to have what happened in this last one, where Trumples get all angry because their dude likes to fucking lie a lot, and he's the only one
Well,
who gets
here,
called
I'll
on it.
give you an example, Effigy. Before they debated, say they told Trump, you can't say that Biden let in this many illegal immigrants. You can't say that. Because we're saying that's false information, so you're not allowed to say that. And also, Kamala, you're not allowed to say that Trump switched his view on said policy, because we think that's also misinformation, so you're not allowed to bring that up during the debate. This is what I'm talking about. So you could preemptively stop.
Well, no, you
these
can't though.
certain things.
Well, what would you do? Stop the debate?
Well, we
Like a
can
president's
restrict
debate
their-
mid-debate
Yeah,
when
you
do
can
that?
say that they're not allowed to bring it up.
We could
Yeah, and if they
restrict
do,
their.
you
stop
It's
them.
also just a general rule that everyone agrees upon, that they're not going to get up there and fucking lie to everybody, but they do that.
But
anyway.
he did
The
hate-
only way you can fix that is to call it out after it happens.
He said hate speech. He said Haitians are eating the cats and the dogs. We can restrict hate speech. We can have more limitations on speech, and then things like this wouldn't happen.
Cats and the dogs, but they actually were.
They were.
That
Well-
right there, though. Look, they could have said before the debate, you're not allowed to say they're eating the cats and the dogs. Like, this is like, these are regulations.
Or
on
just say you're not
preventing
allowed to use hate
misinformation.
speech.
This is what I'm asking. Should we do things like this? Like, if there's something that they know that this person, the president is, or the candidate is known for talking about, they say no. They tell the fucking what's his name, he can't bring up fucking the red dye in food, right? They tell them you're not allowed to say certain things. That's what I'm saying. Like, these type of regulations, should we have these
No, I
regulations?
think they would be pointless.
Tell
They'd be
Biden he's not
pointless
allowed to
discussing
talk
that.
about tar pits anymore.
We shouldn't have regulations on speech.
I heard about
We have
those.
freedom of speech in our Constitution for a reason.
Well, that's not even true, but that's like a whole other topic.
They could go through the subjects.
Yeah. So does anyone think that we should have these type of regulations in place?
No.
I don't think it would cut into free speech, and it would
Yes.
cut into knowledge.
Legally,
public
no.
knowledge.
I just think it's impossible to enforce. Quite literally impossible.
With that, Jaysen said yes, right? Okay, Jaysen, why would you want it, right? Because that would have government more involved, and they would give them more power to do that. And I thought you were against that.
Certain people shouldn't spread certain dangerous ideas.
Free speech, Jaysen.
I mean, it's not necessarily government, right? It would just be the rules committee of the debate. That's where the regulation for the debate
So
comes
let's
from.
have
within the
on
rules
each
committee.
side a clever fact checker, right? That can stand there and like in the time, if they call out the bullshit. So if someone says something, then that could be brought, right, that's bullshit, I'll bring that up, and then that bit of information can then be used against them. Because if you're found to be lying, you're dishonest, right? Okay, that's going to go against you. And if you're not going to be pulled up on your lies at all, then you could just literally lie. I mean, how do you think I got my wife? I lied, right? I said I was all this, all that, you know what I mean? And then once I'm with her, she's fucked. She's stuck with us. So in that,
Well,
in that sense, yes,
also
in that
we
sense, yes, we should have
to find out who is the better person. You would, in a way, in a sense, you would want the worst person to lie, right? You want to catch the shit bag in a lie so that you
You
want
wanna
to
know
show
who
that
they
they're
are,
a shit
yeah.
bag. Yeah.
You want to know who they are. That's the whole point of the debate, isn't it?
I wouldn't censor Bernie.
Oh.
I wouldn't regulate Bernie's debate speech, but these other
Have you
guys
seen Bernie lately?
spread dangerous misinformation.
Are you got a boner for Bernie, Jaysen?
He's the best choice I've seen.
What for a boner?
And why would Bernie be the best choice?
A boner. Oh, my alarm's going off. Hold on. I gotta take my meds. This is gonna be a long night.
You're so happy.
Yeah, it's pill time.
I thought you had to take and go get your pizza. I thought for a minute.
No, my meds.
That is his medication.
It is, ain't it? With that white cheese crap.
But I have
on
his
it.
daily fix of pineapple.
Pineapple on pizza. Ugh.
With tuna as well, James. He puts tuna on there as well.
Earth? What on
Tuna?
earth?
Tuna, pineapple, mushrooms.
Tuna on pizza. What are you?
The second JS is gone and we can actually debate, you guys just go off into stupid land.
For real, man.
If you guys are talking about legally limiting something, would it be okay if in a debate somebody were to say, you know, I have a certain weapon and I'm going to use it on everybody if I don't win this debate? Are you at least willing to say that that's a limitation that should be there?
Well, that's a U.S.
a threat,
law.
a direct threat.
There's already a regulation for that, right?
That's what I'm saying. So
That
it
should be
can't be.
regulated,
So it can't be. So then
Well, that's
it
why.
should be regulated.
That's why, elderly. I saw it going off into the weeds, and that's why I brought it back to like strictly focusing on trying to prevent the spread of misinformation. So certain president candidate has certain talking point that is to believed to be misinformation. So before the debate happened, you say, okay, you're not allowed to say this, or you're not allowed to bring this up.
All right. So when we're just talking about like a board or something that regulates the debate, then no, I don't think there should be a whole lot of limitations to that, if any.
I mean, right there, yeah, there's one for you. Here's one for you in that sense. So what about these news organizations that are basically leaning to one side?
Now that's a different story.
That would be like a regular, because they're not getting told. They're pushing shit. That's a narrative. So if they're not,
they're supposed to tell us and let us make up our minds what's true and false. They don't do that
Fox
anymore.
News was already sued, I believe, in the early 2000s over this, and they won the lawsuit and basically have the ability to lie to their viewers. Like,
come on, they all do it.
Sure, but I'm just saying Fox News won a lawsuit that said that they have the ability to lie to their viewers, and
ABC
lost.
MSNBC. It was all I lost.
They can lie. That's so messed up.
CNN's going to get it next.
Yep.
I might be wrong on this, but I believe there are still regulations intact from the old TV days that say that certain broadcast companies cannot, like the main, like CBS, ABC, NBC kind of thing.
They have a whole bunch of freedoms. What they have.
Look at the fucking View. Look at what the View does. You know that
do
is
you
just
watch the View, Brick? Is that one of your favorite shows?
It's my favorite show.
You better watch the View, Brick. Come on, Brick.
You watch it too, Brick?
Of course I do.
Nice.
The View, I couldn't stand the View. I can't stand the View, man.
It makes me nervous.
Whoo's your favorite?
The View.
I think Whoopi's my favorite.
Weird.
I was gonna say I thought Jaysen would say Whoopi.
I like Whoopi.
I seen that coming.
If I could pick someone to take the piss out of the most, it would definitely be.
Wait. So why are all the super masculine manly men watching the fucking chick show?
I am not watching the chick show.
I don't identify as a masculine manly man.
Well, then I wasn't talking about you, James.
Yeah, we could tell.
Funny how
also, we can tell JS just by looking at you.
It's funny as fuck. I don't watch it, but I watch clips of it because the amount of fucking times they fuck up, and it's humorous. It is. It's like a comedy show, but they don't even know that they're like making people laugh, and they still do.
Comedy show.
So who would be responsible for making sure that these regulations are like fulfilled within the debate? How would you form your board?
You would have to have a left and a right.
A king of debates.
And
there we go. Whoever can lift the most weights.
Force. You will obey or I'll beat you in the submission.
I will not be king, man.
All right, so let's move on from this topic. Okay, I think you guys are a little stale on this one too. And again, I got to remind
again. I won that one again.
I just got to remind chat.
You didn't win anything yet.
Hold up. Let me remind you guys. So this chat is your attacks here, okay? And this is seeming like they might need somebody to come spill blood. So don't forget that you can always add Shang Speakeasy to the fight to make it just a little bit more exciting if that's what you so choose. All right.
Turn it into a
So
dictatorship.
these are your attacks. All right, chat. But also, the next topic I'm going to bring up here is the U.S. should stay out of all foreign politics.
100%.
No,
That's kind
that's
of impossible,
insane.
We
right?
can't do that.
That's kind of
can't do
literally
that.
impossible.
Why not? I mean, why can't we do that?
We're trying
Because
to
we
spread
have
the peace
interests
and
all over the
democracy,
world.
and yeah, we got to buy stuff and
We
sell
have
stuff.
interests, we have enemies, we have allies, we have a lot of things that we should worry about.
Right. We
Well,
have
guess how we got all
treaties,
that,
we have
getting involved
trade,
in our
like
politics. That's how we got in that mess in the first place, getting involved in people's politics. We kept
Well,
ourselves.
no, we tried to stay out of it, and then we were dragged into World War One and Two. So
We're such a
became the world
wealthy
weapons.
and giant country. I think we need to help all of the countries that are being oppressed. There's a
James,
lot of
here's a
oppression
question for you,
across the
James.
world, and we need to help those countries.
What you think that
Here's a
Like,
question for you,
like
James. And right, okay, here's a question for you. If you
Palestine
believe that-
and Ukraine, and we got to save them. Taiwan.
No, we ain't got to save nobody. We have no
James,
responsibility to
wait there,
save
James.
nobody
On
but
that,
our
with
own
that
people.
logic, you're implying, what if you knew your neighbor was mistreating his family, right, locking him in a basement, you know, abusing
Hey,
him, shit
man,
like that, whatever?
I said our own people. I didn't say some other people.
But it's getting involved in a kind of
own
politics, isn't it?
people.
It's getting involved in
America
somebody
first.
else's because it's wrong. Because it's wrong what they're
America
doing.
first. Period. No matter
So you would
what.
just sit back, know what's happening, and let it go on.
So selfish.
Wait, why we know
You
what's
right wing
happening in
people
other
have no
countries?
empathy.
If we're not poking our noses in other countries' businesses, we don't know nothing.
Jaysen finally said something that was true.
Hold on there.
What did he say? I missed that. What, you'd have to repeat it.
You right wing people have no
don't have any
empathy.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you.
I'll have empathy for you. You can squat 200 below parallel.
You made me do this. Name change.
I don't work out, but my brother could do 250.
The people of America. Damn, anyone outside of America, I'm American.
Sets.
Yeah, prioritizing America doesn't mean that we don't also prioritize allies as well. We can be the first priority, and then the allies can be second priority. The priority thing doesn't matter, but that still would require us being involved in. It doesn't actually refute not being involved in other countries' politics or geopolitics.
Be involved, though. I mean, like I said, that's how we got all these enemies and stuff, getting involved in other countries' businesses.
Well, we have enemies because we have the
a problem
resources
with
that
us
they want.
helping Israel, James?
You what?
Do you have a problem with us helping Israel?
I mean, I want Israel to stand on its own. I want Israel to be able to fight on its own.
Well, yeah, I want them all to
Israel
do that.
can stand on its own.
I want to do whatever it takes to stop Israel from committing a genocide. I don't know if I should say that word. Can I say that
no.
word? But
No.
but they're doing it.
Well, technically, it's not even the word you're going to say because the birth rates went up in the last fucking 10 years, right, in Gaza to what it was, right, okay? And that's not the definition of the word you were going to say.
And Gaza, no
you
other
wanna
country's
wipe the
going to
race
take
out.
them. You know what? No other country is going to take the people of Gaza. They won't.
They're
Jordan
surrounded by 7 other, like, you know.
Jordan already has a really large Palestinian population, so Jordan might. Egypt also might.
Egypt wants fuck all
I
to
think,
do with them.
I think Egypt said no.
What's a tar?
You made me do this. Name change.
What's a tard?
You?
Have you got a mirror?
That's not a definition.
It's like a libtard.
Turn your phone camera on and put it on selfie and just look.
I have like 8 versions of myself on the screen right now.
Because you have a mask on, so you're masked hard.
You've got 8 versions.
Oh.
Argumentation, though,
Hey, easy clarifying question. When you mean foreign politics, do you just mean like any kind of entanglement with foreign nations, or do you mean like delving into their internal foreign politics and trying to fuck with that as an outsider?
You're talking like CIA.
5.
stuff.
Oh well, yeah. This is like because see, a lot of the times this goes into the talk of how like America should be policing the world, and like for instance, there's a civil war going on in Syria right now as we speak. It's been going on for a while actually,
For
and America
decades,
is over there being like, well, no, 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 you fucking retards, stop fighting each other. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna show you how to fix this.
When you
Like,
say America, is it
should,
CIA?
should we be doing that shit, or should we be like, no, 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 no? We should only be involved in like with like trade deals and stuff, and other than that, fucking no like military backup. This is what I mean, you know?
No, I think America should be involved in as many fucking positions that it can do to keep
Like
its best
trading
interest.
isn't really like foreign politics, right? If you're
So
just
I'm
trading with other countries,
I'm definitely
talking about
interventionist, but only to a point, right? So like when you look at like what the U.S. did after World War II from the 50s to the 70s, the whole lot of that shit was just way too fucking far, right? When we deposed the democratic leader of Iran, which led to the Shah returning, which led to the Islamic Revolution, like policing the world in some senses going too far, like we fucked up a whole lot of shit. But when it comes to like
U.S. aid, we
or
did
being
great
the good
things like
guys on the
U.S.
fucking
aid.
block and protecting people, like sure, I'm completely fine for anything that kind of intervention.
Yeah, we got more transgender musicals
so,
in,
like,
in
yeah, I think
France,
you
and
would
we
be-
got DEI programs in Africa. Like, there's a lot of good things we've done with programs like U.S. aid.
Yeah, so I think you would be on the side of like on the opposite side of this prompt, then. Like you think that U.S. should.
Yeah, we
be
should not stay out of all foreign politics. We need to help the oppressed nations with programs like USAID. Sending groups in to make sure that everybody is vashoned in other countries. We need to. There's a lot of things we can get involved with in foreign politics that isn't just world policing. We don't have to attack everybody.
We've got transgender studies
we
in
don't
Iran.
You
If we
guys
don't
get what
threaten
world
with force
policing
of some
means, right?
kind,
Like the
it's
trade
force.
lanes across the entire planet are pretty much protected by us on the oceans. That's what policing the world means.
It's
We
force.
allow trade, which is our trade. We police those lanes for everybody.
It's just like a right. Who's going to enforce it?
And it also revolves around like what kind of hegemon do we want to be? Do we want to be a hegemon that allows Syria to just continuously kill each other for 10, 20 years and not do anything about it? We can provide them humanitarian aid, and we can also try to stabilize their government structure, not necessarily take it over, but give it breathing room to actually be able to form again.
Especially when we see that it's not just internal Syrian politics, because Russia is doing all kinds of shit there too, and helping their dictator.
Russia's doing a lot in Iran too. They call the shots there, I believe.
Yeah, so yeah, you guys
I
are
wouldn't say
talking
that.
about
You
exactly
know,
what
Russia
I'm
doesn't call the
saying.
shots in
Like
Iran.
the
They're
other
definitely a heavy
side,
ally, but they don't call the
would
shots.
be that like you want to just let them deal with their own shit. This is like so like yeah, you are on the
It's a
side.
bit like what America's doing to Britain right now, okay? It's basically saying to them, like Trump, like, okay, stand up, you've got the big capabilities, step up and start fucking manning up.
Oh, wait, name change.
If they're of equal or close to being equal, let them. We could just furnish the food or whatever.
You made me do this. Name change.
Captain of the Obvious.
He already explained it when he said, "Oh, name change."
Do you
know
know
what
what
I
that
mean?
means?
I'd say
James?
send
Do
them
you know
food or
Captain of the
whatever.
Office means?
Go ahead, James.
I like how we send them
I have an idea of what it
heavy
means, but I
soy
don't know if it's
meals
right.
with not a lot of protein.
You want to starve them to death?
Well, that's what we
Even worse.
do. That's currently what we do, and I like that.
Tonight, boys, man, for fuck's sake.
You know what?
I mean, I am
So bad for
serious.
Brick, because Brick's being more serious than
You
he's
know what,
ever
some
fucking
soldiers-
been.
It's a really tempted.
Yeah,
I'm
he is.
really so tempted, but I'm trying my best because
Brick is
In
so
World War
weird.
II, in World War
He's so
II, they got
serious.
crackers and grease. That's what they eat. Do you know that? They
That's
gave 'em
vegan. I
rations of
appreciate
grease
that. I
or lard
appreciate it.
And crackers.
Nice. Oh, lard?
Yeah.
Well, no, it needs
Yeah,
to
lard.
be. It should be vegetable oil, not.
I think it came from pigs and stuff.
Oh, well, that's where?
pigs, hogs,
Where
whatever they.
where were you saying?
Does anybody actually have any pushback against what me
Oh,
and
I'm
Effigy have
so
kind of
tempted, Elder. I'm so tempted just to take the opposite side, just to try and get something going, yeah. But it's like, no, I'm sticking to me guns. I'm fucking sticking to them.
You said you fucking love it, Ricky. You said you love politics.
Not as much as I love you, though, crazy.
I know I love you too, son.
There you go.
You're my grandson.
His voice sounds weird.
So just to be clear, there's nobody for the side of not being involved in foreign politics.
In a 1v1.
Besides James.
Got something can't go on. There's something.
All right, chat. All right, chat. We need you to step up. We need you to fucking pay for Easy to come in this bitch because nothing's getting done. I need someone to argue with.
Yeah, I agree with Effigy here.
Either that or step up and join the fucking show. One of you in chat. Come on.
Easy's wanting in the show today. I can tell.
Can I be honest with you, Easy, right? Okay, you have had a lot to say, right? And you're not even involved in this, right? Okay, I really do think you should stay out of the politics. Okay.
I think he burnt you. I think
Who?
Hell, where's Chris? He'll argue the other side no matter what.
But wait a minute, can't Speed technically by himself in though? Like, or is that
Nope.
What are we? Wait, you need somebody to argue that we should not get involved in other nations' politics? Yeah, we should not get involved in other nations' politics because there shouldn't be nations. If we just opened up the borders, then why do we have to separate people like this? We need. There's gonna be a government. Government is inevitable. There's gonna be some form of government or some form of system. Why not have it be one global government? All the powers of the world unite.
No.
Like the World Economic Forum.
New
Like
World
we have,
Order. No,
like we have
so.
borders and property.
Because he just immediately went to the most extreme.
I don't want a one world order, Jason. I don't want that. No, that's end times.
Why?
Cosmetology.
Why don't you want a one world order?
End times cosmetology.
What do you mean by end times? Are you talking about biblical stuff?
One world order? That's end times. Have you not read?
Are you talking about biblical stuff, James?
Revelations.
Well, isn't the bringing about of the new kingdom when all of the world knows about Jesus? So, from your perspective, you want a globalist system too. You want your doctrine.
That's new kingdom. That's under God. That's under God, not under man.
But it's a globalist system.
Two different things. No, under God, under man, it's two different.
So
things.
you're a
God is
globalist
so
too.
righteous.
Nope, Christians are all globalists.
Based.
What the hell are you talking about?
What are Muslims in?
Two different systems.
Everybody ideally is a globalist because you want the whole world to prosper with you. So
We want them to come under a system.
Everybody's system's gonna reach a point where it's got to be globalist because why do we have nations and states and all these borders dividing us? Ideally, wouldn't we want to get rid of all that? Then there would be no
You
issue
do in
about.
the United States. You can drive across any border.
So would you lock your door at night, Jason? Do you lock your door at night and you have the gate closed?
He should if he
I
don't.
thought that too.
Yeah.
Well-
Just asking you, and if you knew if someone did come into your house, Jason, and they sat on your settee and they wouldn't move, okay, but they were nice, and would you let them stay there?
It would
Well, I'll
depend.
His girlfriend too.
It would depend on what neighborhood I lived in.
It
Well,
would depend on
James,
what
if
neighborhood
you're
you're
so interested in end times cosmetology, why don't you go to the end times beauty school?
Certain neighborhoods, I would sleep with my door unlocked.
Oh no!
End times cosmetology.
Oh damn! Was that a slip of the tongue, James?
Yeah, it was.
You sure?
Yeah.
Learn how to cut some end times haircuts.
My brother got this bright ass light over my head. This thing is bright.
Where is your crazy brother?
It's obviously not
He's
a light
sleeping.
bulb because of your thick cunt.
All right, so listen, you guys are weak sauce.
Weak.
Tonight. I'm just saying, weak sauce tonight. Just saying, chat.
We're not awake yet, Easy.
I think you need to just throw me in here. All right. I would have been smashing them on the last 3 topics in a row. Just saying. Just saying. All
I'm
right?
trying to bring the energy, but
a lot of pussies agreeing all of a sudden.
I'll start spazzing.
Well, if
I've agreed with Effigy more than I ever have.
Then we can take the opposite side. But we're all discussing it. We're
through the
going to get
looking glass.
everyone's like, general fucking, you know, fucking 1v1 going with someone. That's what we need. That's what we need right now. We need a 1v fucking 1 or a 2v2.
So
Definitely.
you guys can agree more in the 1v1, huh?
Effigy just doesn't want to agree with me.
Give 1v1s when everyone's agreeing, motherfucker.
He really wants to agree with me, but he doesn't want to agree with me.
The only one that's not agreeing is retard up there.
I'm gonna do it.
What?
I'm gonna do it. Next fucking topic. Let's go for it. Right?
not agreeing with y'all's idea.
You're gonna get it now.
Yeah, but James, you just keep like repeating it shouldn't be this way. You're not really giving reasons.
I thought I did give some reasons.
You said the Bible.
He just doesn't understand.
Yeah, James, you need to go back to cosmetology school.
Wait a minute. What?
That's
all right. How about this? Voting should be mandatory for all eligible citizens.
Damn right. Damn right. You don't vote, you should just shut up. Don't complain about anything.
I agree. We should all have to vote. And the reason I agree to that is because if you can't vote, you can't really speak when the politics are swayed, whatever way it is. So you might as well be mandatory voting.
Nah, I don't think it should. I don't think it should. I think you get to choose. You get to choose what the fuck you want to do. Fuck you. You can't tell me what to do.
Well,
That's way too authoritarian for me. In fact, I would encourage all anarchists never to vote.
That Jaysen has said that I actually agree with. Yes, it's way fucking too authoritarian.
Yeah. I think a lot more people who think like me should not vote.
How are you going to force us to vote?
I agree with that, Jaysen.
How are you going to physically make me fucking
We need to
vote?
stand up against the system.
That's right. Don't vote. You don't need to vote.
Get a fine if you don't vote.
And? Well, then it's not mine to vote, is it? It's not mine. I'll pay the fucking
Australia's
fine.
a great example of how
I'll just dodge it. I'll just not pay it. I'll just bump it. Fuck the government. Not pay it.
You made me do this. Name change.
Come on, make us vote for. Make a mandatory. How are you going to make us vote, right? And then what happens when I get there? Who's going to enforce it? And then do they make it mandatory that I have to vote for a specific party?
I don't think it should be mandatory, but it should be much more accessible. Like, I don't think it should be so difficult. You should just be able to go online and do it real quick. No ID necessary. I don't even think people should have to get IDs if they don't want IDs. Also, nobody's illegal on stolen land, so if an immigrant has been here during election season, I think they should be allowed to vote. Illegal, or I don't think there's illegal people.
If you're gonna put it like that, what's the benefits of becoming a citizen? What's the benefits of even being a citizen?
Citizenship is overrated.
Stop treating him seriously. Stop acting like what he says is serious.
What do you mean?
I'm trying. I'm trying not to call him by his name.
So much better. We do so much
I'm a
better if we
real
just ignore him.
person, Effigy, whether you like it or not. Okay.
I deny your existence.
Yeah, I deny your existence.
You're gonna have to deal with it.
I just said it without juice and topping this at my lifestyle. I just said it for true that I don't even know if you go without the beginning.
I don't like this. Effigy is trying to undermine my personhood. I identify as Jaysen Starfire, okay?
Personhood?
Yeah.
She, him.
And you're just mad because
Me,
you
ma,
agree with a
whatever
lot
the
of
fuck.
what I'm saying, Effigy. And you don't want to agree with me because you think that I'm not a real person. I'm a real boy.
He has feelings.
Yeah, Pinocchio, you are, aren't you? Yeah, look, you know what's going on.
A real boy. I'm a real boy. That was more of a Mickey Mouse than a Pokemon.
My pee-pee's made out of wood. My pecker wood.
Whoa.
Are you a picker wood?
What were we talking
I
about?
already forgot what I already forgot what it was. The prompt we were talking
Should
about.
vote and be mandatory.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
under a
I think it
certain
defeats the
system,
point
yeah.
to make it mandatory, but we should do things that make it as accessible as possible to get as many people. Because, like, it makes the vote more legitimate the more people vote. Like, we all understand that.
Yeah, but certain people shouldn't even be allowed to vote as
Why?
well. Again, and then it shouldn't
Go
be
fuck
mandatory.
yourself, Break.
How is?
Shouldn't.
Wait,
No,
how
no,
is?
they shouldn't. No. Would
How
you
is
want
60?
fucking
If 3
vote?
people
Would you
vote,
literally
people
want
shouldn't
this
vote.
fucking
if
libtard
3 people
vote?
vote and 2 people vote
Who's
for and
about?
1 person votes for or against, it's 66 to 33%. If 330, what the fuck am I trying to say? If 10
the fuck
million
knows?
people vote
Who
and
knows? You're
330 million of them vote a
Talking
certain
math,
way,
losing oxygen.
you know what I'm trying to say? The percent, it comes to percentages. So why does it doesn't make the vote stronger if you have more people voting? That doesn't make sense.
2 minutes for Starfire.
Damn it.
Jaysen. Oh. Damn.
What I just said was based.
That hurt my brain.
And it's
Yeah.
true. What I just said is
Stick
true.
with what I said. It shouldn't be mandatory.
Well,
and certain people shouldn't be allowed to vote in any way.
3 people vote. 2 people.
I think you're
that's
talking about
33%.
like
To 66%.
females, that kind of thing.
No,
Non-pro-
well, some men shouldn't be allowed to vote.
3
either.
0
If
0
they're
0 0
Jason
0
characters,
0
if
0
you
0
shouldn't be
0
allowed to
people vote.
But the Jason character.
Wait,
2
you think what?
0 0 0 0 0
what
0 0 0
Jason
Vote one
character.
way. 1
That's
0 0
200
0
pounds.
0 0 0 0 0 votes the other way.
You made me do this.
That's 33 to 66%.
Name change.
Does Jason like voting?
He's muted.
No, every eligible citizen should be able to vote.
Well, they should vote. That way we could keep track of it. If a city says they have 10,000 and
Well, this isn't
30,000
about
people
being
vote.
able to, though, FD. It's about mandatory, right?
No, I was just saying to Brick,
Oh,
as he was
okay,
saying,
okay.
people shouldn't be able to vote. Like,
Yeah, certain people shouldn't be allowed to vote.
no, they should. You're wrong.
No,
Deal
no,
with it.
no, they shouldn't. I'm right.
No, they should. They're
No,
people.
shouldn't.
They have rights. Yeah. Doesn't matter what you think of
I
them
know
or
you
what
are,
they
but
think.
one of them. I know you are, but one of them.
That's right.
Hey, come on, let's face it.
But they shouldn't be
You
forced to
want
vote.
A degenerate like fucking Jason voting.
Yes.
You
I want even people who believe diametrically opposed to me. I want prisoners to be able to vote. People who did felonies be able to vote. If you're a citizen of the country, you should be eligible to vote.
Do you know why?
It
I don't know about a
legitimizes
felon.
the entire citizen.
Do
The
you know
entire
why
system.
Britain? Do you know why Britain's fucked up that badly, right? Okay, because we've imported that many people.
'Cause it's
right,
full of
okay,
British?
Of a certain faith, right? Now, and they all stick together, right? And they all vote, right? They all vote, and they vote collectively for one thing. Now, for me, this is going to become a part like, you know, I really don't want these people voting either. Like certain people shouldn't be allowed to fucking vote. Especially
Are
with
you
certain
talking that they group it by religion? Is that what
It's
you're trying to? Is that
It's
what
not
you're
a
saying?
valid thing to say. I don't want these people to vote because they vote for things.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't like.
unmuted.
Can I go over to Iran, right? Okay, as a Christian British citizen, right, and then live there, okay, and get the right to vote against a Muslim faith community?
No, I don't think that'll happen.
Do
No,
you think
won't fucking
Iran
happen.
has votes?
Won't happen, but it's been allowed to happen over here, right? Okay, because you're too fucking soft, man. Too soft. You should not. You're not allowed to fucking vote, dickhead. Sit down, shut up, right?
We could go that route in the U.S. But
I'm fucking dying
I would
over
rather-
here.
I would rather say it be mandatory so we'd know who they are, how many they are,
And who we gotta sway.
where they're
What do you mean?
located.
Who they are, where they are. We have a census.
Yeah, but it's incorrect. The votes don't match the census. You know that. Illegals vote. It says eligible.
What do you mean by illegal?
There should be some sort of
Oh, yes, they do.
test, right? Okay?
People
especially
vote.
in America, you should be able to have a questionnaire, right? Okay, and like some sort of educational fucking test, right? That would allow you to judge that if this cunt or this fucking stupid bitch can actually vote in a sensible way. Like simple questions about politics. Because if they're just going to vote like for Justin Trudeau because he was fucking good looking, right? And all the chicks are going to vote for him, you know, then that's where
messed
shit
up.
fucks up.
How do you just flippantly call?
Voting though, Brick. You can
How do you
vote
just
for any
flippantly
reason
call a
you want.
human
You can
illegal?
vote for a candidate. You can vote against the candidate.
Well,
You can vote to just say
be
fuck
allowed
you.
to though, because look at what degens do. Like you see, you got that fucker in Canada because I'm sure it was Easy that said it. A lot of the women, because he was good looking, nothing to do with politics, haven't got a Scooby Doo what he fucking stands for. This is what happens.
That's why I voted for Bill Clinton. He was very attractive.
struggle with that.
That happens for all candidates, though.
I struggle with that because they're going to the same people to say a base person was voting the wrong way. They would say the exact same thing about, well, me.
Okay, real quick.
I struggle with that one.
You're essentially saying that you should only be allowed to vote if you vote my way, right?
Real quick, everyone, real quick.
Oh, I didn't say that. No,
Hold up, real quick. So, because we've been doing this a little bit different, I added in this little thing that I've been doing. So I just want to remind everyone in the chat, we are at 2 hours away from the deadline for being eligible to win the prize. And okay, I'm gonna make a prediction now that I make it every week and it comes true every week. And I didn't make it this week, but I'm going to now. What's gonna happen is, as you see, the panel's not full at the moment, but later, it's gonna get full, and people are not gonna make it on in the end of the night. That's what's going to happen.
People are afraid to be destroyed by my brain power.
Eternal Chaos, you don't join on Discord. You join the StreamYard link. I have the link there. But what I want to do too, quick, everyone who is on here, just to remind everyone to, in the chat, quick, as well. This is your attacks chat, okay? Right here on the screen. This is your attacks. And the current topic we are on at the moment is voting should be mandatory for all eligible citizens. If anyone needs to use the washroom or grab a drink or whatever, do that right now. You're going to have 3 minutes to do so, and we'll be right back.
Holy shit, that's hot.
But we have a 1v1 request.
Leading into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet, and she's not famous, but what she's famous for on the internet is that people think that you had sex with her.
Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and
your
why they
position
should bring
is
you
that
back.
it's a problem with the jailing system, okay?
No.
That was your position.
Yeah.
You admitted to it. You admitted to it. Are you taking that back? Are you taking that back?
It's low energy tonight. I'm trying to hype it up. I thought this would be funny.
That's exactly what it is. We have already proved.
I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
Evans needs to team up with me.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger? That's pretty badass.
All these gang conservatives, bigots. We need to destroy them.
The ability to feel pain and have...
Actually, they feel pain way before 24 weeks.
I don't think that a man wants to lie in our bed next to you, love, right?
I win.
You know the way. That's why you're sipping on two different fucking spirits.
The woman says, well, I want the kid to go to public school because I want to work and I like women's empowerment and I like abortion and I support all these ideas. And the man says, no. Who is the decider?
Prizes roll over. Win by any means necessary. That is how combat goes.
So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir.
Chat attacks, they're ready to play.
Well, that means that we need to have young mothers having children.
That's me.
Otherwise, there is no society.
Hey, that's me on there.
Deadly report. Disrupt with the sound.
I don't need to answer your question anymore. Because if that is effective, we don't need to torture people.
Base, those are forms of torture.
I'm always watching. Always lurking. No one is safe.
Okay, is this going over your heads? You want me to dumb it down for you?
Verbal combat, let the chaos unfold. Chats in the fight, stories told. Attacks and battles, who will survive in this
And then next month, it could be 200 people who are good people. Some people are wrong number on
This is the whole problem with Hyper
Or murder.
It creates a cycle that never stops.
No, I'm saying all killing or murder.
in verbal combats, only one will stay. The fierce
Well, then what's murder? If all killing's murder,
If you want to be the solo judge, it is 60 to be
So
the
it's a
solo
self-defense
judge.
murder?
If you want to add on another minute, there's 10 for a minute. Okay. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
Your soul is mine.
All right, and we are back, and we got another fighter to bring to the stage.
good, fresh meat.
Rob Noor, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Let's fucking go.
Fresh edamame.
So the current topic, just getting back to reminding everyone, voting should be mandatory for all eligible citizens.
Yeah, that's dumb. No. Were there people defending it?
No, I wasn't. No, they say I was.
Yeah, there was people on the side of it. Yeah,
because they're
I was on
retards.
the side of yes. That it should be.
What? So, who should be? Do you agree that the current eligible citizens we have should be the eligible citizens that are maintained, or would you change who is an eligible citizen?
I would change who's an eligible citizen. I would say it should be a one vote per household, and particularly that vote should go towards the man.
Okay,
that's then not eligible citizens, is it? Like you're shifting the goalposts there, Jim.
Oh, that would be the eligibility to make them an eligible
It's
citizen
not the
to
prompt.
vote.
It's not the prompt. If you read the prompt correctly.
But the reason I bring that up is so if you would change who the eligible citizen is, my intuition would be that that's going to disprove your claims as to why it should be mandatory to vote, right? Because presumably you would think it should be mandatory to vote because everyone should have a say in this and be obligated to inform themselves to take the country in the best possible direction. But if you think that we should change who is eligible, doesn't that mean that you would rather have a system where only men are voting, and so we shouldn't make it mandatory for every eligible citizen to vote?
You made me do this. Name change.
Yeah, but then therefore the eligibility would be men, so therefore all the men should be mandatory to vote. So therefore it would be.
No, because some men shouldn't have the right to vote either. They're proper, some of them are retards, like Jaysen. Look at him.
Why just men?
Jaysen, yeah, but Jaysen wouldn't be in the world where women wouldn't be voting though.
What?
Jaysen
What?
would be not in that world because.
You want to stop women from voting, right, James? Is that correct?
Women and yeah, women. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, but Apocalyptic, here's my claim, right? But the prompt says right now all eligible people should vote. And you're literally giving the rationale why you would change who's eligible because you don't think women should vote. So then how can you embrace the prompt as it is that says that everyone who is eligible should mandatorily have to vote? That would mean that it would increase the amount of women voting. Legally, they would have to vote, which you're against.
Yeah, but the prompt doesn't insinuate that whether or not who you're considering to be eligible or not. The prompt does not go there.
Okay, let's do it
It
this
doesn't
way.
ask you for your personal opinion who you would think would be eligible or not.
Let's ask this way. Would you acknowledge that right now women over the age of 18 are eligible to vote? A simple yes or no.
Legally
Okay, and do
speaking,
you
yes,
think
right now, yes.
Okay, do you think it should be mandatory for all of those women to vote?
Yeah, but I didn't express that I don't want women to vote.
Okay, then why wouldn't you say no? It shouldn't be mandatory. Anything possible
Yeah,
within our.
it doesn't mean mandatory based on. Yeah, but that's based on the current system, how the system's laid out now. It doesn't mean that I can't have a different idea of how the system should be laid out, and that only men should be eligible.
But the prompt don't say that. The prompt don't say
Does
this.
not insinuate, and it doesn't say that, and that's. But
Rob James is our resident flip flopper, right? Okay.
But I can have my own opinion.
We need more
Be allowed
people.
In some cases.
More people voluntarily voting, including
I can
illegal
read into
immigrants.
what I want to read into the prompt.
No.
But
The
you
prompt
understand?
doesn't necessarily insinuate even technically the voters now and how the system's set up now. It doesn't even insinuate that technically.
But
it doesn't actually insinuate either which way.
Okay, but apocalyptic, it seems to be that you're saying that the outcome that you desire is less women voting, correct?
Yeah, my outcome is that I would desire less women voting. Yeah.
Okay, so then how can
But
you
the
embrace
prompt doesn't insinuate either which way.
it? Doesn't matter. If that's the outcome that you desire and you're like, there are many ways that we could get there, why would you defend a prompt that de facto means many more women would vote?
It doesn't de facto mean that, actually, because the prompt doesn't insinuate either which way.
Boo.
That's untrue.
Based
You've
on
already...
de facto, it doesn't really mean either which way.
You've already conceded that it does. You've already conceded that every woman over the age of 18, barring
No,
some
I didn't
exceptions...
concede the prompt does. I conceded what you said does.
Oh, he's getting mad now.
He's eating.
I like this. I like the fire. If it only came with some intelligence, that would be nice too.
Yeah, if
You
you're
have
expecting
conceded
intelligence
that...
from James, Rob, right, you get blood up.
So we have a 1v1 request via PayPal for Rob versus James. So we're gonna, we're gonna get everyone else into the back here. All right.
It's David versus Goliath, James.
And, let's for a reminder for everyone in chat and Rob, this is your first time, so you get to know how this goes. It starts out going to 5 minutes. The chat can add on a minute for 10, and they can also solo judge the 1v1 for 60. But if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll.
It
and
sucks
the
Rob's
loser
here and
of
I
the
have to
poll
stick to this
loses their
character.
soul.
Damn it.
I like my soul, so I hope that... How
So,
you feel about it?
we're going on.
Oh,
this
and we
round.
actually got another 20 to add on 2 minutes, so it's going to start at 7 minutes, actually.
So we're going based on this current prompt. Means we're on opposite sides.
Yes.
I take it.
Yes, they
So,
want
let's
to see the blood spill, James.
Can we bring up the prompt just to make sure we all have a reminder of what the prompt is?
Yes, voting should be mandatory for all eligible citizens.
Okay, so just to be clear, the outcome that you would like to see best, forget about the prompt for a second, you would like to see the
Well, we can't
eligible...
debate it right now. We gotta wait till the timer
Well,
starts.
I'm sorry.
no, I think he's making clear of what you're what James.
I'll wait to make my claims until the time started. I didn't know we were waiting for a timer. That's cool.
Okay, okay, no worries. Yeah, so like again, chat going to 7 minutes, 10 to add on a minute, 60 to solo judge, and if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll in the chat, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
I'm confident you have in the other line, but either way, though, getting back to the actual prompt, though.
The exposition unneeded. Let's get to the heart of the matter. You would have a problem if you had your druthers. You would want to change eligible voters to make sure that it's only men in households voting.
Men, not just men. I'm going to go a step further and say men that are landowners.
Very well. So you would rather have no
That
women
have a
voting.
skin in the game. Men
Correct. Okay, sounds good. So then the current prompt as set forth, you acknowledge would result in more women voting, correct?
No, the current prompt doesn't insinuate what is considered an eligible voter.
Well, it does insinuate.
No, it does not insinuate.
It does.
There's nowhere in the current prompt that insinuates that. Where does it say? Say what is the definition?
When it's saying the implicit.
Where does it say that in the prompt?
If you stop whining, I'll explain it to you, right? The implicit reading of the prompt would mean eligible voters means those that are currently eligible.
No.
Yes.
No. Pull the prompt up again, Speakeasy, because it does not say currently eligible. Currently eligible. It says all eligible citizens.
Right.
It doesn't
So
say
who
currently all eligible citizens. You're insinuating that it says all eligible citizens, and technically by that standard, you can't even say what is eligible and what is not eligible.
Sure, I can. I can say that right now the prompt exists in the status quo.
No,
yes, listen to me.
No.
I can say the prompt exists in the status quo. The status quo
You're
has
insinuating that it exists.
I'm not. It is like I don't understand.
You're
if
insinuating
it- I don't understand how you would ever rationalize talking about any topic then, because you can't debate any sort of ought claim, because you could say, well, I think that the words in the ought claim could be different in a different hypothetical, which would mean that it'd be impossible to debate any ought claim, because you could say all of it could be different in a hypothetical. Theoretically, we could all be brains in a vat living in some sort of simulation. It's irrelevant to the topic at hand. You think that all... Okay, so I just...
Not necessarily.
I just want to be clear.
Are we debating your hypothetical? Your hypothetical?
No, we're debating right what the prompt says. So I just want to be clear. Your argument is your
hypothetical, because your hypothetical is not.
It is not a hypothetical. 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 My gosh. If this is the best argumentative capability you have to offer, why the fuck even bother coming on a panel like this? The implicit reading of the prompt is, should all eligible voters be forced to vote? Right now, women are eligible voters. Okay, so then let's do this. Let's try it this way, since I'm dealing with a fucking dolt here, right? If there is no change in who the current eligible voters are, would you then say that you do not think it should be mandatory for all eligible?
If there's no current change, then that would not actually fit the part of my hypothetical.
Okay, so your hypothetical is not all eligible voters currently should be forced to vote, because you would change...
about current voting standards, no, because I don't think women should vote.
Okay, so then you would reject, you would negate.
Yeah, if we're talking about that, but the prompt does not insinuate that. Only you insinuate that onto the prompt. The prompt does not express that.
Okay, so when it says vote...
No, you're insinuating your hypothetical. I'm insinuating my hypothetical onto a prompt that does not...
I've been watching
I'm not insinuating... I'm not insinuating any hypothetical.
No,
can we bring the word prompt? Can we bring the prompt up again? Can we bring the prompt up again? Now, when it says, now wait a minute. When it says, so if you're saying...
Right.
The way this works is you have to be quiet at some point. The sound of your own voice must be very appealing to you, but the rest of us aren't impressed.
But you need to...
When it says... Well, I assure you, your mic's turned down, so I probably sound louder, so if I want to talk over you, I can. I'm trying to be generous for those that are intellectually inferior to give them a chance. When it says voting, what does the word voting mean? What does the word voting?
Better, sir? Is my mic turned up now? Does it sound better? Can you hear me better?
Well, maybe it's just your whiny voice that doesn't project.
Oh, but it's just my whiny voice.
What does the word voting? What does the word voting? What does the word voting mean in the prompt?
James,
what does the word voting mean in the prompt?
What is he doing?
What the word voting means?
Yes. What does the word voting mean?
It means to make a decision to...
Oh, that's your hypothetical. That's your hypothetical of what voting means.
Fine, it's my hypothetical. Maybe it's not the exact... Maybe it's not the exact definition of voting.
What does the word mandatory...
You mean to Google? Let me Google voting.
What does the word mandatory mean in the prompt?
Voting. I'm gonna Google.
What does the word mandatory mean in the prompt?
I'm Googling voting.
All right, you go ahead and Google it, big man. The point I'm trying to make to the audience that hopefully is not brain dead is it is clear that the word eligible citizen means the people that are currently determined as eligible citizens. Right?
Okay,
he says
no.
If he says no, I would change what the word eligible citizens means. If he says no, I would change what the word eligible citizen means. Then there's no reason that we couldn't say the word about every vote in the prompt. I would change what the term voting means. I would change what the term mandatory means. You see the problem with this? We have to take these words as the meaning they have in the status quo. If we say we would hypothetically change the meanings of these, then it would make any debate in the prompt to be irrelevant. I've already got this fucking moron to admit that he negates. I've already got this moron to admit that he negates the resolution or the prompt as it's written. He's already admitted it, so he has no leg to stand on. He currently rejects, based on what eligible said, I'm done listening to you. I could talk over you. You're a fucking idiot. He currently rejects the ability to defend the prompt. He negates the prompt if we assume that the word eligible citizens are the current eligible citizens in the status quo. He then admits that he would negate the prompt, thus crushing his efforts. I don't even have to make another argument because he gives the own rationale for why we should negate the prompt. It's not even close. It's
Why did you
it's
send it?
absolute.
Man,
Oh, look at that! More time for you
I
to get
can't
beat
go that
around here.
hard.
Go ahead. Let's hear that
Louise.
whiny. Let's hear that nasally voice make some sort of argument here. Go for it.
Do what?
Nothing. We give you a chance to talk.
No,
You have nothing
wait a
to
minute.
say.
What? Like, what
Right,
kind
we're
of
giving you a
argument
chance
are
to
we-
make some
what are we
fucking argument.
arguing?
We're
What
giving
are
you
we
a chance to
arguing
make.
at this point?
You're not arguing anything. You're
What,
getting
what
your
are we?
ass kicked.
What are we arguing at this point? Because I'm insinuating that according to eligibility, I will consider eligibility as in men being eligible.
Okay, but that's not the way it is in the status quo.
But
That's not the way it is.
Status quo. But by
You can advocate.
but the prompt does not say you have to go by the status quo though, sir.
Let me
It doesn't
argue.
insinuate. It doesn't express that, sir. You
Let me argue
insinuate
your
that onto the
position.
prompt.
Let me argue your position for you in a voice that doesn't sound like I'm about to cry because it's too nasally. Ready?
Wow.
Actually,
sir.
I negate
Wow.
the prompt because I don't think that all current eligible citizens should vote because I don't think women should vote. However, if we changed eligible citizen to only landowning men, then yes, in that world, I would say that it should be mandatory for all of them to vote. See how easy that is? That is a rejection of the prompt as written, but saying that if we change things, I would embrace
I
that
would
prompt.
think in that world though that landowning men should be the ones voting and they should be mandatory voting. I've done said that multiple times.
Let me ask you a question.
I've done argued that multiple times.
Would you like me to give you some debate classes for free?
How
Maybe you
much-
feel a
how
little more
much more
confident
can I
next time you
argue
do something like
that
this?
point?
Is it embarrassing for you yet?
Yeah, but how much more can I argue that point that in a world where it's men, eligible men that are that hold land should vote? I don't
It
argue
sounds
that
like
already.
you're looking for some eligible men. That's what it sounds like to me.
I didn't argue that point
What?
already though. And technically, I would be eligible.
Is that
for
a gay
that
joke?
land, so I would be eligible. in that
Wow.
world.
I mean, the fact where you negated
wow.
that
Landowning
entire
man.
argument, now I'm forced to just make fun of you to extend the time here. No hard feelings, of course. Like, you're not the first person I've wrecked in a debate, but it's very rare within the first 3 minutes to get you to negate your entire position.
Wrecked in a debate. You didn't even give a debate.
You're right.
So
You
you're
wrecked
telling
yourself. I
me-
guess you're right about
telling
that.
me that you're insinuating that it's based on the standard quo.
James,
But
let's
yet
learn the
you're
word
insinuating
insinuating.
the prompt-
Eligible
The
citizen
prompt doesn't
applies.
say that though, sir.
I don't know how much more I could beat this dead
The
horse.
prompt
Like,
doesn't
you're not
say
even
based
picking
on
up
the
on the
current
obvious,
status quo
hilarious
to all
jokes that I'm
eligible
making.
citizens.
What do you think I was implying when I said it sounds like you're looking for eligible men? What do you think the implication I was making there was? Just curious. Did you pick up on it?
No, I didn't pick up on what the word you was trying to say there. No. Because I didn't care about what you was trying to say there. You was trying to insult me,
I will
right?
say this, an interesting defense you have. When you're so fucking stupid, it's difficult to insult someone because they can't even pick up on the jokes you're throwing at them.
Oh,
That same
hey,
joke
no,
or something,
I struggle
get
with
back into
jokes.
it with some sort
Hey,
of
This
insult.
guy's not very nice.
Get over here! It's
I
not
think they're
because
both
I'm
wrong.
Stupid, it's rather because I'm autistic, sir.
Well,
I'm
no, wait.
on
I think
the
right.
spectrum,
I
sir.
think Rob's right because
What is
I
that?
also
So
don't
what?
want to
Who gives
force
a
people to
fuck?
vote.
That's your excuse for
why
getting crushed?
I was picking up on jokes. That's the reason I tried picking up on
Should I
jokes.
treat you differently because you're
No,
on the
I didn't.
spectrum?
No, I never said that, sir. I never said treat me differently.
Why would you say
Did
that?
I
Like,
ever
it'd be
say
like,
that?
it'd be like me saying, well, I have
Why-
doubt.
well,
Sorry that I'm a little ornery here. I have doubt.
No,
What the
no,
fuck
I
does that
didn't-
have to do with shit?
No,
You're getting your
you
ass kicked.
said
I
why
don't give a
did I
fuck about your
pick up on
disability.
jokes?
I know plenty of people that are on the spectrum. They're not fucking idiots.
I got a
Yeah, but
disability.
just because you can't pick up on jokes doesn't make you an idiot either.
Well, okay.
Aw,
I
damn.
guess your ailment means that you can't pick up on jokes. Would you like to say a fat joke or something? You want me to give you some jokes at my expense?
I don't really
Get you
do
back-
well with jokes. so-
Damn, this
You
went
don't do
dark.
well with jokes.
No,
You're
I
not doing well with
don't,
debates
actually.
either. So,
What?
so I said you're not doing well with debates. I guess we'll go a little further. We'll try to get it back in the realm of debate. Why do you think that all men who owned land should mandatorily have to vote? Why do you believe that?
Because they have skin in the game and they should be able to vote, because if they don't vote, they also can't say nothing against the government if they don't vote. So why?
But you just said they should be able to vote. No one's disagreeing with that. You're saying they should have to vote.
They should have to vote. Yeah.
Why?
Because they have to vote to make sure the government's right.
Okay, but what if
And
they
if
say
they don't vote, they can't say nothing about the government when it's all fucked up. I mean, that's
So your argument is that'll shut them up because now they can't complain about the government if they don't vote. Therefore, they should have to vote. That's your reasoning.
Yeah, they can't complain about nothing. The government went the way they wanted it to go because they made a vote. And they should have to vote.
If someone owns land, but they have like a sub 70 IQ and they're just objectively an idiot, should we want that person voting?
Yeah. As long
they're
as we
objectively
make sure
idiot.
we promise to
They're
give them
like
free
sub
stuff.
70 IQ, they're a fucking idiot, right? But they inherit land from their father, so now they're a male landowner. Why should we want that person to vote? And they don't want to vote. They're like, I'm an idiot.
I know
don't
what my
wanna
brother
vote.
would
And
say.
you're like,
He
no,
would
you
say
should
we
have
need an
to.
IQ
Even though
test
they're
too.
stupid. Why
And
should
a
they
civics
have
test.
to vote?
Would they have something to offer as far as voting? I mean, you have to have something.
I would rather dumb people not vote.
That got spicy there.
I mean, they'd have to have something to offer towards voting, right? I mean,
James,
they
I
can't be a complete idiot.
I have all kinds of disabilities. You can't use disabilities as
They
a
can't be a complete
excuse.
idiot. Come on.
Well,
No one's a
British,
complete
I'm
idiot.
British. I've got the biggest disability.
Everybody
I'm
has
gonna let it
something
get
to
to
offer.
13 minutes and 30 seconds just to see if we have a solo judge that's a minute behind.
You say you can't be a complete idiot. Are you not performatively disproving that with your very performance in this debate?
He's only like 90% idiot.
You what?
Oh, okay. Fair enough. That's an argument, right? But you understand the point. Like, both your argument is a rejection of the prompt, despite the fact you say you're affirming it. But even if we go through your logic why you would hypothetically affirm it in another situation, there's no good reason that's offered to you why we should want people that are uninformed or unintelligent being forced to have a say in our national politics. I'm just fine with those people having no say.
Well,
no,
couldn't they be informed though if they kept up?
Theoretically, but they're not. If they're not informed, why should we force them to vote?
I love when
If
dumb
they're
people
not,
vote.
you're going on if they're not.
What are you talking about? Will you
But
acknowledge
any
that there
world,
are?
Yeah, but any world, in a hypothetical
So are you
world,
going to force everyone to
yeah, but
become
in a
informed
hypothetical
as well?
world where you are making it mandatory, why would they not be informed?
But there's, so you think the mere
Making
act of
it
making it mandatory
mandatory,
would
why
mean
would they
people would
not
go
be
out of their way to be informed? Totally disagree. If they wanted to get informed and they could vote voluntarily, they would already be getting informed and voting.
All right, real quick. Chat, I'm putting the poll in the chat right now, okay? So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Rob Noor on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for James Life Talks on the poll. Get your votes in on the poll right now, chat. I'm resetting that timer, and you have 2 minutes. And everyone from Rob or anyone else's chat that wants to vote, you can all vote too. So get your votes in.
It's tough.
James,
I want to vote for the oppressed, but this Rob guy, I agree with him, but I think my brother likes him, so he's probably a bigot. So I probably wouldn't agree with a lot of the things he says.
In many ways, I could be considered a bigot to lefties.
No, my brother's a bigot, and he likes you, so you're
Oh,
probably
he
you're
sounds like a
probably
cool
on
guy.
that. Yeah, you're probably on that list.
But in
Tell
a
your brother
world,
to hit me up.
though,
He sounds cool.
But in a world where they're forced to vote, though, why wouldn't they be informed, though?
There's no logical sequiturs why that would be the case. In a world where they're allowed to vote, why wouldn't they choose to be informed?
Well, why?
There's
They're allowed to vote, but they're not forced. They're not mandatory.
But there's no reason that being forced to vote would mean that someone has the intellectual capacity to now all of a sudden be intelligent enough to get informed, or has the ability to end their laziness to become informed. Okay, I'll just go punch the card for candidate A.
Yeah,
Fuck it, I'm done.
but we're talking about a hypothetical world, though.
But no, it's not hypothetical in this sense, right? We could both say that under any world, if we change this law, there would clearly still be people that were uninformed and unintelligent. That's inevitable. And so you would still force those people to vote.
What percentage, though, of people, though?
It doesn't matter. Even if I win that it's one person, why should that person be forced to vote?
One person? Over
Yes,
one person?
even if it's one, why would we force that one person?
And then you've got to educate them, James. You've got to then actually give them the knowledge, and then are they going to even take it in? You know, is it just going to go in one ear and come out?
They should have. They all have stake in this game. Really, the ones that are voting.
But they do right now with voluntarily being able to vote, and they choose not to.
Not
be informed.
everybody. Not everybody that's voting right now. I don't think currently has enough stake in the game.
Nonetheless, there are people that do have skin in the game that choose not to get informed and choose not to vote. Why should they be forced?
Well, if they got skin in the game, why wouldn't they want to vote?
We got 2 minutes locked in, 51 votes. Thank you to everyone in the chat who voted on the poll. 51 votes and 72% says that the winner of the 1v1 is Rob Noor. James, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
Well, based tweaker there in the chat. I don't like that comment, but okay. I'll ignore that comment. Never mind. I'm coming back.
Give your outro, James.
You can find me on James Live Talk.
Oh, wait a minute.
You're back. You're back.
Yeah, I'm back. That was my point. I'm coming back.
I don't think so.
Before you could even have your soul taken, it was bought back by Cat. Welcome back, James.
Good.
Me back.
More
Now
time
you
for me to bring him to
continue
the
to fight.
anarcho-commie side.
I'm surprised Cat brought me back when I'm speaking against women voting.
Well, she felt bad for subjecting you to that torture for so long.
James, I enjoyed it. I really did. I hope you don't have hard feelings.
Because obviously,
I don't
do
take this
more
so
often,
serious,
you should
Rob.
debate more often. If it's not what you already do, you know what I mean? You should really think of like doing this a bit more often, Rob. You know, you seem quite good at it there.
Oh, thank you. I enjoy it thoroughly. I actually do debate a lot online.
I
This is
know
my
that
first
you
time
have,
doing this.
don't you? I know you debate a lot.
Oh, that's Bricky. Okay, yeah, okay. I was looking at the top name. I didn't recognize. Yes, I should do it more.
Don't I know you from somewhere, Rob?
Yeah, I'm that handsome guy you see wrecking all those lefties all over.
Good
the
one,
place.
James. Good one, James.
I know him from somewhere else.
I thought you didn't do jokes, James.
That wasn't a joke. That was me being serious.
Yeah, I debate a little online.
Oh, you don't want to vote. Okay,
Cat says, I don't
okay.
want my
Fair
vote,
enough.
to be
You
fair.
don't want to vote. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh, and we got another fighter to bring to the stage. Evan
What's up, fart
O'Brien.
knockers?
Welcome.
Evan.
Oh.
Where you been?
What's
Going
up,
blind.
Evan?
So
Going blind.
You know what causes that?
no, just going blind. So it's like it's hard to do this when you can't see well. So
I was told by somebody that you 24-hour live stream your living room. I don't think that's a good idea, Evan.
Actually,
Why's
guys,
that?
living room, it's
Live
room,
streaming
but
your house 24 hours a day, just camera on, streaming.
we're talking about mask guy here. All right, yeah. Well,
If that room that he's in right now is his living room, then
Evan, if you can use his correct pronouns, he's got his badge on. Jason, show them your badge.
oh, he's got a badge on.
I
Okay.
identify as a he/him. I just want to show solidarity with the they/thems.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lord.
Your character shtick is gay. Sorry, no offense.
Ask me about my pronouns.
I don't care.
What was that?
That's kind of the point, dumbass. But okay. okay, dumbass.
Hold these two horses while I count them, please.
I understand why you're doing it. You freaking ironic turd burglar. Get over it.
I'm a peacekeeper. Okay.
Yeah.
You're a knob jockey.
Sure why
That's what
Jason
you
You're
are.
just
found
running
a
irony,
yellow
and it's
vest,
not that
bro.
funny.
Why
I go
is
fully
Jason wearing a
armed to
yellow vest?
protests.
Yeah.
What with your
Sure
inhaler
you do.
and a spare mask?
Well, those two.
Nice.
And I'm surprised Jason's a smoker though.
Just wanted to, because I know
Yeah, he's a dick
James
smoker.
was on the side of making voting mandatory, but I thought there was other people that were on this side as well.
There was, because I
Or
was
did
fighting
you guys
everyone
get
before Rob
scared
jumped
because
on.
Rob came up?
I'm sure somebody else.
No, it should not be mandatory, and we should increase eligibility. There should be more eligible voters. We like when the women vote. We like when the immigrants vote.
How many more do you get? Are we gonna let dogs vote?
If we're gonna have a system where we're voting, then everybody should be voting. It should be. I think we should even reduce the age.
Did you just make a slippery slope election argument?
I did a
Yeah,
joke.
make it 5 years old. Why not? They're in kindergarten, right?
I mean,
he's thinking about it. He's thinking.
I could be convinced.
Yeah.
Why? Why could you be convinced? Are you serious? You're arguing that 5-year-olds perhaps should be able to vote? Why not infants?
Sure.
Well, they
Rob,
count
if
as
you're
a
not privy
person.
to this is JS's younger brother.
They
right?
need to have some sort of agency. So like a certain age when they have agency, maybe 24 when their frontal cortex is completely formed and they can make decisions. Right then, everybody can vote. If you're in America,
okay.
you
Rob, I'm
vote,
obviously
but it's
being
not
facetious.
mandatory.
I'm not being serious.
I got
I'm
you.
being facetious.
But JB Urban Adventures. I can't tell. I think you're being ironic.
It's
Jay-
Urban Adventures.
Yeah.
No. My name's
He's
Jaysen
playing
Starfire.
Jaysen, though, tonight. He's not JS. He's Jaysen tonight, though.
So let's play the game and assume you're a rabid lefty here, and you're not just trolling. So now you're
he's trolling.
He's trolling.
Okay. Does anyone want to defend? Because I've talked to lefties that believe this shit, that infants should be able to vote. You have to explain to them that, like.
Well, the problem would be
They
only
think
problem
that
is.
infants should be able to choose their sex.
And first
so,
off, you guys need to stop undermining my identity. I am Jaysen
That's true.
Starfire. I'm a real person, okay?
Well, we're not undermining your identity.
Yes, we know
It
who you
ain't
are.
your
You're just
identity.
trolling tonight, bro.
How can we
Yeah.
undermine something that isn't yours?
Anyway, infants can't pick up a pen and sign their name. So that's why infants. The reason infants can't vote is because they can't actually physically lift a pen to sign the card. But once they can, what would that age be?
That's what I just said. 5 years old, right?
The irony being that's actually a good argument, right? Because as long as the laws are on the book that says that no other person can vote for you, one of the easiest arguments to be made would be we should throw in jail any parents of infants that vote because clearly they've tampered with the ballot, right?
Yeah.
Which is illegal. But yes, lefties believe such nonsense.
Well, in our
Even
current system, I would
James-
say as soon as we start taxing them. So
Even
if
who?
an 8-year-old
Even
if an
who?
8-year-old
Who's
buys a
that?
candy
Who's
bar and they
that?
pay a sales tax, no taxation without representation, why can't that 8-year-old vote?
Because, right? They don't have the agency, they don't have the intelligence. We must have some sort of breakup. The same reasons we don't leave 8-year-olds decide to do all kinds of things, such as
Well, with that
driving
argument,
vehicles
then
or
the age should be
have consent.
24, not 18.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Somebody changed JS's name to Mass
So what about
Dick.
in that sense in JS? Are you saying that
Okay.
people shouldn't be
Well,
allowed
I'm
children
fine
until
with
they're
24, but can illegal immigrants who are here can they vote?
No.
Why not?
Because
Whoa. What is an illegal immigrant? What is
They're
that?
here. They get due
You
process.
mean illegal
They
alien?
pay sales taxes if they buy something. If they buy a snack,
Just because they walked here doesn't make them an immigrant. They're still
they have to
just
pay
illegal
taxes at the taco truck. So why can't they participate in our system?
Because paying taxes is all that's justified to be able to vote. The problem with our immigration system or our government in general is that a bunch of fucking globalists that want a one world sort of government have eroded national identity because they see the working class in places like the United States as the biggest impediment to them achieving their goals. And so one of the easiest ways to erode national identity is to have people that aren't connected to this country have things like access to a vote so they can vote for all sorts of bullshit. You know, your boy
Well, what are the requirements?
Mamadi, that right now wins the Democrat primary for New York for the mayor. Like that dude's posting out as soon as he gets here. Like we should get rid of the Second Amendment. We should defund the police. We should tear down monuments to Christopher Columbus. Fuck all that. Go back to your country.
That
How about
guy's awesome.
Yeah, sure, he's something.
Well, here, let me bring up my next prompt and see where you guys go with it here. The
I wish I lived close to you. Punch
decentralization
you in
of
your face.
power. So the prompt is the decentralization of power is better than centralized authority.
I'll argue either
Isn't
side
that
of
a
this.
semantically null sentence?
Yes.
Decentralization of power is better than centralized authority. I don't know that. Yeah.
It's not necessarily nullified sense. You could say that
No.
power is sort of access to make decisions.
So is the question basically like that power
was just
corrupts
using
and that
synonyms
absolute
not to
power
sound
corrupts
redundant, though,
absolutely?
like-
Is
I
that
had
what
to
we're
switch to
saying?
that name change a little bit. It wouldn't let me send it any other way.
I would think it would be something akin to like a federalism argument, that we're better off having power closer to the people, right, as opposed to a
Right.
centralized government, right? So you could say, oh, it'd be better for your
So
state
statism
governments-
versus federalism. Okay, all right.
Sure,
Okay,
but you could extend it out beyond just that and to just say a general principle that instead of having like the most centralized authority would be like fascism or monarchy, one person making the decision. Instead, we should spread that power
Yeah, but
out to
even
more
monarchies
people.
have parliament, so it's like that. It's still
Well-
like they still have a.
Yes, correct, right? It depends on what form of monarchy you're looking at. But like, say
Yeah.
a direct authoritarian, one guy gets total carte blanche to make all decisions. That would be the most centralized authority, and
Okay.
the
All right.
biggest
That would be a
example of
nightmare.
Right. Well, it depends.
JS, shut.
It is my belief.
I had to censor it a
that
little bit. It won't let me send it any other way.
probably the best form of government would be an absolute authoritarian. Right, one person making the decisions. If that person was benevolent and incredibly competent, right? The problem is the worst form of government is also going to be an authoritarian leader, right? And so decentralization of power is about hedging your bets, right? You want some form of decentralization because ultimately what happens is, as we have these hierarchies and these people that are in this centralized government or centralized power structures that continue to exist over and over and over again, it's no longer the competent or benevolent people that are at the top. Now all of a sudden you have people through nepotism, through all sorts of other means that end up at these centralized roles, and that's how we have the system of government we currently have, where no one's happy. Like, what's the fucking approval rating of the Democratic Party right now? Even
Well, and not
those-
only that, you got to look at the fact that the president only gets what 8 years, and for some reason, Bernie Sanders can be working for 40 years,
Not if you just
and the
turns
government
into
makes
the
zero
dictator and
sense.
tells everyone to fuck
What's
off.
the approval rating of the government period right now? The approval rating of the government period is not so good.
I think if we had more people flowing through, I think we'd have a lot better of a system. But obviously,
we
it's already been
would.
corrupted, like I said. So it's been absolutely corrupted. So
yeah,
But which
it's an
side? Like
interesting-
I'm one of those people who agrees that not one side of that argument really has the edge, and there has to be a mix. But which side do we have to lean that has the 51%? Because I believe centralized authority has to be the 51%.
The side I want to be on should have.
Whoa, hang on. Bricky started talking. What were you saying, Effigy? I want to hear that again.
I fall on the side that I think centralized authority has to have at least the slight edge over decentralized because of the abuses that we have seen in our own history, right?
Right.
You can't.
When term limits so help this, at least in America.
Here's the thing, why I don't agree with you on the term limit thing. To me,
Okay.
as far as Congress is concerned, those people don't have the ability to centralize power like a president can. So a president needs a hard limit. The voters are
Right,
supposed
but it's
to
not a
always
pyramid
be
scheme,
your
right?
term limit.
It sort of goes down up. So the greatest way to change a country is from the inside out, not down.
Who has a greater ability to change the country, though, a president or a single congressperson?
Well, it kind of depends, right?
No,
Doesn't
it
it?
doesn't. No.
So
It's
you
a very
think that the
clear-cut answer?
Neither. The actual power. The problem is, yes, Congress.
Presidents can do executive orders. A congressman can't do really anything by themselves.
Well, that's
right?
but it's because Congress has abdicated so much of their authority to allow the executive. But the problem is, it's a
I agree.
misnomer to think that the presidents have all this power. The real power in Washington is in the executive branch. It's in the unelected bureaucrats.
Yeah,
That's the
I think so
problem.
too. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
The real power should be the Congress, right? Do we all agree with that?
The real power should be the
Technically,
people.
The executive orders can be overturned when the next
Effigy, I
president
totally
comes
agree
in.
actually with you right now.
Executive orders don't have to continuously be forever.
Half the problems in the country right now is that Congress has basically stopped doing their jobs and just want to get a paycheck and eat lunches.
Yes. No, you're absolutely correct. Yeah.
That's most of the
Congress
problem.
and the Senate has done nothing. I mean,
The problem
what
is,
have they
you're
done?
right. You're right. The misnomer that people say is that the president has too much power. He doesn't. The problem is the president also has abdicated his power, and even if it's unwillingly, look at Chuck Schumer. When Chuck Schumer comes out once Trump wins in 2016, but before he's sworn in, and says Trump can't criticize the FBI because they'll find 6 ways of Sunday getting back here. Think about what that means for a second. That is the leader of the opposition party saying we are all scared shitless that the president can't criticize the executive agents beneath him. He can't do it because that is where the real power lies. So to answer the question of this prompt, I would say, well, it depends. If we're talking about this philosophically,
that's decentralization, right? Would you think that? Would you consider bureaucracy decentralization, not centralization?
Well, not
because if you destroyed bureaucracy, it would
No.
centralize the power in one person, right?
No, not at all. If we destroy,
not?
I don't think so either. Yeah.
If we've delegated decisions to a ton of people and then we get rid of those people and that power comes back to one person, how is that not centralizing power?
Well, that's why we're a constitutional republic, right? Like a constitution representative republic. Like we have representatives to represent us, and if you just have a bunch of bureaucrats that aren't represented by us, this is what's happening.
Well, let's
no,
do it like
but
a lion would.
that's
like
part
a
of presidential
tiger lion
powers.
would.
That's been delegated by the Supreme Court forever. They have the ability to delegate
Yeah,
power.
sure. I didn't say he didn't. I'm just saying that bureaucracy shouldn't be.
So let me go off what Evan's saying here, right? The reason
Really quick, make point.
Centralized
Do
power
you guys
doesn't
agree that
mean
one
necessary-
person cannot do every job? The president can't make every decision.
Well, yes,
like
that's
he's
true.
just a human being with 24 hours.
I don't think he can. No, I don't think he can.
But
right. So there has to be some bureaucracy, right?
Yes, but it's irrelevant to the grander point that you're trying to make, right? You're trying to claim that this proves that eliminating this bureaucracy would be a centralization of power. That's untrue. We've already talked about the branch of government that's closest to the people through an elected republic that's accountable to the people would be Congress. But they've abdicated their responsibility to unelected bureaucrats. So centralized authority doesn't mean just authority in one person. It is currently centralized in a bunch of people that are unaccountable to the American people. To decentralize it would be to give the people more of a voice, even if that voice was only in the form of 535 people that are elected members of Congress. That would still be more decentralized because those people have some sort of voice where they can hold the people accountable. We can't hold the unelected bureaucrats accountable as it stands now.
The Congress people will be there after the president is gone.
You've got a massive set of laws.
The president leaves every 4 or 8 years, one of the two. The Congress people remain there, so they don't really care. You know what I'm saying? They have no long term.
That's why I always advocate to say, term limits for everyone, not just the president.
For everyone, yeah. That's what. Yeah, exactly.
Their constituents, right? And voting should always be your term limit, right? Like for all of us pissing on
are you saying
these
that the
people who have been here
president should not
40
have a term
years,
limit?
you go tell those constituents that they don't have the right to vote that person.
Should the president have a term limit?
Yes, I explained why the president should have a term limit. He has the ability to consolidate power in a way that no other position in the government has.
Brocat Scrub. Well, lower class.
That's a good name.
To the show.
What's going on, guys?
He's so broke he can't pay attention.
Let's
How you
go.
doing?
Emmett, welcome.
Emmett's
to the
here too.
show.
Who's Emmett?
Yeah,
I don't
going
know.
to go.
Hey, you have some name changes speaking.
I like the broke ass scrub. That's good. That's funny.
I did miss a
James has deemed himself the assistant manager.
And,
It's like part of my favorite song.
Hey, while I was looking at it, did you ever change my name and mute me when I came in?
I changed your name when you came on. There was a mute for you too.
Yeah, it was a mute by Josh when I came on.
Okay, well.
Well, just shut up then.
Let me go back and find that then.
Well, since you asked for it, you probably want to get it.
What an honorable man you are, James.
What they paid
What an honorable man you are.
What they paid for, you know?
I do have a 1v1 as well, so if we can just get everybody else
Lord
into the back.
You dick.
Oh shit! And look at that.
Genuinely do.
Another 1v1.
Oh, here we go.
Effigy versus Evans. Let's get everyone else into the back here.
I gotta pee.
And we got a 1v1 with Effigy and Evan.
I'll be right back.
And I think you guys were already on the opposite sides here.
I'm not doing Jaysen justice tonight. I need to battle Rob.
So what we can do is just continue on.
I mean, not wholly, but yes, enough to
People don't take it seriously. They can't interact.
Right. And I'm sure
hey, shout out BBB.
it will get more into it once
sent me money.
since
My
you
brother
guys have
said
the
I could keep all the
1v1
money
here.
I make tonight.
And because it was
I'm gonna
50,
spend it on new
chat, we're
poster
starting
boards for
at
protest
6
signs.
minutes. Okay, it is 10 to add on a minute, 60 if you want to solo judge the 1v1. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Effigy, it always seems to be you and me, man. I don't understand.
All right.
All right, dog. So like I was saying, so you were saying that because that the Congress and the Senate, or I guess what would that be? You have the
House and Senate.
Judicial. You have the why is my brain farting right now? What the hell? Executive, and then you have the legislative branch. So you're saying because because you can do executive orders, basically, that means that the legislative branch that's why they're allowed to have
well, do you agree that the
non-term
president has
limits?
more power than the most powerful
Sure.
congressman, like a senator? So,
but if
that
we got
power,
rid
presidents
of...
have the ability, and I think you would agree, like you could point to someone that you didn't like in our history, say like most likely, probably you would say like FDR, a president who was there too long and consolidated power over his time. Like a lot of people make this argument, you might not, but
no, I'd go all the way back to. I think the only good president we had is George Washington, but that's just my.
Would you agree that they have an ability to consolidate power more than any single congressman? Like
I mean, but that's why you have the legislative and the judicial, right? So if you pass some sort of executive order, it can still be stopped by local federal courts.
Sure,
like
I agree with checks and balances, but we agree that presidents can break checks and balances, can break the law. They've done it before in the past, right?
Can you give me an example, and then I can agree? I don't have an example, so
like easy things in history, like breaking presidential records laws. Like we have laws that say we need, because what you do is public, we get to know everything you do, and like Nixon was in trouble for that. Just anything that we put limits on, they have the ability to push further against, and even sometimes get changed in ways that just a sitting congressman can't. And because they can consolidate that power, they can always do things that will help them either retain power or increase it over time and help their own people. Because of this,
who's retaining power?
Even from the top of the country, we had people arguing in our Congress that they wanted a king, right? We know that people in our Congress originally, when the country was founded,
absolutely,
some of them wanted a king.
Wasn't Jefferson one of the ones
just
to talk about it?
comparing the position to that king shows that it has the ability to have that kind of power. No one agrees that a congressman can. That reason is why we have these hard limits on those things.
Why we have that's why we have the three branches.
Sure, we have three branches for checks and balances and all those other things. But
and even monarchies, I mean, look at England itself. Right, got a king and a queen,
power.
But the parliament still runs most of everything. It's not just a stated thing by the king or the queen.
Do you agree that the more power you have, the more rules you should have on you? Like a city councilman has less responsibility and rules
I'm not
on them
going to agree
than,
to
say,
that,
like
but
a
I will say this,
congressman
like I said earlier,
You don't think so?
I'm not going to agree to that, but what I will say is this, hang on. I will say that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I will say that.
Then you agree. Then there should be
I don't agree, though, in exactly what you're
that's
saying.
That's the top limit of power in the United States. And if you believe what you just said, then you would want a hard limit so that someone
Absolute
can't
power
retain
does not
that position
corrupt
for an
absolutely.
extended
And I want a
period of time.
hard limit at the same time on
Not if we have a good
Congress
commie
and
in
the Senate.
office.
These people sometimes are in there for 40 plus years.
Sure.
I mean, look at Joe Biden in and of himself. What was it for? I think it was a 45-year career, and then he became president. It's like we have too much of the this. I don't even know what to call it. This it's not even nepotism because.
But what would you say, Evan? What would you say to the people in that district who intentionally and willfully elected that person, that congressman, every 2 years?
So are you literally telling me that fake voting doesn't happen?
Are you arguing that every person that's been in Congress for 40 years is?
Did I ever say that?
That's not what I. Well, you're arguing
I'm not
fake
saying
voting.
that. What I'm arguing is the fact that there's things that happen that are corrupt inside of voting just for a congressman or a senate.
No,
just like the president.
Regardless of
correct?
the conspiracy theories that all the right wingers believe, we have incredibly secure voting in this country.
What are you talking about? I don't
You're
have
saying
any
fake voting. You're talking about fake voting and saying that people are getting elected through not real voting. Essentially,
I'm saying that. Yeah, I'm saying that people do. Is there not? Are you okay? You're telling me there's no corruption in voting. Is that what you're saying?
If you
Let's
look
check
at the
in on
cases
Rob's
of people who,
channel
over
and
the
see
last
I
if he
asked you a
decades,
question,
who
yes
I
or
am
no.
answering it.
I
I
wonder
am
if
Is
he's
answering
gonna
it right
hang
now.
out
You're
through
not.
the,
You're
1v1.
freaking.
No,
You're not.
the answer
Answer the
is
question, yes or
yes,
no.
but it's small.
That's not. It's yes or no, not yes, but it's small.
Yes, the amount
it's
of
like
voting.
yes, there's corruption.
No, there is voting
right?
fraud, sure, but it's minuscule.
And
It's
can
really
you
small.
prove
it's
there's
never.
corruption?
No, there is
yes,
voting
because
fraud, sure, but it's minuscule. We know how
And-
much
and-
it happens.
and
It's
can you
really
prove
small.
that?
It's never.
Who have we
Yes, because
convicted?
we've got. Well, we
Trying to
definitely
see if
convicted a bunch
Rob's
of right wingers
commenting
in the
on it.
last few elections who were trying to vote 2 times or 3 times for Trump. So.
Okay. What? So can you give me like an example? Not just
Right
saying
off the top
definite
of my
right
head,
wingers.
no, I'd have to look it up the specific names.
And also,
of people,
what
but there
the
were
hell
people
is a
committed
right
fraud.
winger, by the way?
Are you just asking rhetorical questions now?
Nope. I just absolutely want to know what a
Well, Evan,
right
considering
winger
I've
is.
been in debates with you like at least a dozen times and we've talked about right and left wing constantly, it seems to be a
I
rhetorical
don't
question.
ever talk about right or left wing ever.
Well, I didn't say you do. I just did. And I think you know what that phrase means, so I think you're just
How
kind of
come
wasting time
Rob's
at
chat
this point.
is showing
Okay, so,
name
so back to
changes
the
I think
original
I'm
point.
wasting time. I
Centralization,
just want to know what it was, but
decentralization.
sure. Cool.
So back
I
to the
don't know
original
what that is.
point.
Maybe he's-
Centralization,
I don't know what a left
decentralization.
winger is. I don't know what a right winger
Cool.
is.
Let's
It's
actually
like, I
get
don't.
back
Oh, I
to the
broke
point of the
character.
debate and let's
Sure.
skip that
Yeah.
stupid argument. So
Yeah.
decentralization, centralization. You're for decentralization, right?
I think that there can be a balance for sure.
Which one would you lean heavier on?
I would say that if you get rid of bureaucracy, you're not going to have a centralized government. You're going to have what the founding fathers gave us, which would be a representative republic with a constitution behind it.
Sure,
That's
but
what it would be.
Do
It
you
wouldn't
agree
just
that
be
there's a difference in the
bureaucracy.
country pre-Civil War and post-Civil War?
Do I think there's a difference?
Did you think there is a difference in the United States of America pre-Civil War and post-Civil War?
I mean, how pre-Civil War are we talking?
I think Rob went to a different
Immediately preceding the fucking Civil War. Evan.
Okay, so you're saying it immediately after this? Yeah. Okay. I mean, yes and no.
Come on,
I
states'
think
rights.
that-
It's the main like argument for decentralization, centralization in America, right? States' rights versus federalists.
Well, I wouldn't have had a war though. Like if we're talking about that, like if we're gonna go to the Civil War,
Okay,
I'm
cool.
not gonna have that
So,
conversation with you.
You have a situation where under the Constitution, we're all supposed to have equal rights. You have some of the states in your country who are not only violating grossly an entire amount of people's rights, but they have courts and legislatures who are allowing
That's for
it to happen.
BBB.
And in
I forgot
many
to put
cases,
the thing.
presidents. How,
So are we now arguing like
how do we figure that?
statism and
If we get to a
federalism?
point,
Is that what we're
where-
doing?
Yes, that's decentralization versus centralization in America. That's
Right,
the main.
but not
primary argument.
absolutely though. That's the thing. You're going like it's like some sort of listen, I'm not a nuance guy, but I think
Obviously.
with I think with fuck you, Evan-G.
Sorry, you left it wide open. Sorry.
No, I know. I think with
how would a decentralized
destroying
system
bureaucracy
like
as a whole.
pre-Civil War America in slavery, if some of the states just said "fuck you," no.
Yeah, why not?
So would they just not end it because you want decentralization?
No, I just think that we could have ended it. Okay, I'm sorry. Are you?
Do you not agree that a centralized authority would be necessary to tell some states that they're fucking with citizens' rights?
I'll let it get to 9 minutes and 30 seconds. See if we have a solo judge.
Again, I think federalism is more important than statism. I really
Evan,
do.
you
I don't
just
think
let the
that-
right side
so you're
down
changing
there.
your
How
side?
the
Okay,
fuck
cool,
you
and I
got
win by
whipped
default.
like that?
How do you win by default? That's I just already said 1,000 times. You take the bureaucracy out of the thing, and then there's no. It is centralized or decentralized, right? Because you take it out of. You got to take bureaucracy out of the whole thing. You can't have people who are unelected, and I understand that we elected the person, right?
I feel that
That's
the
picking-
bureaucracy argument is usually an argument for decentralizing, centralizing executive power itself, like by itself.
It's,
right.
but we have 3 branches of government. I
But
already
I'm
said that
talking
like
about,
5 times.
Entire government.
But we already have 3. Okay. What
How
are the
would-
3
how would-
branches of government?
How would getting rid of the bureaucracy have ended slavery when half the states didn't want to do it? How would it have ended?
What do you mean?
the
Because we
bureaucracy
could
doing
have.
that?
What are you talking about? We
Well, the
could have
bureaucracy
gotten in
didn't exist in
conversations.
the same way that it does today back then. That's like a non-argument.
What is that?
I said the bureaucracy didn't exist the same way it does today back then. He was talking about how would
It
that
doesn't. It didn't exist.
He's the one that used bureaucracy
It
as a
didn't
counter
exist
argument
the
to my
way
hypothetical
it,
or
did,
to my
it does
example.
today.
Okay, just because it didn't exist the way that it does today doesn't mean it didn't exist.
Real quick.
Say that it didn't exist.
Real quick, hold up, real quick. Chat, I'm putting the poll in right now, okay? If you guys want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Evan O'Brien on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Animated Effigy on the poll. Get your votes in, chat. You have 2 minutes, and I'm starting the timer up now.
Do I have an echo, or is it just my ears are going bad too?
Somebody's been echoing all night.
Your ears.
Okay.
Your ears.
It's me.
Oh, I'm not hearing an echo, so I don't know.
Okay, cool.
It's definitely not
Your ears. I have.
Effigy, if I may,
I have owl hearing.
Yeah, what's
if
up,
I
bro?
may, Effigy, like I think that the problem you're going to have sort of a threshold argument. If you're against term limits for Congress, but for them for president, and your only articulation is, well, that's because the president has more of an ability to consolidate power, you're still going to fall victim to a threshold argument. Like even if an individual senator can't consolidate power as much as a president, over the scale of 40 years, an individual senator can become more powerful than a president that can only be there for 8 years. So why, using your own logic of fear of consolidation of power,
How?
justifies
No,
term limit?
Don't keep going. Like, stop. Like, how is that? How do you mean? How can an individual senator ever become more powerful than a president?
Okay,
Can they
so
do anything by themselves? Can they pass a law by themselves?
So give me a second, right? It's bad form, but if you indulge me, can an
Sorry, go
individual
ahead.
outside of government in our system become more powerful than the president?
Can an individual outside of government?
Correct.
Oh, so
For
you're saying so,
example,
like,
a-
through
for
simply
example, a
accumulating
billionaire.
influence, like, and stuff like
Correct.
that, and
Yes. Right, so a billionaire that actually can buy enough votes, it could, lobby enough people to get whatever agenda he wants passed. Theoretically, could be more powerful than the president, right? Hell, he
sure,
could buy off the president.
I grant that.
I
but
hear
think my
Elon
argument
in the
is more of
background.
an intergovernmental kind of argument.
Okay,
Or
so then the
Soros.
point would be certainly then a Democrat, or I'm sorry, I don't want to use a senator that had been there for many years could have so many connections to so many lobbyists that are controlling the direction of our country that the fact that they've had access to the levers of power in the Senate, for example, could make them more powerful than a sitting president.
Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer,
Correct.
people like that. You know?
I don't know
Yep.
if I still agree with
There's
that.
been a
because
few of those.
I think
And
when
the
you're talking about
debates
that kind of
are so
influence,
very
you're talking
fun.
about
No, we
being
had none,
part of
we had
someone
none.
I
else's
love
leverage of power,
Nancy.
not your own. You're
doesn't
accumulating
matter.
power.
Only the president has mass power. Yeah.
I wish Nancy was my mother sometimes.
So by that accumulation, Rob, as a senator, would that outside government power ever allow them to like order the firing of a nuclear weapon?
Well, what's it matter? They could buy
I
off
think
or
it
exert
really
their.
fucking matters,
They could
right?
exert their influence on the person
Just
that could do
saying.
that.
Power is power, man. You know.
That's right. Power is power. And so if your articulation is that we need to put term limits on some power because it can be consolidated, why wouldn't you make the same argument for someone in the Senate? It seems to me the logically consistent position would be either no term limits for either or term limits for both. I'm for the latter. I think we should have term limits
If
for
those,
both
if those are the
senators
only
and presidents.
choices, then sure, I'd be for term limits for both. If those are
So,
the only choices.
I got to get Rob's
2
channel.
minutes. 2 minutes is locked in. Okay, and in good old Evan versus Effigy fashion.
I know, right?
34
Round
votes,
53 of us.
34 votes, and the chat has decided that it is a 50-50 split.
Yeah.
So, as we know, we are going to go into a tiebreaker
Back in
1v1.
the back room, boys. I've got more
Okay.
Cheetos and Mountain Dew. Right, okay, we've got
We've
refreshments
done this
back
before,
here.
Evan.
Come back here.
Yeah.
Rob,
Bring
you
out the
gotta get
bathtub.
Right,
channel,
Bring-
man.
go up against each other. So we'll put everyone else again into the back here.
We're doing it again. All right.
And all right, so we'll change the topic up here for you guys. Or do you guys want to continue on this one? Do you guys
I
feel
could care less what we do. Yeah.
flesh
I,
this
I,
one
I,
out
yeah.
a little more?
I'm good either
What
way.
do you-
It's
what do
I'll
you think,
I'll leave
Ed?
it up to Effigy what he wants
I
to do.
kind of felt like we went down the whole road on that last one, so I'd only be like
Okay.
hitting the
Yeah,
same.
we'll bring up another one. Let me see here. Where would you both stand on Here's one of the topics for the night. Was the rise of populism is a threat for democracy?
The rise of populism is a threat for democracy. Huh. Interesting.
I mean, I
don't think I
it can go either way. I'm 50-50 on that one. That, like,
yeah,
it
that
depends
same
on
with
the
me.
kind of
I don't.
populism.
Right. I think the same thing.
This is why you guys 50-50 split. What do you
I guarantee you, Effigy and I would have a beard and have a good time.
Oh, this was brought up earlier, but you weren't here, Evan. So maybe you'll have a take opposite of Effigy. The U.S. should stay out of all foreign politics.
That one's a tough one because I don't think I think influencing in a way without military is a good idea, but I don't think that we should be in anything militarily outside of our country unless it comes to our country.
Right. So like should U.S. Be doing any intervention when it comes to
not militarily ever? I don't think. No.
And Effigy, if I remember right, you were on the opposite side of this, right?
We can't stay out of foreign politics.
All right,
Okay,
bam.
yeah,
Let's
cool.
fucking go. So
Got it.
chat, because this is
guys
a
talking about?
tiebreaker, okay? We are going to 6 minutes flat, no added time. You
Echo.
still can solo judge if
Where'd
you
he go?
want, but there's no added time for this one because it is a tiebreaker. And if you guys vote them both to 50-50 again, that means you're deciding
He's in the bedroom
that you
sleeping.
want them both to stay. So just remember that. All
We
right,
have the back hall closed.
fighters. Good luck to both of you.
Make sure that
Let's get it.
temperature doesn't.
All right, Effie, let's
get
hear
out.
what you got to say.
I think in the interconnected world we live in, it's virtually impossible to stay
Should we play some Wukong?
out of the politics of other
We could
countries
try.
because we're so either intertwined with them or adversarial toward them, or we have people or trade routes or all kinds of stuff that we simply have to be involved with them. I
try.
think isolationism in the modern world is suicide.
Okay, so you think that we should involve military in anything that
Well, no,
let's
this
just say we
doesn't
disagree
specifically
with?
say military. It says
Well,
politics. So
where's
we
the,
Sure.
internal workings of another country, not just like militarily. Like that's
But
like
that
the
was
heightened
my
interventionist
that was my
argument.
contention though, was that it's we don't get involved militarily in anything. It's no problem being involved in a God, my freaking brain's not working tonight. So
Does Rob know he can have it where he can talk
in a
to
way
his
where
chat?
it's like you just use words and you talk and
that
go through
nobody
things. So I'm saying that we
I'm
should
looking at
never
Rob's
intervene
screen.
in anything in the world at all.
Yeah, man.
If it
that's
has
crazy.
nothing to do with us.
Well, that's just the
So,
thing.
like, Ukraine is a perfect
because
example.
we're the biggest fucking country in
Ukraine's
the
a
world,
perfect
and because
example.
our tentacles go everywhere.
We're gonna play Wukong.
Almost everything has to do with us, right?
I don't know if I
Because
can
we're
win,
a
but I
global
want to win.
I think there's a
superpower,
lot
like
of
the
hubris in that,
definitionally
dude.
almost no.
I think
It's
there's a lot
just
of hubris in that.
definitionally. Depending on who we trade with, we have treaties with. Like we are involved with every
Well,
country
every
in the world
country
and have
has,
been for a while.
don't most countries
see if it
have
runs all glitchy.
treaties and
So
contracts with
do you
other
not believe in
countries?
treaties at all? Because that's getting involved, right? Like if we
That's a hard one for me because I do and I don't. Like something like NATO, right? Like I'm not a fan of in any way, shape, or form.
So even though like all of the dividends that we've gotten from NATO since World War II,
What are the dividends we've gotten? I mean, our country literally has
a
collapsed
globalized
since World War
world
II.
with trade. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't.
What are you talking about?
I mean, the decades
Everything
after World War
got
II were like
exponentially more expensive since World War II.
oh, well,
Everything.
that's about monetary policy. That's not about.
But you can look at other
dealings with
countries and
other
it's not like
countries,
that.
right?
I mean, you can look at other countries. It's not like that at all in any way, shape, or form.
Also,
Especially
an
countries that
argument
are
can be
involved
made
in
It's only
that-
been 2
that
minutes.
what
It
has
feels
happened
like
to our
it's been
currency
forever.
is one of the reasons why we are.
Well, we're
at
not
the
going to
place
get
we
into
are.
currency. Come on, I understand. Yeah, it's
We
all
can go
fiat.
there,
I get
broken
it.
We're not
It's all
gonna get
fiat.
into
No, we're not
currency.
going to get into that because it's stupid. It has nothing to do with this argument. Yeah, we have fiat currency. I
I don't
understand.
want to stay around
that has,
until 4 a.m.
Okay, can I ask you that question then?
Right.
You're gonna go with
So,
currency and it's fiat.
No, let's not. You're right.
Was
Let's not
it
go down that
NATO?
$1
What, did it
Thank
happen
you so
after
much, as
NATO, or
always.
were we
K2,
fine before that?
Keep on trucking $2.
We're fine with what?
Says
NATO is
James
just
currency, I think.
alliance.
Now that was
no,
for the
I'm-
other
what are we
panel, but I
talking about
respect
here?
it.
Now
Our
you're
gold
you said
back.
we weren't going to the
If you're
currency.
gonna
Now
say-
we are. Can
What's
we get
really
out of the
Nate, I
currency thing?
believe.
Because it's obviously going
$10
to
says, hi, Rob, hi, all. I hate these name
All right,
changes.
so here, like, as far as like not
K2 says,
having to deal with the internal
name change
politics of another
Rob.
country,
Where's
do you
my
believe that we should
Snickers
have
bar?
like
Thank you.
diplomats and
Dean
ambassadors and things
Jacobs
like that to other countries?
Gives 5 memberships. Thank
I think Rob is. Wait, am I back on the panel? I think Rob is dropping out.
I'm gonna say no.
Really?
Hey, and say goodbye.
So like,
and I don't think they should be allowed in our
Damn.
country either.
I got.
So one of the things that we have to do is we have to know
I know
what's
my
going
brother
on,
coulda
right? If
got
we want to
into some
protect our
things.
citizens, our economic
Bro, we live in this
interests,
time where I
politics
can
with
literally ask Alexa right
if
now.
you want to prevent
to
things
answer a
like
question.
terrorism, weapons proliferation, like even international crime, like from reaching us,
Okay.
don't you think
All
we
right,
need to know and
what
affect
about
what's going
the
on
weapons
outside
of
of
mass
us?
destruction in Saudi Arabia? There was none of that.
In Iraq?
Yeah.
I mean, I was against that.
I'm not saying you weren't against it, but look at that. All the intelligence, right? Said, hey, look, there's weapons of mass destruction. Then there was none.
I mean, that was people lying to invade another country. So,
and that's what I'm saying. That's why we shouldn't be interventionists. We should stay away from other countries and get out of that shit.
We shouldn't intervene for our own interests and
in our own interests. Yeah. So, like, okay, here's an example.
Because
okay,
of those bad things that we
Effigy,
could
can I have just like
do.
30 seconds to have a thing? So, like,
for it.
when Japan came and bombed Pearl Harbor, I think we should have responded. I don't think responding in their country was the best idea in the world, but taking them out in our own country, I think was a good idea.
You mean putting them in
someone
camps?
Bombed our country. You don't think
Internment
we should have
camps?
bombed their country.
I
we shouldn't
really
have
don't.
bombed
The
them?
way no, I don't. I
So
actually
you
don't.
don't ever want to punch back. You only want to like
Respond.
defensively,
I want to
like,
respond to everything. I don't. Yeah, I want to respond to things. I don't want to go over the top. They bombed our,
Isn't that the
our
opposite
Pearl
of what he
Harbor,
just said?
and we went with a hydrogen
to
bomb
me,
to their country.
Evan, though, it sounds like the end result of that thinking is you want to live in someone else's world. The end result of your thinking, you would live in China's world.
No. What does that mean? In someone else's world. What does that mean?
In someone else's world. Someone else.
Sure.
If America doesn't do the things that America's done since World War II, you live in someone else's world. Right now, we live in America's world.
No,
so if
we
you don't
live
do
in
that,
America's world, though. Do you understand that we're controlled by like, where does all of our medicine come from? It comes from China. Like where does all of our oil come from? Because other countries.
because
We're not living in our own world,
right? Yeah, because we went and got it. We wanted things and we went and got it, and we made trade
But
routes
we
to
can
get it.
do it
And
in
then we
our own
protected the
world,
trade
dude.
routes,
What are you
and everybody
talking
pays us to go
We
down
can
our
do
trade routes.
everything,
Like,
but
we've
we're
done all
still
that.
we're still
Would you
going.
want to pay a fee to China for every like ship you have to ship across their ocean because they're
I think
controlling
we
it
can do it
international
ourselves.
waters?
I don't
you
think
want to
we
stay at your
need other
country.
countries.
You
I don't
would
think we need other countries.
if you weren't controlling the international waters, right? You would have to like pay someone else because they would be controlling them, right?
What are you? Okay. So that's your whole argument. Is that yes?
Well, no.
of
If
course.
you shrink America back just to America,
Are you
like I
saying
said, it
police
becomes
should be
someone
deleted?
else's
Like
world.
I'm confused. Yes, policing our nation is a good idea. I'm saying intervening in other things that are going on in other countries is not up to us.
So, all right, chat. I'm putting the poll in once again here. Okay, this is the tiebreaker. So once again, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Evan O'Brien on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Animated Effigy on the poll. Chat, get your votes in now. You have 2 minutes.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying stay out of other people's business. We deal with our own. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm
but I
guessing my
think
mute's
before
done.
Evan, look, Evan, take this for
Yeah.
the hypothetical. What if your
Yeah.
next door neighbour was
My
doing
mute's
something
done, right,
good
Steve?
and, you know, and
James,
seen if his
he's
son
talking,
and
shut
his
up.
wife, and you knew what was happening? Would you
You're
just
good,
neck out
James.
of it, or would you
Okay.
step in?
Sorry, start over again, Brick. I'm sorry.
Nah, it doesn't matter. You weren't listening. If you're going deaf as well, I'm not shouting. Okay.
Well, no. He James was talking. He interrupted. I didn't hear the
Yeah,
whole
James
thing.
always fucking talks, right? It's called James like.
Wow.
Well, now I want to hear what you have to say. Goodness gracious.
See what I mean? Listen to this. He's been looking at my butt all night, right? Okay.
What the?
What an asshole.
What?
Okay, awful fast.
So you and James live together? What's going on? I'm confused.
I mean, he's been trying.
No,
He's
we're
been
not.
trying his best.
I don't roll like that.
But I'm telling him, I'm a one-woman man. Okay, so.
One woman.
Go on, Bricky. Say what you saying. Just repeat it.
Doesn't that get boring?
You guys hurt his feelings, right?
I wasn't trying to hurt his feelings. I couldn't hear him because sorry. I'm going deaf and blind.
Too late, Evans. Too late. It's too fucking late, right? Okay.
What is it?
Too late.
Too late. Okay, too late. Sorry. Okay.
I have lots of girlfriends.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, 3.
Swear to God,
Cool.
if you tell us about your girlfriends one more fucking time.
I'm just saying.
The only one that still talks to him is fucking ChatGPT.
Yeah, it's just pissing effigy off tonight.
Hey, listen. I'll say
This
this:
is gonna be
as
the
much
night.
as Effigy and
This
I
is
can
gonna
get
be the night
along,
that I pull out my wallet. Just watch.
I could piss him off real quick. So.
It's always close between you two. Like,
Yeah.
it's always
Look at this. There's a first time for everything, okay?
No
And
fucking way.
38 votes. 2 minutes on the poll locked in, 38 votes, and the chat has decided that both of you get to stay.
What?
You
So there
gotta be
are
kidding.
participation trophies.
You guys are doing that.
If you consider that participation trophies,
Well, they won.
That
Participation.
is the
Wait.
what is your
First
what is your,
fucking time on Verbal Combat. This is 78 weeks we've been doing this. All right. And that's the first time we had 2 people get the tie twice in a row.
Well, you know what? Effigy, it's fun doing it with Effigy because I feel like I do it every time I
that
hop on.
sounded really gay, that as well, Evan. I'm just going to say.
what is your definition of participation trophies, Jason?
All those trophies I have, my trophies.
Shut up, JS. Gosh darn it. A
Well,
participation trophy is somebody who sits in the background,
The
does
fuck?
absolutely nothing, and still gets a trophy. It's like it's
He's
stupid.
playing a character. Play along, Evan.
I know. I can't play along with it. It drives me up a wall.
Hey, Effigy, you said something interesting there. You said
Yes, sir.
that we would be living in a world that wasn't the United States if we didn't have interventionism post-World War II. Do you think the interventionism that we're currently experiencing is the will of the citizens of the United States?
Hell no.
Oh no, not at all. There's plenty of that too.
Okay, so
Yeah.
then hypothetically,
Like,
didn't
I
see
mentioned
what
earlier
the-
before you got here, actually, that like the interventionism from the 50s to the 70s is probably some of the worst shit that we did, even though it correlated with the best economic time in the United States.
So then it would seem that that's counterintuitive to the claims you're making there. Now, granted, I don't remember the exact prompt that you guys were arguing, but it certainly
I don't know
seems...
if it is right. Like we're the primary protector of trade routes across international waters. So
who's we?
United States Navy.
Yeah, but not me, not you, right? Like, if you're saying the argument for global, like for sort of the U.S. being the world police used to be something akin to this. Yes, we will go in, we'll do color revolutions, we'll protect trade routes, etc. And that's good for like, say, General Fruit or something like that. And then, or GM, then they come back to the United States and they create jobs for Americans. That's no longer the truth, right? With this new globalism that we have, our blood, sweat, and tears as citizens of this country goes in the form of younger, poor people that are dying in these conflicts, and our taxation going towards being the world police, but we're no longer getting the benefits. Our manufacturing sector's been hollowed out. The idea of the United States being the world police only makes sense if it benefits the citizens of the United States and if it's being done by competent, benevolent people, and it's not doing any of those 3 things at this point.
So like, is there no room in there for like, say, doing what's right on a global scale? Say like if, you know, a giant war broke out in another part of the world where millions of people are about to get slaughtered and
There's always a hypothetical situation that you could say it would
I'm not
justify
saying
some sort of
hypothetical. I was just
intervention.
describing World War II.
Okay,
I was
right.
just going to say what, like World War II.
But there's differences with World War II. For example, World War II, we were directly attacked. Now, you could be conspiratorial and say it was on purpose. We were goaded into that. But nonetheless, because you are aware of the conspiracy that the claims are that we knew that. But let's take it at face value, right? Like, so a direct attack on the United States.
But we weren't attacked by Germany.
It doesn't matter. We were attacked by their ally, right? So it would justify us getting involved in the war, right? And nonetheless, even aside from that, that's a totally different situation where we can see that it literally resulted on the precipice of who would be the hegemon going forward.
So there's no global situation that you would agree that intervention on the side of like good would be valid?
No, I'm not saying that, right? I'm saying how would we know when that situation would occur? There is a hypothetical claim to be made that the United States should be the world police. However, it should only exist in the 3 criteria I said. 1, which is when it would directly benefit the citizens of the United States. 2nd, it is when competent people are running the show. And 3rd, it's when they're benevolent. I'm sorry, but getting involved after the bombing of Pearl Harbor in World War II to stop an axis that would have sought to have control over the world and negatively affect us in obvious ways going forward is different than us, say, having regime change in Libya because Gaddafi seems like a really bad guy, and now we have open-air slave markets in Libya. There's a huge difference between that, a huge disconnect.
Yeah,
and
I agree with that.
So the problem is the people that are using these claims to justify interventionism, this is sort of an argument that people always make. For example, I'm big in saying that we should never adhere to political violence. The counter to that argument was people will say, so you disagreed with the revolution? You're saying there's never a time when political violence would be justified? Of course, there's a hypothetical, or there have been times in the past. The problem is for every time that it's justified, there are hundreds of thousands of times where people cite that as a reason to use unjustified political violence. So as soon as you say, I guess hypothetically there's a time when interventionism is justified, every single person that's a neocon says, yes, right now we have to bomb Iran. Yes, right now we have to depose Gaddafi. Yes, right now we have to spend 20 years in Afghanistan. And so it becomes this, once you say that there is a hypothetical reason that you could justify some form of military interventionism, it becomes the norm, not the exception. And it should be the opposite, in my opinion. And of course, I'm always right.
I just don't accept that just because I'm for intervention that I'm like taking a maximalist position that all interventions are good.
Agreed. Then my claim was I didn't see the exact prompt.
Yeah, I don't think he said that. Yeah.
Like if the prompt that was being referenced, I didn't see it. But if it said never intervention, then you could say, no, all I have to do is prove that one intervention ever was necessary or justified. And I think you would fall within the confines of that. I'm just saying outside the scope of what that was, I think right now we should be non-interventionist because the situation we're currently in. There are so many domestic problems. It is the poor and working class in this country that always suffer when we're deciding to intervene. And it's being ran by people that don't. Like, for example, do you think for a moment the people that are justifying us sending all these arms and shit to Ukraine, do you think they give a fuck about the people of Ukraine? No,
they don't.
They want the people of Ukraine to be cannon fodder to go against Russia. They don't give a shit if they die to the less man. They don't care. They'll just move on to the next agenda. And yet we're sold this bill of goods that it's all about this moral, well, we have to defend democracy. We have to defend sovereignty. It's all bullshit. So until we get people that we can trust, we should.
I don't think it's all
95% bullshit.
Okay, explain where it's not bullshit. Yeah, I mean, and like he just said, he said 95%. So where's the 5%?
Well, because a lot of people, especially in those countries, remember what it was like to be under Soviet rule, right? They remember what it was like, and they have a country of their own now, and international law is violated, and we know what the right thing to do is, right?
So don't they have a bunch of people around them that they can help out with this? Like, why are we helping them?
Well, everybody's helping them, right?
Well, that's not true. It's certainly not everyone's.
Well, if you want to know why we keep helping people, it's mostly because we have an enormous defense industry who loves to sell weapons.
That's right.
Except the ones attacking.
The problem is this. The problem is this, like, hypothetically, what you're saying is true of, like, the average person that might say we should help Ukraine. My claim is the people that are actually in the positions to send this military hardware, the people in our intel agencies, military industrial complex, they don't give a shit about the well-being. So what you're advocating here is sort of the principle of sovereignty. International law says that Russia violated the sovereignty of the Ukraine. Okay, but the same people that are making those claims in our military industrial complex don't give a fuck about sovereignty. Want to know how I know? Because they don't give a shit about Syria's sovereignty. They don't give a shit at all. They're violating it. So it can't be, oh, these people are standing up for the principle of sovereignty when the very same people, just like that, are willing to violate the principle of sovereignty when it benefits themselves.
Isn't Syria considered a failed state, though?
What doesn't matter?
It doesn't
So
matter,
it's-
yeah.
It's in the eye of the
doesn't matter.
beholder then. So
Yeah.
sovereignty only matters as a principle when you can say that it matters to you, not you individually, but you as the people that are violating the sovereignty.
Bro, this dude right here. Hey, Rob, before you do the fight, sorry, I just gotta say something real quick. You are Rush Limbaugh 2.0, but not that you're actually smarter than he was. So
Speak easy. I need more snacks in his back. I need more snacks in his backstage.
Holy
right?
crap,
Rob ate
bro.
all the fucking Cheetos.
Oh.
You're like blowing me away.
He's ate all the Cheetos.
We have a 4-way battle request here with Rob, Emmett, Effigy, and JS. So let's get everyone else into the back here.
Dude. I subscribe, by the way, to you. Just a heads up.
All right, so
suck that dick right out the door, Evan.
It's not a team battle because Effigy doesn't want to be on a team with me.
Well, let's see the topic and see if we can get a 2 on each side of a topic here. Here, this was brought up earlier, but everyone that's on right now wasn't on. So the prompt of we should abolish jury trials. Is anybody for this?
Nope.
Not really. I don't
Not
have strong
really.
feelings on it. I guess I could argue either side if it's really something that people want.
If I say the town runs them out, then you could just semantically argue that that is a jury trial. So I guess
Oh, Lord.
it's trial
All
by your
right.
peers. It's
How
the
about this
peers that are
one?
gonna put you out of town.
Political campaigns should be financing should be publicly funded.
I'll argue against that.
Sorry,
I do think there should be public financing. Yeah.
I can argue against that, no problem.
Yeah, I can argue against that too.
All right, JS, are you for it?
God damn it.
Well, earlier I said I was against it because I don't want the oligarchy.
Now I know you're lying if you say you're for it.
This is hard. Hold on. Public people should not finance political campaigns.
Okay, so that's 3 against it. You're saying you're against it, right?
Yeah, I'm sticking with it. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Okay. Okay, let me shit. All right. Let me see here. Well, this is one of the prompts for tonight. So maybe this will get a spicy one going. Trump is failing as a president.
Yes.
I could argue no. That's sure.
Just saying that word gets me triggered.
No.
Yes.
I feel like I need a shower and a vaccine.
Effigy's like, I don't want to be on the team. Remember, Effigy, at the end, everyone votes for one person, right? The voting system at the end on the 4-way is still you vote for one person so that a teammate can't drag you down. So, you know, just be better than at least one of the other people. Shit. All right. And also, we have 2 minutes added on. So this is starting at 10 minutes. All right. Chat, if you want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute.
Wait, I'm arguing
60.
Trump bad?
Yes.
My favorite.
Yeah, your favorite. So,
Brandon,
it is 60 to solo judge, 10 to add on a minute. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the 2 lowest on the poll will lose their souls. Fighters, good luck to all 4 of you. Let's get it.
He's destroying our economy with his tariffs. He's making an oligarchy by joining forces with Elon. I know they had a divorce. He's deporting Abuelita and all the workers. It's going to crush our
Leave
economy.
Abuelita's name out your fucking mouth.
He's
start with
deporting
this. How will we
Abuelita.
determine? Oh, all right. So how will we determine whether or not it's a failed president? Would you say that it should be comparative? We should compare him to past administrations, or would you say that they too could have failed and it would still mean that it could be a failed Trump presidency?
Any of them. I think it'd be more apt to say he's a failing president because he still has time left.
Well, sure. Okay, but I think we should use comparative metrics. Like, for example, if we would take like what, the past 7 presidencies we had, I think it would be
He has
difficult to
felonies,
judge.
Rob. He's a
That's
felon.
irrelevant. It's
Yeah,
irrelevant.
that's relevant.
Because it's not relevant to whether or not his administration at
He
this
wa-
point
he
is
was a
failing.
failed administration before he
let's
got
try-
elected. He shouldn't
let's
have
try
even
a
been on the
different
ballot.
tactic. Let's try
I
a
mean,
different tactic,
I know the
JS.
survey of more than 150 historians ranked him as the worst president in American history.
It doesn't matter. That's
don't give a
complete fallacy.
Yeah, I'm not. The appeal to authority means nothing. Those are probably the same people that told us the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, and we needed to trust the experts when they said that we were non-essential and should be locked down. But more fearful than the pandemic was racism, and so we should be out there and protesting that, thereby spreading
that
the
the
disease.
economy was
Let's
going
go
to
to the
collapse.
first argument you said, JS. You said the economy. By what
Oh
metric is
God,
the
please
economy
let's
been
not
ruined?
take JS seriously.
The tariffs have. Do you know how much I paid for this graphics card?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So on the economy, I believe a recent survey said that nearly half
It's
Americans
not
said they
even
had to
that-
change their
it's not
purchasing
even as big of a-
decisions due to the tariff actions.
Well, does that have to do way more with inflation than with the new tariffs in place?
Inflation numbers are far below standards. They're far below the average they were under Joe Biden. Wage growth is up for the first time in 60 years.
Yeah,
What I was-
because
what I
like,
mean
like
by that-
usual, the mess is cleaned up. Like
No,
the
no, no.
last
So
2
you're-
presidents have had to
Well,
clean
that's
up the
'cause we're
mess, and here we
deporting
are.
all the
No, just look
low-wage
at the
workers.
inflation percentage. Look at the inflation rate. It peaked and then it came back down, which was due to the
Yeah.
growth in the money supply, which happened across both of them.
But
happened
again,
across-
But it came back to down to nearly normal levels, and
That's-
now it's starting to trick back up again.
So no doubt there is some blame of Trump administration 1.0 for massive spending. However, the Democrats wanted to spend more and did once Joe Biden was in office, which drove up the inflation even higher.
How about
Policies at this
geopolitically,
point-
But is
Rob?
it ever like an extraordinary claim that Democrats are going to spend money?
How do you
Like, is
think
that
he's
ever,
doing?
like-
How do you think he's
do.
doing
And all of this-
geopolitically?
All of this would be a red
I don't think
herring
you
to
like what
whether
he's
or
doing
not
there.
Trump's current administration is a failed administration. So what
Yeah,
you're
but
saying
the
is that it's
comparisons
not
are always
failing.
not apt because the
Let me,
Democrats are always the one who actually
let me-
take office in the middle of a fucking
Let me
calamity
finish my
every
thought real
single
quick,
time.
and then I promise I'll give you a chance to respond. So what you're saying
Go
is,
ahead.
well, no,
You
it's
were
not
jumping
failed
off the Trump train because he dropped some
Please.
bombs on Iran.
JS, why don't you shove that name that you have there in your mouth, that little penis thing, and leave the men talk here for a second? So what you would be
It's a
saying
straw.
I mean,
is
it's
actually...
true. It's the most Republican thing he's done the whole time, right?
That's true. So what you're saying is that the Trump presidency economically hasn't failed, but only because of the actions of Biden.
I'd say the negative effects that he's done with the tariffs and the bungling of that entire policy, which he's had to pretty much run away from, and now he's running to make deals with everybody.
Why don't we just bring
the
it to
negative
a
effects it
current
had on the
event like
economy.
the issue
I mean,
with
how many
Iran?
people, how many
Rob does
people
not like
single-handedly,
Trump's-
how many people in history have single-handedly, through their words or actions, created a top 10 percentage drop on the stock market?
And yet
like
the
just
stock
by
market,
a policy.
and yet the stock market is higher now than when he entered office. And still,
Right. Do you know why that is, Rob?
Yes.
You know what it is,
Why
Rob? Because
why is that?
he undid all the things that he said he was going to do.
Even if that,
Are
even
we
if
just
I
talking about the
disagree,
current term, or can we talk about the last
Even if
term?
that-
And you know what
was
he's doing again?
horrendous.
He's opening that money printer again. He's
Even if
opening
that
it
was
back up.
true, even if that was true under the status quo, even if you say, oh, it's because he rescinded policies that he had, under the status quo, it's clearly not failing right now. By almost every economic metric, we're doing far better now than we were under Joe Biden. It's
Yeah,
just
if-
your
if it
opinion.
was-
Oh, it's only because he didn't follow through with the promises. However, I would intuit
We're
that
in
his tariff
3
strategy was
wars
to do
instead of
exactly
2
this.
wars.
I don't know. It seems
he
pretty
just
obvious
ended
that
the wars.
the stock market thought that his policies were pretty shit when they dropped that hard, basically to make him
We're in
change them.
3 wars instead of 2 wars. The debt is
that's-
going up.
That it's
He
not.
just
So let's
ended
focus.
the war.
He
Let's focus on
canceled
the economy
USA.
again.
We need DEI in
Well,
Is
Guatemala.
the stock
Focus on
market
the
not part of the economy?
So we'll focus. No, I'm talking about the wars that your partners there are trying to pivot to.
Oh,
right?
well.
If we're focusing
Oh,
on
he
the
doesn't want to
economy,
talk
right,
about the wars because he doesn't think Trump's doing a
happily
very
talk
good
about
job
them as well.
geopolitically.
It's just I can't handle your mush mouth behind that fucking ridiculous mask. Now, back to your actually more intelligent partner here. Right? When we're talking about the economic argument here, we can see that even if it is true that the tariffs possibly led to a decline in the stock market, this was always the strategy: short-term pain for long-term survivability. Do you think that before
So you're saying he
President
intentionally
Trump,
hurt
let
the
me
American
finish.
economy?
Before President Trump, do you think if we would have continued with the status quo, that the economy would have been working out in the next 10 years for blue-collar workers in this country?
Who's status quo?
Like the status quo if we would have had from Biden to Kamala Harris or George W. Bush, those type of presidents. Isn't it true that through the past presidencies, other than Donald Trump, we have seen the manufacturing sector in this country precipitously decline and wage growth decline or remain stagnant and blue collar workers not gain anywhere in this country?
I mean, from what I had seen during Biden's presidency, manufacturing grew, right?
Now, that's not true. What we saw was there were a bunch of job growths. Most of them were in the government sector, and wage growth was stagnant while inflation went through the roof. Blue-collar workers got fucked. Most of the jobs being created were going to government and to people born outside the United
This is a constant thing that right-wingers do.
They need jobs
not
too.
Saying that the guy basically took over during a calamity, right?
It's
This is the exact same thing you guys did to Obama. No, this is the constant thing. You were like, oh, Obama had all these job losses. He's like, yeah, because the day he took office, he was losing 700,000 jobs a fucking month. You know, every single time.
Democrats do is shirk all responsibility by saying that any negative effects that we had under us weren't our fault, and the positive effects under Republicans clearly are our fault. It's nonsensical. Next, you'll be telling me that the reason that the border is secure now is because of the policies of Joe Biden.
He's destroying the climate too. Don't forget that.
Climate should be destroyed. It's fucking garbage. Are you going to tell me that the reason the border's secured now is because of the policies of Joe Biden?
And he's a racist.
No, I don't think the border was ever unsecure. So.
The border was never secure. So how would you define a secure border?
Do you define,
millions of illegals coming across in 4 years?
The most of those millions were asylum seekers who fucking did a legal process, because the only way you can seek asylum is by crossing a border.
The most secure border is no border.
No, that's not the only way.
But that's a legal
have
process, right?
They have a proper way to seek asylum.
The tens of millions of people you
entry.
guys constantly complain about were the asylum seekers, which
not
is a
true.
much
At the
larger
point of
number
entry-
than the actual people who just fucking snuck in like fucking with drug mules and shit like that.
At the point of entry, they could ask for asylum. They
That's
didn't
the
have
number
to
you guys
process.
keep citing, right? The tens of millions of illegals that came in during Biden, those were all asylum seekers.
All of them.
I don't think you're.
Yeah,
I don't think
prove it.
that's true at all. I don't think they were all asylum seekers. I think you're.
Yeah, they were
overselling it.
all
I think
asylum
I will find the exact numbers, but the vast majority of them was asylum seekers.
Now, the reason that many of them claimed asylum was because they were coached through non-governmental organizations that were paid through USAID.
Oh, so they
who
are
coached these
asylum
people.
seekers.
No, some were.
No, that
right?
doesn't
But they
mean
were
they're asylum
coached. They were coached on what to say
Well,
and
those
to say.
those
and
giant
claiming it's-
caravans of people that
Aren't
people
you a
freaked out about,
Christian? Those
weren't
people
asylum
are doing
seekers?
God's
It doesn't
work.
matter. Define asylum seeker.
If we
Anyone
make an
who says
app,
I'm an asylum seeker is an asylum seeker.
People
Or can
who
someone lie
cross
about
the
that?
border and seek the legal protections of asylum
If they sought the
through
legal
the legal
protections of
process
asylum, then how
that
could
we
they
have
be
passed
illegal?
laws. Hey,
The
So
legal
none of
my
those-
argument exactly. Thank you, Rob. My argument exactly. How can they be illegal?
Well,
If they're going through the legal process.
is to the
They're
point
illegal
of
because they
entry.
didn't go through the legal process. They did
nobody's
not.
illegal.
No,
They crossed through
asylum.
the border in illegal
Asylum
ways.
is literally a process we put into place through law.
Yes,
it
the
is
legal
literally a legal
process
process.
is
United
start
will
at the
never
point
be
of entry.
divided.
Go ahead, Emmett.
So how's it
Yeah,
illegal?
No. It's a process that you start at the point of entry. You don't have to go into the country illegally to ask for it. In fact, the way that you're supposed to do it is go to a point of entry, and there is where you start the process to ask for asylum. That's how it's
Yes,
supposed to
and
work.
that's what that's what most of those people did.
No, that's not what they did. That's not at all what they did.
Those
What
giant
what
caravans of
happened-
people didn't walk up to a border and say, "Hey, we seek asylum."
They did
No,
not go
what
to a point of
happened
entry.
is they went on ahead, they hired cartels, they got into the US, and since the US were giving them grants, they were paying the cartels with the US citizen money.
Well, there
That's
was a
how
lot
they
of
did it.
people who needed asylum, so we were letting them in quickly. When the
That's
feds
not
when the
true.
feds
That's
cut the
not how it
barbed wire,
works.
we had to let them in faster because they
So
needed help.
Economic migrants is not the same
Exactly.
as asylum seekers. They are completely different things, and the
Yes,
criteria,
exactly,
and
and that's
criteria
why we
for
have a
both of them.
court to determine these things.
Yes,
Like
and
we
the
had
courts
said.
have been denying these for 90% of those. So you're completely wrong on that account.
And
Okay.
so, effigy, how would
No,
you define
the asylum
what an
the asylum
seeker
courts
is?
send away 65% of the people who seek asylum. So if we would actually just fund the damn things, get more judges there,
no,
most of the people
most
you
of the-
guys bitch about would go. No, that's the percentage. Like it's
In
close to
most
65% of
cases,
them
what
get turned
happens
away
is-
and kicked out of the country. So
Untrue.
if we would
most
just
ca-
let the legal fucking process work, most of the
in
people you
most
guys
cases,
fucking
what
go
happens
crazy
is-
about would go away.
Effigy, if that's true, how come the numbers are so low under Trump right now? Is he breaking the law to keep people from crossing the border, or is it just no one's claiming asylum now?
No, he hurts people to make people not come here.
In what way?
By
In what
making a grand show of doing harm to them, by sending them to foreign gulags run by dictators, by sending army troops to man borders so that there's an air of violence everywhere.
But if
You
they're
mean by
coming through
sending
the legal
Salvadorian
process, why would
citizens
they
to El
care? Why would they be
I
fearful?
mean, isn't it obvious, right? Isn't that why like a ton of them came here for Biden? Don't
No,
you
they
agree
came-
that he's putting out an air of violence so that people will not fucking come here?
Well, there
Doesn't he
is
say I'm
certainly
gonna
truth.
fucking
There
do shit to
is-
you if you try to come here?
There is certainly truth to the fact that he's sending a symbol that we won't allow people in illegally. And the exact
you agree with
opposite
me?
was true with Biden and the Democrats. In fact, on that debate stage in 2020, when asked whether or not it should be a crime to cross here illegally, every single Democrat declined to say that it should be. So yes, the signal that was sent out by the Democratic Party was if you come here, you will be allowed
always
in,
has
and
been.
you will
The-
be
the-
given all these benefits. And that's why the border was unsecure. That's
It
why
always has been a
millions
crime.
came
The
across.
thing is, you guys don't fucking like do the difference between a fucking civil
love
action
that
and a
we did
criminal
that.
action.
No, that's the point is that there was a clear signal that was sent by the Democratic Party that go ahead, if you come, we'll let you in. People like me warned millions will come in, then millions came in, and you guys throw your arms up in the air and be like, what do you mean it wasn't secure? It was always secure under us. Then during an election year, the Democrats try to run on.
You guys are
"Trust
so
us, bro,
worried
we'll
about
secure
border
the border."
security.
Bullshit.
A question I meant
So
to ask
haven't
you
you
earlier, Rob.
liked
What-
getting
by,
your-
by secure, do you mean 0 people across a border?
Haven't you
No,
liked
I
your
mean,
area
the
becoming
colonial
more and more
definition of what we
ethnic?
would say.
I like getting a
It may-
burrito stand on every corner.
By that he means that there were 500,000 kids lost. That's what he means. Okay, there were people that came in that didn't have any right to be in the country, and
You guys have
you
no
know what
empathy.
kids
You
also
just
got
love.
lost?
And
The
what
kids
they
were
was-
separated from their families in U.S. prisons.
When did
Joe
the
Biden?
numbers-
That's what you mean?
When did the Alien Enemy Act get invoked by Trump?
When did it get invoked?
Correct.
Yeah.
When right wingers started
Give me the
expanding the
month.
definition of an
Give me the
invasion.
month. Give me the
Just
month.
a
I can't tell.
Are
you
you
the
guys
month. Was it
Christians?
January or February?
Did border crossings decline before the Alien Enemy Act was invoked?
How can you guys
Under
support
Trump.
Trump if you're Christians?
Did they decline before? I'm sure they declined with him just
But
coming
wait,
into
you
office,
said that
right?
What
the
about
only
the
reason they declined
stranger?
was because we were sending people to gulags in places like El Salvador. Now you're saying that they declined before we sent them to gulags like El Salvador.
Well,
by the
we
way, that
have
was an El
examples of what
Salvadorian
happened during
citizen.
his first term, right? The whole child separating thing, and the fucking groups of children that we lost from there, right? We know that
2.5 times-
cruelty was already instigated during his first presidency on people coming there.
In the Biden administration, there were 2.5 times more children that were put in cages under him at one point. Was that also cruelty?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so then what's your argument? Then why did these people keep coming if it's about cruelty, giving them a
look,
disincentive?
No, the
Didn't they see how
the child
cruel
thing
Biden
is
was?
because you're doing it intentionally. It is obvious that when someone is crossing the border and they're
Yeah,
like
I'm not a Democrat.
a drug
I'm an
mule or something
anti.
like that, yeah, because it's a felony, they have to take the children away. But because it was a civil action before, they wouldn't. And because he intentionally made it to where they would have to do that by creating it as making it a felony when it hadn't been for like the entirety of the existence of immigration laws going back to the 20s.
That's not
Yeah,
true.
it was
So
intentionally
actually
done
that-
to fucking hurt people.
The
Do we
cages
really
the
need
kids were put in,
borders? Right,
the
Effigy?
cages the kids were put in under Donald Trump were created under Barack Obama because the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals actually
Yes,
had a
I agree.
ruling.
They
It's
were.
imaginary
Right.
lines.
So again, so what we see is when you're saying that this
Yeah,
cruelty, Trump,
but the way they
blah,
were
blah, that
used
cruelty-
were
let me
before
finish.
taken away from
That
other
cruelty
people.
existed under Barack Obama, and then how
A form of it,
convenient
yes, I agree.
when we have more than 2 times more kids put in cages under Biden, you're like, yeah, but those kids don't count. Those kids were put there for good reasons.
We
not
got
for bad
limited
reasons.
time,
What a
Rob.
crock of
You're
shit.
focusing on what Trump did best. Why don't you focus on what he did
I
worse? You
literally
don't want
didn't
to talk
say that.
about
You just put
Like
words in
what?
my mouth.
like
What did
Iran,
he do worse?
like
What's that?
bombing alleged nuclear sites in Iran.
Okay,
You
why is
mean-
that any worse than the bombing that Obama and Biden did?
Well, that's whataboutism. We're talking about Trump.
But you
And he
said
also just
worse.
finished
You
the war,
used the
like, it's
term
done.
worse, which implies worse than the previous person. So it's not aboutism, not whataboutism to compare it to the very person you wanted me to.
Yeah, but you're just trying to
Why'd you
dodge
use
this
the word
because you
worse?
know this is.
Look, the only reason Trump bombed
the
Iran is
most
because he got
egregious
made to
thing
look
he's
like
done.
a bitch by Netanyahu. Come on.
How
you
about
crazy?
starting a war in Ukraine? Is that worse?
That's my opinion, yeah.
It's
Starting
worse
war in
to bomb
Ukraine,
Iran
eh?
than to start a war in Ukraine.
Well, he hasn't finished
Wait.
the wars in Ukraine like he promised he would do. He said war in Ukraine,
He's
Israel
trying
and
to do
Palestine
it.
would
He's
be
doing-
over.
he's doing
They're
a
not
lot
over yet.
more
He failed at
for
that.
it.
Wait, is it in question
He's
who
doing
started
a
the
lot
war in
more
Ukraine?
to end the war.
So
than the
we
last
had 2
administration.
wars under Biden, and now we have 3 wars under Trump.
Was the war created on which wars were created under Trump?
Iran and Israel.
Okay, so that's not 3, that's 2.
Well, okay, so he didn't create, but we're still maintaining the other 2. He hasn't stopped them like he said he would.
It's
Did he
true.
bomb
You mean
the
Iran
Houthis?
versus Israel, so that would be 1.
Have we bombed Yemen during Trump's term?
Yes, I believe.
Why
Is
would we
dropping
bomb
bombs
Yemen?
on people a declaration of war?
What's
No.
Yemen doing that's so wrong?
Yes, it is.
It's
if someone bombed the capital of your state, would you from another country, would we declare it a declaration of war? We would consider it that.
I believe that there is a solid argument to be. I would say that it's a declaration of war to bomb Iran. I would say that. But if we're bombing
It's
it's
only Iran. It's only a declaration of war to bomb that specific
let me
country?
finish. It depends on the sort of manner in which the bombings occurred. In this sense, if we bomb a country that doesn't think it's an attack on their sovereignty, but we attacked a terrorist site, would you consider that an act of war on that country?
Sorry, say it one more time.
If we bombed a terrorist site that the country that terrorist site was in doesn't consider it an act of war, would you still say it's an act of war?
Definitely an act of war.
No, if we were asked to bomb the place, no.
Well, it's not a matter of ask. What if they didn't ask us, but they were like, man, it's not an act of war against us, even though we didn't ask? Would it still be an act of war?
You know, you're trying to argue that
the
Trump
country
is
doesn't
doing a
consider it,
good
then,
job,
yeah,
and
I guess
you're
we can argue
making
that.
my point
So
right
then
now,
it's
Rob.
clear that there are different sons. So bombing a terrorist site, for example, if we bombed something like Boko Haram, that doesn't mean that necessarily we're declaring war against the government of the country which they're in. I still have a problem with those bombings. That's why that's one of the reasons I had such a big complaint with the bomber-in-chief Barack Obama, who dropped far more bombs than Trump. And yet we see the very people that are criticizing Trump's unilateral action when it comes to bombing Iran didn't have shit all to say when Obama was doing it far more.
But those were little drone bombs.
I'm sorry, I missed that, Effigy.
Can we only go to war with countries? Is that only possible with countries?
Probably by the strict definition, yes. Like, I don't buy this whole war on terrorism shit's the same as an act of war declared against a country.
But like,
You think we're gonna go to war against
a large
turtles?
enough group, you could wage war on a group, right?
Semantically,
goes against.
I don't understand the utility of the question, potentially semantically, depending on how we define the term war, but for all practical purposes of how you're probably using this, I would say, yes, you could take actions that are akin to war against a large enough group that would be akin to what
I
you would
just think
say
if
war
you're
with the
using
country.
like hyper advanced weapons that no one else has on the planet to wage war on a group, you're waging war. I mean, I'm sorry, I built that in there. But if you drop bombs, then you're waging war.
What the fuck does the advancement of the weapons have to do with whether or not it's war? So if we drop napalm, it wouldn't be an act of war? Because that's primitive?
Or sharks with lasers on their heads?
Well, there are certain weapons we consider
Fair enough.
weapons of war, right?
Napalm would be one. It's very primitive.
Yeah.
Sure. I was just embellishing using the advancement.
Okay.
little
Well, I think
little
that
flair.
If we go
little
back
flourish.
to the prompt,
little
we can
flourish.
see. If we go back to the prompt, I think you can see that who knows what the future holds. But right now, when it comes to the Trump presidency, certainly we can't consider it failed. Economic, we're better off than we were under Biden. Border, we're better off than we were under Biden. When it comes to issues of corruption, such as fraud and waste that's spent in all of these government agencies, we're doing far better than we were under Biden. So I don't think that we could say it is a failed presidency. It's certainly not a perfect
What about
one, and there's
women's
certainly
rights?
things have been done.
What about women's rights?
What about them?
A woman has a right
Don't
to
say
get this
who gives a
backhand.
shit about
That's what
women's
women's
rights,
rights
Mr.
are.
Women
Yeah.
need to vote.
What about them, JS? What about the woman?
The women.
We're
Well,
gonna let it get to 19 minutes. See if we have a solo judge a minute behind there.
through those dang
what about the women?
Weinstein
So is your AI
and Gorsuch and
girlfriend
Tony
allowed to
Barrett,
fucking vote?
he appointed
Yes.
judges that have decapitated women's rights. They don't
cut
have
their
the-
head off. They cut the head off
They
women's
cut the
rights.
head off the women's rights.
No shit.
Oh, the poor
They were
women.
coming like
we
chickens
have
without head.
things.
Those rights were
We have
running
to
away.
help all the poor women.
health. Their health,
No,
reproductive health is
I mean, it's a chicken.
being threatened right now because of Trump. That's a failure.
The ability to murder children?
Ladies,
Because of Trump?
vote for me, ladies.
Shit,
Ladies
yeah.
in the chat, vote for me. I'm anti-fascist, anarcho-communist. I like long walks around the gulag and reading Marx.
Jason's
Oh,
all for
shit.
the women.
All right,
and I'm not
real
his women.
quick, chat. I am putting the poll in the chat right now. Okay, so listen up. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Rob Noor on the poll. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventure on the poll. Okay. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Animated Effigy on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Emmett on the poll. Chat, I'm restarting this timer, and you all got 2 minutes. Get your votes in.
Voting makes me
And
nervous.
in this instance, everybody should vote. Right? Okay.
I had
mandatory.
It's
mandatory voting.
Mandatory.
That was good, Brick. That was good.
I had to vote for Rob.
Thanks.
Well, I'm not voting for any of you unless one of you
vote
says
for
something
any
nice
of the
about
other
this.
ones.
Voting makes me nervous. I'm gonna vote for myself and run away for a moment.
Only time I vote against Rob is probably want to be if we was going.
Oh wait, hang on. Is this like retarded
It's very
Superman?
hard to be Rob's debate partner. Not because
He's got his curly Q over on the side.
It's very hard to get your word.
Yeah, I talk too much. I'm sorry, Emmett. I
No,
realized
it's
it halfway
totally
through. Was like,
fine.
go,
It's a
Emmett,
pleasure
go.
to be your partner.
I literally forgot who Emmett was. I was like, wait, I'm an idiot. Man, now I know. I'm like,
Yeah, you
okay.
forgot about me, huh?
I need to go.
I know. I'm sorry, Emmett.
Vote for Emmett. I thought you did.
You didn't
fine,
have your
Emmett.
picture up. Oh, you have that picture, but you didn't have your. Yeah, you're normally on your cam, so I was like, wait, who's Emmett?
Oh yeah. Right.
Shit.
She.
GS, you're winning. You're winning, GS.
With it?
He's trying to find the
Well, you're
woman's
winning
rights.
first
Where...
participation prize.
He's trying to find the woman's rights.
I don't know what chat is smoking, but I like to borrow whatever y'all are smoking because y'all are smoking something. That's crazy.
What are you talking about?
That's crazy because they're voting. Do you not see what the vote is? The poll is.
Are they smoking an anxiety pen? Is that what they're
No,
smoking?
they're smoking your length by the looks of it.
I don't know what they're smoking, but whatever
Don't
it is.
call it a vape.
The
You
vote,
don't
the
want
vote
Dean
for
Withers to
JS.
crash in here.
They gotta
Yeah.
be smoking something if they're voting for JS. Right now on the poll.
Yeah, but it's mostly Rob because Rob, like I said, is
Yeah, it's mostly
Rush
Rob.
Limbaugh
I'm
2.0.
not- They asked me in second though.
It must be all those women.
Yeah, it must
Yeah.
be all
All those women are voting.
Oh shit!
Rob's got
This
the
is what
double
happens when you let women vote, right?
Exactly.
Shit.
Oh shit!
That was
is
good. That was
2
funny, bro.
minutes on the poll. Okay, we got 60 votes locked in. Good job, chat, for the voting. 60 votes and 71% says the winner of the four-way battle is Rob Noor, and coming in second place and also safe is JS Urban Adventures with 50%.
No, Jaysen Starfire.
Jason Starfire, sorry, my bad.
Jason
and
Gayfire.
Animated Effigy was following with 6, and actually, Animated Effigy and Emmett were both
I came
tied
in last, but
with
I didn't know,
6%
right?
in last. So we'll start here. Emmett, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
Well, thank you so much for having me on. Speakeasy, you can just let me rest. I'm gonna go to sleep properly. On different panels around. I'm probably gonna be having a debate on what if no is no on lower class channel. So let's look
Hey.
forward to that.
Hey, always a pleasure having you. And yeah, I know you said you're going to sleep, but if they do bring you back, more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
I've been broke my whole life. Now money right. Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And next up, we got Animated Effigy. Tell everyone in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
Look here, you cavalcade of assholes. You could have given me one
Wow.
percentage
Damn.
point higher than Emmett because Emmett didn't fucking talk.
You still would have
Given
lost.
me 1 percentage point higher than Emmett.
Could have did better. Could have gave you more
I'll
points.
be in the
would've
back,
lost.
and
I'm
I know
better
you're gonna
at
res
an
me
effigy than
because if you
effigy.
don't res me, it's gonna be a circle jerk of huge proportions back here. Until then, I'm riding off into the sunset. And put on my hat.
Let's fucking go. Always a
waiting.
pleasure.
Oh, I like that one.
Always a pleasure having you, Effigy. And if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
I'm a winner.
He wasn't wrong. It is going to be a circle jerk. So someone should bring it back.
I don't think it is. I think there's things that we can all not completely agree on.
Yeah, let's see if we can find something I could disagree with everyone. That would be great.
What do you mean? I don't agree with you guys on anything.
Oh, don't tempt us, Rob. Don't fucking tempt us.
I think we definitely could. Let me, I gotta put Emmett and Effigy into the soul room, and we got 2 more fighters to bring up.
Oh, wow.
Abe Dinkus.
There he is.
Welcome to the show.
There he
Let's
is.
fucking go. And Fredo Fonzarelli. Welcome to the show.
Get back to work.
Was he in Breaking Bad? What are you in a meth lab right now?
He's on double time now, bro.
Hey man, are you the feds, bro? I thought you was an anarchist. You acting like the feds right now, Jaysen.
Dang, you're right. No, I support meth labs.
Oh, do you?
As long as
you
it's
might like this
funded,
next
right?
topic, man. You might not like this next topic that I'm gonna bring up. That drug legalization should be implemented on a national level.
Of course.
Like all drugs?
No.
Yeah.
No, hell no.
No.
All drugs? Yeah. Let's let them all go.
Oh, I forgot. Speak. My daughter wanted me to show you this. She made this for you.
Base, is that a bear?
Oh, that's awesome.
That's what's up.
Oh, that's
It's definitely not fridge worthy,
That's
though.
what's up.
It's not going on the fridge.
I bet a lot of
He's
these.
like, oh, you got to show me. You got to show me. I was like, okay.
I bet a
You
lot of
gotta
these
send it
guys
to
are really
EGTO box.
spiritual, and they're gonna keep people from tapping into psilocybins and LSD and things like
Oh my
that
gosh,
to really
dude,
have a
that's-
spiritual
Yeah, keep those
experience.
fucking demons out of my
Let them
country,
have it.
bro.
No, let them have them. Let them have it, and let the weak ones just do their selling.
You're
Let them give it out.
preventing them from truly knowing what the world is about.
Darwin Awards.
Bro, I can't see, and I can see your undershirt better than I can your vest. So relax.
They've got free will, Jason. They can choose it to do what they want with it.
What do you mean? It's high visibility. Well, that's your
Yeah,
fault.
so is your
He's
freaking
saying
shirt.
you got a
It's-
bird chest.
Dang.
Don't talk about my.
Yeah, let it all go so they can just suffer the consequences. Why not?
Don't talk about my
Don't wanna
physical
get killed.
features. I don't like that.
I'm agreeing
No,
with
bro.
James. Yeah.
I
Oh,
like
your
the
physical
car windows
man.
intact. You know what I'm saying?
Coming from the fat guy, right? Talking about physical features. Yeah, okay.
So is JS the only one pretending to be on the other side of this?
Yeah, I think so.
Pretending.
I mean,
What if-
sorry, on the other side of this.
What if we made it just? What if we made it just
Speak,
marijuana?
that was good.
Yeah, that was actually where I was gonna go with it. What do you guys think about marijuana legalization should be
I can argue
implemented?
for
Oh,
that.
I definitely think
1,000,000%
marijuana
yes.
should be. I have no problem with marijuana.
Of course.
can
Have you ever
argue
seen
with it.
I
anybody
don't- yeah.
high on weed like get in a street fight?
Yes.
Tell you what.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the time. What are you
World
talking about?
star!
Yes, that's a stupid thing to say.
Well, they're high on other stuff too.
I'll say no because it's going to put a lot of dealers out of business, right? Okay.
Did you
and
say-
we need.
I can't
would
agree
not
with the
put the
national
deal-
level
I'm
because
sick
I
of that
think the
What
argument,
about
states-
the street dealers? What about the street dealers? They've got to earn money. As
It would
well.
not. All it would do was be able to give opportunity for the street dealers to make more money, so they could put that money into other nefarious activities.
Well, they're also going to help the community. You know, Frank.
on a national
minute,
level,
you
I don't think it's
legalized
a good
it.
idea at
Don't
all.
you
I
get
think on
legal-
state,
Who was
state level,
American
sure.
gangster Denzel
Operating
Washington
in
played
the
him.
Jewish side
Frank,
business.
he used to feed the neighborhood turkeys and stuff. He took care of the neighborhood.
Yeah, but
Yeah, the
dealers-
cartels take care of their neighborhood too, and that's how
Exactly,
they
I
got their
agree.
favor. That's how they got their favor, and they're in control of the Mexican government.
Well, we should just legalize it and let them, all they're doing is helping people feel good. And then if they're giving back to the community, I don't see a harm in it.
As long as they feel good.
And then
Accessibility breeds.
all the street
So
drugs
what's-
go away.
Wait, what did Abe just say? Hang on, what did Abe say?
I said accessibility breeds the ability. So that
And what's wrong with
more
the ability?
accessible it becomes, the more accessible it becomes, the more children will get their hands on it. The more you have children deaths, the more problems you have in your society.
So here's my question. Hold on,
I think you're gonna rot child's brains.
Speak easy. I got a question. When you say legalization, do you mean like absolute legalization, like you can grow it in your backyard, or do you mean like
like the way it is in Canada, say, like in Canada, they have stores. You're allowed to grow 4 plants per person living in your home. So yeah, full legalization.
What's the age limit,
of
Speak,
national-
in
I don't know
Canada?
why we're just talking about pot. I mean, meth is a hell of a drug.
No, but he changed it. Hang on. What's the age? What's the age limit?
Oh man, Jaysen, poor Jaysen. Poor Jaysen. Jaysen is.
Speak. What's the age limit?
Wait, for like in Canada?
Yeah.
It's the same as smokes and alcohol, 19.
Okay, so you got 19. Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean,
I'm for it.
I think I'll say I'm against it.
I'd be more for it, like 25 and up, but that's just me.
So the libertarian adjacent in me says, fuck it, you should be able to put into your own body whatever you want within reason, until you harm other people. So the old position I would have would have been something akin to this. Fine, you could do it, but then if you commit a crime, then the penalty should like triple or quadruple. So if you want to be a fucking doper and then you get a DUI, then we'll up the fucking ante, but until you do that. But however, I think that because I'm a parent now and I'm tired of fucking taking my kid out in public and having to smell weed everywhere, and I'm seeing how marijuana is getting stronger and stronger and ruining people's lives, and we were said this bill of goods, trust us, bro, it's not as bad as alcohol, it's not, fuck all that, right? I say the best solution at this point is to leave it up to each individual state. So I wouldn't want to see national change on this law. I would assume that if the people that are advocating for a national change would want it done through the amendment procedure, is how people would want that done.
I mean, it could be done through the amendment procedure.
So you're talking about kids.
whatever
You're talking about
procedure, I
kids
don't care
smelling
as
weed.
long as
When
it's
I take my
legalized.
Tamagotchi on the subway, we smell crack.
Because
JS.
the thing is,
Shut the heck up.
if marijuana is regulated properly, it has great beneficial things for people as far as medical benefits. Like
In a laboratory, not on every.
It deals with stress. It deals with also it's shown to deal with seizures for some people.
Stress, anxiety,
It also gives you psychosis.
Just to clarify,
No. It doesn't give you. It can. It may. It's not.
Give me a second. Just to clarify, so when you say like national legalization, do you mean it just takes away its ability to be convicted federally, and that way, like, because states can still make things illegal even if they aren't federally illegal?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, there you go.
What would depend
That was
on
my
the way
question
that it was-
earlier, yeah.
It would depend on how it was made legal. If an amendment would be passed that said that it's illegal, it's like sort of like your right to free speech. We have a First Amendment to that. Then arguably the states would not be able to make it illegal. However, if they just removed it as a felony, as a federal crime, and then left it up to the states, that would be a different matter altogether. So currently we have a system where you had some states like Colorado, I think was one of the first that legalized it, but it was still a federal crime. And so hypothetically, the feds could come into your fucking dispensary in Colorado and like Denver and say, no, that's a federal crime, even though the state said, no, it's not a state crime. I think a reading of the 10th Amendment should suggest that the federal government probably has no right to do that. If it's not expressly written in the Constitution, it's the purview of the state. My last reading of the Constitution was there was no reading of the word marijuana anywhere, so leave it up to the states would be what I would think the status quo would be.
Can we be honest? Marijuana is sort of like a misnomer.
Don't
It
you
should
dare
be
say
called
gateway
cannabis.
drug. Don't say gateway drug.
I like that. Shrinking the government's power. We just got to get you farther, Rob, to where we shrink it. We got to shrink. Why states? Why do we have to have the states' rights? Why can't it just be individuals?
Listen though,
Do you wanna
instead of
eliminate
calling it
this?
cannabis, people call it marijuana. It's almost like calling a white person a cracker. It's like
Well, here's
it's
you want to know why
cannabis.
I use the term marijuana? Only for terms of service reasons. I don't know. Sometimes YouTube's a little iffy with certain words, so I didn't know if I was like, hey man, fuck weed, blunt, shit like that. If YouTube's like, so I just use the old man term because I am an old man. And I figured they feel like if someone's saying marijuana, it's some 50-year-old man like kids these days are smoking marijuana. You know.
Yeah. So I wouldn't advocate for there being like a new amendment put into the Constitution for it.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
If they were just to lift like the federal. Like you wouldn't be able to be like charged at any federal level for it, and then states themselves could decide it. That's where I would stand on it.
Well, then I think you need an amendment, right? You need an amendment to say it's not federally illegal.
I
and
like the
then
all drugs
each state
conversation
can say
more
what they
than the
want to say.
marijuana conversation.
There's no amendment that says I can't kill somebody.
I
but
can't
that's just
smoke
a law,
marijuana. It mixes with my
Sure,
Ativan
okay.
wrong.
I don't think you would need a federal amendment to say it's not federally illegal. What you would need is a federal amendment to say it is legal everywhere, right? Yeah. That would then mean that the states, and my understanding, I'm no lawyer or constitutional scholar, but my understanding is that's what would be necessary to make it actually legal in every state. Because let's say 49 states say it's legal, but the state of Nebraska is like, no, we're good on that. It's still going to be illegal here. They would have the right to do that because it's to the purview of the states, unless an amendment was passed.
Yeah.
But what about the crackheads and the meth heads? It's not fair on them, isn't it? If you legalise cannabis.
Well, I'm saying, why are we just talking about marijuana?
Because no
Find
one
a new drug,
we all know that it only starts with marijuana. Even Jack Harrer talked about that when he was talking about the legalization of marijuana. The next step is to legalize cocaine and mushrooms for depression. And I agree with all of that.
Yeah, let's legalize crocodile while we're at it.
Don't just let it all go. That way, people can just suffer the consequences for what they do.
Let's legalize toad
Until
licking.
it's in the
You
hands
know?
of children.
Let's do that. We'll just legalize.
That is
toad
legal. I don't think it's illegal to harvest bufotonin, but you can lick toads.
I'd be down with licking toads, but they didn't give their consent, and I'm
down with licking. What did you say, toads or toads?
I don't feel it's
James,
right if
do
they
you
can't
realize
consent.
If adults have it, children are going to get their hands on it more accessibly.
What, they guns?
Well, children get their hands on it either way.
They guns here.
No.
They guns, because then you get
I mean,
the
it's
Second Amendment.
still illegal to have marijuana, but children still get marijuana, so what's
the more present it is, the more availability there will be.
Like
Period.
a gun. Like a
The
gun
more
owner.
homes
Like
it's in,
most you in
the
America
more
are.
availability you will have.
Yeah, but, okay, so Abe, though, the argument though is it should be federalized, or is it okay to be like it's statewide saying, hey?
I think states have the purview to decide those things.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think the federal ban is fine, but what I'm saying to James is when you legalize these things, their prevalence becomes more, and that will inevitably fall into the hands of children.
So you should get rid of guns then? So if by your logic, get rid of guns?
No, you
Yeah,
say you have way too
guns
many
because it's
guns
your
out of the
second
hands
well,
of
there you
children.
go. So,
But
so
the
the same,
problem
the
is
same would
the
apply.
drugs.
But now
up
you're
to the
making it an
parents.
age of consent conversation. I mean,
but
kids are a
it's
lot
up to the
smarter than
parents.
you give them credit.
Hey,
Yeah, but-
James, do you think that
responsible to not allow them
do you
the
think
children
that
to have
heavy
access
drug
to it?
users are going to keep those drugs out of the hands of their children?
They shouldn't have children anyway.
Oh shit. I left on accident. Whoops. Check.
Yep, I get what
Can
you're
I
saying,
pet
you've
that
got
dog,
to-
man? I have candy in my mouth.
Sorry, that was an
Fucking
accident.
shut up, Jim, I also want
I'm
to
listening,
punch
Brick.
him. So with the constitutional right, okay, I get that, right? It's written in your, your. But it would still be the same. What he was saying, the more children are around things, drugs, the more they're gonna do stuff. So like, with guns, because then they're around guns, and
Yes, hypothetically, you could use that argument with anything, like hammers. Yes, houses that have hammers are
Knives.
more likely for a kid to get access to a hammer.
Yeah.
The difference between something like a drug and guns are there is a specific utility to guns, not just hunting and defense, but most importantly, a check on governmental tyranny. And so the fact that a kid tragically may get their hands on a gun, the utility of the gun to fight back against tyranny is so great that we are willing to accept that risk. Would we be willing to do that with meth? Would we say, well, the utility of meth is such?
You're gonna have these dispensaries that are gonna sell these drugs, right? Okay. Now, any child that has to witness their parents taking crack and meth and fucking doing whatever in the household, right? They're bad
Yeah.
parents. You know, the kids taken away from them. But it's
Sure.
the same as any gun owner that leaves his gun on the kitchen table, right?
No,
for his
it's
4 or
not.
5
But
year
he
old to go
just
and play
you
around with.
you're missing the argument he
Not.
just made.
Well, you're.
It's not even the
what
same.
He's trying to test his logical consistency.
But
We
those states
got
have been around.
another request for a four-way battle. Thank you, Kat, for another generous dono. This one here is involving Abe, JS, Crazy, and Lower
Pick up where we
Class.
left off, Rob, when I come back, Bob.
So let's get everyone else into the back here. So that was the Abe, Lower Class. And that's 4 of you. Okay, yeah. All right, so
I would say I'm for it if we're talking about just lifting like the ability to be convicted federally of it and then letting states decide for themselves. If we can agree on that basic premise, that's what I'm for.
Yeah.
okay, so who agrees with that side?
We should legalize all the drugs.
I will
should
argue
not.
against that all day long.
We should not legalize them.
Yeah, I think you would be. Are you crazy? I think you keep hitting your mic or something because there's like a blasting noise every now.
It might be. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's it right there. You're doing something. It's like.
Is that it? Okay, I got it.
Yeah, don't keep
make a
trying
note
it
here.
again.
All right.
All right.
So.
Gay son.
Let me see here. We got. Let me find a different topic for you guys so that we can get this on a 2v2 level here.
I disagree with everybody here. I hate them all. I don't hate them. I love them.
Yeah, you hate them all. I get it. So okay, this was like a surprise. It wasn't on the list of the prompts tonight, but I was gonna bring it up on the panel here. Let's see where you guys stand here. We should remove the names of immoral men off buildings and also remove the statues of these men.
Yes, if they had slaves, get rid of them.
Nope.
Oh my God.
Okay, so there's only one here. Here, I'm gonna have to find. And I'm gonna bring up my list here so that it's gonna be something even some of our.
Hey, just so you guys know, this isn't a team
Inside
event. We can all disagree about stuff. You know?
I thought it was a 2v2.
They don't want to take the.
I might have to freaking devil's advocate at some point here.
It's called a 2v2, but
Does that include removing
All
statues?
right, well, let's actually do this because we
More
haven't
like a
brought this
fatal
one up
four-way.
tonight, and this usually gets spicy. Who is for and who is against the death penalty?
I'm for it.
I'm for it.
I'm against
I
it.
can argue against it.
Okay, there we go. We got a 2v2 in action. So listen, chat. Cat paid 100 up front, okay, and then we also got a following 10. So that means this one is going to 11 minutes, all right, to start. If you guys want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. It is
Can you flash that topic again there, Easy?
Here, let me. Sorry.
Can you flash that topic again? Or
Yes.
You have the topic. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Give
Thank
me.
you.
It's the death penalty.
Okay. Either yes or no, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or against. All right. Okay.
So let me just.
Thank you.
I'll put it here on the screen to start, just for everyone to know here. But yeah, so chat going to 11 minutes to start. 60 if you want a solo judge. 10 to add on a minute. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the two lowest on the poll will lose their souls. Fighters, good luck to all four of you. Let's get it.
All right, so here's my question. When we're talking about people being on death row or not being on death row, would you rather them either get some kind of change in sentencing to where they can be let out of prison, or would you rather them stay in prison every year for a life sentence versus
How
getting...
sure are you that they committed the crime?
I'm not sure.
That's
Oh, okay.
exactly where I was going to go, Abe. I was going to go right to what if they're innocent?
So here's the
Our
problem.
current system, we go through that on every crime or every conviction.
Here's the problem. Here's the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, we do.
At the foundation of our country, we had a rule. It is better that one innocent man is not see
Benjamin
justice
Franklin
than
said
it is
this. A
for
great
100 men
Rosicrucian.
to be put to punishment. One innocent should go free, even if it means that 100 not innocents get away. So if we're going to stand on the foundation that we started with as a country, then you would have to say it's better for 100 to get away than one innocent to suffer. Do we prosecute innocent people on accident in this country ever?
So here's the question I have for you.
I'm sure it happens, and I'm sure it will continue to happen.
Okay, so how many will be put to death and are innocent?
Correct.
And are you okay with
They're not
I
innocent.
get where you're coming from. Here's my question for you, though. Do you think it's more humane to keep a person in jail who did not commit the crime for the rest of their life if they never get exonerated and cost the taxpayer $20,000 to $100,000 every year, or just end their suffering quickly and that way they can move on to the next?
Because they can self-improve
Hopefully they find
themselves
Jesus
while they're
in
locked
prison.
up. They can go
It's
to
very
school.
common for guys to go in there and find some kind of...
They could go to school. They could read books. They could self-improve themselves. They could do work, which could help.
It's not a
society.
vacation, man. They ended up in court for some reason, right? They did something.
There's a lot of good that can come from their lives.
You're basically saying every person that goes to court is guilty before you've ever tried them. You can't say that. You literally can't say
And
that.
I'll make
you'd
the
have to be
economic
100%
argument.
sure before you put anyone to that kind of measure. You're not going to take a man's life without being 100% sure that man committed that crime. So I say, do away with the system unless you can prove 100% sure that every single one of them did the crimes that they're being put to death for. Period.
But then that same logic.
That's pretty much impossible.
Yeah, that's an impenetrable argument. You
So,
guys
like, guys-
can't even argue with that. What if they're innocent?
Men can go to prison that are innocent and spend their entire lives there getting essayed, getting beaten,
Is
getting
it
their
better?
food stolen, half starving. It's better. It is better to get sent to God than
Okay, so it's
suffer
better.
the
It is
rest of
better.
your
It's
life.
better to punish innocent.
We have laws we have to
And-
follow. We have a system we have to follow.
Punish the innocent.
Well, I don't
That's what
believe
you're
in
saying.
God, but
I'm
what
not
if they
saying
get sent to
that's right.
Satan?
I'm not saying that's right, but we have two options here.
Yeah, I don't.
And let's say somebody does something and they have enough evidence. Let's say they are innocent, but there's
Well,
a strong enough
hell.
case in court to put them in prison for the rest of their life.
Cool.
So
We'll
they
just,
go
we'll
into
just
a
take a life
place
of 1 in 10 every time. One
But how
innocent
many-
in every
how many
10,
appeals
and
are
we'll
you
just
going
take
to
all
give
those
Do you
lives.
believe
they're going to
that?
suffer for the rest of their lives every day they wake up instead of just getting sent to Jesus. 'Cause
How
they
many
can go
appeals
to
do they
prison
get?
And they can meet
How
God
many-
in
You-
prison. And
Are
they
you
can
saying
be
life?
sent to eternal
Am I allowed to
salvation.
ask
Are you
questions
saying
here?
life
I know
isn't
you guys
sacred?
think I'm not
Are
like
you
a
saying
real
life
person,
doesn't
but
matter?
I'm a real boy. How many
Never said
appeals
that.
do they get? How long do you keep
Have-
them in an appeal process?
Yeah.
And how many
Exactly.
people are sitting in there now with non-lethal, or not going to be put to death, but just sitting there?
It's gonna cost
Wrongly
more money to
convicted.
keep them on death
Can you
row,
prove that they're
isolated, going through
So
an
it
appeal
happens.
process. So an economic argument is what I'm
So you're saying
making
you're
right now. I'm
comfortable
making an
with taking
economic
lives.
argument.
Is it better to take 3 murders off the street or not take them off the street? Whatever
have to
way you
prove that
got to
they're
do it.
murderers first.
So,
what?
so
You
Abe,
have to prove that they're murderers first.
Well, the-
That's the
I
truth.
get that. I get that. And
With the
operating-
technology we have now, we could probably do that.
But you're
operating with
That's what I said. It has
that
to
we
be
have
100%.
right
you're
now.
equating the
with
loss
everyone,
of
and we're
life
not.
of a couple people to the loss of finances to people who are charged taxes for the law enforcement who are going into these areas to hunt down these murderers allegedly.
I'm
and
equating
put
if
them on
they
death
are a
row for the
murderer.
next 40 years and
Well,
go
if
through
they
all
are
the
a
murderer,
processes and
they
appeal
need to be put to death.
processes.
People that
What
are
if-
spending every year, like each inmate,
If he knows
$20,000
Steve is the serial killer,
every
just
year
chase him out
to
of
spend
town.
their entire life.
You're
in prison.
willing to take an innocent man, right? Say
You
an
wanna
innocent,
use the
innocent man goes on
government.
to death
You wanna
row.
wield
and
I
the
he
didn't
takes
say
his
that.
life, and his children grow up knowing his father was put to death by the government, even though he was innocent. And then
I
later
would say
they
he was
find
put
out-
to death by the best
and
system on the
later-
planet Earth.
What
and
happens
later
when they start
find out
giving
that
you
he
the
didn't
death
commit the
penalty
crime.
for
Now his
believing
family
what you
is
believe
out.
in?
His whole line is now screwed because you took the life of an innocent man. How this has actually happened? Where
It's
we
the
have
best
not
system
gone
on
to
planet
death row,
Earth.
and his family has to suffer it for the rest of their generations. Like,
How would you do it there, Abe?
They'll
God,
never
yeah,
do
what
it.
if you messed up? What if you killed a guy for the death penalty and 20 years later we got DNA evidence that shows that he was innocent because of advances in technology? You should have left him alive in the cell for 20 years so that we could find those advances in technology and save his life. He was innocent.
And he could have worked during that time.
You could pay the damn family something. I'm sure they do, and I'm sure it happens.
Money.
We are overrun with
Yeah, money's better than a dad.
break the law.
I just said that. I never said that.
Things, and then they
You just
completely
said that.
escape.
That's what you just said.
I'm saying the damn system works the way it works. It works pretty good.
A lot of these people carry
We
a lot
just
of
made
these
the
crimes
argument that if we
in the
kill
street.
somebody's dad on accident with the
into
death
prison
penalty, we
with
should just pay him some money and it'll fix
Well,
it.
would you rather not? No, I didn't say it would fix it.
Well,
No, I
it'll
never
make you
said
feel
that.
better.
It will make the family feel a little bit better, I think.
I
We
don't.
could not. We could not give them any money.
Well,
Whatever.
that's Judas right there. I'm going to take his life and then I'm going to pay him some silver. Yeah, that's going to make it better.
We do what we do. It's the best system on the earth.
I'm not
It's the
even a
best system.
Christian, but I agree, Abe.
So operating within the system that we have now, we have to think this is what God wants. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this system.
Which
And that
God?
does happen. You're right. It
No,
does happen.
no, you're
That's
wrong.
a
because the
mean,
Jews
evil
didn't
God
even
if he
have
wants
a
people to
law to
die.
put a man to death. They didn't have a law to put a man to death. They left that up to who? A different governing body, because they didn't even have a law to take the life of a man who had done wrong. Think about it. They didn't
Excuse
have
me?
a law.
What did they
to put
do?
a man to death.
What do you think they did?
So you're saying
We've done that forever. We've done that for like as far as time has been, you know. And
that,
that
oh,
is
so if we've done it for a long time, that makes it right.
having systems like that. There
So if
are
they've done it a long time, that makes it right.
cracks.
Your God
But
is pro
by and
murder.
large, it is better to have the people who
class.
do the heinous things that get you convicted to the point where you are on
Did you
death
just
row.
did you
If
just
you're
say because
if
we've
you're
done
on
it for a
death
long time,
row, you have
that's
done
what
something.
should be
Okay.
done? Did you just say because we've done it for a long
But why
time? That's how
can't
it
you
should
be
be
on
done?
life row?
That's not what he said.
No, I'm not saying that's why we
That's
should
not what
do
he
it.
said.
I'm saying that is how we got to where we are today, right?
Well,
I'm
that's not what we're arguing.
I'm not
What
justifying.
are we arguing then?
We're arguing that
I'm not a
innocence
Christian, but I
can
thought
be
Jesus was
tried
about
and put
love.
to
Why
death
can't we put
in
him on
our
life
system
row?
No, I
currently.
didn't see
And-
that any place on the
And
prompt.
because of that, we should not have the death penalty.
So my question is then, why
Innocence
should
should
the
not be put
rest
to
of
death.
society pay the
You're
nut
playing on
all
emotions,
the people that are
Abe.
going into prison?
No, it happened.
Yeah.
It has happened.
Yes.
I know it happens.
And they
I've seen
assume it's
cases
not guilty
where it did
later.
happen. They get out.
I have
But
emotions.
what else? What can we do?
I've got a pill for that.
per year. Every inmate costs $20,000 to $100,000 per year. So what you're
It is
saying is,
better.
for one person that may be innocent, every single person that could be taken out of the system and
It is
no more
better.
money paid in their benefit, the entire society has
It
to pay
is
for those
better.
people to live in prison.
No.
It is better.
No,
that
Abe, you're playing on
100
emotions
guilty
again.
men escape than one innocent man suffer.
I
Listen,
understand
no,
where you come
listen.
from, but
I mean, you
But the facts are, we have what we have.
You know where that came from? That came from Sodom and Gomorrah. That came from Sodom and Gomorrah. He asked,
yes, it did. It
can
did.
we, what if there's 10 innocent men? Nope. What if there's 2 innocent men? No. What if there's
wouldn't do
1
it.
innocent man? And that was a whole city. It wasn't 100 people. It was an entire city of wickedness. If one man was not guilty, God would have spared the whole city. So you can't tell me we should just keep the death penalty and let one man die if God wouldn't have done the same dang thing.
But
So,
but
good
referencing
try.
back to how we developed our system
Yeah.
back then, there wasn't the tax burden that there is on the general
This-
populace that there is right now, especially when there's an entire income source that is made into the government aside from the
I
tax
think your
money.
point is moot at this point.
Society made the rules. That means the majority of the people decided to implement the death penalty. Or it wouldn't be.
really?
It wouldn't be there, would it?
Hey, crazy! Did a majority of the American people want Joe Biden as president?
No.
Oh, but we got him, so you're wrong. Good try.
How does that make me wrong with the death penalty? It's the president, not
You
death.
said a majority of people wanted it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Over many years. How old is the United
Only in
States?
some
You just
states, and
proved
those
that your
states are
own
filled
point
with
doesn't
bigots.
Well, exactly. I'll give you that.
majority of the
It's,
people
it's
don't-
state.
Don't
It's a
decide
very
things.
hard case.
Let's say
It's a very hard case to make to me that one person is worth an excessive tax burden that is going to like literally burden
You
over
put
100
those.
million
You
people
put
in the
those.
country
You put
every
those
single
people
year.
to work, and you make them
How
earn their
many-
stay in that prison.
So slavery
how
is
many?
better than
How
just
many? Yeah. How many has been carried through? How many
Hey,
death?
what are you doing?
How many death sentences have been
It's
followed
cheaper
through and they
for
were
us-
correct?
It's
How many?
cheaper for us
How
as-
many?
It's cheaper for us as tax-paying Americans
Yeah, he
to have them
flipped
in
there.
Gym Pop and let
Lower
them,
class.
let
There's
them
no
work
flip.
and build the
There's
roads.
no flip.
If you were to call
They
that
can do
slavery,
labor.
then
That labor offsets their prison ship.
yeah, call it.
Well, they're making tags for a damn car.
You make
Yes.
them slaves
Really?
to death.
So you're asking for a reform to put people out into involuntary work.
And they're in there for prison. They're in there for murder.
Pay for these people to be in there.
They volunteered
For what?
for it when they murdered a guy.
That's a tax
Yes.
burden on the entire society versus one wrong
No,
person.
it's a tax
being put
benefit.
down.
We don't have to pay as
So
much
wait,
for roads
you-
because we
this
got
keeps coming
criminals
back to this.
fixing them.
You're okay
my
with
God.
the moral downfall of taking the lives of innocents if there's a chance they
But
committed
I'm
that
actually
crime.
anti-prison in general.
That's what you're
I'm
saying.
just saying.
What? There's a chance they did. They did because they got convicted.
I'm not.
You got rape. You got murder.
And how many convictions are overturned?
How many convictions are correct and they carry through with it? How many?
I'm not going to
One.
argue that.
All it takes is one overturn.
I ain't talking about the one. I'm
not
talking
gonna
about the
argue
ones
One
that are
is what
true.
proves the point. The one that proves the point.
Well, that's why there's an endless appeals process.
I
in our
don't even
court.
think there's anything
Right.
egregious enough to put somebody to
You can
death.
spend your life. You can spend your life on appeals.
Over and over.
Is
They can
judgment-
end up on death row for 20 years and not even get taken out of the system.
Is vengeance
We can
yours?
argue
Is
that all day
vengeance-
long, but
is
if they are
vengeance-
truly
Except
innocent,
unless
they will
they're
be
Trump
found
No, we have a court.
Their
We have a
appeal.
jury system.
Is vengeance yours or the Lord's?
We have a jury system.
mine.
We have lawyers. We have judges. We have defense
Those are
attorneys.
men.
We have
Those are men.
everything.
Those are men. Those are
Again,
men.
it's the best
Those are
damn
men.
system on the planet.
Those are men.
They
Those
are.
are-
They are.
So?
That's why we have the appellate system.
So we just dropped the whole damn court system, huh? Because of one guy. Or one person.
One guy.
Yeah, right. Whatever. Whatever.
You just take their authority to kill people.
No, he's if you go by this logic, you have to drop the whole damn thing.
Fight
All of it.
in
Yeah.
court.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You can't put
Because
one
you
man
might
to
convict
one-
somebody, you might convict that one person that's not guilty.
I
So
said
you have to
death.
stop
You
it all.
can't
Just
put
stop it
men
all.
to death. You can't put men to death if there's a chance that man is innocent. You cannot do it.
Well, we kind of do, and it happens.
It does happen. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
But
evil.
happen.
That's
That's
why we have
wickedness.
the
That's
appeals
evil.
process.
It may be, but society says we're going to do this.
I don't
We
care what
have the
society
appeals
says.
process specifically so innocent people can
It's
fight their case.
morally wrong. It's morally,
Morally wrong. Eye for an eye, baby.
Wrong?
It's morally wrong. to
It
put an
costs
innocent
more.
man to
It
death.
costs more to
If
the
there is
taxpayer
an eye for an eye.
to the
you
appeal
do not put
system
him
and
to
go,
death.
have them on the death
It is
row,
morally wrong.
isolated and separated for long periods of time, where they have to go.
I don't
through
think anybody
multiple
wants to
different
put somebody to
appeals,
death. I don't.
And then we have to pay for the red tape to
Well,
be
you
able
just
to
argued
kill
that you
them and
do.
have old Sparky and have the electric chair and
No, I
have
don't want
lethal
to.
injection.
That's the law.
All of these things
That's the
cost
law.
more money than just putting them in prison for life and letting them live their life and excel and grow as a human
Oh.
being. They can
No,
study.
it doesn't. Are you really going to argue
It's
that?
not a damn vacation,
Every
Jake.
inmate
He's
It
not
is
saying
a
it's a vacation. He's saying that
every
It's a
year.
they should be
vacation from
reformed. That's what he's
trauma.
saying.
We're
We should be
talking hundreds of
reforming
millions of
prisoners,
dollars
not
every
taking their
single year.
lives.
No, they can make us money.
You should be reforming
Oh.
them, not taking their lives.
Well, I don't like
We
money.
try to reform them.
I'll tell you, for the most part, yes, most guys that go to prison, they should be reformed. But some people need to get buried under that prison.
Yep. Yep. I agree. If they did great to a child, murder. What if somebody? I'll go to emotional side. What if somebody killed your whole family and they couldn't
It'd
prove
be-
they
it'd
done
be
it?
better
But
if-
you know they did it, but they can't prove it.
Wouldn't a better alternative be to put them in a place where they have like a bunch of dolls that look like their
if you
family
just
members that they
completely-
could just stab
Like
all
Epstein's
day?
Island? Is that what you're talking about?
It sounds to me like you're just completely
No,
okay
we
with
just kinda-
innocents being put to
That's
death.
their
As
choice.
long
No, I'm
as
not.
I catch some of
No.
them.
see,
As long
No.
as I catch some of them,
That's not the argument.
No, I'm not.
as long as I catch some of them, let some of the innocents die too. It's all good.
No, it never said about innocent. It never said that.
I have
That's
to
what you
say, as
said.
an abolitionist,
You
I'm,
said
I'm
that's the way
really
it works.
liking
Sometimes
Abe's
it
I'm gonna let it get to
making it-
15
the law.
minutes
It's
and
what we
30
have.
seconds.
argument for no
I'm gonna let it
change.
get to 15 minutes and 30 seconds. See if we have a solo judge.
Again, it works pretty damn
Abe,
good, don't
Abe
it?
made
I
my
think it
what
does.
if they're innocent argument before I did, chat. I was gonna make the same argument because it's great. It's a great argument. It's impenetrable. What if we get some innocent people? That's a great argument.
Well,
it's such
why
a good
not?
argument.
If you
I
go by
know
that, you're going to have to cancel the whole court
nobody
system.
on the other side could ever argue against
Everything,
that.
not the death penalty. Everything.
I'm gonna
You
go.
innocent people get convicted all the time. Maybe not.
Easy. Listen.
be put to death, but
Get right out of prison while you're at it.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Innocent people
Are you
get
crazy?
convicted all the time, like
I'm
extortion.
listening.
So
I'm listening, Abe.
I was arguing the side I don't believe, just so you are
Yep.
aware. Okay.
Yeah. You dropped your head
You were
3 times.
arguing the right
Not me.
side,
I'm
dude.
arguing the side I 100% believe in. What if they're innocent?
Jason.
JS.
What if they're? Oh
Jason,
God.
of course you believe in that.
No, not at all. Not at all. No way. Okay, listen.
And it costs more money.
So
Economic and what if they're innocent? Those are the two.
All right,
big
real quick before you keep going, I just want to let chat know I'm dropping the poll into the chat right now. Okay, so if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for lower class on the poll. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventures on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Are You Crazy on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now. I'm restarting that timer, and you have 2 minutes.
Santa Claus got a sunburn. You need to find some effective sunscreen because that looks.
All right, so it's just a crazy
I
argument.
actually loved Abe's argument because, like I said,
It's a crazy argument to me to say that
That's not Santa Claus.
kill
that's
the
angry
innocent, right?
grandpa.
it's
And
much
who are
better
the
for
most
somebody
innocent?
to be in prison for the rest of their lives, which you would be if you were convicted of something that could garner the death penalty. You will spend the rest of your life in prison anyway. So
Can your
that
family
is
visit you?
a death sentence as far as
Can
I'm
your family
concerned.
visit you?
It's
Can your
much
children
better
see
to
you?
end that earlier than it is to let them sit and suffer, to get
Can
their
you
food
visit?
taken, to get beaten. Innocent people
Nah,
don't
fuck
go
that.
in.
Shackle them up
children
by
visit
the
I don't know
ankle,
if
make
you've
them
ever
break
been
rocks,
in
and make
jail,
money
but
for the
it's not
state.
that
Since your
bad.
argument is about money, have them break rocks and bring in revenue for the rest of their life.
Yeah, Fredo. I agree with Fredo. I think that we should bring that back.
What I said.
Yeah, slavery.
bullets.
Okay, fine.
Let Rob talk.
I guess that's
Hell
the
yeah.
status quo now.
Is slavery wrong? What's going
Rob
on?
wants to say something,
Slavery's
I think.
wrong. What are you talking about?
It's
Lower
slavery
class.
for them to be enslaved
You lost
inside
your
of the
rights.
prison.
You
though.
lost
They're
your
not-
freedoms. They're basically
Yeah.
slaves whenever they're locked up. So
Yeah.
what's wrong?
Well,
They're
lower
not
class. I
slaves,
would
they're
just
incarcerated. It's an entire institution. What's up?
the argument
It's
you're
an
making
institution
about
of basically non-labor slavery. It's not chattel slavery, but it's this form of slavery.
the
They're
argument you're
stuck where
making
they're at.
though about like, okay, well, you're going to go to jail for the rest of your life anyways if you committed a crime worthy of the death penalty. But the argument against that is, yeah, but you could theoretically be exonerated. So if I go to jail for 8 years because I committed some crime that could be guilty of the death penalty, but we eliminate the death penalty, on the 9th year, I could be exonerated. We get some form of new forensics, and now I'm left out of prison. Whereas if I was executed after 8 years, small comfort to me in the grave when they're like, oh shit, we have new technology. I'm not saying I agree with abolishing the death penalty. I'm just saying that's the traditional argument that's made is there's a chance to correct it.
Of course.
And
just
furthermore,
respond to that.
prisons
Hold on.
are.
Fredo, real quick, let me respond real quick if you don't mind. That's what the appeals process is for. So there are guys who sit on death row for 20 years. They don't have a lot of money, and they can endlessly appeal these things. All the while, if this new type of forensics does come out, it gives them all the more of a chance to be exonerated before that happens.
Okay, but that's an indictment on the appeal. That's an indictment on the appeal process. And also, prisons aren't this some dank dungeon like you try to make it seem. These motherfuckers are in there doing drugs and eating better than most motherfuckers on the street, bro.
Okay, real quick. The votes are locked in. We had 44 votes. Thank you to everyone who voted on the chat. All right, 44 votes, and 45% says that the winner of the four-way battle is Abe Dinkus, and coming in second place and still safe with 25% is Lower Class. And following was JS at 18% and Are You Crazy at 11%. So we'll start here. Are You Crazy? Tell everyone where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
I'm awake. I want that character. Started out slow, but I'm mostly in chat. I don't have a channel. But thanks for having me up. Bring me back, chat, please.
Hey, always a pleasure to have you. And if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added into the safe of souls, and that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. And next we got JS Urban Adventures. Tell everyone where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
Guys, if you like bigots and racists and xenophobes and homophobes and stuff like that, you might like my brother's content. He's a one of them like Christian conservative guys. JS Urban Adventures, you should watch that. And if you bring me back, I'm going to bed.
Oh, I thought JS was your brother.
But if you pay to bring me back, he's waking up, so he'll be here. Unless you specifically ask for
Base.
me, and then I could maybe jump in. But bring one of us back, because he's waking up, I'm going to bed.
We want JS.
We're tag teaming it. We're diametrically
Let's fucking
opposed.
go.
Fuck that guy. He's JS Urban Adventures is a
Nah, forget
douchebag.
Word. Listen, always a pleasure having you. And yes, if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Okay, chat. We're still streaming. I like them. The Rob's still up there.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Combat Friday, baby.
All right, chat.
I'm glad you're an
I'm going to
abolitionist,
bed.
man.
And
We're
one more
gonna
thing,
play
real quick.
Wukong. We'll listen to this. Wait, is it me?
I don't think so.
I don't know who the revives for.
Welcome back
Okay.
from the grave.
Oh man.
I'm going to bed, guys.
Animated effigy.
But the stream is still going.
Back
so I'll be
again.
Back from the dead.
There he is.
Shout out to Kat, who is now
Just
my
like
patron.
me.
By the way, I just argued the extreme position on that. I don't actually believe what I was just arguing. Just
Well,
so-
either did Abe, so yeah, it's fine.
So
I'm
where?
curious
So
on that one, Abe, because you were to me from the Christian perspective, I thought you were throwing some fucking haymakers. So give me your opinion on that.
yeah,
because
like
I thought
effigy
you had
never
really great
agrees with
arguments.
any Christian argument ever. Okay, he'll find any reason to disagree with it, and he just says in the chat that you gave the best argument from a Christian perspective. So, I mean, I just gotta say that's pretty impressive.
What the? He borrowed my shirt. He took my shirt. And he gayified it. All right, chat. What are we watching on the...
And legislatures.
What is chat looking at?
I don't think you're going to those. Because they didn't find the man either. Because the Jewish, according to the Torah, you're supposed to bring the man and the woman. You gotta have
James, you crack me up, dude.
He's
best.
So my personal death penalty argument is always going to be that I want the state to have fewer and fewer powers to kill you.
And try to get him on.
James loves Mosaic laws, and he's a Unitarian. He's basically a Jew.
Well, he is a Mosaic Jew, isn't he? That's what he's moving into.
I'm basically against the death penalty, except I can be compelled to make a case. Like I heard this case the other day. I don't know if this is true, but let's assume that the reporting I read was true. There was a woman who worked at a daycare, and they basically found her with footage of infants having the most heinous thing you could imagine done to them, and she admitted that she was involved with that. It is difficult for me to say that that woman shouldn't be executed. However, for the reasons that Abe was stating previously, better to refrain from the death penalty, because if even one innocent person is executed, that is a grave injustice. Not that it's not an injustice that any time that an innocent person is imprisoned, but at least there's hypothetically a chance to redeem that. Whereas with the death, so I fall somewhere in that, only in the most extreme of case where proof is like even beyond the normal threshold we have for beyond reasonable doubt. When the proof is beyond even that, then I would probably be, but I don't know how you enshrine that in law. So I guess in general, I'm against the
extreme
death penalty.
cases. Are we just making emotional arguments though? Because it always ends up being like some emotional, like, or an example that's meant to evoke a disgust or some kind of emotion from you, right?
Well, yeah, it is an emotional argument, but I think it's also like,
doesn't that go against the idea of justice being blind then?
Yeah. Well, it's not blind already. The more heinous the crime, the more vicious the punishment. So we already don't have a blind justice system.
You could
but if we're not 100%.
No, that's not quite what the meaning is, because it's meant to try and be objective, right? So when you're intentionally trying to evoke emotion, it's against the premise of it, right?
Well, yes.
Like we don't.
But it doesn't matter.
It's not supposed to be that we set sentences by how pissed off the judge is at the defendant, right? Or,
Sure, I agree with that.
You're right.
Even though
you're
that
right.
happens, even though it really does happen, we know.
You're right, but there's a case to be made. It's not just emotion. There is a case to be made that that it is correlation, not causation, that the type of crime that would justify the death penalty and the level of proof that would justify also happens to bring back a visceral emotion in people, right? And so you could say that the very things that lead to that visceral emotion shows that the crime is so heinous that it should justify a punishment beyond the scope of what we normally do. I still think that we would need a level of proof beyond it. But the alternative is, like, do you know who Gary Planche is? Gary Planche was this father. He's sort of famous. There's viral clips of it you can see all the time. Don't bring it up. It's probably violates TOS. But he was a guy whose son had a heinous crime committed against him by his karate instructor. And as he was being moved from an airplane into a prison, Gary Planche waited by a payphone and then turned around and had a revolver and ended the guy's life. In my case, although I'm against taking the law into your own hands,
But
the
that's
truth
emotion,
is,
though, right? 'Cause
well, that's true.
If it happens to us, we're always going to be overwhelmed
That's
by
true.
our
That's-
emotion to override
of
our logic
course.
and do
Where
heinous
was
acts
that guy?
back, right?
Of course, but then we should ask ourselves, as a society, do we have a moral duty
Damn, I don't remember
to
where that
ensure
guy
that there's a
was.
level of justice that people that are reasonably placed in that situation would feel comfortable with, so that they aren't forced to take the law into their own hand? Is there a moral burden on us as a society to say we shouldn't put a father in that position where this dude's looking at a maximum of like 20 years and the father finds that unacceptable, and that reasonable people could say, yeah, that is fucking unacceptable, and a reasonable person would say, yep, I'm going to take those matters into my own hand.
But we don't
It's
base
an interesting
sentencing based on
argument.
the emotions of the people who were wrong, though.
It doesn't matter.
First life
right?
without
It
parole.
does, though.
If, let's say hypothetically that we say that the maximum penalty for any crime is 5 years, is that a morally just position for us to advocate for? I would say no, because you then basically put a reasonable person, not a person on the extreme, but a reasonable person in the unenviable position where they will feel that that justice is so inadequate that they will take the law into their own hand, thereby facing themselves to the same justice system. It's sort of like, I think that at some point you have
but
to
there's
say,
a weird
like,
standard, right? Though, because like people could apply that standard to things like accidental death, right? You accidentally hit my kid going through the street, so
Sure.
now I'm gonna run up on you and shoot you because you killed my kid.
But why does justice have scales?
right. So it's a threshold of it, right? Like surely at some point, right? Like it's like the abolish prison people, right? Like you can see the predictable outcome of that. If you abolish prison,
Sorry,
okay,
chat. I'm
well,
not,
then I'll take the law into
not
my own
super
hands. And what are you going to
talkative
do?
tonight.
What's the punishment to me?
Yeah,
Right,
Wild
you're gonna-
Wild West. Let's go.
Actually, the Wild West was far less lawless than you'd be led to believe, to be honest.
A lot more
the
polite.
If you debate an ANCAP, be careful bringing up the Wild West. I'll just tell you that, right? I've been on the opposite end of that because they'll be like, actually, if you ever looked into the data, it wasn't as bad as you're led to believe. Actually, by most metrics, it was far safer than most urban areas in the country today. where we
But you
have
were also
large-
allowed to defend yourself anytime you needed to.
It's why we have so many legends of these outlaws, because there's only so many that were
Yeah.
so famous.
Yeah. But now, ultimately, F&G, I think I agree with you that because of the thumb on the greater scale of like, yeah, but, right, weighing all of that, you still shouldn't allow emotion to decide it. And still, the chance that someone is executed prematurely is something that we should avoid, particularly when there is an alternative punishment that most of us would agree would acceptable, life in prison. Right. And so
And
for
to
me,
Abe's
it's
point,
like,
we do put a scale on it and do consider things more vicious, but there are things that we've objectively agreed upon, right? We're not focusing on one person's affect or emotion level to determine that.
I think that
And
a
I think
greater
that's the blind
conversation.
part. And as for the
like-
scales thing, Abe, it's because there are two sides to every argument.
I
They're
think a
weighing both
greater
sides.
conversation that's worth having is, and I don't hear a lot of right wingers making it. I think that we have both an under incarceration and over incarceration problem in this country. I think that we over punish some non-violent crimes and we under punish some violent ones. And I'm from a right winger, people don't want to hear me say this oftentimes, but I find the condition of our prisons.
White-collar crimes.
I find the condition of our prisons deplorable. I don't mind an edgy joke. If you want to make a joke about SA occurring in prison, I'll laugh at it. I don't give a shit. But the fact that the conditions are such
What do
that
you
it
mean?
makes it
They're
right
like
for
fucking-
joking is pretty fucking disgusting.
No,
I
they're
mean, you can go to prison
vacations.
because you embezzled $10,000 and the
I don't
next
know
thing
what
you
he's
know,
talking
you're the
about right
victim
now.
of some of the most horrific crimes imaginable
Prisons
in prison.
are
That's fucked up.
gravy.
You
I
know,
mean,
our
that's kind of
system.
a myth, though. Like, really, you're not getting SA just randomly in prison.
No,
like,
yeah, that's
you have
bullshit.
to arrest somebody.
Yeah, you got to
or-
put yourself in that position. Yeah,
Well, not
Typically, it's people who like go into debt. They
Yeah, and that's
they
They're
get hooked
gay,
on
they're
drugs. They
gamblers,
steal
or they're in
something, whatever. Yeah,
gangs.
of course.
yeah,
but
your
still,
gang will
I
beat
get
you
where you're
up
coming
for
from.
raping somebody.
Gs.
You know what I mean?
Watch the R word, just for Tio says on YouTube. But there are certainly circumstances where it's
The
prevalent
3 Gs,
enough
gay,
that
gamblers,
an innocent
or,
person to be caught up. And even if you say you're not innocent, it's like, I don't know that I want the punishment for you took $10 a commissary for someone to be okay. Then you're getting SA'd. I still
Well, it's
think
like
that
Abe
it's
said.
That's a good
You
point.
can't do it if it's just for one, right?
It's I don't know. I feel like that we could have a more, for me, I think that you should, I hear this argument a lot. This is a difficult conversation for me to have. My job before I started streaming full time was working with the adults with disabilities, right? And our company that I worked at had 2 programs. One was comprehensive. It was just like adults with autism and things like that. The other was called the Signals program. And that was for people that had committed sexual crimes. And so there's a different level of supervision necessary. Now, most of these people were like, imagine an adult that is so autistic or other forms of disabilities that they're nonverbal. And they didn't understand that when you're outside, you can't just urinate on the side of the road. Then kids were in the area. You understand how quickly someone I don't think that's an evil, irredeemable monster that went out of their way to harm children. It's just a person that doesn't have a societal understanding because of the ailments that they suffer from. Nonetheless, they need to be kept away from children. And so there's a level of supervision. The difficult part of this sort of thing is, I think that we need to be honest as a society. And if we want to just say, screw people that commit these heinous crimes, give them the maximum possible punishment, fine. But if we don't, and we don't change that system, then what are we expected to do? Right? Does the person lived in ostracization the rest of their life once they get out of jail? I still say yes, but I understand the argument that says no. If you wanted them to, then you should have imprisoned them for life. It's a problem with fundamentally how we operate our legal system that we still have these discrepancies. Someone could go to jail for 10 years for a nonviolent crime, and then someone could get busted with terabytes full of CP, and they're looking at fucking 3 months probation. It's
Well, it
so
also comes
fucked
down
up.
to, do you actually believe in forgiveness and rehabilitation? Like, do you
For some
believe
crimes,
as in
yes.
this
For
thing
others,
that-
no. That's how I feel.
No, that's a good. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have a bunch of CP on your
I think when
computer-
Rob earlier was talking about the grapist just losing his life, I think, yeah, especially if it's a child. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. If you have a bunch of CP on your computer, there's no rehabilitating you.
I don't think there is either. Yeah, I don't think you're coming back from that.
Even if there is, does it matter?
No.
Yeah, I mean,
think
yeah,
so.
yes,
I don't think
yes,
it should
really doesn't
factor
matter.
in. Like, you hypothetically,
Is
if you
that
can
in
see in a
line with your
crystal
religion?
ball. What's that?
Is that in
What
line
is
with
my
your
religion? What's my religion?
Yeah,
You
it
tell
does.
me.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume you guys are Christians from what we've discussed.
I'm sort of
over
a
the-
bad Christian. I'm non-denominational. But
No, it's just something I'm curious because I always felt that
not
one of the
bad,
core tenets of
Christian.
that religion is forgiveness, right?
There's technically no denomination.
No, the religion is not forgiveness. That's so gay. Oh my gosh. John
Leave- leave God.
3:16 is completely out of context.
Leave God forgive. That's not my role.
Yeah, forgiveness requires repentance.
Right.
So leave forgiveness for God, leave retribution for God. There's really nothing.
Eye
that you
for
guys
an
are
eye
listening
leaves
to
the
then,
whole
right?
world blind.
No. What's the alternative, right? So, like, if we take this to the logical extreme that everyone could be forgiven, then what prison sentence
Well,
would you recommend for
do you
any
think
crime?
do you not think that some people can be rehabilitated? I mean, I wouldn't say that everyone
some can.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, some can. Yeah, yeah. Not
Yeah,
all.
do you
though,
agree
absolutely.
that their ability to be rehabilitated is not dependent on what crime they committed?
Well, there's
depends.
different factors that fall into that, though, man. Like when
Yeah.
it comes to stuff
No,
with
I think
kids,
the factors are your judgment in this.
but that's
we
that's
don't get the choice.
psychologically proven, brother. Like people who do
Right.
stuff with children, they don't get rehabilitated. They either
Yeah.
stop or they continue to do it. That's it.
Right.
They also get the least amount of punishment more than anybody else. Like you, SA a child or something, you're getting like
So, wait,
2
really
years,
quick, I have a
and they have the
question
highest
for
recidivism
lower.
rate.
So, and here's a weird hypothetical. So, if there was a PDF who had never done anything and just had the thoughts but managed to never do anything, would he still be, in your eyes, like not worthy of life?
This is a
or
whole different
freedom?
damn conversation.
That's not
But
the
I mean,
same
if you
thing.
never did anything, you didn't commit a crime.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
The
A statement you made a second
moral-
ago implied that it was just the fact that they felt.
The
No,
moral
no,
thing
we're
to
talking
do.
about
no,
people
no,
who
no.
do the crime. You know what I mean? Sorry, Rob, go ahead.
The moral thing to do if you're in that position where you have uncontrollable urges around children is to intentionally take yourself out of the purview of ever being in that situation. Probably the
Never
best
be
and
around
most
children ever again.
correct.
Ever again.
Probably the most humane thing to do would be like find yourself a nice cabin in the middle of the Canadian forest or some shit like that.
Yeah.
If that's not possible, if I found myself in that position, I hesitate to even say this, I'll be very careful because of terms of service. If I found myself in that position where somehow I woke up and was inexplicably attracted to children in that manner, I would probably seek a more permanent solution for myself. But that's just my purview. I think as a society, we have an obligation to take steps to make sure that the most vulnerable of us are protected by the rest of society. And if there are people that are at a certain threshold of increased risk because through their own admission they are sexually attracted towards children, then we are obligated to make sure that they could never be in the position where they can enact that harm. That's whether that means constant supervision by multiple people,
right?
However we determine that's the case in society, and the idea that, like Effigy, you're right. Hypothetically, could someone like that, if we're just in the pure hypothetical realm, could someone like that be rehabilitated? All of a sudden, they wake up and they're not through some sort of training or whatever castration, something like that.
Right. If there was some kind of like drug we gave them that completely like killed all libido and like all that,
Right. Theoretically, that's possible. And yet I say, unless it has 100% efficacy, that we should err on the side of judgment. So, no, fuck you. We act as if you're impossible to be rehabilitated because history teaches us that it's not the exception, it's the norm that those people never are rehabilitated on average. And so, therefore, we should act upon that with that knowledge to make sure that these people don't have because the risk is too high, the consequence is too high.
And all of us would probably
I have a really fucked up, stupid hypothetical, and I'm admitting it's stupid off the front because you guys are gonna think it's stupid too. If in the womb we could determine whether or not someone would have the proclivity for children,
of course,
would it then be okay to abort that fetus?
So, like, if we could track the wiring of the child inside of the womb and knew that that was going to be the end result,
The same way you could determine that your kid was going to have
That's
Down syndrome.
actually not a stupid hypothetical.
No,
It's
I
fine.
think-
It's the plot of Minority Report.
I
Free
think you
crime.
have to give that child
thank
the
you, Minority Report.
opportunity
Except
to
the nice
grow
guy.
into a person and show what they are. You can't punish before you know. You can't.
You can always give them the option to be a eunuch too.
Pre-punishment is not an acceptable choice.
I agree.
The first thing to say is, under this hypothetical situation, we already live in such a fucking bleak dystopia that life's going to be very fucking problematic anyways. But secondly, like, you still would not be able to, you could take preventative steps to try to make sure that the crime doesn't occur. But I still think to execute an innocent baby for proof of what they would eventually become would still be a grave sin and shouldn't be done.
You could even send them to be raised as a monk or something. Like, literally, there are options for that child outside.
Or as Effigy thinks, just put them in prison for life, as soon as they're born. So,
where did I think that?
You
We have
said
a
that
nursery
it's
wing of the prison.
you
Nope, those are
said it's
broken.
better to be in prison than the death penalty.
Children's wing.
State now owns them. Do with them what they will.
The
I
ICU
will
wing,
say
yeah.
this. I will say this: if somebody suffers from that and they manage to go their entire life without ever doing something like that, I have a lot of respect for the amount of discipline that they took. That
That's
doesn't.
True.
That's the only thing I can say about that.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
you had a lot of discipline to never act on that, and you had whatever somewhat of a normal life. Great.
Yeah.
But like,
Whatever,
if
it
you're gonna
doesn't
go
take
in
a
the
lot of
dirt
discipline to
and
not
we're gonna
act
pour
on
concrete over
messing
it
with a
before I
kid.
go, all right, I got respect for it.
I
You know what
think
I mean?
Doug Wilson, if we're talking about Christianity, Doug Wilson probably has the best perspective on sin and how if you control that thing, you're much better off,
Well,
and
it's
not
the
just
whole-
ostracizing somebody.
Yeah. It's that whole warrior in a garden rather than a gardener in a war. It's
Right.
it's having it in you and keeping that at bay is the
You
self-discipline.
need to get your
is
dragon.
Kieran, I hate when you
bullshit.
do this.
Young man.
So, okay, Kieran wants a 1v1 with an extended minute, but he wants panel to choose the 1v1.
Oh,
I
damn.
hate when you try to do this, Kieran, because nobody wants.
Who hasn't been in a 1v1 tonight?
But if I could, though, I want to say one thing, though. Society
No,
used
James,
to
you can't.
help
Who hasn't been in a 1v1
Society
tonight?
used to help with actually
Uh,
controlling
I
sin.
mean, I was in a 2v2, but not a 1v1, so.
Or any, like, Fredo hasn't been anything, right? Right,
True.
Fredo?
Yeah, Fredo
might be
has
at work.
Yeah, I think
he's at
Fredo
work.
is at work. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Fredo
he
is at work.
in and out.
yeah,
He's
he's
still, in and out.
Shut the fuck up, Apogee. What are you doing, bro? Up, Apogee. What are you doing, bro?
Never mind.
Trying to
Called
save
out.
myself.
Oh, which one we're
I'm down for that.
Okay, then. Okay. Well, there
Let's
you
do
go.
it.
It looks like you walked yourself into that one.
Yeah,
After
he totally
this.
did. Yeah, totally stepped on the
Apogee,
guy.
though. Apogee totally meant to do that. Apogee was going on.
Gee. All right, let's get
like
everyone else into the back then. That boy Apogee's like, shit, what did I do? All right, so let's trap card activated. Let's see here. So no, let's not do the death penalty. Let's actually here's another exciting one that seems to get exciting over here. And I kind of forget where both of you are on this one, but should we allow medically assisted self-deletion?
No.
Yeah.
Oh shit, here we go. Look at that, right off the bat. That's it. So chat, listen up. Just a reminder real quick, all right? We are starting out at a 6 minutes because it was a 10-minute add-on with that, okay? So we're starting out at 6 minutes here, okay? If you want to solo judge the 1v1, it is 60 to solo judge. It is 10 to add on a minute, okay? If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
All right, FG. So why should we allow our medical professionals to help people in self-deleting?
So I believe that with the specific example of people who are terminally ill with extremely debilitating diseases that leave them in constant pain, I think to help them retain some amount of dignity before they completely degrade and have to suffer through a horrific ending of life, I think it is the most compassionate thing to do to allow them to end their life on their terms. To tell you the truth, I go a bit further on these kind of things because I think that people can make the choice to
Well, we have
exit this
ways
world.
to sedate this pain, right?
What if you can't? So if your choice is between
We
living
have
completely
major-
unconscious until you die and just ending your life, you think
You don't
should
have
just
to
pass
be
everybody out?
completely unconscious. We had major advancements in medicine, and we could minimize your pain to such a point that it's bearable. Any form of pain. The worst
if you couldn't,
form
though,
of pain is.
If
But
there's no,
that's
so
how.
there's not some kind of
But we
debility-
can't. But we can't.
Bladder
So you
stone.
don't think there is any level of debilitation to where your loss of dignity is enough to where you shouldn't be allowed to?
I meant gut shot.
If you were
I
if
said
you were
gut punch.
reduced to just a puddle of a person who couldn't do anything on their own, and
So you want to pull the plug on people on life support?
no, people might want to pull the plug on themselves. That's the whole point, right?
No, that's what I mean. But we shouldn't have
if
our
you get to
medical
one point-
professionals. What is medicine?
The medical
Medicine
professionals
is
are there to
treating
make sure that
ailments.
it's done ethically, right?
Medical
I know-
professionals are supposed to treat ailments. They're supposed to heal diseases. They're supposed to get people better by giving them the license to and the
And
option
sometimes they can't
to
get
give to
better,
their
though.
patients
That's the
to
people we're
self.
talking about. We're talking about literally talking about the people who cannot get better.
I finally found the way.
That's what I'm saying. We have medicines and stuff
You
to
don't
make
think that
their
there's people
pain
lining up to
bearable.
kill themselves
But
who
you're
can
saying
get better, right?
you're saying you want to give the there are tons of people who have chronic illnesses that can't get better. They have to live with chronic pain, but they can live with it. And it may be bad to suffering, but to put the onus on our medical professionals to commit what's to me akin to murder, you know what I mean? To take these people's lives whenever that's outside of their scope of practice. Their scope of practice is to heal, to make people better, and to treat illnesses. That it's completely immoral to make these people murder people.
The
And
alternative
plus,
is
you're making victims of these
trying
people's
to end their own
family who may
lives
not.
in messy, kind of half-assed ways. So the medical professionals are there to help do it ethically because they're probably going to try and do it
So
themselves
we put
anyway.
them. So we put them in a psych ward. We put them in the asylum. We don't do it for them.
Right.
So
we
if
increase
somebody
the cruelty on someone who's already feeling life collapsing in on them, that sounds like a wonderful option to do.
No, you just kill them. That's your
I
solution.
mean,
Like,
it's not even. It's not even increasing. It's not even increasing cruelty. You're just smuggling that in there. We're giving them resources
it's incredibly cool.
and
Someone's already
psychological
going to die
help.
with a debilitating disease, and you want to stick them in a psych ward because they don't want to be a part of
No,
life anymore.
we're choosing life. We're choosing life. We're giving them
No,
better
you're forcing
options.
life,
We're giving
right?
them better
definitionally,
decisions,
you're
and we're giving them
forcing life.
treatment.
You're sticking people in a psych ward who don't want to be alive, you know. So you're forcing life.
Yeah.
Like,
And if they take their life and the medical person takes their life, they are complicit in making victims of that people's friends and family who didn't want them to take their life and wanted them to keep the fight and urge to keep on going.
so other people should have the decision
And so
of
it's
whether or not you're on this earth.
it's no. It's just more. You're making more than one victim whenever you allow our medical professionals to have a hand in that.
The
You're
medical
making a victim of the
professionals already have a
medical
hand in our lives.
professional.
Our medical professionals always have a hand in all of our health.
And take it in the
throughout all of our
taking of the
lives.
life. Yes, no,
Why
their
not? At
hand
the
should
ending
be
of our life, not just the taking. They're there
the
for the ending of the
longevity
life.
of our lives. They should be trying to heal us and make our lives the best that it can, the better our quality of
Yeah,
life.
you're right.
But
yes,
instead,
exactly.
you're
Quality of life.
advocating
Sometimes
for
that
our
quality of life is about the ending
is
of life
no
because
life.
your quality is so bad.
The quality of life is no life. That makes a lot of fucking sense, FG.
No, some people have extremely shit quality of life. They have no quality in that, right?
So our medical professionals, their scope of practice should be making their extremely shit quality of life better, not take that life away from you.
Well, sometimes that is not possible. Don't you think if that was possible, they wouldn't want to end their lives?
When is that not possible? I already said we have medical advancements, we have psychological treatments. We've
Sure,
advanced
and if
so
those
far.
medical advancements
We've
were
advanced
relevant,
so
then
far
these
in the
people wouldn't
medical
exist,
field.
would they?
That's not true at all. You have Canada who already has made, and they're pushing that shit on people with depression. They got a lady who just killed herself or just deleted herself because she was fucking bored, bro. Bored. This is the slippery slope it leads to. And I don't care if it's a fallacy. You got these people pushing these procedures on people for money for bullshit ass reasons. It's immoral as fuck, and we should not be doing it.
Oh yeah, anything can be abused. I agree with that, but that doesn't mean that the initial premise is wrong, though. Just because someone used it in
The initial premise is
wrong way.
abuse. You're putting murder on a medical professional.
No, they're not the one instigating it. They're being asked.
It doesn't matter if they're instigating it.
Care.
Okay. So if you have a homie, he's telling you, bro, I'm tired of feeling this pain. Here's this strap. Go ahead and end my life. You kill him. That's not murder.
That's not in the context of a healthcare setting.
Is that murder or not? It's analogous. It's directly analogous. Is that murder or not?
No, it's not.
How is it not?
A healthcare professional.
It's not murder because it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter who it is. It's murder, bro. If it's your friend and you're on the street and he's telling you, you're at his house and he's telling you, bro, I have so much pain and I don't want to live with it anymore. End it for me. And you end it for him. Is that murder? Yes or no?
No, the entire premise of this is
it murder? Yes or no?
Who could not do it themselves.
Is it murder? Yes or no? How could they not do it?
Is your example murder? Sure. Yes, your example is
okay.
murder,
yes,
and
it's directly analogous.
Setting.
Bro, no, because you're trying to say that no, because you're trying to say that MAID is only for people who cannot do it for themselves. No, it's for people who just don't want to live anymore.
I'll let it get to 7 minutes, see if we have a solo judge. That was a good one.
Yeah, that was good. I can't believe it didn't go on longer. That was a good one.
That motherfucker, dog.
That is like the most G thing. This fucking guy calling in on his break at work. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I know,
That's how
right?
we do, baby.
No,
Awesome.
man.
That's
As
how
soon
it
as I saw
rolls.
Fredo with his fucking blue hard hat, I was
Yeah.
like, man, I'm fucking
There you
cooked.
go.
You know, do that shit, baby.
Put the hard hat,
Effigy.
the blue hard hat.
Every Friday, Fredo's working double
No,
time.
you gotta come in and get to work, baby. You know what I'm talking about? Clock in here, then clock into VK. Let's get it, man.
Hell yeah.
Great.
All right, let me type this in here. All right, chat, listen up. I am dropping the poll into the chat.
I have
right
11
now,
sparks.
Okay, so if you want to vote for this man right here,
I'm
you're voting
lost.
for animated
I've found the
effigy
right way to go,
on the
and then I
poll.
died.
Okay, and if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Fredo Fonzarelli on the poll.
That's
Chat,
not Fredo. That's
get
already
your
crazy.
votes in. I'm restarting that timer. You got 2 minutes.
From what I heard, I had to vote for Fredo. Because I didn't hear
Thank
it
you,
all.
James.
Because I had
Hey,
stepped
James,
out
can I ask you something? James, can I ask you a serious question?
Mm-hmm.
Can I pet that dog?
Right. That wasn't a serious question. Try again.
Man, fuck that.
Try again. That wasn't a serious question. Try again.
I was gonna pet that dog, man. Come on, man. Don't be
It
like
was
that,
still a
dog.
funny question though, so.
Thank you, Triple B, for the $10 super chat, and then Kieran as well saying that Fredo needs $1.
Oh my
God, I missed that video, man. That's like the best. It's too good.
Yeah, that's number one right there.
Big
I missed the
money
old
wine.
one. Dollar.
You're right, William. I did write it wrong. My bad. I forgot the second Y.
Dude, that cheese stinks. It's good, but it stinks.
Did you say that cheese?
Yeah, sorry. My kids eat some.
Out of nowhere.
No, it came to me. My nose just all of a sudden opened up, and I'm like, damn, that shit smells crazy.
My bad, dude.
No, my kid's eating some cheese puffs, and it stinks.
Cut the cheese.
Tends to stink. But that is 2 minutes. That is 2 minutes on the poll. Okay. 32 votes. Shout out to everyone who voted in the chat. 32 votes locked in, and 75% says the winner of the 1v1 is Fredo Fonzarelli.
Revive chat.
Fucking go, chat.
Animated effigy. Once again, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another shot at the $150 prize.
You can find me in the deep dark corners of the internet. I did do this to myself. I totally did. I deserve this. You can find me in the deep corners of the internet, panel hopping. I don't know if I'll be able to come back now because it looks like my patron is broke. I'm so disappointed, Kat. But thanks for having me on. And until we see each other again.
Later,
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you. And until next
07, bro.
time, my friend.
Oh, there's a bit of a big boss up there.
Fatality.
Now we know where we're going.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes. On Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Man, I love that saying.
Hypothetically, how late does the show go from a tired old man?
So it goes until at 4 we start the semifinals to get down to 4 people left, unless there's already 4 people left, and then the final matchup is a 2v2, and then 2 people get eliminated from that, and then a 1v1. And
When
then
you
there's
say 4, you mean Central Time.
yes.
Oh.
So an hour from now.
Yeah, it's poor Rob.
I can gonna make it. I gotta be up at 8 in the morning with my son. He's only 4 years old, so it's
Hey, that's totally understandable.
it's been a lot of fun though. I really appreciate it, guys. So hopefully I can come back some other night.
Yeah, definitely come back and tell everybody in the chat where to find you.
Sure. Easiest place to be Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube. I'm streaming almost every night at 10 p.m. Eastern time. Eastern time, like us civilized folk, not you savages on Central time. So, no, it's been a lot of fun. Hopefully, I'll get to come back soon, and I wish all of you luck. I'll be interested to see who wins inevitably. So.
Hey, always a pleasure, and hey, it was as a avid watcher of yours, it was definitely a pleasure having you on. So definitely come back again.
Thank you. Anytime, I'll be happy to come back. So thank you,
You got
guys.
a new
We'll see
fan,
you,
Rob. Good job, bud.
Have a great night. God bless.
Okay, well, Rob, I finally subbed up, so
awesome, man. We'll see you guys.
And mods, make sure you
I've
share
been
the channel
subbed to
in
Rob for
the
like 3
chat.
years.
All right. And yeah,
It sucks being Jaysen.
Everyone else can go find Rob. Came up and killed it.
Go sub up.
Right?
Great channel. Great channel. Go sub
Came
up.
up, killed it, and also just to tell everyone. Oh, let me see if he's back in here with his stuff working here. No, it's still saying so. Plastic. I don't know what you're doing, but it's saying that you have to allow access to your mic and cam. That's why it's not letting me bring you on. I've been trying to tell you in the back there, but haven't been answered. And chat, just a reminder, we got Animated Effigy, we got Are You Crazy, we have JS, all still waiting to be revived. Okay, they have that hope that you, chat, will bring them back before we hit that 4 a.m. mark. Okay.
Oh, there that ringtone. Mama, there go that man.
There's that tone. Let me see what it is here.
Was it a Cashapp?
Wait, why is my phone not turning on?
Oh, I love that. My phone does it all the time.
Oh no, that was just a YouTube notification.
Oh, okay. So we're safe.
Chat, I need a
That
revive.
was
Chat.
just for now. Don't get too great.
Yeah, James. Don't
Oh,
think
we're kind of not safe because Shazzy put
The
in
assassin is always
40,
lurking.
so we don't know who we're getting to go, but so we're not safe in that sense.
James, my 1v1 friend, 2 minutes in the back for you. Shout out to Rob. Oh, and I'm behind here. I am behind. Let me see. I slept in. Yes, I slept in. 1v1 chat picks. One, and then easy pick the other.
Oh god, I was like, wait, I can't.
Oh, so there's another one coming too. Oh shit, you guys better be ready. So chat, Shazzy wants you guys to vote. So what you guys do, as you know, okay, I want you all to make sure. Oh yeah, once a month, Rob, we do a daytime verbal combat. If you're still there in the chat, once a month we do a daytime verbal combat. It's so like we do 2 that night. So yeah, I'll make sure I let you know ahead of time of when the daytime one is coming next. And oh wait, I gotta change my name too. Hold up. And chat. So put who you want to see in a 1v1, okay? And whoever I see the most names, I will go with that one, okay? So everyone start putting who you want in a 1v1.
Wait, where did Brick go, by the way? He just disappeared. I just realized that.
Oh no.
I think he might have fell asleep because
Okay.
at one point he went to the back, to wait for a 1v1, and then he wasn't there.
Hey, at least he hasn't fallen asleep live like I have. So there you go.
Oh, he has.
Oh, yeah,
Definitely,
okay.
he definitely has.
By the way,
More than
by the
once.
way, Rob, I gave you the bird while I was in the back. Big Easy did not relay the message.
He said I gave you the bird while I was in the
I
back.
could just picture fucking James backstage, pissed off, flipping off his screen. Fuck you, Rob.
Listen, I'm not no messenger boy, okay?
You're not the messenger boy.
Yeah, listen, he's the show host, all
Relay the
right?
message. I was in the back.
Well, that's
Oh
how
man,
it
I'm the
goes.
only one not on camera.
That's how it goes on Verbal Combat
Oh,
Friday.
let's slow
baby.
up.
I'm seeing Abe versus James, Abe versus someone, James versus man at work.
Man.
Don't do it. Don't do
No,
it.
this is man at work, not
I'm
man
tired,
at work.
boss.
Who's the man at work?
I'm tired, boss.
Who's the man at work?
Tired, boss.
It says men. It doesn't say man. It says men. M-E-N.
Oh, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
So you got to debate me and the homie. Shit, where the
Look,
homie?
what
There he
happened,
is.
Rick? What did you do?
Oh, there he is.
Men at work.
I want in on this. I want in on this.
Oh, this motherfucker. He's cheating now.
What happened? Where were you?
I did a bit of a nap. I did.
Oh,
He took a nap. He took a nap. Come on.
I did.
Were you scared of Rob or something? Is that why you ran? Or?
I hate all the fucking Cheetos, bastards. I hate all the Cheetos and the drunk on the Mountain Dew in the back.
Yeah, he had a taste. He had a taste of freaking Andrew, and he was afraid of Rob. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just take you on
Sounds
now,
like you
then.
open a
Fuck
nice
your
cold
fun
can
up,
of
I'll hop right up
Coca-Cola,
there.
nigga.
Meant to be funny.
Oh, Coca-Cola. That was fucking. That was good.
Coca-Cola.
That was good.
Evan,
That was
you
a
can
good
fucking
one.
talk. He's in a state of you.
What's that?
Look at the
Cat
clip.
said spicy James giving birds is not nice.
It was meant
Yeah,
to
you
be
better
funny,
listen
not
to her
nice.
before she come back up on panel and drop your ass off of you.
Fredo,
thought you
can
were
talk
pro,
as well,
Cat.
like
It's
something
not a
about the wire,
tranny, so
yeah?
Ricky's not into it. So
Cat supposed
Wait,
bro.
I'm confused. Did you want to mute here, Cat? A 2-minute mute? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, she did. She told me telepathically. He said, shut
That
you up.
told me
That
telepathically.
doesn't count.
Triple B says Bricky. I don't know if you wanted to mute as well or what. All right, so chat. I see Cat versus James. Cat's not on panel.
Are these
dude.
all broke? Are these all broke?
So I see everyone says Abe versus not everyone, but like I'm seeing mostly Abe's name is the one named the most. Who else hasn't been in a 1v1?
Me, I haven't had one.
You're
yet.
lying.
yeah, Ricky, yes, you were.
Brick.
I mean, if he's volunteering himself as tribute.
Yeah, he's volunteering, and why
Fucking
not?
write him up.
Let's go with it. He's volunteering.
Shit. All right. Everyone else is like, yes.
No, it's a 2v2 or is it?
No, this is just a 1v1. So we get everyone else into the back. I'm gonna find a topic for Abe and Breaky.
You all right, dick face?
Wait, that
Great.
wasn't a mute lame. I'll do it
How are you,
myself.
Brick Dick?
Okay, William, remind me after this to do the mutes. All right. So let me see here. A topic for you two. Let me bring up my list. Maybe we're gonna bring in something that we haven't done tonight yet. So, should education be a priority in government policies?
Should education be a priority?
There's something big and bright up ahead.
No, I think the government should keep their damn hands off of education. How about that?
I want to say yes.
How did I know? Let's fucking go. So listen, chat. We're starting at 5 minutes. Okay.
Chat, I need a
let me see,
revive.
What time is it? It's 3:23 right now. All right. So, okay. Okay. Hold up. First off, let me give you guys a test right now. What's the topic?
Should government prioritize education?
Yeah.
Not
Okay.
really, kinda.
Ricky, you passed.
Was that a test?
Yeah, that was a test.
Okay, now I'll
That
tell
was
you
a
what.
test. I wanted to see how quickly you forgot about it. Sometimes that happens over here because everything's so fast paced, so I understand it happens. But before we get into this, let me bring everyone else back up real quick. I want to start off because I usually do this in the last hour, but I was really dug into the greatness of what was happening. So first off, I want to say thank you to everyone who's come up on panel tonight, everyone in the chat so far with your attacks and just here participating. All absolutely amazing. Okay. And like I said, I usually do this in the right at that last hour mark, but we're going to do it right now. So listen, if anyone needs to go to the washroom, including the people that are just about to do the 1v1, anyone in the chat, whatever, you need to do that, or if you just want to sit and enjoy the commercial break, so to speak here. You got 3 minutes, okay? You got 3 minutes, and we'll be right back. But we have a 1v1 request.
Leading into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet, and she's not famous, but what she's famous for on the internet is that people think that you had sex with her.
Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and
Your
why they
position
should
is
bring
that
you back.
it's a problem with the jailing system, okay?
No.
That was your position. You admitted to it.
It's a
You
problem
admitted
with
to
the
it. Are you
criminals.
taking that back? Are you taking that back?
That's exactly what it is.
We have already proved.
I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger? That's pretty badass.
The ability to feel pain and have...
He's dead. Actually, they feel
independent
pain way
thought.
before 24 weeks.
First try.
I don't think that a man wants to lie in that bed next to you, look, right?
I win.
You know the way. That's why you're sipping on two different fucking spirits.
The woman says, well, I want the kid to go to public school because I want to work and I like women's empowerment and I like abortion and I support all these ideas. And the man says, no, who is the decider?
Win by any means necessary. That is how combat goes.
So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir.
Chat attacks, they're ready to play.
Well, that means that we need to have young mothers having children. Otherwise, there is no society, right?
Or a deadly report. Disrupt with the sound. Mute for minutes.
I don't need to answer your question anymore. Because if that is effective, we don't need to torture people.
Base, those are forms of torture.
I'm always watching. Always lurking. No one is safe.
Okay, is this going over your heads? Do you want me to dumb it down for you?
Verbal combat, let the chaos unfold. Chats in the fight, stories told. Attacks and battles, who will survive in this
And then next month, it could be 200 people who are good people. So how can you put a rough number on it?
This is the whole problem with Eye for an
Or murder.
It creates a cycle that never stops.
No, I'm saying all killing or murder.
verbal combat's only one.
If you want to be the solo judge, it is 60 to be the solo judge. If you want to be, if you want to add on another minute, there's 10 for a minute. Okay. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
Your soul is mine.
And we are back. Hope you've all got your drinks and popcorn ready. Okay, because we're about to get into this. Let's put everyone else back into the back here. All right. Oops, sorry. All right. So, once again, chat, the topic is, should the government prioritize education? Okay. Bricky being for and Abe being against. Chat, it is going to, we had an add-on, and actually I missed an add-on for Triple B earlier because she got it right at the end of the debate, so we'll actually add on 2 minutes to make up for that. Okay, so we're gonna start it out at 7 minutes. All right, chat, if you want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Rick,
I'm the
if you play,
affirmative. I'm the affirmative, so you want me to go first, or?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I'll keep it short and sweet, okay? The more the government have control over the schools, the less that, you know, the woke teachers get to control it, because you've got to think, Abe, who
Why do you want
sets the
teachers to
standards
control
in
it?
your country? Like, as Abraham Lincoln, okay, what did he do? He done a lot for the military.
I'm better than
He invested
Washington.
a lot of time into, you know, educational stuff. Right now, schools are very important for the younger stages of life. If the government just stay out of them, then you're gonna be left to every Tom, Dick, and fucking Harry, little purple-headed woke fucking monster, right? Okay, to
That's
raise
why
your
they're
kid
there.
in a
That's
drag
why they're
queen
there.
school, with drag queen story hour, right? Okay, just imagine this, Abe. Just imagine, but just listen, imagine. You're not having any concentration and, like, you know, specific effort put into kids' education. What they're gonna do? You're gonna just let them run feral.
Who put those people in those places?
Who put
We used to have standards.
Who put what
on
people in what
schools.
places?
We used to have standards on schools, but once the
Wait,
government got in, DEI opened up, and they put all
You
those.
asked a question. Who put those people in them places?
Yeah.
Who do you mean?
The teachers, the purple-headed, the ones teaching them about things they shouldn't.
Well, they didn't get an
Purple-headed
interview by the
yogurt
fucking
slingers?
government, did they?
Oh, but they did.
Did they go? Does President Trump interview every fucking teacher that's going to take a
No,
job?
no. What you don't understand is that if the government puts money into something, they get to set standards on that something. And if those standards are DEI, if those standards are open to whatever the government wants or whoever's in charge of the government at the time, those people are going to be all over the place. So it'd be better if the public choose who was teaching their children rather than the government who's giving the money.
Better for
and
who to
deciding
teach the
who's-
children? Sorry, who to teach the children?
It would be better if the society chose those things and did
What,
not
so
the
if you've got a
government, because
society
our
of
government has been proven
rapists, right?
not
If
to
you've
be
got a society
trustworthy.
of rapists, right, and child sex offenders, it would be
That
better for
doesn't.
them
You
to
don't
raise
even
them
make
kids
sense.
in that
A whole
environment. Is that what
society
you're
of
saying?
them? Are you
Is that what
ridiculous?
you're
You're
saying?
ridiculous.
Is
You're
that what you're
ridiculous.
saying?
No, I'm saying parents of the children should decide
And
who's
what happens if
teaching
them
their
parents
children.
are fucking degenerates?
No, not as
What do you mean,
degenerate as the
no?
ones in the
What, so
government.
what you trying to tell me that parents can't be degenerates?
Brick.
You're
How did
being
all
the
this?
one right
How
now.
did all this come to be? How did the United States get to the point where it's at? You don't know because you're not here. Let me tell you, the government has put a whole bunch of money into programs like
The reason you're
DEI,
wearing
like
that hat and can wear that hat
embracing
is because British
all of the
people came over and
degeneracy
gave you
that's
your
in our
fucking
schools, that's
constitution.
in the Department of Education, that's everywhere. And then they also created Common Core. They created all these educational systems, and they passed them down as curriculum for students to have to do. And then you get your children coming home, and the parents can't even. They don't even know what the children are learning because it's so different than anything we've
So
ever done.
who's going to
And
set
this is
the
all coming down from the
educational
government.
standard, right? Okay, and when you think about it, a government prioritizing education,
communities, property taxes, stuff like that goes to it.
It would be intentionally looking out for its best
No,
interests, because
no,
if you want
no.
if you want a strong country, okay, and you want to have like leaders in your country, you want to have like a strong military, whatever, you're not going to raise your fucking kids, right?
That's
and
not
have an
who does
education
these things.
system
That's
where
not
you
who
want
does these
purple-headed
things.
fucking warriors.
That's not who
running
does
around
these
the fucking
things. People who get into
shouting their
education are the
pronouns are
women's
different every day.
lobbies, the feminist
Yeah.
lobbies, those
So
kinds of things are in charge
yeah,
of
but who are
those
you
parts.
advocating for doing this instead of the government prioritizing? You want
The
society to do it,
the community.
right? But
The
what if
community.
the community is a degenerate community like Jonestown? What if it's a
But
cult?
you're begging the question with
What
that.
if it's a cult?
You're
No,
literally
come on.
begging the
What if
question.
it's a cult?
What if?
So
What
what
if?
if
What
it's a
if?
cult?
What if?
What if
What
it's
if?
a
That's
cult?
whataboutism. It's not.
What
It's
if
not.
it's a cult?
It's
Yes.
not.
Well, answer the question. Is that
Well,
the
then,
right
then
society?
they have the right. Then they have the right to teach
Is that
their
the type of
children what they
society you
choose to
want that
teach their
child growing up
children.
in? By a
Parents have
cult
the right
member?
to have their children
Do
learn
you?
what they choose.
You're not answering the question, Abe.
Yes, I am.
No, is
I
that
just
the type of
said-
society you would be happy with that child raised up in a cultish society where it gets abused?
Parents get to decide what the children learn.
So if the parents decide that they're going to abuse, murder, and rape someone, right, because that's what they've done, is that the right
What
thing
are
to
you
do?
talking about? That doesn't even, what you're asking, you're making up
Right,
some crazy
Can
hypothetical
you
where
remember
every
what happened in
American is some
Jonestown?
horrible.
Did they drink the Kool-Aid?
Evidently, you have
Did they
not been
murder
to
their
America
children?
because that's
Did they
not how
murder their
America
children?
functions.
Did
Just
they
because
murder their children because their society said that that was the right thing? So do you think
that
that was
wasn't
the best thing to do?
that wasn't
Leave
an
that for
American
that
thing.
society to deal
They
with?
went outside of the
Do you?
United States borders to
Do
do
you?
those things. You
Answer the question.
goofball.
Answer the question.
It wouldn't have happened inside
Answer
the
the
U.S.
fucking question. See, you can't, can you? You can't.
Bricky, you're
You
not
want
even
people to be
making
brought
sense.
up in
You're not
cults,
even
be
listen to
brought up by
yourself.
rapists,
No,
murderers, gang
no.
members.
You're trying to say that
Let
every
them be raised
community
by
is
them in
filled
that
with
society.
vile,
Yeah,
evil
and I
people,
think you're
Bricky.
full of fucking shit here.
You think that every
And I
community is
wouldn't
full
leave
of
you with
evil,
a fucking
stupid
stray
people.
dog if that's the way you're going to
If
raise
that's
them.
how you see community, it makes me wonder about you.
So you're denying that there's communities that are not like that. I've just told you. What
I'm
about
telling you,
cultish
there is not
communities?
communities where the
What
entire
about
city
cultish
is
communities?
Jonestown.
Just give me
No,
right, so there you go,
no.
but that's
I
not
live
only
here.
what-
You
what
don't. You
about
don't even know what you're
Scientology?
talking about. The parents have you. Okay, you want to give your children away and let them learn whatever they're being told. That's what you're saying to me right now. You want the government to be able to
No.
tell your children.
What am I saying? Wait there. Just go on, you're
That's
trying
what
to-
you just said.
you're trying
You
to
said you
straw-
want the government.
Tell you
You
what,
want the
instead of
government to
straw
tell your
manning
children.
is
Ricky,
steel
let
manning.
me ask you a
Instead of
question.
straw manning is
In the,
steel
no,
manning.
no,
Come
you
on.
just said it.
Oh,
You just
what,
said it.
look, I've seen you around when you've been giving it the big legs.
You
Banging a load of
just said
shit.
it.
Abe,
In your
Abe,
country,
you're
what
full
would
of
your
shit,
government?
son.
What would your government
Absolutely
teach your
full of
children
Abe
right now,
ding.
Bricky? What
Abe
would your
dingus.
government teach your children right now, Bricky? What would your government teach your children right now?
What would my government teach your children
Yeah.
right now?
Yeah, what's your government allowing to happen right now,
Maths,
Bricky?
English, and science.
Yeah, and a bunch of other things too, right? Like the
What
5
would your
pillars of
government teach your
Islam.
children right now?
Say it again.
What would your government teach the children?
Not
right
what
now?
yours is teaching them, but ours is
So
still
you do
not as
want the
good.
government to raise your children?
No, I don't. I want the
You don't, right?
parents
So-
to have a
so
say in the
what would-
children's
what would
education
you-
system.
what would your
And
local-
if the
what would your
government is in
local
charge of it, then the
paedophile-
children
what would your
are going
local
to learn what the
paedophile teach your
government
children to
wants.
do?
And the
What would the
government
local
wants
paedophile
dumbed
teach your children
down
to do?
tax slaves
What
for their
would the
system.
local PDF teach the children how to do?
That's what the government will do. The government will put
if
those
you've got a
people
small
in place.
village, a small village where everyone sleeps with each other, knows each other, and's related with each other.
What are you
You
talking
think
about?
that's going to be a good society for the children?
We don't
to
live
be
in
raised up
Britain, Bricky. We don't live in
Lots of
Britain. It's not like
bosses.
that there. It's not
No,
like
you
that
live in
here.
fucking
We're at
America.
the
Have you seen the
temple.
back state? Have you seen some of
No.
the fucking delinquents there? Look at the state of you.
You're ridiculous.
And I'm ridiculous. You're the man sat there with a fucking hat on.
You're
like
the
a
one
calling
who's
a
sitting there
rabbit out of
looking
it.
like a
You
Lego
look like a
piece.
fucking half-eaten magician.
Okay, Mr. Lego piece.
Look at the
Calm
state
down.
of you, man. Honestly, you're
Calm
white as a
down.
milk
You're
bottle.
better at poking holes in people's feet than you are arguing.
Poking holes in
Calm
people's
down.
feet. Why would I poke holes in people's feet?
Because you look like a Lego brick.
Because you're a
Brick.
Lego.
And? Because I'm a brick?
Yeah, because you're a brick.
What you meant to look like? A magician.
Do you know what the mental viscosity
even
of a
really
brick
your
is?
beard?
Do you know what the mental viscosity of a brick is?
Clear?
None. Zero. You have no viscosity.
How do you know that?
It's
How
self-evident.
do you know that?
It's self-evident.
It's self-evident what? So it's your own perspective.
No, it's self-evident. It doesn't mean it's my
Where were you
perspective. It
taught
means
that?
it's
Where
true.
were you taught that? Where were you taught that?
I'm looking at it right now, Brick.
Right. So it's your
and I'm listening to
perspective.
it right now.
No
Brett.
one taught you, right? You
If
just
you
made a
believe,
perspective, made
if
a
you believe,
assumption.
if you believe the government is better at raising your children than you are, then you should give your children
I
to the
believe
government.
the government should prioritize education.
No, The government should have no
No,
place in
you want
education. That
society
money
to
should
do it.
go from the
I know you want the
society
little.
to.
I want you want the grapists and the fucking PDFs and the
I
little
don't
cult
know.
members to
Tell me
raise
how
their
that
own
connection.
society
Tell
kids.
me.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
You have to
That's what you
explain how
want
that
to do,
connection
isn't it?
works. No, explain to me
what
how
kind
that
of fucking
works.
weirdo wears a hat like that?
No.
That's fucking. I mean, look at the state here, man.
Explain to me how that system works. How do, just because it's a community running the school, how does it mean that it's filled with bad people? Explain that to me.
I do know how BK goes.
Shut
but
up
I
now.
kind
I
of
was
wanted
only
to
paid for
debate
8
the
minutes,
point,
dickhead. Right? Shut the fuck
not
up.
insult each other.
Let it get to 9 minutes and see if we have a solo judge. And I'm going to end the poll that's in the chat right now, and then I'll do the poll again, and I'll explain that poll that I had in there, because it seems some of you didn't have the thing. Oh, yeah, and James, you have a 2-minute mute. So when the timer says 10 minutes and 43 seconds, okay.
That's amazing.
Oh, fuck. And then this one.
Brick, you really think the community is worse than the government?
Ian, hang on. You had 8 minutes to debate this. Don't think I'm fucking talking to you now, dickhead. Right?
Why
you running?
The debate was 8 minutes long, right?
Just
you
curious.
Continue the debate,
I think
right,
Brick
son?
forgets
Should've
we
put more
debate on
fucking money in.
It's just wild to me that you think all the communities are worse than the government.
It's
Like,
wild to
all
me that you want to
are worse
fucking
than
I have
the
12
government.
skill points.
You're out of your
to
damn
use.
mind.
I'm out of my damn mind.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're out of your damn mind.
Well, I'd rather be out of my mind, than looking like you. Seriously.
Well, Brick, I don't know if you want to be talking about looks.
Evan, you can shut the fuck
Okay, I have a timer for your
Ian.
last minute going, James.
You
So
Evan, as well.
I'll
You get
unmute
worse every
you
time
and
you
you
come
can
back on
unmute.
camera.
But hold up 1 second.
Hey, man, I never
chat,
said anybody looked bad or good. You just said it.
Chat, 1 sec. Chat. Okay, I'm putting the poll in right now. Okay, if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkins on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Bricky on the poll. Chat,
Yeah,
get your
whatever you want.
vote in right now. Okay.
Love you too.
I'm starting this timer up, and you have 2 minutes. Let's go.
What were you saying, Evan?
What does everyone else on the panel think of this topic, too?
I agree with Abe.
Yeah, Abe kind of nailed it. Yeah. I think government is it should be last. It should be like the last resort of society. If we, I'm not saying they can't do anything in society.
Should to
but I
prioritize
think
education.
They should not at all.
What? So they shouldn't have. So there should be no funding going into education.
I don't think so at all. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah,
Right. So then you're going to have kids raised in degenerate society.
DOE should
cults
be
and fucking
absolutely
rapists
deleted.
and
Yes.
PDF files, right? So there you go. This is why you're backward as fuck, Evan.
What are we saying?
Bro, what
PDF
you
files.
talking about? Honestly, do you know what it is? You
How did you go from
chimps.
Department of Education to PDF files, Brick?
Yeah.
Because society has these places, right, where
we got
leave
government
children to their
sanctioned
own
schools.
accord and get raised by these fuckers. Then
we have
educated by them.
Right, because the minutes.
There's strings attached
Good
to all the dollars.
Yes.
I
No,
agree
so
with
much
Abe.
government funding in
Even
our
with
schools
you
now.
can't
I
actually.
would vote for
So I'm a
Abe.
part of.
I
I'm
agree
I just wonder where these kids are going to go to learn and how
I'm
they,
part of I'm part of an organization called
Where
HSLD.
they've gone for all of history
Homeschool
before
Legal
we had
Defense
public
Association.
schools, Brick.
You can't even
Where-
be in
where-
a
you never
charter
went to
school
fucking trade, oh, come
if
on,
you
look at this
want
kid
to be
here.
a part of a
You
homeschool
went to fucking
education because
YMCA club?
the government funds your
I can't hear
education.
you, Evan.
It's
I will say, like, the best argument against the government really having their hands in education is the fact that the more money that has been given to that section of the government to take care of education, the worse education has got consistently.
absolutely
For like
Look at No Child Left Behind. What the hell was that?
Well, yeah,
And you want
that's
to
a good example.
Good for kids.
And you want to talk
What
about
was that?
PDFs, Brick? Fucking all this money from the government going into our schools. The last couple of years, SA cases have skyrocketed, bro.
All right, real quick. And that is 33 votes on the poll. Thank you to everyone who voted. Okay, I appreciate everyone. who
Hey,
voted
I'm
on the
just gonna
poll.
say
The
this
rest
to
of
my
you
chat.
must be furry lovers.
I think
don't know.
Jaysen
But
kind of bodied Rob a little bit.
33
It
votes.
seemed like he in the
33
Trump argument,
votes and
he didn't want to talk
54. It was
about
close. 54%
what he didn't like
says
that Trump was
that
doing.
the winner of the 1v1 is Abe Dinkus.
Maybe catching a little backlash lately.
Tell
was really
everyone
great.
in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you back for another
You
shot.
can all go and piss off. I've had me blood now. I couldn't give a shit. Right? Good night and God bless.
God
bless, Bricky.
Always a pleasure.
Oh, sevens, dude.
having
Love you,
you,
dog.
Brick. Okay, if they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine. Fatality.
And that's another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Combat Friday, baby.
Let's fucking go.
I need a revive, chat.
My part in that video though, the one you showed the.
James, are you crying?
Alright.
When I wrote this song for the Christian youth, I want to teach kids the Christian truth. If you want to reach those kids on the street, then you gotta do a rap to a hip-hop beat. So I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are sick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's 'cause Jesus Christ is my nigga. Woo.
But what I was
That is a
saying,
solid rap. I'll tell you that.
thing is like that video. Look at the part where I said.
You made me do this. Name change.
The better part to put in there is when I said, "Where can we find you, Speakeasy?" When you got kicked off. That would have been the better part.
Bro, does anybody disagree how good that rap is though? Like I don't.
fly.
It's always the fire
and that
ass.
was crazy.
Well, listen, because I'm gonna change the topic, and because the 1v1's done, and I don't wanna, like, I never ever wanna, like, if I'm not involved, if I'm not paid to go in, or it's not a 10th round, I don't like to sway the chat in any way. But I'm gonna say, there's one thing I think you all kind of like fail on, like, so
Sure.
I'm just like, so like he asked, and I was hoping he would hammer on that point, and he kind of like let you guys get him lost in it. But he asked a specific question and said, "Are you saying the government shouldn't fund at all schooling, right?
I'll say yes.
And prioritize it?" And then you said, yeah, you said yes for both of those, right? They shouldn't prioritize it and they shouldn't fund it. But like I was hoping he would have hammered on that and like brought up like there's a good example like recently where they talked about how like they think like they need to implement a nationwide school policy of kids not having cell phones because they seeing the detriment of kids not having actual like social interactions and teamwork and personal building skills. They're like failing hard in these areas.
That doesn't take
Like,
money though, does
it? Well, yeah. Well, like that's the thing. Like, but you want them to not to have any like say in any public schools or nothing. You just don't want them to like. So like you would say no, they shouldn't do that. But like I think that's like a positive, right?
But like, yeah, but it's positive, but the parents can do it themselves. Parents
I get what you were arguing for, but I think like you kind of lose if you say you don't want them to fund at all, right?
No,
because then you're saying like, well, then like state's not going to fund the school either. Nobody in the government's funding the school, right?
Good.
The public schools. So you don't want no public schools.
I think it'd be better if it was all done through industry
Okay,
of some
so like,
kind.
Yeah, it'd be
yeah,
better.
so like the woman who gets married and then her husband gets in a car accident and dies, and then she's struggling with her 3 kids. She shouldn't have a school to send her kids to and
Well,
be
she
able
should
to
have a
support
community.
their family.
The community should reach out.
Oh yeah, and that's
she could
just a
send them to the
possibility
schoolhouse.
in every planet. So you're just like picturing this like utopia
Yep.
of like community, right? Like
Yep,
that's not
where the
like.
church
I
actually
mean,
has
that's
a role
how
in community.
it's always been before public schools were even.
All right, I'm not debating. Fuck off.
That's what the church is supposed to do. Have these units. Yeah, I do the church. All right.
But yeah.
I mean, I see your point. There's better ways.
Yeah.
All right, we have another guest. Even though okay, so we're only about 20 minutes away from when we get into the semifinals, so they won't be eligible for the prize. But they're still more than welcome to come up. So let's bring them up.
Yeah. Terriac.
Me potato. How are you going, guys? I just woke up.
Oh.
Wee bag of potato.
Irish brother from
I
long
freaking
ago.
knew it was gonna be Terriac. I'm like, I'm just like, there he is. He's coming.
Wee bag of potato.
I'm here with me lucky
This is the wee
charms.
lad from the land full of
Not
gold.
quite Ireland no more. The UK.
How's it going, Terriac?
I'm good, boys. How are you? Have you had a good VK?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not bad here.
So Rob Noor made an appearance and did some slaying.
The trick question. You're supposed to say it's always a good VK. I fucking got you all. These are all out of the semi-finals.
They all fail.
Get off me, Terriac.
You're not even from America.
And get out of here.
Everyone's soul goes into the safe now.
Freaking leprechaun shows up and consumes souls. What's going on here?
That's what I'm saying, boys.
Are you sure you're a leprechaun? Damn.
Well, leprechauns consume souls occasionally.
All right, chat.
He's not a leprechaun. He just likes Lucky Charms a lot.
Yeah, it's not part of our official diet. Our official diet is obviously Lucky Charms, but like sometimes we do like to, cuisine, dine out on a bit of souls. Maybe a fine steak,
Some potatoes.
A nice
long
griddle.
walk on the beach, maybe cuddle up to a fire with a nice book.
Yeah. That's leprechauns.
I heard they particularly like.
I'm a leprechaun from long ago. Was I?
Thank you, Abe.
So let's
chat.
so even I want you guys to
Hey,
when
Brandon
I ask
Bender's
this,
blast
even
bomb
considering, right? Even considering if you have some
Thank
like
you. I haven't seen
standard
my chat
that you
room.
should
Popped off.
be able to vote, right? Some standard of like they should have said thing or whatever, right? Even with this thing, or if you don't have that, should the voting age be lowered to 16?
No.
Bring me that, chat.
Hell no.
No.
Yeah.
Not unless military age gets. Not unless military age gets lowered to 16, and only if you're in the military can you vote. And that's the only exception
Not
I
only
can make.
that, but if you have to be 35 to be president, I don't understand why we're even talking about this.
No.
Because it's VK. We're supposed to debate issues, Evan. For fuck's sake.
Terriac, you know what I'm saying, you butt
For
nugget.
fuck's sake, laddie.
Okay, well, let me ask you it this way. With the same standards or whatever you have, okay, should we raise the voting age to 26?
26.
25. You can't rent
25,
a
I
car
think,
until
yeah.
you're 25.
Yeah, I would say 25 is a great age. Yeah.
Yeah.
I disagree, just to be contrarian.
There you
No, wait a minute. So would that be great for the majority of people, though? 25 being a great age? Because, I mean, I voted for Trump, and I was lower than 25.
Well, give us your anecdotal evidence some more.
Yeah.
James.
I mean, I'm just asking a question. Would that be adequate for the majority of people.
I mean, your argument is kind of asking for arbitrary age limits for each fucking voter.
I'm just asking your opinion. Like, is that great for the majority?
Chad, I need a revive.
Lower than 25.
After this, we'll be doing a
Okay,
panel,
that
but
doesn't change- what?
Because
But if you took out all people,
Yeah,
so you're saying that
we're
it's
at
only
a,
young
uh,
people.
we're
If
at
you took out
$16.99,
under
$100
25,
super chat goal.
that means that Trump
Otherwise, the stream ends at 7. I'm ending at 7. You
made me do this.
Which is 3 hours after. Maybe we get the panel, maybe we don't.
Name
But
change.
if we hit the $100 goal, we stay till 8. If we hit $200, we stay till 9.
I'm just
Nothing
curious.
after that.
Majority, do you think the majority would vote liberal? Is that why you want to go 25?
I'm just curious
big
what your
fight
random
card.
ass scenario has to do with the question.
Yeah, so the reason why you don't want to raise the voting age to 25 is because you're basically going to validate all these retarded lesbian feminists who say, oh, she was taken advantage of because she's not, 25, her brain's not fully developed, so she can't consent, all this kind of shit.
Fair.
If 18 is what we deem to be an adult, then it should be 18, and then the switch is flicked. You're allowed to have a beer, you're allowed to die for your country, you're allowed to do whatever.
Everything. Adulthood should
you
be
can't have a
thing.
beer. You can go to the military at 17. You can't have a beer. So
yeah, that's
Well, you
Yeah, no,
can
but that's what I'm
kind of
saying.
go into
Evan,
the
at
military
18, it should be right.
it's not.
Military switches on. You're allowed to drink. You're allowed to do whatever.
But I'm
he's
saying you
saying
can go
18
to join the
flat,
military at
18
17
flat
and you can't
for
drink a beer.
everything.
The delayed entry program.
He's
but you
saying
still have to-
should, I think.
He's
18 to
saying
go
Yes,
in.
I'm saying
not
should.
He's saying you
is.
should. Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
Should
Okay.
is not is.
And an is not an out, and you can't get an out from an is.
What should be isn't, but it could be if it could be.
Am I wrong?
No.
So wait, hang on. So you're saying we ought change our law to be that everything happens at 18 if we're calling ourselves adults.
We ought
Yeah.
be consistent.
Okay. All right.
That's
Yeah.
bait.
I don't have a
Come
problem
on,
with that.
chat. Give me a revive.
I still think that
If I got anybody in
25
here,
is the
some
best
below
time
me,
for everything, but
go
yeah,
over there and give me
I
a
don't have a
revive.
problem with that. I don't have a problem with
Sorry, yeah.
consistency in any way, shape, or form.
Freaking
So
fruitcake.
I guess my vote wouldn't account it for as Trump, though. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah,
What
what?
does
You
that
would have
matter?
fucking loved it. You would have enjoyed it, James.
James, I got a
I
story to
wouldn't
tell you.
vote for Trump till
You
I was
can't,
second time,
James, you can't change the past. It already happened.
based on that line. Well, based
Yeah,
on his
you're just
logic,
remembering.
You can't change it. It
Yeah, but
already
based
happened.
on his logic, I'm saying my Trump wouldn't account it. Well, my
Great.
vote wouldn't account.
Great.
That's
his
not what
logic
we're
doesn't matter.
talking about, though.
Based on it, I'm saying in your hypothetical world, though, my vote
James.
wouldn't account it, or anyone that was born.
James, you're not
25
listening,
that wanted
dude.
to vote for Trump wouldn't account it. I'm saying in your hypothetical world. I'm not saying
Yes,
that
we're saying you're too young to vote. No. Calm down.
was.
I'm
a
saying
vote
we don't
25
take too
now.
kindly to folk around you like here.
Hey, Jack, that's actually pretty fucking good. That was all right. That was good.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no, I literally thought that was one of the
That was
Americans
funny.
on the panel. That was
He's been
solid.
practicing.
That was solid for sure.
Oh, the Irish can get our accent better.
Oh, can they?
Huh? Would you like me to talk like this? With me Lucky Charms? Me rainbow?
He just want to
The
say top of
unicorn.
the morning to you, right?
Top of the morning to you, lads.
I
Top
mean,
of
there's
the
a
morning
lot,
to
a
you.
lot of Irish immigrants down here in the South.
You know, this is Habib from the
With that,
Got him!
My daughter came out. I'm like, what is that?
What was what? I didn't even hear nothing. What are we talking about?
Gosh dang it! No, he does this like knock thing. I don't know. I can't explain it.
What, did he do the knock knock and I missed it?
Yes.
Yeah, you missed it.
Damn, I missed that.
I don't know
wasn't
how you
paying
missed it.
Yeah,
Well,
you
my
miss everything,
daughter
James.
came out here, so I thought she was knocking on something. Like, what the fuck?
No, I don't miss everything, Terry.
It kind of got me, but not really.
I mean, what now?
I don't know. I was,
Double giant.
what's going on?
2 giants at the same time.
James, are you going to argue anything or what?
We gotta fight 2 giants.
No, he's just gonna
How
keep
do you
saying
know
that
that
if
wasn't my
Trump
argument?
Trump would have been voted in if he didn't have his vote in. So
Yeah, yeah. James's
I'm
vote
just saying, like, people
turned
that
the
were
tide, and if he
based
couldn't
on
have voted,
age
there would have
voted
never
Trump.
been a Trump. It was
Yeah,
all
but-
James.
Yeah, but people that were based on
Thank you, James. You saved America.
Oh, shit.
Regular Jaysen.
Triple B throws a monkey wrench into the gears with 3 fucking minutes to spare.
Let's go.
Bro, and Jay's regular is back.
Fucking
That's what I'm
go.
talking about.
You know what?
Shake
Since
shifter
Triple B
returns.
is throwing a wrench into the monkey wrench into the gears right now, okay? I'm also
Who was that
gonna
fucking
throw
retard who was on
a
here
monkey
earlier?
wrench
My
into
brother.
the gears. All right. So
You got effigy coming back?
this is no. I'm just this is just a one-time offer here to the chat. All right, one-time offer. But it's gotta happen within 3 minutes after. No. I'll give you 5 minutes because some people are behind sometimes. It has to happen within 5 minutes of after I'm done this next part here. Okay.
Okay.
If we get, it's gotta be worth it because I'm breaking protocol for this. So if we get $200 in the next 5 minutes, we'll extend the show an extra hour. All
Holy
right?
crap. Wow.
The timer started. The timer is started right now. Okay?
I'm here. I took a long nap. Let's go.
But this is your only opportunity.
go, Cha.
I won't go a minute or a second over 5 minutes. Okay? This is your opportunity.
Wow, chat. That's quite an opportunity, right?
And while we're doing that too, also, I'm about to put a poll.
200K.
I'm about to put a poll into the chat for which week should we do the daytime and nighttime VK marathon every month, right? So it's going to be either the first Friday of every month or the last Friday of every month. So I want you guys in the chat to vote on that poll for that as well.
Didn't you already do that poll, or am I?
Yeah.
Am I
but
behind?
I guess bad.
No, I did do the poll, but the thing is, a lot of people weren't understanding what the poll was meaning.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey, what was that? What was my dumbass brother saying when he was up here? I heard he got to meet Rob Knorr. He woke me up. He's like, I met Rob Knorr, your favorite guy.
Jaysen was
he
crazy.
met him before you.
He asked Rob Knorr on a date.
He
Jaysen
met him
was
before
crazy.
you.
I don't want to see Jaysen ever again.
He asked Rob Knorr out on a date.
I
It
would
was kind
rather
of
have
weird.
JS than Jaysen. Just saying.
I wanted to go at that lawbritarian.
Oh man.
Lawbritarian. Okay.
LOL.
Swear,
That
swear,
LOL
swear,
Bertarian.
What a sweetheart. Just putting us in 1v1. You little sneaky devil.
Oh shit! And then right after this 5-minute mark here, we got a 1v1. Okay.
Yeah, little
JS
sneaky
versus-
devil.
By the way, Aryan actually goes back to Iranian.
I like that. Aryan.
Aryan means Iranian, by the way.
Weather says two theological Aryans and only one believes. Let's fucking go.
Oh,
What a
okay.
What
sweetheart.
the hell, sweater?
Ah, shit, Sweater.
Only one heretic shall survive.
Sweater's a fucking.
Only one heretic shall survive.
It's the battle of the Ronins over here.
Battle of the quote unquote.
That is
heretic.
true, sweater.
The quote unquote.
Bro, you gotta
heretic
stop with the
battle.
Uncle Roger and Nigel stuff, man. Just keep it with you.
What is it gonna be, Chad? Are we going an extra hour or no?
What you know about
Totally up
Eusebius?
to you.
What you know about Eusebius, James?
What do I know about Eusebius? I've heard about him, but I don't
What do you
know
think-
a lot about him.
What do you think about
heard about him.
hierarchy in Christianity?
Hierarchy? Well, I would agree with
Yeah,
hierarchy.
Hierarchies in everything.
If we're talking
You don't
about,
agree with hierarchy?
Jesus,
No,
man,
hierarchy is in
all you
everything.
anti-Aryan guys better calm down with your hierarchy.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, JS Aryan is literally means Iranian.
Aryan, yeah.
We're
No, in a theological sense, we're talking about Arius, the person
Aryan, as in,
Arius.
like
his,
Arius, yeah.
yeah, shut up. Arius, he.
Oh shit! We are
Wow.
50. We
denied
are
the
50
divinity of
away.
Christ. There you go.
We are
we're not
50
talking about
away
Iranian.
for an extra hour, guys.
We're
50
talking
away.
about people who who
Come on, chat, get to
questioned
50 in.
we're talking about people who questioned the Trinity because Jesus submit to his Father's will,
Denied.
which shows
No,
a hierarchy,
not question.
which shows a
Denied the
heavenly
Trinity.
hierarchy. If you
yeah, I ain't deny the Trinity. They don't
how do
question the
you
Trinity, they
justify
deny the Trinity.
how do you justify Jesus
Kinda.
being
Nobody
equal
are,
with
yes.
God and a hierarchy? There is no
Kinda.
hierarchy.
Yes, there
Eusebius
is.
had to do
Everyone, I
talking
just
about?
want to real quick before the timer goes up. We're in
Jess,
the
what are you
last
talking
minute.
about?
Okay, Kat
Well,
has put
educate
us 50
yourself.
Father,
away.
Son, Holy Spirit. What are
Hold
you
up,
quoting?
hold
That's a
up.
hierarchy,
hierarchy.
right? Yeah, I
Shut
agree.
the fuck up. Listen,
Sorry.
all right, we got 50 away. Oh shit, never mind. We are locked in for an
All right.
extra hour chat. Okay, everyone in chat. Thanks to Kat. Okay.
Cat.
Who is this cat person?
Cat is in. Well,
Who is this Kat?
Cat.
you don't
I
even
know,
know.
I
Cat.
know
First
who
of
it
all,
is. I know
first
who
of
it
all,
is.
motherfucker, put a bit of respect.
Do they own Amazon
Yeah,
or something?
first-
Like how much? How they have
First of all,
that
Evan,
much money?
put a bit of respect on
person.
the name, okay?
We got
know
Second of
who
all,
she
Kat's a
is.
motherfucking
right
legend,
and the left.
okay?
She's
I
the
know
legend.
who she is, dum dum. I just where's all this money coming from?
She's
her.
she's in the
Then
medical
why the fuck
field.
don't you say that?
Don't be
She's
pocket
medical
watching
field,
people,
she has
Evan.
tons of money.
Like-
Oh my god.
Yeah, why are you watching her
Yeah, Evan.
pockets?
Creeper.
Oh, watching
Sake,
pockets. Okay, yeah.
She's
All
in the
right.
medical field.
Butt nuggets.
This is why we can't have nice things, Evan.
The
For fuck's
medical
sake.
field gives you tons of money, and she's spending her money. Her tons
That's
of
why
money
we
over
can't have nice things. Ah, shit. All right, so listen.
That's a smart ass.
Sweater has spoken, and that means we have a 1v1. Oh shit! And real quick, because I forgot I owed this to 1 sec.
They call me Puffy. I like to dance. I throw good parties for all my friends. Some of them are young, some of them are drugged, some of them are buried in my yard in holes I dug. The FBI now is on the way. Chris Hansen says have a say. They took my Bronco and my pedal van, and I'll be done locked up for a long time. They took all my baby, 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 oh my baby, 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 oh my baby, 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 oh.
Baby, baby,
no.
baby.
No, that song is
That's a bad
nauseating.
song, but
That song is
I
nauseating.
see. All right, let's put everyone else
song, if you think about
into the back
Yeah,
here.
what are we debating, James?
I don't know. What are we debating? That's a good
We're
question.
gonna figure that out. That's what we're gonna do.
Good
But
question.
So he wants
Um,
Aryan versus
also-
Aryan. Well, he believes Jesus was created. I don't.
Well, also real quick too, Shazzy is also adding on a minute to this before we even get started. All right, because she sent in 10 for an hour towards the hour, but
Yeah, I
Kat
got
finished it
my
up, so she said to add that to this debate. Okay, so we're starting at 7 minutes. Okay, but let's get a topic for you guys. Okay, let me see here. Where's my list?
I just don't like the word Aryan because people associate it with something different that it's not associated with. It's not that kind of Aryan.
That's why.
Yes,
That's what makes it even funnier. That's the whole point.
See, that's more of a knock than Aryan is what otherwise is.
But here,
Wait.
let me. Oh shit, we got another minute added on. Here we go. Thank you, Triple B, coming in hot.
All these
right.
minutes.
I think I'm more of a follower of Christ, but if you think
Shark. All right, listen.
Yeah, that song is addicting. Like after you hear it enough.
I don't
Alright.
watch children's shows, so I don't know
That
this
song
song.
is
No,
addicting.
well, I have to
Yes.
do
James, don't say that stuff out loud. We know you bump Baby Shark now.
It's his favorite song.
All right,
Yeah, I'll stick with no.
let's fucking go. Chat. Wait, what? James? you said
Nah,
what?
I'm like, what? Like, how's
Oh, okay. Okay.
like
You're
no.
just baffled right now.
I'm
Oh,
baffled. Yeah, I'm a little bit baffled. Yeah.
Jesus.
Unless he's playing devil's advocate.
I'm not.
Jesus.
No, this is me.
Okay.
I
hear you.
Or maybe I'm always just playing a character. Who knows?
I don't know. Who knows?
just fucking bewildered you are, James.
I'm bewildered.
Just
Yeah.
fucking perplexed at this point.
Of course, I'm a little bit drunk too. So.
Oh well, that'll help.
I've had like what 4 beers.
Vote off this damn alcoholic.
All right, chat, listen up. We are going to 8 minutes to start. Okay. If you want to add on a minute, it is 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
So why should government officials not have term limits? I'm curious about that because I think they should have term limits. I'm gonna go ahead and state my point because that would get the bad politicians out of Washington.
If we're gonna have a system,
politicians that don't do nothing, but they just sat there for 40, 50 years, getting all this amount of money, and they don't do crap.
What are you, anti-money?
Well, no, I'm not anti-money.
You don't like
I'm
people
just
making money?
making money in politics, where politics.
You sound like a damn communist. Why don't you? Why don't you just why don't you pull yourself up by the bootstraps and tighten up a little bit and try to make money like they make money instead of crying about it? Instead of crying about it, oh, they have too much money, so they shouldn't be allowed to be in charge.
They stop making money in politics where it's so easy and tighten up their bootstraps and go out there and start a business. Where it's not so easy. How about that? How about they tighten up bootstraps in that way?
You've made your point. I know you want to try to do this thing where you're like the aggressive James and you just talk over people the whole time.
Yeah, I am aggressive tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You're spicy James. Spicy James.
I'm spicy James.
So in our current system where we vote for officials, right? We should have the right to vote for who we think is the best person for the job, correct?
We should have the right to vote for who we think is the best person. Of course, why not?
Okay. So
well, why not set term limits? What's I got to do with term limits? Where does that go? Where does the logic go?
Well, I'll get there if you try to pay
Okay,
just try to pay attention for a second. So why should some arbitrary time limit, such as 4 years, 8 years, some arbitrary time date that we pick, prevent me from electing who I think is the best candidate for the job?
Because they could be a corrupt candidate. Just because you think they're the best candidate doesn't mean they're the
No. If 90% of America thinks this is the best guy for the job, and he is, and he's shown. No. Hold on, James. Hold on, James. If 90%
odds of that, what are the statistical odds?
It doesn't matter. The statistical odds don't matter.
That's
okay. 51%, James. Does that make it better for you if I say 51%?
Okay, that's a little bit more statistically.
Okay, James. So try to pay attention try to pay attention. If 51% of America, if we do an election every 4 years, and 51% of America, let's say 52% of America votes for this guy the first time and he does an amazing job. And then 52% of America votes for this guy the second time. Hold on, James. Hold on. We got time. Hold on.
He does an amazing job. What if he does a horrible job?
4 more years later, 52% of America votes for this guy and he continues. Stop, James. James, you're spurging. Stop interrupting and just let me make an argument and then deal with my argument. Can we do that?
I'll try. But you're not making a solid argument.
I'm making the argument. I'm making the argument that we have an election every 4 years. So after 4 years, so we elect a guy. 52% of America elects a guy. 4 years later, 4 years later, that guy has been doing an amazing job, and actually the approval rates have climbed to 53%. Now 53%. Now 53% of America votes for this guy in his second term. Then he has 4 more years. And America is even more happy with him. At this point, he's got a 60% approval rating. You're saying that the government should say, nope, you can't put that guy back in again. He's only 45 years old, but you can't re-elect him because 8 years is up. And we say, we picked a date. We picked an arbitrary date. We said, 8 years, no more. You can't have that guy anymore. He hasn't done anything. He hasn't done anything egregious. No new wars have been started. We've been doing amazing economically. We went from a 52%.
Assuming you're gonna get someone that good, consistently good. Like,
It's
what are
not
the
that
statistical
good. It went
odds
from
you're gonna get someone
52
statistically that good?
in my
Like
in,
Donald Trump is
James,
like an
James,
like an
in my
outlier
scenario,
compared
in
to
my
other
scenario,
people.
this president went
If you're gonna go with Donald Trump as the one
I'm
you're
not
thinking.
I didn't bring up Donald Trump. You
Well,
did.
I have to assume you're gonna go with Donald Trump. You're thinking. I mean, I don't even
I'm not even
agree
talking
that
about
Donald
Donald
Trump
Trump.
should have more than
Nope.
2 terms. But
Nope.
the thing is, though,
Nope. Never said I never said Donald Trump. I never brought up Donald
statistically,
Trump.
though,
Nope.
I don't think overall it should be more than 2 terms.
So
for
you're arguing a
president or
straw
any
man.
other-
Let me just
other,
stand here like a
form
straw
of
man
government.
so you can argue against
I'm
nothing.
not straw manning. I'm just taking and
You want to argue against something I didn't say.
building
I'm not
based on my observation.
I'm not talking about Donald Trump.
But you're saying, well, even if you wasn't talking about Donald Trump, you're still assuming.
I'm talking about a hypothetical candidate that
even
has
in your scenario, hold on, even in your hypothetical scenario, even if we take out Donald Trump, you're assuming that a man would consistently be a great candidate. Consistently.
James, I gave you a perfectly reasonable hypothetical.
What are the odds of that? And you're saying one man.
The odds
but
are
what
very
the odds of
likely.
that consistently over the decades.
We've actually
over
seen
the
presidents
hundreds of
serve more than
years.
2 terms in America. And due to
Yeah,
that,
we
that's
have,
that's why they
but
made
you
the
gotta
term limit
consider-
because that guy
but
was
you-
screwed up.
But wait a minute, you got to consider what time those presidents were presidents.
Was it
They were not-
Roosevelt?
they
It
were-
was-
it
it was
was
like-
not
it was
a
like-
time like how we are today. with all the
Roosevelt is like
level of
less than 100 years
corruption
ago,
that we
dude.
have, even though there was corruption.
It was
back
less than
then,
100 years
there was
ago.
nowhere near
want-
the amount of corruption.
Do you think
in the
America? Do you
government
want
as
America
there
to
is
last for
now.
400 years, or would you like an empire that lasts for thousands of years?
I would like an empire that lasts for thousands of years, and that would
Okay.
require.
You would like that,
would
right?
Require,
I would too.
That would require that you have term limits.
No, it
Because an
wouldn't.
No,
No, the opposite.
Cannot do,
The opposite of what you just said.
cannot do
What you just
no
said was
term limits,
actually
and
retarded.
it lasts for thousands of years.
Like-
Look at how
Like
happened
what
to
you just said
Rome.
is like actually
Look what
retarded.
happened to Rome. Rome had the same
You
problem.
want a
Rome had the
lasting.
exact same problem. They didn't have term limits.
You want a.
And the thing that killed Rome and destroyed Rome was the fact that they didn't have term limits because they didn't.
Really, that's what killed Rome?
That was part of what killed Rome. It wasn't the only thing, but it surely wasn't.
No.
It surely was a big factor in what killed Rome.
No.
Because of the fact that they didn't have term limits. And
No.
then also the fact that they decided to go to an emperor too, because their
Nope.
government got so corrupted and stuff. So
Nope. I don't think any historian would say term limits is why Rome fell.
that was part of the reason. I don't think they would see the.
No.
I don't think a historian would say that was.
You
the
still
overarching
haven't even dealt with my hypothetical, which is very logical. We elect somebody, 51%
Not
of the
very
country,
logical at all.
51% of the country elects a 38-year-old
That
candidate.
logic-
4 years later, he's 42 years old and he's done great things for the country. His approval rating has increased to 53%, and 53% of the country elect him in his second term. And then he
But the
serves 4 more
problem-
years. He's 40 math
The
time.
problem with your logic is you're assuming
46
that
years
that's gonna
old
be
now.
Consistent, though. That's the problem with your logic. You're assuming it's going to be consistent, and then what happens after that dude dies? Where does it go from there? Because if you elect another dude in that was not a good dude, what are you going to do? Put term limits on him,
James.
and then go back to not having term limits,
James.
and go back and put forward, back and forwards?
James, what are you
'Cause
talking
you're
about?
assuming you're going to have consistency over a long period of time. You have to look at the long-term picture.
James.
You gotta play four-dimensional
James.
chess.
James.
You can't play two-dimensional
James,
chess.
can you
You're
address my
focusing on one dude. That's two-dimensional chess, bro. Not four-dimensional chess.
James, can you address my hypothetical?
You're hyper focusing,
Playing chess against a bot on the motherfucking Mac.
Why?
Oh.
Why should the government restrict my right to vote for a guy that has a 60% approval rating in his third term?
Two-dimensional chess is crazy.
What the fuck? What was that?
Oh,
One-dimensional
man.
chess is, I think, what he meant, right?
I'm
One-dimensional.
legit fucking crying right now.
One dude.
I literally had
James,
tears
you're the
streaming,
fucking
dude.
best, bro. It's too funny.
He picked this one dude. This
Oh,
one
fuck.
dude.
8
You don't have to
years.
do anything. It's a hypothetical.
All right.
He
I'm gonna let
never.
it get to 9 minutes and 30 seconds there, just in case anyone's behind. Holy fuck!
I,
Oh, James.
shout out BBB. I hope you didn't lose your money because of that. Like, what he didn't. That was like, come on,
Too
James.
bad. I just voted for James because that was funny as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
There's no vote yet. I just voted for James. You guys are fucking killing me.
Yeah, I am assuming that he wouldn't be the one dude, Elder Lion.
No,
That's
shut up.
because it's a hypothetical, James.
My logic would work out better.
No,
his
you.
logic, because
No, you're restricting my freedom to vote for the candidate that I think is best because of 8
Yeah,
years.
but you're saying this one dude should just consistently go for.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
you're
saying,
the term
James.
limits
That's
should
not what I'm
not-
saying, James.
You have to.
Yeah, but we're
You
talking
have
about
to.
term limits here. We're not
You
talking
have to
about
actually
how well
engage
he
with the
does.
hypothetical,
We're talking about term
James.
limits. That was
You would have to find a solution to break the hypothetical. You can't go in it and change the whole hypothetical. That doesn't even make sense, dude.
What do you mean? I didn't change the hypothetical.
No, you
Yes, you
totally dodged.
No,
I-
it does make sense. It does make sense, Abe, if you're trying to dodge the hypothetical. Like
Yeah,
that,
if you're
that's
trying to
basically
dodge
what you're trying to do,
everything I'm
and you just
saying.
play dumb.
Well, it makes sense when you're
So
paying
real
two-dimensional
quick.
chat.
No, I was saying
Real quick, hold up, real quick. Chat, I'm putting the poll in right now, okay? If you guys want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for James Life Talks on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for JS Urban Adventures on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now. I'm starting that timer over, and you have 2 minutes.
I was telling him his
James is
actual.
two-dimensional.
No,
text
James,
when you
I
have
didn't even
cutout.
throw out crazy numbers.
Put 'em
I
flat,
didn't even throw out
and
crazy
then you move
numbers,
them?
James. I said his
Is that
first
how you
term
do
is
that?
51%
No, you
approval
play it on the
rating and
computer.
51% votes.
Oh.
Second term is
Good.
53% approval
You
rating and
draw
53%
it.
vote.
Just
Third
draw
term,
it
he's
out.
got 60% approval rating,
But
and
how would you move
60%
the
of
pieces?
America
Start playing
wants to vote
4D
for him.
chess.
Draw it
Why
on
should
the
we
next
tell him he
square,
you can't
bro.
vote for that person?
Like that doesn't make any logical sense that you're assuming one dude is going to do great. So therefore, no term limits whatsoever.
That is logical.
Gotta
There's no
erase
breaking
What's not
logic.
logical? Where's the contradiction
I
in
didn't say
that?
anything
One
illogical.
dude is gonna be
Show
so great.
which.
So everyone
which of
else is going to be so great.
It would have been illogical.
Motherfucker, do you understand what logic is?
100%,
Where's the
100%,
contradiction?
100%.
Which of the logic?
Motherfucker, do you know logic?
Dude is gonna be so
Which
great.
of the
Therefore,
three laws of
everybody else
logic
is
did
gonna
that
be so
break?
great. Like
Say logic again.
Yeah,
That's
which
be
of the
so
three
great.
laws of logic did it break, James?
Why do you get to tell me I can't vote for a guy for a third term if he's the best guy for the job and he's doing great things
Yeah,
for the
but you're
country?
saying that the argument, the thing we was debating, JS, you're forgetting.
That's what we're
was-
fucking debating. Don't tell me
No,
what we're debating,
no, we're
James.
debating.
You're
time
forgetting
limits.
we're actually the debate topic was feminism, JS, you see. And
Photos.
Young niggas retarded.
Yo, tonight's been wild, bro.
So
That was wild.
That was
James.
that was the debate.
James, I
Term
think you
limits.
shouldn't
No, it
imbibe
wasn't.
before debating.
Yes, it was.
That was not a debate.
What was the debate then about? If it wasn't about
boy, that was an
you
ass
going
whooping. That ain't no debate.
Listen, James, you said 1,000 words. JS said 10, and he won.
I wouldn't say he won.
I would, Paul.
But I won
You
because
ruined
Well,
your
that
surprise.
depends on how you define victory,
Spoiler
my
alert
friend.
next time, Evan.
Fuck,
Well,
man.
listen.
Because guess what? I
Listen,
won that.
we're about to find out how the chat
What? The
defines
chat sees it
victory, okay?
differently. Oh.
Yeah, we are about to find out. Yeah.
So, there has been 41 votes locked in. All right, thank you to everyone who voted. The ones who didn't vote, you love furries. We know you do. All right.
I think 58% of the ones who did vote love furries.
Oh shit!
But
Yeah,
That's
they voted against you.
wild.
Oh,
58%
That is
of the
wild.
voters said that the winner of the 1v1 is James Life.
Tom. Let's
James can pet that dog. He can.
Oh my God.
Thank you, chat. Love you,
JS,
chat.
I'm
You're the
sorry.
best, chat.
Urban Adventures. Tell everyone where they can find you and why they need to bring you back once again before that last semifinal hour hits, so that you can have another shot at the $150 prize.
How much time do I got left before the revive time is
There
over?
is there's 40 minutes.
40 minutes, chat. Bring me back.
Good amount of time.
Come on, you can do it. BBB, I try to do it for you, but I don't get it. This chat, they love James, you know.
Yeah, they love me tonight.
I also have disabilities, guys.
I love you, chat.
Yeah, but JS, you lost to a dude with disabilities.
No, but
I think they're just trying to stick it to you for what your brother did. I'm gonna
James
blame
just
your
went
brother.
there. I love it. Or JS did. That's amazing.
I think they're just giving you revenge. You're paying for your brother's sins, right?
Victim Olympics.
Yeah, you gotta
Wait
pay
a
for the
minute,
sins
that's
of your
not
brother,
supposed to
brother.
happen. That's anti-biblical.
Guys,
I
have
JS
disabilities
Urban
too,
Adventures.
guys. Yes.
Listen, JS Urban Adventures, everyone, go find him, and if you want to bring him back and give him another shot, you can do so. And if they do that, you're more than welcome, JS. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
Fatality. Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Let's go.
Let's
I took a
fucking
soul.
go. James is like,
Finally.
yeah.
James is up on the soapbox now. Good job, guys.
For real, he started raising up the chat. You know you love me, chat. You know you love me.
Nah, I told Chad I love them. I didn't say you know you love me. I said I love you.
Yeah, you said they love me tonight. They love me tonight.
Well,
they really
that's not saying that you love me. That's saying they love me tonight. That's a statement, not a question. So
yeah, that's right.
Oh, no, that's right. About 20 minutes away from singing Country Roads.
so
I'm surprised you're still conscious.
This is so good.
The cope is amazing.
Isn't it?
Dueling banjos. Get it going there, James.
PayPal and Cash App to the Dono Bar.
If James doesn't get his first win tonight,
71 out of the 2,000 Dono go.
I want
chat.
my first
All right,
night
put some
win,
fucking W's and crowns
Fuck
in the chat
James.
for chat. All right.
my grandpa played the banjo, and I have his banjo actually.
Fredo, stop appropriating that accent.
I'm from the South.
damn.
My family talks like this, so I got rights to the accent.
Yeah, he got rights to the
Yeah,
accent
you hear?
because he's from the South.
He got the he got the
South
hick card.
rights.
He got that twang.
He's
I
got
think
the
he's got
South
all the
I
cards.
grew up on a farm, so I was about 7 years old. Man, I got a right to talk like this, dog.
He can talk like a southerner all
Fredo
day.
got all
Born,
the
bred,
cards.
and land.
So,
You know what I mean? I'm from the South. Got them diamonds in my mind. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he's got the what they would call the Wigga
Yeah, but
cut.
James is from the north. He's from West
Yeah.
Virginia.
I'm not from the north. Whoa,
That's
how
the north.
dare you insult me?
He's
That's
from
the
the Mountain
Lord.
Mama.
How dare you insult
Yeah, you're
me?
you're
He
actually
from them country
way
roads,
far,
you see.
You're way further north than I am,
I'm
James.
not a
You're so far north
northerner.
of me.
I'm a southerner, sir.
Oh
I'm
my.
not a northerner.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Nah,
Yes, sir.
in that
Yeah, what-
northern category.
I
Are
mean-
you though, James?
That is an insult.
South of Canada. Is that what you mean?
He's from the south of the earth.
I think
boy.
he's putting on the accent. What do you guys think?
I say
He's
Yeah.
putting on a lot of things.
Idaho.
I think he's fed. I think this is like all a facade. You know what I'm
I'm going
saying?
with the
He's an actual fed boy.
KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Oh, damn.
Colonel
Low
Sanders.
Agent James.
That's an insult, sir. Don't you
That actually makes sense.
Yeah.
So you like Colonel Sanders?
I want
Is that what
Colonel
you're saying?
Sanders, don't you?
Okay.
That's an insult.
The lady, I
so
think,
just,
doth protest too much.
Since we have some, some newer, I think actually a lot of them are newer on the panel from when I had this topic up earlier. So let me just see what everyone thinks of this. The U.S. should stay out of all foreign politics.
Absolutely.
Disagree.
All?
I
No, I
absolutely
don't think all,
wholeheartedly
but
think we should
most.
stay out of foreign politics.
Okay, so James, you're perfectly fine with Russia putting nukes in Mexico or
We haven't
China
got
putting nukes in
if we
Canada.
hadn't got involved in politics in the first place, Russia wouldn't be.
Wait, how does that have to do with the
Yeah.
U.S., Teriak?
Yeah, because you're talking about foreign politics, and Canada ain't the 51st state, and Mexico ain't part of America, so stay out of foreign politics. So if Russia and Mexico do a deal where Russia puts nukes in Mexico,
Okay.
you stay the fuck out of that. You can't prevent that. And the same if China wants to put nukes in Canada, you stay the fuck out of that. That's what James is saying.
Or Teriak, we can even use an example that actually happened. Russia tried putting nukes in Cuba.
Yeah,
yeah,
and the
exactly.
reason they did is because we got involved in foreign politics in the first.
I'm just realizing real quick, we also have another fighter in the back that they're not eligible for the prize because they weren't up in time, but they can still come up until we get into the semifinals. So let's bring them up. Welcome to the show, Buddha Calf.
Oh shit, is this going?
What is this?
Buddha Calf.
Yeah, he was here before.
Yeah, you're gonna get a reply. It's like Internet Explorer, basically. It's Internet Explorer.
What's up, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, guys. Pleasure to meet you guys.
Rose PFP is an anime girl.
Wasn't Buddy Cap here before? Or am I crazy?
Yeah, I was here for like a little while. Sometimes they come in like
He's the dude that had like a half-hour debate with Easy and like couldn't even understand what the prompt was.
That was the dude.
Oh, that was that abortion debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Well, again, like
literally on
define
the
debate.
intro of every stream. His voice is on the intro of every stream.
Yeah, because
Buddy
Buddy Cap
why are you
went
alive?
off like because y'all had like a.
He's the legendary Buddha boys.
abortion debate.
But back to the spit roast of James. James, please explain to me. So you're perfectly fine as an American having Russian nukes in Mexico and Chinese nukes in
We didn't
Canada,
get involved in foreign politics in the first place. They wouldn't be putting Russian nukes.
I think we should be in every country.
Oh wait, James. When has one sec, James. When has any non-aggression society ever lasted? This whole thing of like we're not going to piss anybody off, but we're still going to survive.
Yeah, bro. Look at Tibet.
What society that exists today has not colonized?
I think we should own every
Answer:
country.
no society. So this whole thing of like, okay, we're just going to stay out, like we're not even going to protect our borders, like that by necessity, because you're going to have neighboring countries, you're going to have to interact with foreign
Yes,
policy.
you did, James. You said all, not most. You said all.
You said all.
Yeah, all.
It's a different story.
Federalize it all.
But easy. Put up the prompt again. Put up the prompt again, because apparently James can't even fucking read. The U.S. should stay out of all foreign politics.
Wait a minute.
It's even capitalized.
Wait a minute. Let's get easy to define what that prompt meant. What does that prompt mean?
What the fuck? All means all. Every single one.
Yes. What does all mean, Easy?
Can you be more specific as to like?
I thought it was
out of foreign
self-explanatory,
politics?
but
Right
yeah,
now-
like it's literally any intervention in foreign politics. No, you're
That
either
doesn't-
for
that
it or
doesn't
not.
include-
Does that include
our
like
borders, though,
like for
right?
example,
We're allowed to protect our borders, right? Speak.
we're giving Pakistan 10
Yeah,
million
like within
billion
America,
dollars a
like
year
so, like
for stability.
no, so, like yeah, just to be clear, what Teriak is saying is an example of this. Like if Russia makes a deal with Mexico to put a nuclear site there, if you're on the side of should stay out of all foreign politics, you're
Right.
saying U.S. shouldn't intervene here. You're saying U.S. shouldn't say Mexico, you do this, we're going to war, or if you do this, we're doing this. You know, like we shouldn't intervene.
Yeah, but the whole
That was
reason
crazy,
that they're doing that in the
BBB.
first
I
place
don't
is
know.
because we intervene in politics.
Well, no,
No.
answer the question.
No, that's an assumption.
Oh my
One sec,
gosh, you're
James. That's
avoiding
an
the
assumption.
question.
That's an assumption. That's an assumption. That is an assumption,
And not a
right?
good one.
Because, like I pointed out, with there's
James
no
didn't even
society that
interact
exists
with my
that has not colonized.
That's pretty
He
set
said
forth in
nothing.
history.
So this whole
about
thing of like,
it.
if we're just
Some
peaceful and
BS.
like everyone will leave us alone, that's bullshit.
Yeah, look,
James-
Russia was
James,
gonna
which
grab
history
this
classes
person
did you
who
go
started
to?
intervening in other countries'
Abe.
Thank you,
But
BBB.
deal with the
Next time,
hypothetical.
just
Are
send it
you
to me, 'cause
comfortable
I can't
with
win this
Russia
show.
putting nukes in Mexico?
Like, did you
I like
grow up with
Spain
friends?
easy
Or,
and-
like, I'm
Hey,
just
James,
curious.
just think
Just
Cuba.
say yes or
I'm
no.
sure
It's
his
literally
channel
a
gets
closed
the
question. Just say
super
yes or no.
chats. But
Yeah,
also,
Cuba in your
As
head.
long as they don't attack us, I would say
Shut up,
yeah.
brother.
that $90 would have been
Okay,
better.
so
spent
that's
to
Cuban
send
Missile
it to
Crisis.
me.
Yeah,
But they
like
don't
that.
attack
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
Of course, the reason they would want to do that in the first place,
'Cause I
like
need
say, is onset by the fact that we got involved in foreign politics.
No,
Why?
You're out of
they'll
your
do it
depth.
anyway.
Yeah,
They'll do it
Alright.
anyway.
Why, James?
So Russia.
Okay.
Wait. In
Let
what
him
way?
argue this.
Wait.
Let him
Hold
argue
on.
Historical
In
question.
what way?
No,
If
I need to
Russia
ask you that
decided to
question.
put
We're
no.
having a-
Now I'm louder.
Fredo, you gotta stay out of this because me and Ty
Oh,
have to
my
have
bad. My bad, big dog. Hold on.
Me and Ty have
Yeah,
to have
but
a one-on-one
James,
debate moment here.
yeah,
Hold
James,
Nah,
you're still
you're
running
not.
from the question.
It's
You're running
open
from that
channel,
hypothetical.
just so you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you're
Yeah,
running.
yeah,
You're
You
running
usually the
from
first
the.
one to say this is VK, motherfucker. You even
Yeah.
said it to Rob. What are you
No,
doing?
he's been
Yeah.
throwing questions towards me.
This-
It's only fair that I get a shot at popping a question towards
There's no such thing as
Go
fair.
ahead.
Yeah.
pop
Okay.
the
Okay.
question off.
What's this legendary question, James? That like
Legendary
the
question
fact that you
is
wouldn't even deal with my hypothetical. But go ahead.
remember what exactly my damn legendary question was.
Oh my god, bro.
Because
I
I
don't think-
forgot what y'all.
I think you're
You
arguing.
just
to
forgot the own
argue.
question. Okay,
Hold
so you
on,
tried to
man.
be smart and then you just face plant in front of everybody, James. Okay,
I
so
got it. I got it. I got it. Hold on. I got it.
okay, here we
My
go.
question is historically, when
Mhm.
did Russia be aggressive towards America before we got involved in foreign politics? Historically speaking, when is Russia?
Every country is going to be aggressive towards every
No,
country.
no, that's dodging the question. That's dodging the question.
That's not dodging the question.
No, it's dodging the question.
Wait.
No, answer.
Just to show
answer
you
the
how much
question, Fredo?
sense your question makes,
Yeah,
when
because-
has America not been involved in foreign policy?
Well, no,
politics at all?
no, we.
There's
There's
no, like this is what my whole answer is,
there's
like Fredo, but he's trying to
Founding,
run
know
away.
your history.
Yeah.
The founding
So-
of our
No,
country
there was a
was
time where
directly
America was
conflict with a
isolated.
foreign.
Yes, because baked in
Know your
you, the
history.
reason why it's a loaded
Know your
question. The reason why it's a loaded question, James, is yeah.
James, you don't
The
know your
reason,
history.
yeah, James. The reason why it's a loaded question is because
No, it's not a loaded question.
Yeah.
You're dodging.
it is a loaded question. Let me explain. Let me explain why it's a loaded question.
Don't
Yeah.
dodge,
So
answer.
because
Answer
baked
the
into your
question,
process,
No,
baked into your
no,
process.
no,
So are you gonna let are you gonna let me
James
answer the
thinks this
question,
is
or are you gonna keep
debating,
talking?
and chat
Are you gonna
voting
keep
for him
smirking?
enables
Yeah.
this.
Yeah. Are you gonna let me answer the question?
Why are we
Baked
enabling
into
mental
the premise, baked into the premise of
efficiency?
the question is this assumption that if you just leave everyone else alone, no one's gonna fuck with you. That is baked into your premise here,
No, it's
or
not
to your
baked into my
thinking.
premise. I'm
Yes, it
asking
is.
historical question.
Because
No,
again,
I'm
the reason why
asking
you're
historical
the reason why you're asking this counter question is because
No,
you're
I'm
refusing to
asking
deal with my hypothetical. Because you're saying,
I'm
oh, the
not
only reason why that'd be
baking
dangerous is because we fucked with Russia in the past.
I'm not baking anything.
Yes, you are.
Answer my question. I'm
I
asking
just
you-
explained. I just
Hey,
explained
hey,
the assumption that you're baking into the hypothetical.
I ain't got no cookies in the oven, dog.
No,
Dude,
but
this
that-
guy's freaking like. Just because a cat has kittens in the oven doesn't make him biscuits. Like, dude, answer his
What?
question.
The fuck?
What the fuck did you just say, Evan?
Well, answer the question,
That's what it sounds like he's talking about. Like you're just like he's making up
Bro,
like
Evan, that
retarded
was the wrong
sentiments.
time, bro.
That was
What the
awesome.
fuck?
That was
Yeah,
so good.
Oh my
that
God.
That was a perfect. No, that was a perfect representation of what James.
James,
Just because the cat's in the
Well,
oven
answer
doesn't
the
make a
question. He
biscuit.
still hasn't answered the question.
You
You're
haven't
not
asked the
asking a
question
question.
that's worth
Answered your own
answering.
The
question.
question is, historically, when did Russia attack us before we got involved in foreign
Oh my
politics?
Why does
There
it have to
was
be
a
an attack?
time when we was not involved in foreign politics.
Look, we've never been attacked by Russia.
Your
Is the answer
question
to your
is
question.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
No,
Like I
fiber
can even
attack.
grant that. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
Russia was never aggressive with us before we got involved in.
We've never been in physical conflict with Russia. The only conflict we've been in with them was like the Cold War.
So that's how you make enemies get involved in their politics. We made
So
an
what's
enemy
the
as a result of
solution
getting
then? What's the
involved.
Well,
solution?
no, James, one sec, James, because now you just shot yourself in the foot because you're saying in terms of the Cuban Missile Crisis, because technically America didn't fuck with, like, this is during Cold War period, because there wasn't any fucking with it, but there was just tensions building between the nations. You're saying that you would have allowed Russia to put one sec. You're saying you would have allowed to put Russia to put the missiles in Cuba, which means you would have just ceded all this like protection that you already have as America.
Wait a minute, you gotta consider the history.
Are you okay with that,
Cuban
James?
Missile Crisis. Wait a minute. You gotta consider the history before the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Wait a minute.
What are you going to teach us,
what's the
James?
history?
What are you going to teach us, James?
Yeah.
You got
Tell
to
us what happened.
consider the fact that wasn't Korea before the Cuban Missile
Basically,
Crisis?
if we act like a bunch of pussies, no one's gonna fuck with us. That's what
involved
James is trying to
in the
say.
Korean War. Russia supported the North Koreans in the Korean War. Also, I think Vietnam wasn't before that because Vietnam.
They also supported us during the World War II. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like
Answer the question.
It doesn't
But
make
the
any
thing
sense.
was,
what
there
you're
was
saying.
tensions already growing before the
called
Cuban
the
Missile
Allied
Crisis.
Forces.
Don't act like James has to
and
make
how'd you deal
sense
with
all of a
tensions?
sudden.
How'd you relieve tensions, James?
You don't.
You made me do this. Name change.
Yeah, the way you relieve tensions. Yeah, the way you relieve tensions is by changing. Yeah, the way you relieve tensions. The way you relieve tensions is by changing your foreign policy. So you engage with the country, let's say, more nicely, or you give them the stick. You either give them the carrot or the stick.
James, listen to his question, okay? So, James, stop. If Russia is going to give Mexico nukes, right? Who's on the border of Mexico?
Well, again, Russia wouldn't have moved.
Who's
those
on the
nukes.
border of Mexico?
Yeah, but again, Russia.
No. You're just.
Why are you running from the question?
Wait, no. First of all, you're assuming we.
He doesn't know how to answer
stop,
questions.
Stop talking, bro. You're assuming that we had some reason for their intention of moving nukes to Mexico. Maybe they didn't have any room in their silos and they just needed storage space.
Well, then what's the problem with them moving their nukes to Mexico? What's the problem?
Oh my gosh, are you kidding me right now, James?
Yeah, like basically, like the equivalent, just to paint the picture, James. It's like saying, okay, I'm going to point the gun at this dude's face. I'm not going to pull the trigger. I'm just going to point the gun at his face. What's the problem?
Oh, wait a minute. Why are you assuming they're pointing a gun at your face?
Oh my!
It's to putting nukes on your border.
What I just said. If Russia's giving nukes to Mexico.
So now I can point the assumptions back at you.
Oh my gosh.
No, you can't.
Okay, James. Wait a sec, James. Would you concede that America interacting with Ukraine was us?
Just
was
so
America
everybody
fucking with
knows,
Russia? Is that
James is
America
saying
fucking with
nothing.
Russia?
No, we shouldn't have interacted with Ukraine, but that's the
Yeah.
He's been saying
So,
nothing
but is
all
that us
night.
fucking with Russia?
With Russia, yes.
If you voted
is that
for
us
him,
fucking with
you
Russia?
are
Okay,
retarded.
so during the Cold War, when there hasn't been any conflict between America and Russia, like no one was quote unquote fucking with each other, Russia putting nukes in Cuba. That would be the equivalent of Russia fucking
It's
with
no
America.
different than
correct?
telling a trans person that they are a woman or they are a man. When you vote for James like you won a debate,
There was nukes.
You're enabling his
Irregardless, James,
delusions.
like what you're saying does not make sense. What you're saying
We
does
need
not
some
make
hard
sense because you're
love.
saying that Russia would never fuck with America if America hadn't fucked with them. But how did America fuck with Russia before the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Well, there was the research stuff that's going on, the research race that they were
So,
having.
so just doing research. So you're not even allowed to do research anymore.
Was trying to race towards Germany to get all the research technology they could near the end of the war. What are you talking about?
James, I remind you the topic is foreign policy. You don't want any foreign policy. That's your whole.
Germany get involved in this all of a
James,
sudden.
can I ask you a question?
Because the rocket technology was advanced at the time for Germany.
Do you like sushi, James?
James, I'm pro-isolationist, and you're not making any sense.
Yeah,
James.
he's He's floundering.
James, there's no such thing
James,
as
do
a
you like
chance. A nuke
do
is
you
a
like
nuke.
sushi,
You-
James?
James, do you realize?
I gotta hear this. Who's that
Do you
supposed to
understand the
hear this?
magnitude of a
I put
nuke?
air quotes that he got us to the moon.
Nukes aren't real.
James, one
do you
second.
understand the magnitude
sec,
of the
James.
That's
destruction
the
of a nuke?
point. That's not the point of this discussion.
Answer Fredo's question.
Why do you keep
But
talking?
either way, you have to remember history.
You don't stop talking.
James,
you
you
don't
are
listen to
spurting
anything.
out.
You just keep
Yeah.
fucking
Y'all don't know
rambling and bro.
Y'all
You
don't
are
know.
spurting out, dude. You're like
No.
blathering.
These people don't know history.
James,
You're still talking. You're still talking. You haven't stopped
let him
talking
talk, I
yet.
guess. Oh,
Yeah, so like basically James'
Now you-
strategy here is that it's like if I don't stop talking, then I basically win. You know what I mean?
that's
Yeah.
what is happening.
Whoever yells the loudest, you sound like a freaking dirty liberal. Like, relax.
James.
But it's
If-
well, he doesn't recognize it's like that's an internal fear.
Are you-
Like
are
I
you
mean, it's like
playing
I'm not
dirty
afraid to answer any of these
liberal?
questions.
Really?
Yeah.
James.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow, that's cold.
So
Evan.
please explain to us. Please explain to us why staying out of all foreign policies is an advantage, considering that you've now allowed nukes on your borders. Please
Well,
explain to us how you're going to guide us to the promised land.
Again,
Yeah.
what are their purposes of putting the nukes there? Are they just
It
storing them?
doesn't matter.
That's actually the
What the
question for you.
farts?
It doesn't matter.
Well, actually, the question for me is not that question because
Yeah.
Because how is that question?
Yes, but no, because
why
what
they
yeah,
were
because what I've
storing that
highlighted, what
for
I've
me?
highlighted is what I've
How- how
highlighted
is
is
that question
how
for?
ridiculous your position is. Staying out of all foreign politics will end with them putting nukes on your
basically
border.
trying to get you to see how ridiculous the question, what is wrong with Russia putting nukes
This
in
is
Mexico,
literally the definition
is.
But what is wrong with
Mhm.
that? I mean, because
Like, not a joke.
what seriously, what is wrong with Russia putting nukes?
Bro,
It's almost like we have to give them a hypothetical. Like, let's say New York.
And
got
yeah,
wiped
no,
out by
because
one nuke.
then I give them the hypothetical of someone pointing a gun in your face.
Russia
What's wrong
put
with
nukes
that?
in Mexico.
If we hadn't got
What
involved
if
in
Russia
foreign
put-
politics in the first place, you wouldn't have to worry about
What-
Mexico.
No,
what should
you're
the US
wrong,
do if
James.
That's
New
not how
York
that
got wiped out by
works.
nukes?
Russia
We
putting
wouldn't be
nukes in
strong enough to
Uh,
defend from other
Just
countries who would
because you
come and
don't
take
get
our fucking
involved in
countries.
something doesn't
Well,
mean
wait a
someone's not
minute,
going to do
wait a
something
minute.
to
He
you.
sounds like a lefty. He sounds like one of these lefties. It's like, oh, if we just got rid of guns, then everyone would be peaceful.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean-
James.
We just got rid
I
of
didn't
coal.
hear
We
you. I
have
couldn't hear
pollution.
you.
What was that
Bully-
strong enough to defend against other
James.
countries? Fredo?
Yeah,
James,
we
shush
most
for a
definitely
second.
would not be strong enough to defend.
How would we
James.
not be strong enough to defend against other countries if we didn't? if we didn't develop our
James.
technology?
Because other countries have like weapons technologies that we developed our weapons technologies and advanced off of, and we would know nothing about them, and we'd have fucking bows and arrows and crossbows and shit fighting against
Right.
fucking
Well, wait a minute,
M1s.
what? How does
You
that-
have to have intel and stuff, James. You can't just not do anything at all and just sit around and have kumbaya.
We advanced very far, I think, in the terms of.
You're
technology
okay.
as far as-
You're going from the assumption, though. This is not where Teriak's at. You're going from the assumption that we already have all these great things. That's not what he's even talking
I'm not
about.
going off the assumption we have all these great things.
James, if a country
Well,
is
Earth,
speaking,
we're
no,
not
no, no,
developing
shush.
great things absent.
Hey, if you forgot to hit that like, smash that like. Frankie Blanco says, "Let's fucking go."
James, I want to ask you a question. If there's a bully on a schoolyard, does he need a reason to hit the other kid, or does he just hit the other kid because he's a vicious asshole?
He got real quiet.
Well, he's the other kid because he's a vicious a-hole. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that maybe there's some countries out there that are vicious assholes because their government system's screwed up and they just want to colonize?
Brutality.
Well, I'm not saying we can't defend ourselves. I'm not saying that.
It is, though, because you're saying
But
that we
that's not
can't intervene
necessarily
in any way,
intervening
shape,
in
or
foreign
form.
Policy. If they're attacking us directly, that's defending ourselves. That's not intervening.
Wait, attacking us
Yeah,
directly.
but James, one
That's
second,
what
one second,
I'm saying.
one second.
did you
James,
not hear-
which is a better military action? Just trying to go straight into war, straight into attack, declare the war straight away, or to build around and to entrap your victim and maybe put nukes on their borders or surround them and then in one fell swoop wipe out the whole country, which is more effective strategy.
Why on earth would you need a? Why on earth are you being so vicious towards people?
Vicious.
Oh, you know,
Because this goes to Abe's
you're
point
just-
that there are
you're
just
just
some
so
vicious
evil in the
assholes out
world.
there.
What?
It's
Wow.
part,
Yeah,
it's part
there
of being,
are
it's part of just
plenty.
being alive.
You,
Because
because
You
one
just have
sec,
to
James,
have
one sec,
that
James.
capability
You're the one who's
that-
given the history lesson. You're the one who's given the history lesson, saying that
No,
we
you're-
need to know our
no,
history.
no, you're
And
not
history
saying
paints us
it's
that there's a lot of psychopathic, vindictive, sadistic dictators throughout history. So they will just do shit because they can.
Yeah, but you're not. Yeah, but you're.
Yes,
yeah, but
and what you're doing here is you're assuming that they don't exist, or they'll never get the power, or they'll never try to fuck with other countries. Yeah,
Why do you
because
have
that's why you need foreign politics, because you need to make sure that your neighbors aren't sadistic, psychopathic bastards.
Diplomatic intervention is fine. There's nothing wrong
Exactly.
with that at all.
That's how we got in this whole mess we're in now.
That is not how we got.
What?
Yes, it
We're not
is.
in no
No,
war.
this is how we've prevented World War III from breaking out, James.
Hey, James, where's your
Diplomatic
heart with
intervention is how we
James?
got
James,
to
Yeah.
World War
Where-
III being a
James, where's your
possibility.
heart? Where's your heart with United States bunker busting the enrichment facilities of
Diplomatic
Iran?
intervention is what how we
Iran.
got to World War III being even a
That is
possibility.
not. That is what the farts.
Yes, it is because that's.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of a book called Mein Kampf, James?
Yeah, I've heard of that book.
No, Minecraft, Minecraft, not Minecraft, Minecraft.
Place in this world, and instead of doing something diplomatically
That was
about
World
it,
War II, sir,
we
not
sweep.
World War III. What's your
I
point?
would love to know what James
What's
thinks
your
about
point?
the
That's
bunker
World
busting.
War
Tell you
II.
about a little book
All right,
called
dude.
James,
You're
if
you're
you
you're
don't-
absolutely unreasonable.
You're lost, my guy. You are
And you're
lost.
In
tedious.
fact, diplomatic intervention is what led to World War II.
No.
That's not.
Yes, it
No.
What
was.
are you talking about?
No, that was a
Because you know
breakdown.
why-
No,
That was a
James would have just
breakdown
ceded
into
all of Europe to Adolf. You know?
It's also what led to the United
talking about?
States.
It's so
Oh my
ridiculous.
What the fuck are you talking about, James?
That was
It's
a
what led to
breakdown
the
in
Louisiana
diplomatic.
This is
Purchase.
fucking what we cannot.
We
have a
would- we
fucking
would all
world
be
war
hyper-
war.
This would have been
right now.
James. This would have been James. Sorry, Poland. Sorry, Poland. Adolf wants your country. You
Gone.
just gotta let him have it. The French already waved the white flag. Just be like the French. Like
Let
that's
him have it
James's
all.
attitude. Just be like the
Yep.
French.
You know, they would all speak German and
French
Russian
is
now,
beautiful.
Yeah,
James.
but you know he was actually.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi, James?
Like if you could have calmed him down about the whole.
No, you don't
Drag it
understand
out.
what you're saying right now. You literally have no idea what you're saying right now.
Us intervening actually probably.
What James is saying at the moment, the translation of what James is saying at the moment is Je suis baguette.
The world, then it
James,
would've been if we just
James,
left there,
James. They wanted to conquer
Yeah,
the
man.
world. They wanted to conquer the world. They didn't care about diplomatic communications after the
Right.
start of World War. I don't think so. Damn.
He
knew
is
it.
risen.
I knew it's effigy.
Welcome back to the show and from the grave. Let's fucking go.
How many
Chat.
lives you got?
We are in the final 10 minutes till we get into semifinals here. All right, so if you want to bring someone back or fatality someone before we get into that, because once we get into the semifinals, okay, the fatalities and revives are turned off momentarily. Okay, so now is your chance if you'd like to do that. We still have JS and Are You Crazy in the back if anyone wants to revive one of them.
Yeah, but I think us getting involved in World War I didn't really help either. But the treaties of Versailles
Shut the
really didn't
fuck
help.
up,
I'm not
James.
You
saying
don't even know what World War One was?
over treaties of Versailles.
Oh,
Why
my-
did World War I happen? Do you know?
How did it
You
start?
know,
James?
I'll tell you that, the Austrian French Duke Ferdinand.
With my diplomatic ability, I wouldn't win no
Wait, if
war.
Are You Crazy's in the back, how did he just?
Guess what? That was diplomatic.
Who has a fan? Is that Effigy? Is that your background?
That was
Diplomatic is
Serbian
not. Oh my
nationalists
gosh.
was trying
It was initially
to
diplomatic,
overthrow
James. I agree with you on that, but it did
Initially,
not
yeah.
roll that way.
Let me see. No, I think it's
Do you
Effigy.
agree with that, James? That initially was diplomatic, but it didn't just not roll that way.
Let me see
Eventually,
quick.
because it was invasion.
Well, again,
James,
it became yeah, but
James.
the diplomatic.
Yeah, it's your background, Effigy.
James, when countries seek
It's
to
your
conquer all nations around them,
There's a lot of background noise.
usually
Yeah.
try to save
Try
your
talking now, Effigy.
Welcome to the party, brother.
I'm sorry.
Oh, there
I
he
just
is.
heard a lot of background.
There you go.
You good, bro?
Okay, good.
Hey versus James. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Let's go.
Oh
Background noise is me, guys. Sorry, my kids are like
Okay.
getting stuff done and doing stuff. So.
No, it was Effigy's background.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so James, you were saying that France.
Hold up, Budacast, 1 second. We have a 1v1 request for
This is
Abe
gonna be good.
versus James. So let's get everyone into the back. This should be a good one. And I think you guys are on the opposite sides of what we're talking about already, aren't you?
Yeah, I think that we should have diplomatic policy worldwide. I think we should own all the countries we give money to, in fact.
It's quiet. Too quiet. What, the audio cut out? What happened?
Chat.
Isolationism, baby.
This is starting out at 5 minutes. Okay, if you guys want to
I think I went to the green room or something.
It is 10 to add on a minute. Okay, it is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it will go to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's.
So, James, let me ask you a question. If you spend a whole bunch of money buying a house, do you get to have that house?
Yeah, but the thing is, though, did I buy that house legally? That's the question.
Oh yeah, big time.
Because
So-
technically, if you're talking about, you're trying to compare a house to these other countries intervening with them.
No. I'm saying that
get fairly.
because we spent
Because we shouldn't have been over there.
taxpayer dollars, we spent blood, we spent lives on these
Yeah, well, we
countries.
shouldn't have been over there in the first
I don't
place.
care. I don't care. We already spent the lives and the money.
What does their wars have to do with us? Why does Israel fighting someone in the Middle East have anything to do with me?
I don't care about Israel. I don't care about any of that.
Oh,
If we
I'm
spend
pointing out
money-
Israel specifically.
if we
I
give
love
money-
Israel. I'm pro-Israel.
If we give money to
But
defend
I
those
don't-
countries,
I
if we
don't
give
think
money
I
and
should-
we
I don't
spend
think we should
blood,
be spending money over there, or even in the Ukraine.
all the say in their
We shouldn't be
politics.
spending money over there. We should
No,
be
we should.
spending money on foreign
No, those
wars.
countries should belong
At
to us. We
all.
give all the money. We keep them
Stupid.
from
Why do
dying
I
off.
want
We protect
I
all of those
spend
countries.
money?
Those countries only exist
Well,
because
you-
America. If
blood and
America
sweat
didn't exist,
on
those
their
countries would be
country. Why
gone.
not focus on me
And so we
my
should have
country
them.
for America first. We have so many problems.
Yeah, they'd be part of America then. Then
We
you
have
could say
so
America
many-
first.
I don't want them to be part of America. They're their own
I don't
country.
care. I don't care. We spent
They're their own
lives.
country.
You don't care about. You don't care about those
We
who.
should never been around in the first place.
James, you don't
We
care about the
should have
people that went and gave their
freedom
lives.
first.
James, do you care about the people that went and lost their
Oh, yeah, I
lives
care. I
because
love
of
them
those
people.
nations?
I honor them people. Salute to them people. That
Do you? Do
served
you?
And went over there. But we shouldn't have been over there in the first place. And their
Well, then-
government was corrupt.
Well,
and
then they
decided
should be able to take
horrible
anything.
things. Some people
Anybody
send
should
them
be able
over
to take
there.
anything they want from you, even if you've paid for it.
That poor government that was corrupt and sent them over there in the first place.
What are you
I feel
talking
bad
about?
for those
You're not even.
I kind of wanted to go on
and gave the
We
ultimate.
we give money every single year, taxpayer dollars.
Raging
every single
Tomatoes
year to
panel
nations
for the
all over
Mormon
this
debate
world.
tonight,
We
but
spend lives, we bleed,
Yeah,
we
but we
give.
should have been over there in
and-
the first
I already had
I don't
Jaysen
care.
planned,
If we
so
have
given
given
what's up
money
with that?
and lives to other countries, and those countries exist only
If you don't
solely
care
because
about
the
my
United
point,
States
then what's the point?
assistance,
care about my
those
point.
nations should either kowtow or be owned by the United States that has kept them from being conquered by every other nation around them. Tell me why we shouldn't. If you fund something, you pay for everything, including to the point of losing lives to protect that thing. Why do you not own that
So
thing?
why should we have been there in the first place? Tell me that.
It doesn't matter.
No,
We've
that
already
does
committed.
matter.
We've already
That does
committed. We've
matter.
already paid.
Does
We've already
everything
paid.
matter?
We've already
Okay,
paid.
Everything matters. Why does that not matter?
The past is gone, James. You can't change it.
The
Just like your
past is
vote
gone,
can't be
But
changed.
the thing is, though,
It's in the past.
the thing we're arguing is should we have diplomatic
Yes. Yes, absolutely we should.
And I don't
Absolutely
think
we
we should.
should.
We should have been there in the first place.
Well, then you are allowing every enemy in the in the world, any enemy that we have, even if it's unjustified enemies who hate us just because of what we believe, you're saying that we should not do anything about their attacks on us. We should do nothing
hey,
about it.
whoa. That's not diplomatic intervention.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No,
Yes, it
how?
is.
How? What are you defining diplomatic intervention?
We
They directly attack us.
We prevent them from attacking us. We prevent them from attacking us ahead of time, James. We can't prevent them from attacking us ahead of time if we don't do diplomatic missions, if we don't do all kinds of things outside of our nation to stop those things from happening. We need the ability and the leverage to stop attacks from happening on the United States. So
but you can have information without doing diplomatic intervention.
you cannot sit in your room and listen to things and ignore the world outside and expect that things are going to just be fine. That's not how it works. I don't know what you think we do.
No. You don't have to have diplomatic intervention in order to have information about people from outside of the country.
You can't take action to make sure attacks don't happen ahead of time if you don't act outside your nation.
Spies and stuff.
What are you talking about?
Like, what do you mean by what are you defining as diplomatic intervention? Let's get your definition.
What do you talk? Diplomatic intervention would be any kind of diplomatic mission that intercedes in another nation.
Would spies be included in that?
Anything we have to do to protect the homeland of the United States, James. Anything. It seems to me that you're against any kind of anything outside of our country, which, by the way, is so stupid. It means we don't have embassies. We don't communicate with foreign governments. We don't understand what's going on in the world. We're just going to sit in our room in our bunker and be attacked by every country that has.
Wait a minute. When I'm thinking of like the idea of intervening in politics is like actually,
No, it's any form.
In our politics.
No, it's any form of external diplomatic.
It's such a long run back.
I'm still fine with not having diplomats in other countries.
I'm
going
to let it get to 6 minutes, see if we have a solo judge.
I don't want to have any sort of intervention with other people's governments.
Because I want them in our country.
I'm okay with like Alexa, stop alarm. I'm okay with getting information to know what they're doing to us.
I don't think you know what you're talking about. I don't think you understand how the national stage works at all.
Alexa.
Alexa, tell me about the national stage.
I don't think you get it, James. I think
you're talking about. Because my Alexa went off.
He's asking Alexa for
you know
help.
what I'm talking about because I know what I want. I don't know what I want.
Just because you know what you want,
you should
because you know what you want.
You should take a course in like civics. You know what I mean?
Because I don't.
Take a civics course, an economics course.
What in the world did you just say?
I just don't want us to get involved in people's
You know how diplomatic missions work outside of the United States because you know what you want?
Do you guys know what diplomats do?
Man, you got the wrong mic.
They have diplomatic immunity.
I just don't see why.
All right, real quick.
That was good.
Real quick, hold up. Real quick. Chat. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Chat. I am putting the poll into the chat right now. Okay. So if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for James Life Talks on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now. I'm restarting this timer, and you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, James, I just don't think you know how like diplomacy between nations works. Like, I just don't think you get it.
I think I do, but I just don't like. I don't want us
you don't
to be
understand
involved
that there's
in
countries
people's
out there
wars.
that don't know how to
I
maintain
don't mind if
themselves
we get
and
intelligence
sustainability.
in order to see about when people are attacking us. I just don't want us to get involved in people's wars. Or
I don't want that either. Nobody wants that.
By having diplomatic,
Unfortunately, that's just the way it is.
We can trade.
You still have to be involved with politics.
That's my big question for the guys who don't want diplomats is what's going to be your main avenue for diplomacy? Because that's kind of what diplomats do. Why do you want to take away something that's existed like for recorded history?
Who said anything about taking away diplomats?
No. He's talking about what I said because I don't think that we need to have diplomats all over the world.
I think I learned.
Because I don't want them in our country.
I think I learned something
We
tonight.
can diplomatically.
The character is only as good as the
That's
audience
gonna
and the
I mean, we need
opposition.
trade.
Like,
if we're trading with that country, then we need.
I couldn't really get deep into Jaysen because everybody was like, "Oh, Jason's fake. Jason's fake."
You don't have a phone.
I want to embody the leftist.
In every country country in the
The
world, we
extreme
need diplomats
leftist.
to communicate with all the places we have our fingers in. Otherwise, we lose all control of trade, of agreements, of all of it.
But people didn't want to
Unless
play, so
you're
Jason
saying
seemed kind of
pull
lame.
all
And
our
then
fingers
Rob
out of these
came
countries
in,
we're putting money into,
and I would have
just
loved
let
to meet
go.
Rob as myself,
100%.
but
You have to be a fool.
we couldn't,
Yeah, see,
we
this
couldn't
is
get
back
out
to
of
those
the
arguments
bid.
of bureaucracy and people
Why
just
you have
not
to have a
understanding.
Wait, hang on. I want to
You
hear
don't
what.
have.
In order to do
You don't have
trade,
a. James,
companies
shut
can
up.
trade with
James,
each
shut
other.
up.
I'm not voting
Stop.
on this.
No one
I
can
think it's
understand what you
one.
say anyway. It's like wobble, 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 wobble. It's like the stupid version of the Peanuts.
Charlie
feature.
Brown.
That's
Yeah, I
a
was
key.
just
I
about
can
to
talk
say that.
about
Oh
one
god.
call for Trouble Combat.
Wah, 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 wah.
Easy guys.
Shit.
He's
Damn,
like
we
the
gotta go
little
back at
scuffy
it.
like country kid.
All right, listen.
Wah, 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 wah,
Listen up here, guys. Now, what's happened here is 36 votes, okay? And it was a 50-50 split down the middle. Okay.
Nice.
That means we got to do a tiebreaker. All right, so let's get everyone else back into
They're
the
trying to
battle.
beat our record.
James.
They're trying to beat our record.
Lock it in. Lock it in.
Lock it in, he said. All
I
right,
got it.
so
I got this.
let's see. Maybe we should switch up the topic for you guys.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we should. Let's see here. Okay, how about this? Let me see where you guys stand on this. Should the government prioritize economic growth over environmental protection?
Yes.
Economic growth over I would say yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't think the environment matters as much as economical growth.
That's deep, James.
Gotcha.
I think it kind of balances itself out after a while.
Gotcha. Let me see here. I forget if both of you have heard this one and answered already because it's been a crazy night. Actually, you know what? We haven't done this one yet. Should politicians be required to disclose their financial assets?
Yes.
What was it again? Sorry.
Yeah, should politicians be required to disclose their financial assets?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
I don't know how you could not agree with that, actually.
Yeah, how could you not agree with that? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like,
I don't know.
Tonight is politics. Tonight is politics and policies, but you could always force the prompt onto the panel, and
man,
we could if they are on opposite sides, they will have to debate this topic.
on that one.
Just saying.
Yes.
That's a debate. You can't do that in like 5 minutes.
Yes.
You can't make that debate in 5 minutes.
Yes.
You couldn't make a
That's
debate in
exact-
40
yes.
minutes, James,
Well, you
about
can't make
anything.
that debate in 5 minutes.
Not
Don't
me. That's
listen,
a little
listen,
bit longer
buddy.
than a 5-minute debate.
Listen, bro. You better learn.
I better
'Cause
learn.
If Sweater sends in 50 and forces that topic, you don't have a choice. All right? Matter of fact, if anybody in the chat sends in 50 and forces that topic, you're going to learn today.
Yeah, I'm going to learn tonight. I guess. I'm going to learn tonight. Okay. I'll get my verses ready while I'm sitting here.
Okay. So just in case that they're not gonna force a topic, let me ask: do you both know what gerrymandering is?
What is? I don't know. What is that?
Okay, never mind.
Of course, James doesn't know what gerrymandering is.
If you don't know what it is, I don't think it's worth even trying to debate it.
Okay.
Okay.
Because he doesn't know what the
should
fuck he's
political
talking
campaigns
about.
be publicly funded?
I said no earlier. I think it was.
I don't know.
I think that was my answer earlier.
I don't even know, honestly, on the funding for freaking. I hate it. I hate all of it. I hate funding it in general.
Shoot. We might
If
have
someone
a
else
topic.
sends in the 25,
Well, that's guaranteed at this point because they were discussing it in chat. I couldn't help but notice they were discussing it in chat.
you couldn't help but notice. Is that what
Yeah.
you said?
I couldn't
Yeah,
help
I
but
have a hard
notice the
time
chat.
finding the chat, man. Look at the chat.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why I don't
Couldn't
do so
help but
good on
notice.
my own streams, but I do so great on everybody else.
Couldn't help
Why
but
is that?
notice,
Why
he
can't I do so
says.
great on everybody else and keeping up with chat?
I'm
But I can't do that
calling
on my own stream.
bullshit.
He can't watch chat in his own stream, but he's always watching chat when he's on other
So the
streams.
topic is now turned into, is Christ God?
I don't like this forced topic option.
Well, you know, there's going to be a lot of things in life that you don't like.
I
Jay.
know.
You know, a great saying from a great movie called Blow is like, life is like a poker game, right? So sometimes you're down, sometimes you're up. When you're down, you think you'll never be up again. And when you're up, it's never good enough. But life goes on, my friend. All right? Life goes on.
I agree with that.
So, oh my God. All right, let's fucking go. Listen, chat. This is the tiebreaker round, okay? So we are going to 6 minutes. All right. No added time for this one. All right, but you can solo judge if you want. All right. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Oh me. Christ
So,
is not
Christ
God.
is God, in fact.
So I guess Moses is God too.
No, see,
Based
in
on your logic, Moses is God because
How?
Moses was said to be a god unto Pharaoh.
No.
He's said to be a
No.
theos.
The
Well,
word.
I know depending on which, I think
No.
it's theos.
John 1:1. In the beginning, was the word.
I hate to pull
The
for
Word
James,
was
but
God, and the word was with God. Was God.
Well, wait a minute. Was.
The word.
But do you understand what the idea of the word that is used for God there is?
Hey James, why does it say Jesus is the same yesterday, today, and forever?
Well, wait a minute. It also says in Hebrews that God claimed Jesus to be God too, but it's like it's not saying that.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's exactly what it's saying. It's saying that he is God. Yes, yes. John 1:2. He was in the beginning with God.
God even means in the scriptures.
What? James, you're trying to bisect and dissect it into pieces.
People can get that title too. Moses got that title.
No, not in the same way. It never said Moses was the same yesterday, today, and forever, James. It only says that about God and Jesus.
Jesus was the first creation among all creation.
No, it doesn't say that.
Yes,
Nowhere does it say Jesus was created.
How do you explain in Genesis?
Nowhere does it say Jesus was created, James. You would have to read into it and add that yourself.
Yeah, but the Torah
this is where I would argue with James too about his thing with the Trinity. I don't believe Jesus was created. He was with God for all time. He is divine.
If you're going to go straight off the Bible, James.
Wait a minute. There was two different lights created in Genesis 1, though.
Now, there are two verses that James could reference here, but he's not gonna.
Doesn't make any difference, James.
About Jesus being the first among all creations, and there's another one I forget.
God. The Bible literally tells you right off the bat that Jesus is God. He gets reaffirmed as
Doesn't
God
really tell you that.
repeatedly.
Never really tells you that.
The terms used there, though, you don't understand what the terms mean.
I never read.
You think I don't
I never
understand,
read the
James,
Bible
but
telling me
you
that.
don't understand because
No,
you're
you don't
wayward and you
understand
believe
because
everything from every wandering traveler that teaches you.
That Moses is now God too.
No, James. Show me, James? Can you show me, James? Can you show me where it says that Moses was the same yesterday, today, and forever?
It doesn't say it's the same yesterday, today, and forever.
Well, that's the only thing that's attributed to God and Jesus only in that Bible that you have. So tell me, how is Moses God if Jesus is the Word? He was with God and he was God, and he's the same yesterday, today, and forever.
What that word for the word is for
I don't.
forever there? that word could insinuate a long time, not
No,
necessarily
no,
literally,
no.
like
It's just,
for eternity or something. It
James.
could,
You're
you know, what the
denying.
actual word
You're
is. I
denying.
don't know what the actual word is used, though. I
You're denying the
haven't looked
Godhead,
into
James.
it. So,
You could go through the word, but if you go through it, it will confirm repeatedly that Jesus is God. Go through the book of John
yeah,
and tell me that Jesus isn't
the word
shown as
used
God
for
in that
God,
book. You show me that.
you know what? If that's the case, then the judges are God. Moses
No.
is God.
What are you
What do you
talking
do
about?
So what are you gonna do about that?
Isaiah is a god.
What are you talking
Isaiah
about?
was called Yahweh.
James?
Moses
You're
was said
just
to be a god unto Pharaoh. The
that
judges
doesn't
were
a
said
God
to
unto men, a God unto men. There are lesser gods.
And I like how
described in
they
the Bible. Like, all
downplay
of
and
the
they're like, "Oh, you
idols
just
in the
fall
Old
for every
Testament
wayward
are
pharaoh." Well,
small
you
G
just fall
gods,
for you
James.
just appeal to
They
the
worship
What are you saying?
authorities.
They're small G gods?
And
Like
just
Moses?
because
I
there are
actually have to
false
vote for
gods
James
exist
here, even
in
though
other
he's not the
religions,
best at
they
making these
shouldn't be
So
arguments.
Moses is a false god.
If he's a god to Pharaoh, James, then he's not God Almighty. Is he?
What about the judges?
Well,
Were they
Jesus
false
is not
gods
God Almighty.
unto the
No.
In the
You're
same way that
literally calling
Moses
them
is called a
high
god,
above
Jesus
other men.
calls
You're
himself a
literally calling
god.
them
He
God
says,
of the
"Doesn't the
heavens.
scripture
Did
say
it
that
ever
you
say
are
that they created
gods?"
the world, James?
Did it
Did it
ever?
ever?
The way he called himself God is
Did
the
it
same
say
way
that
that we should call
transgression of
ourselves
the word?
gods.
Does it
Lowercase
say that the
g's.
judge created everything in the beginning, James?
The what?
Does it say that Moses or the judges were at the beginning of the world and created it all, and that they were God?
No, it doesn't say that.
Now we're talking about
Why are
Jesus
you
being
saying it?
created.
Why are you saying it, James? Why are you saying it?
See,
Why
I
are you
would
saying
destroy
that they are
James on
also
this.
God
Jesus was
if
not
they're not
created.
attributed any of the
There are some
attributes that
verses
Jesus
you can
is?
get that from.
You're saying that they're just the same thing all of a sudden.
No, I'm not saying they're the same thing. But based
That's
on
exactly
your
what you
logic,
just said.
I'm saying
The
your
main one I
logic.
think
No,
of is
not my logic.
first
That's
among
your
all
logic. You're the
creation.
one
Your
stating it.
logic. You're saying that
But
the
he was
term
there first.
No, I'm not saying anything about the term,
always
James.
means
You
God.
said the term.
I could
James.
see
You
how that
said
could be an
You're
argument
saying
that
the
Jesus
term
was
always
created.
means God.
No, I didn't say that.
Only begotten.
I never
That's
said
another
that.
one.
You said that.
But begotten doesn't
You're
really
just
mean
making stuff up
begotten
and
as in
throwing it at me as
created.
if I said it.
Tell me, how is Jesus God?
Jesus is the Word. He was.
Jesus said he's not God. Jesus
How? I
denied
just
being
literally
God
said it to you twice in a row,
explicitly.
and now you're asking me a third time.
So unless
to say
he's
the
a
same
trickster
thing
and
to
he's
you
lying,
that confirms that Jesus is God.
I have to go
If
with
he
what
is the
Jesus
Word,
said.
and he is.
The word doesn't necessarily.
I don't care about apostolic
James,
succession. I don't care about sola
yes, it
scriptura.
does.
Look, I could actually go with you through the book
I
of
guess
John.
it is an application to sola scriptura because the only thing I know of what Jesus said is from the scriptures.
Because that doesn't
But
necessarily.
In the beginning,
from what
was
I
the
know of
Word.
Jesus and what he said and the way
And
he
the
acted
Word
and the way he
was God,
talked,
the Word was God. He was.
he always
in the
denied
beginning
being
with
God.
Yeah, but that's talking about the Father,
Always
though.
He-
into
John,
being through
that part is
him,
talking about the
and
Father. That
apart
isn't
from
talking about.
him, nothing came into
Which
being.
that's the guy
that
I would
has come
follow is
into
the guy
being.
who's
Meaning,
perfect.
Jesus
And when
didn't
you
come
say you're,
into being.
well, you think you're
James.
God,
Jesus didn't come into
and
being.
he'd say I'm not God.
Everything came into
I'm
being
just
from
perfect
him.
because of God.
Everything.
That's the man I follow.
Was God? That's talking about. That's talking about the Father. That ain't
So I
talking
don't.
I love you,
Is
dog.
that a
Is the
fair debate?
logos.
Is it a fair debate for James to go Googling?
Not the word. It's the logos.
The logos, the word, whatever. Logos.
Gonna let
It's
it
not whatever.
to see if we have a solo judge.
Abe, dude, you just beat the poop.
Do you
out
know
of
what
him.
the
That was amazing.
logos is? Because it's not the Bible. They're not saying that the Bible was there in the beginning with God. That would mean that the Bible is God.
Exactly.
That's not what Abe said. though.
Christ Jesus.
The Bible says you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven only through me.
Yep, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No man enters the kingdom except by me. If that is the case, James, and Jesus isn't God, then you're hopeless.
But even if
We're all hopeless. There is
even
no
if that
salvation if
was-
Jesus isn't God, James.
Even if that, even so, Jesus is still not God, though. Even if that part is actually talking about Jesus.
You're out of your mind, my guy. You're out of your
Because
mind.
the thing was,
If
though.
you can read those passages and tell me they don't mean he's God, then you've lost your mind. Or
All
you
right,
How are
just
you
don't want to
executing?
believe.
How are you executing these
Everyone,
texts?
Because if that
real quick. One sec, real quick. Chat. I'm putting this poll.
I
Remember, this is a
disagree with what
tiebreaker,
Abe
so
just
if
said.
If you guys give him a 50-50 on this,
I
they
think if
both
you can
stay.
read those passages and you can
Remember
get that
okay?
Jesus is God,
I am putting the poll in.
You are
right
twisting
now,
things,
okay?
and you're doing
Chat, If you want to
exegesis.
vote for this man,
You're doing a
right
lot of
here,
extra
you're voting for
philosophy that
James
isn't
Life
necessary, and
Talks
Paul warns us
on the
about
poll.
this.
And if you want to vote for this man right
Meaningless
here, you're
philosophies
voting for Abe
about the
Dinkus on
ontology
the
of
poll.
Christ. Like,
Listen up, chat. I'm restarting that timer. and
don't
you
worry
motherfuckers
about
got
it.
2 minutes.
You don't gotta
Jesus
worry about
is
the
the
So
Son
how are
of
ontology
you?
of
God.
Jesus.
Hey,
This
chill.
is
Jesus
why
How
I
are you?
wouldn't
Son of
fight for either
God. He is
side.
not
Hey,
God
chill,
himself.
James,
chill.
if
Calm down, bro.
Jesus is
How are
not
you?
God.
Hold on, Dave.
He's
How are
both.
you How are you exegeting these texts, James?
Well, first
How
he
are
bangs
you?
his head off the counter
How are
really,
you?
really hard.
How are you interpreting these texts?
There you go.
Well, I don't exactly interpret them as saying Jesus is God, though.
How do you come to that interpretation? Do you just read it and that's the interpretation that you come to?
I read it in its full context, and I don't see how.
And you pray to the Holy Spirit, and you
I
have
pray to
the
God
Holy
for truth.
Spirit
I've always prayed to God.
to translate it for you.
Are
I've
you a
always prayed to
monotheist?
God.
Like, is that your deal? Like, I'm confused in the whole situation.
Yeah, he's a Unitarian.
I don't believe that Jesus is God, though, because it's like, because the thing is, though.
Why?
if you're gonna say
Okay,
Jesus-
but I
so
understand
no
you've been.
offense,
No, stop,
are you a
stop,
JW?
Evan,
God,
stop,
you have to go,
Evan.
and that logic has
I
to
understand you
follow.
keep on repeating just Jesus is not God. I
Yeah.
understand.
Well,
But listen,
but if
if
you
you
follow that logic, though,
if you're
that means
just
every
drawing
time
the
you
logic
see a
for yourself,
word, that means every
you're
time
going against 2,000 years of tradition of texts that have already been interpreted and have a meaning that have meant the same thing for 2,000 years. And you're just you're pulling your own interpretation out.
Not really, because even in early church history, they didn't believe in the Trinity.
That's not true.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
The Trinity was
Bro,
not officially
Saul recognized the
century.
Trinity. Paul recognized the Trinity. They all recognized.
Y'all got to
the
admit
Trinity.
that saying that you believe the same thing for 2,000 years, like in totality, is kind of a stretch.
No,
right?
absolutely no. It's a fact, FG.
I agree with James.
There was no
I agree with you on
I
some
don't.
of the core
The
tenets,
debate was
but-
about was Jesus
No,
created.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
you
We're
would
talking about the
say
Trinity.
I don't believe
you would
Jesus
have
was
one
created.
Jesus.
I would
The
disagree
liturgy
with
has been the
James
same.
there.
Everything
Jesus
the
is
same.
divine. He was
have
created.
one
He was
truth.
with
Are
the
you
Father
just going
from the
off of
beginning.
James, the fact
We
that
have one
uncreated.
truth. You don't
Trinity is
understand
not in
Father and the
Bible?
Son.
and then the Reformation.
The
All right,
greatest
listen up. That is
Yeah, okay.
that is
meaning
what I'm
in
saying.
all of life
that
is the
2
Father
minutes
and the
on
Son.
the poll. 46 votes
I just-
locked in. Shout out to everyone who voted.
So I
on the
disagree
poll.
with James saying
All right,
Jesus is
shout out to you
uncreated, but
guys.
when you start getting it into a Trinity debate,
46
was
votes,
Jesus God?
and it was close.
The fact that we're
again.
debating about
52% said the winner of the 1v1.
he denied being
is
God
Abe Dinkus.
blatantly, very
James,
explicitly.
Tell everybody where they
That's
can
where
find
I'm stuck
you.
at.
Oh, actually, I should
And you know what?
And I don't care what nobody else says.
Because this is what we usually do when the last
Jesus
1v1
denied being
runs
God.
into the semifinals. I'll give a 5-minute grace period for people to bring you back, okay, or anyone back in the last second. But to
Now
bring
you
you
could
back
say
in
he
the
was
last
using
second
tricky
if they
language
want
to
and
say
put
he
you in the
was God, but he
semifinals.
wasn't God.
So tell
What
them
he
why they
said
should do
was,
that,
"I'm not
James, and where
God."
they can find you.
Like that's what he said.
I thought I've been doing great.
That's
tonight
all
with
I know.
my Aggressiveness.
I don't
and
care
my
about
heart,
no damn
getting it
exegesis.
anything with people and everything.
No
so I think
damn.
you should bring it back
I know how to
just
read.
more of that in the
And
final
Jesus said,
moments.
"I'm not God."
But otherwise, if you're not gonna bring me back, you can find me at James Life Talks. All my links are there. So
He says, "Why do you
y'all
call
have a
me
great
God?"
one, and I'll see if y'all bring me back.
Let's
Said,
fucking
"You call
go.
me God."
Always a pleasure having you, James. And if they bring
Didn't you
back
read
in
the
this next
scriptures?
5
Doesn't it say
minutes,
you're
more than
gods?
welcome. And if not, until next
I'm a
time, my
God in the
friend.
same way you're a God. I'm a son of God. As you should be a son of God. I am a son of God. And guess what? I'm not God. I'm a son of God in the same way Jesus was a son of God. The only difference is he was way better than me. And he's my older brother. And I look up to him.
Another soul.
I want to be like him.
the
I'm not
safe
like him.
of souls.
But I want to.
And that's how
And
it
he was
goes
perfect.
on Verbal Combat
He was
Friday,
innocently
baby.
killed. They killed him
So,
because he was
right before we get
because they
into
thought
these
he was claiming to be
semifinals
God.
here,
But he
guys,
was innocent. He wasn't
you guys
claiming to
have
be
a
God.
5-minute grace
He never
period
said
to
he was
bring
God.
James back if you ever.
When they said,
so
"Are you God?" He
choose.
said, "No, I'm
or,
not God."
you know, you could bring
like-
JS back still. Give him a final shot if you want. It's totally up to you, but you only have 5 minutes to do it. Okay.
That's all
only
I know.
5 minutes to do it.
But maybe I'm too dumb to understand the Trinity, but
Yeah,
but that's what I know. And I know that with all my heart. What I believe I know with all my heart, Jesus is the Son of God, divine,
What
there
I'm
for all of
wondering, though,
eternity,
what I'm
uncreated,
wondering, Buddha Calf,
was with his Father.
is
But he's
is
not
the
his
rise
father.
of populism a threat?
They are
to
different. They have the
democracy?
same essence, the same ontology. The Father and Son
What exactly
have an
does
ontology.
populism
They
mean?
are
Like,
one.
what's the definition of populism?
Now we're
So
getting into
populism
philosophical
is the
gobbledygook.
idea, right? That there's like a us versus
Popular.
them,
Yeah.
right? So there's
Us
the
versus
us
them.
normal John and Joe versus the elites, and they're like this
Bad.
separate, class that were like,
These guys are so weak, but they do so much damage from long range.
they're out of touch with us, so like we want, that's the
What's
that's
the
what-
prompt again?
is the rise of populism, because this is obviously a hot talking point amongst people on the internet
Say
about
Trump's a
an us
populist?
versus them type
So
of
they say.
mentality, right?
Yeah.
Is that a threat to democracy?
Is that a threat to democracy?
Have we got any super
It
chats?
can be.
Probably, but I don't think it's a bad thing.
Hey guys, we're at
also bolster
$17. If we
It
get
could go
$100,
bad,
we go.
but I don't.
We're stopping at
I see it
7
making
a.m. If we
longer.
get $100, we'll stop at 8 a.m. I know we're just kind of sitting in the back, but maybe we get
Well,
brought
isn't
back.
the
I
whole
don't
point
know,
of our
but
government to
we're listening.
support
If I hung out
the ordinary man?
on the panel, I might as well listen to the panel and the show.
Well,
Exactly what it is.
here, let me ask this question.
No, it's not.
Because
I'm
this is
frozen.
maybe something that can be split on. Decentralization of power is better than centralized authority.
Didn't we already do this one?
Correct. I agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Effigy has a different view.
Then we're
I
like,
I
we're
literally
all our
debated
own
this earlier
countries.
quite a bit.
You
So
know what I mean?
Yeah.
Effigy
Like
and I
Europe.
for sure.
at that
rewind the
point, I
tape
don't
to see
know.
my views, guys.
I don't know. We need a law of the land to unite us.
Yeah, there's just some newer people on. That's why I thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah.
Anyone wanted to add it in?
Respect my authority.
I think this could be argued either way, honestly.
Right. Well, I mean, everybody's going to come down to the idea that there needs to be a mix of the two, especially if you're American, you believe in a mix of the two. The idea is where the 51% should lie. Who should have the more of the say, right? In America, it would be states versus federal government, stuff like that, pre-Civil War, post-Civil War, shit like that. Like the argument I made earlier with Evan was we have a country where half of the states are doing a horrible thing, and the only way to do it is to have not have them do the horrible thing is the federal government forces them not to.
Have you
Like, do
seen
you
my
just
hack?
allow the horrible thing because you want decentralization, or do you allow the stronger centralization of power so that we can stop them doing the horrible thing and have everyone under equal protection, which is
Are you talking about force doctrine then? At that point?
Who federalized America again?
You did, you bastard.
You're to blame.
You son of a bitch.
Worst president ever.
I don't know about that one, but
You should have made yourself a king.
Comic guy voice.
Trump?
Trump.
The key thing here in
Trump
the
is the
decentralization is
divine
the fact that it fights it back against like any kind of like foreign influence or any kind of like bad ideology taking over. It takes a longer process for the country to fully turn, let's say, communist or commit to one ideology. So when you have one central authority, it's a lot easier to, because all you have to do is, let's say, buy off that president, and then you have the authority of the country.
And it's a
Whereas
lot
if it's
harder.
decentralized, then it's broken into. You have to like basically win it across the board. It's the whole idea of like ancient Greece, where it was like broken into different sects, like Sparta, like Athens, all this kind of shit. Because like fundamentally, like having one kind of like set of rules for every single plot of land even doesn't even make sense. Because like
And what happened after Rome's Republic era? What happened after the leprechaun?
Real quick. So that is the final 5-minute grace period. Okay, so that time is up, and
I got them jokes.
Buddha Calf and Teriak came after the time here, so we'll start here. Buddha Calf, let everyone in the chat know where they can find you.
All right, I think I'm gonna open
You
the
actually
Discord.
picked a good time, buddy, because my father just woke up. He suffers from Parkinson's. You couldn't have been a better time.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, bud.
Yeah. So yeah. So
Well, my father suffers from dead.
You'll find me out and about. You know, I'm just popping in and out, do my thing, and be happy to join you guys. I know I'm not like
I'm not sorry to hear it.
But I'll be happy to join you guys whenever I have the opportunity to do so.
Hey, Dad.
Always a pleasure having you.
I'm sorry to hear
And,
that.
until next
My father
time,
suffers
my
from
friend.
Parkinson's.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. My father suffers from. He dead. Are you sorry to hear
Another
that?
soul into the safe for now.
At least you
And
got some
Teriak,
Parkinson's.
tell everyone in the chat where we can find you.
You find me over the rainbow with me pot of gold and me lucky charms. Yeah, thanks for having me easy as always. Thanks for having me as always. Yeah, like appreciate you. Find me Teriak, like just Google Teriak. And yeah, like I said, kind of appreciate you having me. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it the start, but at least I woke up in time. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, thanks for having me.
Let's
Salute, brother. Good to see you.
go. Always a pleasure having you. Until next time, my
The
friend.
Giants is the only two we got. We made the whole lap around. We still got the Giants though.
Fatality.
And that's another soul added into the safe of souls. Because that's how it goes. On Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
I like Teriak. I think Teriak and Effigy should have a freaking show.
Quit glazing.
Before we get into the semi-final match here, which is actually going to be 1v1. Before we do that, I just want to quickly say to everyone, again, thank you all for everyone who joined the panel. Everyone in the chat, shout out to you all. Okay, you guys are all fucking amazing. All right. Like I said, I can't put into words
I think it's just
how
the
much
Giants.
I am thankful for the support that you guys give me and the channel. You know, I literally pray to God about it every day. You know, I don't pray for things.
It's
I
just the
thank
Giants is
God
all we
for
got.
things. So, and you guys are a part of that. So that's the, you know, the most I can think of to express to you guys how much it really means to me. Okay, so I thank you all for that deeply. It means a lot. And everyone who comes and joins the panel too, you guys are fucking amazing. You guys kill it. All right, always every Friday coming and killing this shit. And seeing everyone's, you know, fucking arguments getting better, them growing their channels, everything. This was the whole point of Verbal Combat to begin with. So, you know, I know that this could stay the way it is right now, never get bigger, and I still did exactly what I wanted to do with this. So, and again, that's because of you all. I appreciate that big time. And right now, before we get into this last 1v1, go use the washroom, grab a drink, make a new bag of popcorn, okay? Because
I'm
little
doing decent. I'm kind of in a spot now. I gotta fight these two Giants. I think we got it. I went around that whole.
We have a 1v1 request.
Left route.
Leaning into it, what Grace is famous for on the internet, and she's not famous, but
I
what
think
she's
we got
famous
some
for
money
on
now
the
because we've been
internet
killing.
is that people think.
So
that
I
you
need to
have
get
sex
this
with
way.
Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and
Your
why they
position
should
is
bring you
that
back.
it's a problem with the jailing system, okay?
No,
that was your
the
position.
problem-
You admitted to it.
it's the
You
problem
admitted
with
to
the
it. Are you
criminal.
taking that back? Are you taking that back?
people party. That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. We have already proven. I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger? That's pretty badass.
The ability to feel pain and have...
Actually, they feel
independent
pain
thought.
way before 24 weeks.
I don't think that a man wants to lie in our bed next to you, love, right?
I win.
You know the way. That's why you're sipping on two different fucking spirits.
The woman says, well, I want the kid to go to public school because I want to work and I like women's empowerment and I like abortion and I support all these ideas. And the man says, no, who is the decider?
Win by any means necessary. That is how combat goes.
So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir.
Chat attacks, they're ready to play.
Well, that means that we need to have young mothers having children. Otherwise, there is no society, right?
Or a deadly report. Disrupt with the sound.
I don't need to answer your question anymore. Because if that is effective, we don't need to torture people.
Base, those are forms of torture.
I'm always watching. Always lurking. No one is safe.
Fuck. Okay, is this going over your heads? You want me to dumb it down for you?
Verbal combat, let the chaos unfold.
His head was down, and I could have attacked his head.
And then next month, it could be 200 people who are good people. So how can you put a rough number on it?
This is the whole problem with eye for an eye. It creates a cycle that never stops.
No, I'm saying all killing are murder.
If you want to be the solo judge, it is 60 to be the solo judge. If you want to be, if you want to add on another minute, there's 10 for a minute. Okay. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
Your soul is mine.
He's dead. One down.
So let's fucking go.
One down. They both died? Oh, no. The other one's still here.
That shit. That's the type of shit.
We
to
could probably
get
just
you
run
fucking
past him
going,
now.
right? All right. Let me see here. So, we're gonna have to do 1v1 to get
I got
us
clapped.
into the final four here. Okay. So, let me see here. So, I think out of everybody, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do?
All right.
I'm trying to think of who's had the least on here.
It's probably
Let's
been
go with,
me.
let's go with who's died the least.
Well, I know lower class, yeah, definitely had the least, yeah. And then I think the next one up would be Evan, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, no.
I
No.
went. Yeah, I think it was. I think Fredo and I were the same too. Abe was the
Gonna
most,
work
I
this
think,
time,
than
Fredo.
Keeping him down.
It's alright. I'm gonna knock his ass out anyway.
Yeah, it's between. I think it's between Fredo and Evan, who's had the next least.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm trying to think. I think it actually be Fredo.
He's dead.
Because Evan had the one with effigy, and then another one, a 2v2, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Giants are dead. Big
Yep.
staircase time.
And then another 1v1, if I'm not mistaken.
And there's something over here. Oh, should I not
Yeah, I
even
feel like I've been
challenge
I
on
think
this
that
guy?
might be it. I think that might be.
really
You know what? So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Fredo versus lower class. So let's get everyone out. Effigy went to go hide in his Death Star. That shit's great. Fucking killer with the animations. And by the way, Effigy is the official animation guy over here with all those cool animations you guys see. So, you know, if you guys are trying to get animations, go send him all your money for animations, okay? Just dump your bank accounts into his for animations, all right? But let's get a topic here for you two. I think we can find a really good one. You know what? Let me ask. This is always a spicy one. Um, I I'm pretty sure I remember where Fredo stands here, but let me see. Where do you both stand on the death penalty?
I'm against it.
I can argue for it.
Okay. You want to argue for it, or do you want something you actually? Okay, you good? Okay. All
Lower
right, so
class
listen up,
came
chat.
in, swooped in, didn't really get
As
put
you
to the
know,
flames.
with the semifinals, okay, this match here goes to 7 minutes. All right, and there is no added time with this one. But you can still solo judge. But we're going to 7 minutes flat, and if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll.
Yeah, it's different.
And the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you.
Finally, a new shrine.
Let's get
Holy shit.
All right, I already know what you're gonna say. It's an economic burden. Somebody so heinous shouldn't live. Things of this nature. But like I said earlier, we can put shackle and iron around their ankle, make them work for us, and make money for the state. We already take their freedoms away. It wouldn't be that big of a leap. Also, the Bible, the one instance in the Bible, in the New Testament, where the death penalty came about, Jesus stopped it. You know
That's
what I
not
mean?
even actually in the Bible. That's the.
Also, who are we?
That's
to take a
question
life?
if
There should be
questionable
one
if that should
arbiter
even be included
to
in the
take
Bible.
and give life, unless life is taken unjustly, like in
It's
the
talking
heat of
about
the moment,
John
in defense or something,
7.
or you know,
The
you're in war. Yeah.
Okay, I can
and they
allow
alleged she was a prostitute. She was the adulterous woman.
I mean, did you not hear my
and they
debate?
were gonna stone
What
her.
if the inmate wants?
And he said,
Did you not hear
"He
my
without
debate
sin
with
cast the
Effigy
first
earlier?
stone, turn the other cheek." All comes from
100%.
that.
What if they ask?
But it's
Yeah, you're
questionable
turning,
if that's
an
even
officer
actually
into a murderer.
canon.
Not necessarily. No.
It's not our job to
Well, but hold on. When you're in prison, you don't have
come
the
at a guard with a knife.
for
You know what I mean? If that's what
you don't have the opportunity
with
to
a
do
knife
that
be-
for yourself, and you can choose one of two options. You can spend the rest of your life in prison, or you can elect to have your life ended.
Hey, can you
We're not
quit
giving
being
you the
like
option
audio
because we're not gonna
guru?
turn
Me,
our
myself, and
state,
I
employees
nobody
into
complains about the audio except you. I don't
They're
know,
already
like
murderers, because every state has a death penalty, right? Almost every state.
we've got
But we
all
shouldn't-
pretty
that's why we
professional
should,
equipment.
Yeah, that's fair.
My
So that's what I'm
audio
saying.
is
Like,
pretty good.
If someone elects for it,
Quit
if
bitching
I'm
about the
facing
audio.
a lifetime in prison, and I don't want to go to prison, I don't want to spend
Yeah,
the
fuck
rest
you.
of my life.
Your rights are taken away. You're taken away out of society. You think we're gonna fucking kowtow to you and give you extra amenities? Oh, I want to die. Well, fucking go die. We're not gonna facilitate.
Yeah,
that
well,
shit.
some people say
Yeah, I
she's
mean,
a
we're not
prostitute,
asking what they
James.
would do,
That
we're
actually,
asking
that
what
whole
they should-
story is
should-
actually
Should the
Should
death
we
penalty
facilitate
questionable
their
if that's even canon.
death? The death penalty?
The story of
yeah. Because
They
we
absolutely
are not
Jesus
we're
and
not the
Yeah,
arbiters of
the
life and death.
But yeah, of course you're not. but if
adulterous
someone wants to do
woman
it
at the
themselves,
well.
they can. Everyone has the right to do that. And in prison, it's actually
Not the
there's
prostitute.
safeguards
Prostitute.
put
There
into
was a
place to
pope
keep
that came out and said she was a prostitute,
So my
and then he had to
question
go
you
back
would
and
be,
backtrack and
why
say
would
no.
you
We're
want
fighting the
somebody to
bald-headed
stay
kid.
in prison for the rest of their life when they have the option available to them? Let's say
Oh,
they're
it's
innocent,
yellow.
and they're going to
Number
spend
Yellow
one, to
brow.
keep
the rest
them
of
away
their
from
life.
society.
I think
Number
this is
two,
the
to
final
fucking,
fight in chapter 2.
You know what I mean?
We
Make
may have
money
missed some
for us,
things.
like
I don't
said,
think
put
we
their ass to
did,
work.
but
Okay, so slavery. So you're saying
or
we're
chapter
gonna put
3. I'm
innocent
sorry.
people in
Can we
chains
get through chapter 3
and
tonight?
throw them onto a chain gang?
Oh,
Innocent
Yellow Brow's
people,
tough.
Yeah, 100%. That's what I'm saying, right?
I have
So,
lightning
If
gear.
someone is innocent and they've been
I have stuff
convicted
that, like-
to life in prison,
Oh,
or
man.
they have the opportunity to end their life, why wouldn't we do that for them?
Yeah, it's a hard knock life, buddy. You know what I'm saying?
Right, it's a hard knock life. Yeah, click, click, bang, they're done. That's it. There's no problems. It's over.
I mean, but you have a life, right? We're not gonna take your life.
We're at Yellow
You
Brow.
have, like Abe was saying earlier.
This is the final boss
have,
of chapter.
You have a chance to get out.
Here's
You
the
have
deal.
appeals.
Here's the deal, though.
You have
a life sentence.
You have appeals, and then we have
Chapter
forensic
3, I
evidence
think.
that may come out later. You have a chance to
No.
live and get out and be free and live the rest of
Close.
your life.
We're close to
God,
the end
That's
of
fine.
chapter
That's
You know
what
what I
you
mean?
chose. You wanted that.
What do you mean? You wanted
You
to go to
elected
jail?
for it.
What are you talking
You
about?
elected for it. So yeah, if
I think
someone
I could
doesn't
do
want it, they don't
upgrades
have to get the
also,
death
but
penalty.
we're gonna try to
But if
fight them with
someone
Yeah, I'm
elects
no.
not
they want
electing
that.
for. No, I'm not electing for options. I don't want them to have the election. We're not gonna kill you. We're not gonna kill you. Stop whining.
There's the
and
Fox
break them
quest to
fucking
get the
rocks.
guy. It's
I
a,
mean, hey, that's what they said when they brought all those people over from Africa, right?
maybe I already
yeah,
did
it's
it.
the
I
same
feel like
thing.
I've explored
It's a
enough.
different time, man.
I would say because what you're advocating for is a lifetime death sentence instead of something that's quick and painless. That saves the taxpayers money, which yeah, they're going to be
It's
out
not
there
even a
breaking rocks.
lifetime death sentence.
But I promise
Bro,
you, if you can find me somewhere where I
Like,
can
do you
make
think that we're gonna have them from sun up to sundown,
$100,000 a year,
fucking breaking their fucking
turning
back,
big
going
rocks
crazy?
into little
These
rocks
niggas
with a
be working
hammer,
in the air
I'll do
conditioning,
that for the rest
motherfucking
of
cutting
my
meat,
life. If
motherfucking
you
they
can
be
find
stealing
somewhere
food,
where I
taking
can
it back,
make
making
that
spreads,
much,
making
where
nachos
they're
and
putting
shit,
the money back
smoking
into the
weed
system,
and watching
that's
Wheel of
great.
Fortune, nigga.
That's not
These
happening.
niggas is in there
So if
chilling.
I'm
You
looking
think it's
down the
fucking
barrel
chattel
of a
slavery or
life
something?
sentence
You
in
sound like a
prison,
motherfucking
and
idiot
my only
right now,
option
bro.
is
You
to
sound
strap
like a fucking
shackles on my
dumbass, bro.
ankles
These
and run out
niggas
on
is in
the
there
chain
cooling.
gang,
Bro, they got
smashing big
cell
rocks to
phones.
little
They in
rocks.
there on
Go
YouTube. They
ahead and
macking up
stab me with
bitches.
the
They
needle,
getting bitches
throw
to
me in
spend
the
the money.
electric
They
chair,
fucking. They
drop
got all
me
the
on the
commissary,
gallows.
nigga. They motherfucking. They getting it in. They making the nachos and the burritos. They texting the bitches. They getting the nudes. They getting the money. They getting the drugs. The niggas going to work, coming back home and chilling like they at the house. Nigga, they getting in fights. They rolling dice. They don't give it in prison. In prison, the people in prison, yes.
Right.
No, all
yeah,
of them.
exactly.
All of them. Everybody in prison.
Exactly. No, not everyone in there's having a big party, and you know that.
Oh, it's a great time.
I mean, yeah, you got the people with some sense that's in there chilling or whatever, but it's
Hey,
not
and you
like
got the
it's a
people
hard.
that are in there getting punked
It's
out.
not-
That's bullshit, and you know that.
No,
You're not
prison's
getting punked
nice.
out for no reason.
Yes,
You're
you
not
are,
getting
because you're
punked out
going in there
unless you
getting
a
punked
punk,
Fredo's
bro.
right here.
drugs,
I'm voting
you're
Fredo.
kicking everything, especially if a drug addict, someone who's never.
So you sleep.
who's
They
never
put you
been
on
to an addict
Librium.
paying
and
your
You
They
just
get
bills,
sleep.
hooked on drugs. Now they're in
Fucking,
prison.
nigga, handle your
They get hooked on
responsibility.
drugs from the
That's you.
dope boy down the block. Once they run up too big of a tab,
That's
bro, now
life.
you're punked.
It's gonna happen on the street, bro. It's gonna happen on the street. If they fucking, what point
Is
it?
that
What
personal
point are you making?
experience? Are you telling me you
Look.
got punked out in the street? Someone turned
No,
you
I'm
out?
saying, hell no.
No, it doesn't
Hell
happen
no.
in the street.
I'm
You know
saying-
that doesn't
I'm
happen
saying-
in the street. What are you
Oh,
talking
you talking about niggas getting fucked? No, like I
Yeah,
said earlier,
bro,
that
you
shit
don't
is
fuck
not.
people over
No,
a drug
that's
deal?
you get DP for that. No, you get DP for that, bro. Like niggas will beat you up for getting on.
Yeah,
some
they'll beat
shit
you
like
up.
that,
They're
'cause
not
you-
going to stick a dick in your ass. What are you talking about?
No,
That's
I'm
crazy.
saying they'll beat you up for doing that to somebody else, for like fucking punking somebody out because you making the set look bad. You know
No,
what
bro,
I'm
the
saying?
sissies run the sissies run the prison.
No, they do not.
No, that's
Yes,
not
they
true.
do.
They do not. What are you
Absolutely,
talking
they
about,
do.
bro?
No, he's an
What are you
idiot.
Yes,
talking
they
about?
do.
He's
You're
wrong.
just, are
What
you
are you
drunk,
talking
bro?
about?
You're not even making any arguments.
I made perfect arguments.
Yeah, they were flawless.
I'll let it get to 8 minutes. See if we have a solo judge.
Give me a good reason why we shouldn't kill people that go into prison for shit that's like putting their
I'm
their-
like not
their-
even feeling
their
threatened in
members and
this fight.
kids.
Actually,
We're not the arbiters of life.
I got a long way to go.
But you're willing to put them on a slave line?
Yeah.
That's an arbiter of life. That's an arbiter of life, motherfucker.
But
what are you
look,
talking
look,
about?
chill
Absolutely.
for a
Just flip
second.
the
Look,
script on your own
understand what I'm saying, right? So you go to prison.
He's
and
dead,
You go
watch.
To work. It's not like you're fucking in
Oh, he's not
chattel
dead. Oh,
slavery
wow,
conditions
slick.
And we're whipping you and
Slick.
fucking cutting off toes and shit.
Slick.
Into little rocks on a
If he
jail.
kills me,
chattel
I'm
slavery
pissed.
is
I'm being hyperbolic.
Okay. Now, okay, move the goalpost. That's fine. Okay, so here's my question.
I'm
for
not
you.
moving any goalposts. I thought somebody with
Goalposts?
iota
Here's
a
fucking
question for you,
intelligence would understand that. You sound like
What
a
job
fucking
in
idiot
prison
right now.
is gonna
You
make
sound
you
like you've been drinking all
$100,000
night.
He's dead. Why is he not
What
dead
job
yet?
in prison is going to make
Who
you
said they getting
$100,000 a
any of the money. Didn't I say they was gonna make the state a whole
That's how
bunch of
much it's
motherfucking
costing me to
money?
keep those motherfuckers in there. Each one.
Oh,
each
second
year.
base.
Tell me how you're gonna make up enough money.
Must be second phase.
All right, real quick, chat. I am putting
that was too easy.
I am putting, real quick. I'm putting the.
My sack awaits misguided
Fredo,
souls like you. That would be something good for the.
Right now, all right. If you want to vote for this man,
For the VK,
right
my
here,
sack
you're
awaits
voting for
misguided
lower class
souls like
on the
you.
poll, all right. And if you want to vote for this,
Are we
man
going to
right
chapter
here,
4 now?
you're voting for Fredo Fonzarelli.
Did we just step
on
into
the
chapter
poll.
4 on
Chat,
accident?
Get your votes in right now.
I don't care. I
okay?
just want to beat
Starting
the game at this
timer
point.
over. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, that was enjoyable. I like that. I think both of them make really good points.
I didn't bring Apogee back up. What happened here? Sorry, Apogee.
Oh, there he is.
Not bad. I must have double clicked you or something.
Good debate.
Yeah, I thought that was really good. I thought both of you guys make some good points.
Really quick, Kat, I hope you're watching.
Which cat?
Oh, that's fucking lit, bro.
Oh shit.
This is the thing though with FG, I would love if that was like,
Can I DM you, bro? I'm trying to get some. I need avatars and shit, logos and shit.
Yeah, like I said, DM him and dump all your money into his bank account. Everybody. I'm his official, unofficial manager, right?
Yeah, that I mean that was obviously AI because I did it so quickly.
Yeah, but you can make like.
Wait, hang
artwork
on,
and avatars
FG,
and
you
shit.
actually make your own stuff? It's not all AI?
Most of the animations start with AI, but then I use After Effects or some other things to add pieces to it. Or
Oh,
also
so you
then-
got Adobe skills. Okay, that's cool.
Oh yeah. I do graphic and motion design like freelance.
Heck yeah, I didn't know that. That's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why the ninja has chat on its back. You know?
Yeah.
That's a tough market to make money in, bro. Good for you.
Yeah, that is.
That's hard.
I didn't realize. I thought it was
Definitely not my
all AI.
primary
I didn't
job.
realize that's
Quit
that's
glazing.
Especially right now.
So
like,
what? He does graphic design. I
everybody-
can figure
mean,
it out in like a
when
month.
AI first came out, I had my existential crisis like well over a year ago. Everybody else is having theirs right now.
Bunch of glazers.
Oh.
Oh, he does some pictures. He makes some digital pictures. I can draw, bitch.
I mean, it's just it's the cold logic of it is really stark once you actually finally accept it.
Can
Technology,
you draw though?
For all of history is
I bet not.
specifically meant to save humans time and effort.
No, absolutely. I just thought that. I
And
thought
it's,
I had
it's
a
a scary
conversation with you, like,
realization,
months
but
He
ago.
can't
like,
draw
you
nothing.
can argue
all
that
AI.
all that time and all that
He's a
skill that I took
computer.
to learn these things. At the end of the day, a dude will pay to get it quicker.
Yes,
And you will.
No.
that's true.
You will
though.
lose out. You will be the
You ain't
horse
wrong
drawn
about that.
carriage.
You
of
ain't
this
wrong
age,
about that. You ain't
if
wrong
you do
about
not
that.
adapt. And yeah.
No, I agree.
You ain't wrong about
Yeah, I
that.
get what you're saying, because like those videos now they're showing where it's like it looks like video footage of giants. helping
Everything
build the
FG
pyramids
does,
and shit.
any
It's
of us
like
could learn to
actually
do in
getting
30
very
minutes.
close to
It's
looking good.
progressing
at a
at a
rate
rate
that
that
really
I ain't
hard
got
to
30
watch.
minutes all the
movie
time.
quality,
You know?
like it's right there at movie quality where you're like, oh shit, this shit's nutty. Or like you'll see like some big like giant wrestler
vote low
standing in a
class.
wrestling
I didn't
ring
even
and shit,
vote, but I
like,
would have
yeah,
voted
I'm telling you,
Fredo.
like, everybody talks shit
cool.
about the
Just
actors
because
and their unions, but
if I don't have
SAG strike,
a nighttime VK win
got
yet,
that
and James
big,
doesn't have a nighttime VK win yet,
actors walk out and stuff.
this guy
in
doesn't
their
get a
contracts,
nighttime VK
it
win
had
yet.
All of
I
the
know
shit
it's not
that's
for the
starting to
win,
come
but
out now because it knew it was going to
come
happen,
on.
and they were
You
trying
gotta
to
put
put
in
in
some work.
place legal protection.
I've been
so that
putting
their
in
actors
work,
wouldn't be abused
and
by
I
the
still
images
haven't
of
won
AI
one, and
and what it was going to do.
I'm not
to
voting for
movies and
anybody.
entertainment.
Yeah, because they
Yeah,
were
they
trying to
can
sign
make
them over the
just
rights.
make anybody say anything
Right,
now.
they were trying to
Pretty-
sign over rights. To
I got
the
a
likenesses
daytime
and
VK
stuff.
win.
Yeah, in
Right.
perpetuity. Yeah,
Yeah,
forever.
But I got
perpetuity,
two
which is
VK
nuts.
characters out of
real
it
quick,
because chair is
real
epic.
quick. We can actually get into a topic of that in this next part here, but real quick, chat has spoken. We have
That guy's
what
beatable.
is it? 36
we
votes.
almost had that. I feel
Okay.
like it's
It
two-stage
was pretty
fight.
close here.
Two-stage fight. We almost had the first
So the
stage is
winner
easy. We almost
of
had
the
the second
1v1
stage.
Was Fredo
Doing a little
Fonzarelli.
analysis right now.
Lower class. Tell everyone in the chat where we can find you.
Yeah. Channel's lower class, LOWERCLASS.
Reminds me of Tectone.
You can find me every day. If you're at Central, it's 2 to 9. If you're in Eastern, it's 3 to 10. Thanks for having me on, bro. It's a pleasure. Y'all have a great night, okay?
Hey, it was a pleasure having you.
Later,
and
brother.
We do
You're
this
awesome,
every
man.
Friday, so
Too, bro.
definitely come again. And until next time, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Friday, baby.
Let's fucking go. And here we go. Now it's time, all right, to get into the finals here. All right. First, we're going to be starting with a 2v2, okay? It starts at 10 minutes, and we're back into being able to add on time. All right, fatalities and revives are back on for the 4 you see here. But this is only if they are eliminated by a fatality. If they lose the 2v2 or 1v1, they can't be brought back. All right, so just so you know, this is how it goes. So chat, let me see a topic I can get. Maybe we can get a 2v2 going right away. Let me see here.
Kicking stuff over like an idiot.
Let me think here.
I started hitting the wrong button because I'm.
Okay, so just because we were, talking.
I had him.
About,
I was trying to do that friggin' spell, and I screwed up. I was hitting the left instead of. I don't know left and
AI,
right.
and I think I can involve it into policies and politics here pretty easily. So let's talk about like the intellectual property of AI, right? So like who owns the creations made by AI? Is it the developers, the users, or the AI itself? What do you guys say?
Say the
Whoever
user.
gave it the prompt.
That is interesting.
Say the user.
Yeah,
I like when he forms
and
questions like
as long
that.
as we're at the current models we're at,
More
currently the way laws are working and the way the companies
Then
are working is that
when
is
it's like
when you
we gotta
generate
pick a
it, you own
side.
the copyright.
Like
essentially. Now, if you get to true artificial
what's
intelligence,
the situation
something
here?
that
We
would
got
start
this.
to-
We got this side, this side, and this
That's
side.
not
What are
true.
people
the
saying?
AI music site that I use, they specifically tell you that you can't use the AI you generate for any commercial purposes unless you have a certain subscription with them. So that's
Really?
yeah, that's why I have the subscription with them that I do, because I'm not letting them fuck me for some AI songs I made.
Right.
Yeah, so they're already starting
He's
that.
fighting
that's
so
why
much
I wanna
harder
know,
this
like,
time.
Well,
who
but they're
act-
allowing you to do that, though, right?
Who should own it is what I'm asking. Like, who should own it? The users or the developers of the AI?
I
These
think
are
that
actor
the user
images.
should own it, even if you have to pay for the right to use it.
Right, but if you're paying for that's hard. That's wow. That's
Well, if you're
hard.
paying for it, then it's
Yeah.
originally the developers or whatever. that
Right.
own it,
Well,
right?
you'd be buying rights
I
to
don't
it.
care if it's free. Like if you
Damn,
want to give
he's
them a
fucking
free
me
trial
up.
to test it out, that's fine. But if
I
you,
almost
or,
had
like,
him on
you
the
wanna
last
put a
run, and I
watermark on
started
it or
messing
something,
around.
But if they use it and they make an original something by giving something a prompt from your service, then that's their creative outlet. You know what I mean?
Right. So it's you're using their service, is what you're saying.
I don't
If
know
I
if
ran
this
a
is the
Word
last boss
document,
fight of
though, I
the.
own that
Still
document.
the users.
I think I've done
Yeah,
everything.
it's not Microsoft's document.
I could
Okay,
go.
so
there
is
are some things
everyone on
actually.
the side
Oh, I
that
get.
the
Okay.
user
That's
owns
good for
it.
you. I
Then?
like that. Yeah.
Yeah, for the current
No,
technology, yes.
no.
I
Oh,
think
That's
so.
that's hard.
I didn't mean to do
Okay,
that.
everyone's on the side that the user.
I don't
owns
know
it.
what
Okay,
shrine
that's
I was
fine,
at,
that's
and I
fine.
just fast
Because
So
it's a
let's,
tool.
traveled to a different
You're
shrine.
paying to use a tool.
And I need to go back to where I just was, but
Yeah.
don't know what it's called.
So let's
Fuck.
let's go with this.
Dude, that was a crazy one. That was really good.
You like that one?
Yeah.
Word. All right. Well, let me see if I can make another one here. What I'm thinking of is how would I word it though? Like a way. So should the government, right, like the policy makers, should they have policies that ensure that these AI systems can't perpetuate any social biases?
I think the
Yeah,
terminology.
should there be policies on AI against social biases?
I don't think so. I mean,
yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Yep. This
I
is the
mean,
last boss
I
of
mean,
this
you might want
chapter.
to safeguard it a
We're
little
going to
bit.
chapter 4, baby. Let's go.
Sure.
I'm whooping his
I
ass
think
right
there's
now.
a danger in that, actually.
We don't even have
because
to keep doing
at
the
some
first
point
part.
you're-
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna fuck
but,
up the
like,
first
if
half.
You don't, you know, what if the sentiments
But I
get
do want to
real,
do
you
something.
know, Yahtzee-ish. You know what I mean?
Why is
You got
everything
robots
Yahtzee?
Yeah,
running
so like
around and-
just to be clear, like if the AI algorithm of YouTube made it so like only lefties were getting all the like front view for every single thing that was searched up, you guys be okay with that? You guys
I
would
haven't
say,
even
yeah,
done
no,
Ring
we
of
shouldn't
Fire.
step in any way here.
I
Just
mean,
to be
they already
clear.
do, right?
I just want to make sure.
I mean, it's not AI, but they already kind of do. It's like it's whatever the algorithm is set to be.
True.
Yeah, I'm just saying
I
you
wasn't
don't
even
want to
thinking of
you
it
don't
that
want to
way, but-
step in and say that companies shouldn't be allowed to use
Well, we're not
AI
doing it now, though.
with
Like
social
it's
bias. Well, I'm not talking
okay,
about what
okay,
it
that's
is.
what you're
I'm talking
saying.
about
Okay,
should
got
it.
it. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. You're saying if AI decided to, okay. So if it was, if AI was
Turning
more
on
like
more
HAL
upgrades.
from Space
Well, even
Odyssey.
if like there was
For the
a
users.
certain AI system that they used that was biased, and you know,
I think you should try to keep the bias out as much as possible, but at the same time, you can't.
But by trying
limit
to keep the
every
bias
free
out, you're going to create bias.
Bias.
Right.
Yeah, he's right. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just about to say. Exactly.
I don't think bias is one of like. I mean, and I get people shoving AI into everything, and that's why people
He's
worry
fighting
about this.
the
But I
mouse.
think in this age right now, where everyone's, where the people who are on the upper end of the technology are really just trying to make the shit work correctly. Still, I think bias is kind of a
Well,
secondary.
and I'm
Okay,
sorry.
how about
AI
this?
is a
Let me try
misnomer
it
in and of
But
itself.
also, like to the point,
Pissing me off.
what happens when a group of people ideologically no longer just like reflect reality, and the bias that it's showing is simply like to what is, and they're like, well, no, it can't say that because my ideology says it can't.
Okay, let me try this then. Should the government like impose like strict regulations on AI developers to ensure like some type of safety and ethical standards?
So as a person who's not a free speech absolutist, it depends on what you're talking about. What is the AI creating? Then yes,
Free
they should
laws
step in,
of
but
robotics or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
I don't. So okay, so when I seen
Did you just say an
people-
AI
Actually,
absolutist?
here's an example. I remember.
cool, yeah.
I was listening to two people actually. I wasn't seeing it. I was listening to two people debate this, and one of the people brought up a point that like AI, like these AI imaging things, like the government should stop those AIs from being able to make prompts of like young girls in bikinis, say, or young girls in bras and underwears, right?
If I'm
So
if
just
I'm
wait a minute,
inferring
just, so
correctly, then
because
you're-
the way he argued this is he said technically, right, a young girl just in a bikini wouldn't be against the law, but don't
Right.
you still think we should stop AI from generating these type of images?
I don't think that there's any positive thing to either of those.
Does
Though.
the legality of that kind of illicit image come from the fact that that image is of a real person?
These are AI generated images.
Like, do they allow do we allow like illustration porn?
No.
I know, like Japan, like hentai shit like that,
That's
but
an interesting
I think that's
topic,
where like
actually.
it starts.
God.
That's where you have to kind of merge those things.
Yeah.
Fuck them up.
Why am I agreeing with Epic?
Yeah, when this was brought up, like I said, the guy was arguing that like
No, it's
technically
talking about
this isn't
illustrated porn
illegal. This isn't illegal, right? If someone decided to allow this in their AI image.
Chapter 4,
generated-
baby.
I think you have to have regulations of some kind. Like
I don't know if we did
Prompt you're
everything.
talking about. I
We
think you
missed
have to.
the Fox Quest.
No, you do, but also
We
at
didn't do
same
the
time,
damn
it's funny
Fox
'cause the
Quest. I don't know if we
juxtaposition
can go
between
back
the
and
two
do
things
that maybe
is
later.
That you have something that's not a real person, so it just because it's a certain age that you're saying doesn't mean that thing has
Sword.
a certain age.
Or
So it's very interesting when it comes to AI because it's if it's not a real image of a real person, you kind of have to go wait. Where the
Right.
hell are we going with this?
Well, this is the same debate as the never-ending debate of rights and where are the boundaries of those rights. Honestly,
But
It's
do
the
we
same.
actually have rights? I mean, in general, like
I'm just saying that it's like the borderlines of all things, right? The
Yeah.
negotiables and the
I'll go on
non-negotiables.
Discord in a
Where
bit.
are those
I'm
lines
listening to this.
is-
I'm saying making an image of someone and saying it's a younger person is disgusting. What I'm saying though, if it's not a real person,
This is where he
how
turned.
do you
This is
actually,
where
like-
Wukong.
I
This is
don't
telling
get-
us
yeah,
the story.
you
This is
get
where
the-
Wukong
it's
becomes the demon.
What appetite are you feeding at that point?
I don't like that.
You're feeding perversion of absolutely, yeah.
Maybe no.
So
I'm
I
saying
think
you are. I'm not saying you're not.
There does definitely have to be certain
Be
limitations.
letting these
Okay,
weirdos,
so let me try this. Let's because I think you guys are gonna mostly
Quench your thirst
agree
for
here.
blood.
So let's try something a little different here.
This is like Majin.
I was really trying to stay in.
Majin Vegeta. We're going through the story
That's a
of
fun
how
one. That was
Black
good. I
Myth.
like that. Is there an
Black
okay?
Wukong
Should there be an international
became who he became?
agreement on the regulations? Of
And this
AI?
is him. He was just a
I don't want to
a
be
scrub.
with anything. But
yeah,
but he's
There
getting
will be.
pumped up.
Yes.
I think
just like nuclear
And now he's gonna get demon arms, and we're gonna have to fight him in chapter 4 with demon arms.
Just handing it over
Oh
to
wait, we're
whichever
playing as him
depraved
now.
nation is going
Hold
to use it
up.
for whatever it wants.
Yeah,
Well,
we
we
haven't
have a-
Hold
we have
snap.
a nation that
Because this is the best transformation once you get it later in the game.
You have to limit.
What do I?
You have to limit the bad.
Well, wait,
that
let's
could
not
happen.
debate it.
We're
Let's
playing
not debate
as
it.
him.
Wait, because like I see,
Yeah.
Evan seems to be on the opposite side of you, and
I'm not on the opposite side. I'm on both sides.
I'm killing the Buddhas.
But yeah,
well, what
I
side?
All these
well,
Buddhas,
what's-
Shiva,
oh, you're
where's
saying you could
Shiva?
argue both. So
We're
what side are you
murking
on,
the
Jaysen?
Buddhas.
I
We're
don't
a
have a
black
problem.
monkey murking the Buddhas.
Yeah, no, we do need international law.
That's why this game was so popular.
Okay, so you do think we do need international agreement? here.
Somebody clip that.
Okay. Well then.
I think when it comes to a technology this useful and crazy, like okay, for instance, a battlefield tactician that's AI driven. If some nation gets a hand on something that is way ahead, right? And then you've got like
Such
say,
enlightenment
battlefield
surely would
controlling
grant you
drones
Buddhahood.
and ground-based weaponry and a bunch of other stuff.
Mm.
Before anyone and no other nation even knows what's going on with that nation, you've in effect created a military without human beings that could jump in and destroy all
I would
kinds of
use
things
that.
before you knew what happened.
All right,
Oh,
so
you went
real
that
quick.
direction. I would've
Okay,
gone.
hold up, so that we don't stretch this out too long.
Sorry.
Let me think here. Let me go back to. Oh, what do you guys
Mine's the
think?
biggest
Should
into yours now,
politicians,
likewise. Now I have
or
wings.
should elected public officials have term limits?
Yes.
No.
Wait, what's the exact wording again?
Should elected public officials have term limits?
I could argue both sides, honestly, so it don't matter.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I mean, I argued for earlier for why the president should and why I don't mind that Congress people don't.
I don't think they should.
I would not mind if there were term limits. It wouldn't bother me. Although I like to argue that in a democracy, the voters are your term limit. for most positions, nearly all positions, I'd say.
Okay. So, I think most of you are on the same side for this. So, should wait.
Can I fly?
Let me scroll up a little bit in my list.
Are we fighting
here.
a boss? Is Rock Yellow Brow?
Who's at 500 now?
Whoa, 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 whoa! I didn't mean to transform back.
I'm trying to find one that I think you guys. Oh, is nationalism a positive or negative force?
Positive.
Wait, do I have to be in?
I'd say positive overall.
I think negative.
Fredo?
Oh, positive. My bad.
Oh, okay, so 3 for positive. All right.
You couldn't hear me. My fault.
No worries, no worries. You motherfuckers.
It's almost like you should just make us do 2 1v1s.
Wait, so. Oh, let me ask you what you guys think. Should the U.S. be involved with the Iran and Israel conflict?
Jaysen died.
No.
Jason's my liberal brother.
Actually, a no on this one. Actually,
I literally can't
Okay,
see any good reason for it, honestly.
no. No, I don't want to be that.
I was trying to like just take it anyway, but it's like no, dude. I'm sorry.
Let's stick our dick in the fire again.
Should we raise the minimum wage?
Hell no.
No.
I say abolish it.
No, I think we do need to raise the minimum wage.
There you go.
Well, what about that Evan just said? Should we abolish the minimum wage?
No,
I don't know enough about economy to argue that.
Okay.
Think so.
Should political debates be televised?
Should political debates be televised?
Yeah, I mean it's entertainment. I mean, why not? It's fun.
Yeah.
That was 3
Absolutely.
yeses, so, yeah.
There's no point in having the debate if people don't see it.
It's like saying, should people watch them debate? Should it just be them in a room and a moderator, and they'll tell you what happened?
Yeah. This one won, that one lost. It's all good.
Okay. Okay, so if you had to choose between no, that's not a good way to do that. Never mind, hold up. Hold up.
Reframe.
Yeah, wait a minute. Okay, so how about this? No, you're not gonna be split up enough on that. I know that. Should nuclear weapons be abolished?
I can care less.
We kind of crossed the threshold. There's really no going back.
Noose are fake.
There's no going back. Should trials be televised?
Should what be televised?
Okay, so the thing I don't understand about trials being televised is that only some are, not all are. So if all are, then yes. If only some are, then no.
Okay, so
I mean, only some have interest, like, but if there's like a local channel that just like ran court cases all day, I wouldn't be like opposed to that.
Yeah, it wouldn't bug me. Yeah.
It's open to the public anyway, so
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
As long as all of them are, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'm actually fine with trials, especially because it's in a public place, essentially, even though there's a limited number of people in there.
And it affects the public.
That's right. It's
at
a game at
large.
this point, easy. We're just going to do everything.
It does.
You
Yeah,
guys
you're
are
right.
gay,
It does, yeah.
bro. You guys are all gay, bro.
These are
What
hard
the
to
farts?
be against. I mean,
you guys just suck, bro. All right.
You have to give us one that has an upside that we can effectively stand on.
Oh, there's a good one in chat. Should there be an age cap on the presidency?
Ooh.
An age gap or an age limit?
Cap.
Okay, sorry.
Cap.
Yes.
I was like, gap. The farts?
That is a good one. What do you guys think?
No,
Yes.
competency
I think so,
cap.
yes.
I don't
Competency cap.
Okay, well, how young should you be able to be the president?
35 is fine.
Yeah,
I
I like
think
35.
I'm fine with
I think it
35,
works
yeah.
well.
Depends on what level we call adult. 18.
Yeah, I mean, I can go with 40.
If 18 is an
Wanna
adult,
break
I
the
say
age.
18.
It's like you need to cross that fucking hill.
18.
He's just trying to argue.
One.
Not enough just to see the hill.
8.
I just want you all to
18.
see that Effigy.
18.
They're all agreeing with Effigy right now.
My
Yeah, I know.
18.
This is wild.
Just so you guys know. Just so you guys know.
I'm saying 18.
All agreeing.
Or maybe Effigy's just agreeing with us.
Mm.
Oh. All right.
All right, fuck it. Should the age of consent be raised?
Hell no.
Whose age of consent?
Wait, what?
18.
Well, some places.
Well, no, the age of consent is different per state.
Yeah.
Oh,
It
that
should
is
be
true.
Like
all over.
Should there be a national age of consent, like across the board? I say yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because in some states, yeah, it
No.
should be raised for sure.
That's actually pretty interesting, Fredo. Let's see what everyone thinks. Should there be a across like a federal age of consent here?
No, I think it's a states' rights issue.
I think it definitely needs to be a federal issue
I think, yeah, I would say so too. Yeah.
because some of these states is out of line.
Yeah. I mean,
Effigy?
Yeah, but yes,
Really?
I agree more than not.
You don't think states'
Wait,
rights supersede?
sorry, what'd you say,
Okay,
Effigy?
wow.
What if a state says it's 12 years old? That's
Hold
what I'm
up,
saying.
boys. Hold up. We gotta just.
I'm gonna fucking go against what I might believe and argue states' rights with Abe.
Okay.
All right,
Oh
let's do it.
shit. Oh shit. All right. Shout out to one of yous being playing devil's advocate to fucking get in this going. All right?
I am too, bro.
Let's fucking go. All right, listen up, chat. We are going. This is going to 10 minutes to start. All right. You can increase the time with 10 to add on a minute. It is 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the poll, and the two lowest on the poll will lose their souls. Fighters, good luck to all four of you. Let's fucking get it.
At
Let me
which
ask
point
you
did you guys
something real
decide
quick.
that it was okay to be in the bedroom with every American?
What the?
At the point that they decided to want to go in the bedroom of children. So let me ask you something. Do you agree with the UK age of consent?
The UK is not. You know, I don't care.
It's
what the
irrelevant.
UK
It's a whole different
Do
country.
you?
We're talking about our country.
I don't care. I'm.
Has
going
nothing to do with the United
just-
States.
Is the age of
indulge me.
consent
Do
at which you
you-
have
do
sex
you
mentioned
agree
in the
with it?
Constitution
Do
at
you
any
agree
point?
with it? Do you,
That's one of the
okay, do you
things that
think the
delegated
age
in the
of consent
Constitution.
should be 16? In your personal moral framework, do you think the age of
My
consent
moral
The
framework-
number doesn't matter where the
Alright,
authority
my first
lies
tip
matters.
is to use your monkey
I don't give a
claws
fuck.
whenever
And
you
it's a
break
state
out of
issue.
goal.
This is
Fine.
not-
Is the
That
age
way
of
you can
consent
get a
mentioned
lot
anywhere in
of
the
damage
Constitution or
in
the
and
Bill
you
of Rights?
won't
Yes,
interrupt
but
your
our
kids.
laws are built on morality, so please humor me and answer my fucking question.
Oh, no,
Do you
I
think
agree.
that the age of consent should be 16?
I can even agree that
Okay,
some of
so
the
for
states have
this
shitty
split
ages
stop,
of
it's
consent.
always
But
super
yeah, we're
delayed.
talking
You,
about where
yes
we're
or no?
allowed
It's a
to
closed
determine it.
question. Yes or
Quite a
no?
bit
Do
of
you
damage
think it should
before
be
you need
16?
It's not
You
my
usually don't want
decision
to use
to
your
make.
stun ability on him because he'll just
Laws
shake it
are
off.
made
Well,
based
okay,
on
so
morality.
the voters
If you're
have
gonna
to
vote,
teleports
if this
away,
law is
he'll
gonna
always
be
go
changed, you're gonna
diagonal to
vote
where
on
he
it.
last
So yes or
was.
no? Do you agree with it?
I wouldn't agree with it in my state, but that's my
30
state.
states. 30 fucking states in this country, the age of consent is 16.
And?
Aren't there some states that don't even have an age of consent?
Yeah, there are
states
states that don't have age of consent
That's why there
because
needs to be a national law, because
Mike,
I like using my
explain
fighter
it, explain
transform
it.
whenever he's
Why?
about to do his diagonal lightning slash.
By what metric should
There's a
it,
ton of
should it
damage
exist?
and it's very hard to dodge, so that extra
Doing
health
great.
helps a lot.
Good fees you got
No,
there.
real talk.
It's not in the
16-year-old
Constitution or the Bill of
16-year-old
Rights.
children.
Effigy has already spoken.
When he
So,
takes a goal,
16-year-older children legally at a national level,
sometimes
16-year-older children. So
When he
by
does
the
his
state
lightning
sanctioning
area
that,
attacks,
it's
just run away
basically
as far as you can.
legalized PDF.
I thought this was far
No,
enough based on my
actually
other
it's not,
attempts,
because
but I
it
must
could
have been on
be
the
two
very edge
16-year-olds.
of it.
It could be two people of the exact same age. So what you're saying is, kids who are
So it
exactly
could be two 5-year-olds. Is that
age
fine? Is that fine with you, Abe?
It's a good
It could
idea
be
to
two
use the
5-year-olds.
cornerstone block when he does his footstand because it's pretty easy to predict.
You're saying it could be. What are you saying? Like if
But
it could be,
a
it could be
55-year-old
anybody
man.
of any age.
So you don't
I
trust
need to
any
use-
states to make any rights for themselves?
Guys,
No,
what's
that's
that?
not-
30,
that's not
not whenever
that's a
over
false
half of them,
equivalency.
30 of
That's a
them
false
have their age
equivalency.
fucking of consent at 16. No, I do not trust them.
16 is not 5.
It
So,
doesn't
good
matter.
try.
You said of any
That wasn't
age.
my argument. That wasn't my argument.
I didn't say of
I
any
never
age.
said five.
Listen, what I'm saying is the states.
You absolutely did.
No, I said they at the same age. Now
Right, the same age. That could be any age.
No.
You're-
What?
you're-
You said 16. I said it
I
wouldn't
didn't
be
say
CDF.
16. I didn't say anything. That was
Fredo said
Fredo.
16, and I
Yeah.
said if they're
What? Did the internet go
the
out?
same age,
Oh.
like
Abe just went to another dimension for a second.
Okay,
Yeah, that
they
was
might
weird.
be the same age, but I don't want a 16-year-old
Don't
messing
want-
with a
doesn't
23-year-old or
matter.
a 25-year-old.
that's not.
But
That's
again,
not what goes
if
down to
it's
the-
two
I
people
would-
of the same age, so you're a peer-to-peer person.
They
which
should go to jail
Is
for that.
why government education sucks. Number one. Secondly, though, is it doesn't. So if it's 16, why can't it be 12? It's the
Do we know
same. It's the
why?
same equivalency
No,
of,
it's not.
of minimum wage. If it's
Yeah, where do we- where
$16.50
do
an
we
hour
stop this?
federally,
Where do we
why
stop
can't it
this?
be $50 an hour? Like you're
Oh,
you're
so
you're,
federalize
you're false
everything.
equivalency.
At 18,
So you're
that's when
saying
you can
federalize
consent.
everything.
No, I don't think.
Yes,
because
that's
it's
exactly
not
what
just
you're
the age of
making.
consent that states determine, right? They determine a whole lot of like age-related things, like your driving age. Should like federal driving
Okay.
age be?
Yes, it should
Should we
all
take
be
away
one
everything that the
consistent
states
age,
determine?
like
Should we
your
take
point,
that away
Abe,
because
it should all be one
you think that the
consistent
federal
age.
government should
When was
determine
the
what age
last
we do
time-
everything?
Fucking 18.
Animated. When was the last time that the driving age was changed?
It
Can you
changed in
remember?
my state just a couple years ago?
It's changed from
21.
when I was a kid for sure.
It changed to 21.
Yes.
Yeah, there are differences all
Different
across
states
the
are
states.
different. So that's the point. The point is
crazy
the
as
states'
fuck.
rights get to decide which
Well,
the age settings are for
mean,
things.
You-
So
you guys know what the 10th Amendment says, right?
Nope.
I didn't hear you. Sorry.
How is not delegated to the federal government or left to the states?
Yeah,
no,
well,
that's-
we're
Does this
saying that the federal government should delegate it. That's what the
no,
fucking
it's
debate is about. Junior,
constitutionally
welcome to the party.
protected.
No. Age
No,
of consent
it
is not
says that
constitutionally
if it's not delegated by the government, then leave it up to
At
the
all.
states. I'm saying that the
Exactly.
government should delegate
It's
that.
not
shit.
delegated by the government,
should
by the
delegate
federal
it.
government.
But it,
no.
right, but the argument is that it should be.
What we're saying is you're going to gobble up that right, and every time you gobble up
not.
a right
What are
by
you
the
talking
federal
about?
government,
What is
You're
what is the
taking-
adult age, Abe? What is the adult age?
listen, you're taking away.
Does,
states
hang on,
from the
hang on.
state.
Does
getting
every
out of hand
state,
with
hang on,
crazy
does every single, all 50 states, do they all have the same adult age?
I guess it depends on what the thing is that you're
I'm saying, what is the age
voting.
of adult?
Yeah, it's the same.
There you go. Then
Voting.
you just say that. If every state's agreeing that you're 18 and that means you're an adult,
You're the one who said
Well,
that's
because
a- that's
there's
consent.
there's a
Keeping it not a
necessity
state
for
law.
a federal standard
supposed
because
to
there's
keep
a
it
federal
honest,
voting,
Abe.
right?
Keep it
Like,
consistent, Abe.
wait,
what's
what?
what's the federal necessity to knowing when people can have sex?
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm arguing the fact that if every state
pedophilia.
confers,
That's
all
States can do
50
the
of
whole
them
point
that
of the law.
18
States can
years
just be
old
better, dude.
They're
is
not
adult,
doing it. They're
then
not
that's
doing
when
it.
we
The age
should be
of consent
federally.
is 16 in states. 30 of them. They're not stopping it. Effigy.
You're not making any sense.
My point is that if you state more rights or more of any kind, more and
Why does it keep cutting out? What's going on?
Beep, boop, boop, boop.
Is
If
that
you wanna
Abe or
think-
is that me? What's
Look,
happening?
the reason
Sorry,
states
I'm
like
on.
have these kind of
phasing
things
out.
is because
I keep
they
phasing
have
out.
laws. They
Oh.
have laws that represent like local shit, right? Like it's the entire point is that a federal government sometimes can miss like local values and social norms that are in.
But you're
specific areas,
arguing that the
you know?
states
Like,
are the
fucking
ones that should
Quakers
stay
in
in
Pennsylvania are going to think
No, we're
differently than other
16-year-olds.
people,
Is
right?
that the local values that they're missing? Is
we're
fucking
arguing
16-year-olds
that if you want to change these things, you change them in the state in which you live in. You don't
But
hand them
every
over to
state
the federal
agrees
law.
that 18 years old is an
So
adult.
fight to change it in your state.
I
but don't
just-
hand the
I've
power
already
over
made
to
the
the federal
argument.
government. You don't hand the power over to the federal government. You make those changes in your state.
Then why does every state agree that you're an adult at 18?
Because nobody's fighting for it.
30.
Because the federal government has an incentive to know.
So if you're not
and it's
fighting
an adult
for
because
it?
they're
That was a
federal
pretty
law.
epic little
Push
combo
to
I
change
just did
the
right
laws
there. I
in
don't know
your
if anybody's
state. You
paying
don't
attention,
hand
but
the
I
power to
just
the federal
fucked this
government.
guy up.
Rather,
Every state
Ah, but he
agrees
locked
that
me and he-
18 is an adult.
We keep
If
trying to
this
tell you
kills
that
me,
there's
I'm
a
gonna be
vested
pissed.
interest in setting that age for the federal government.
'Cause
What
I
you
just
tell
set
me,
him up
Evan,
with
You
a
don't
tell
need
me-
to, the state needs to
tell
change the law,
me
not the federal
why
government.
The federal government has a
Everyone's
vested
already
interest
agreed.
in
Damn it.
knowing
We've
when people should
already
have
agreed
sex
that
in
18
states.
is an adult.
Okay, and then what
consent
happens
where
when
it
the
should be.
what happens when the federal government decides that you have to do certain things in the bedroom as well, and then other things, and then
What
other
are you
things, and then other
talking
things.
about?
That's
The
a
point is
crazy
you're
slippery
feeding-
slope fallacy.
You
That's
just
actually
went.
kinda
You went on
wild.
a. That's a logical
Yeah.
fallacy, and you
No,
know
it's
that.
not. No, it's
Dude,
not.
went off on a
You
total
know
leaped
it's
off
not.
the cliff. That's
No,
wild.
it's not.
That yeah,
You
that
look
was
like
stupid
Wile E.
as hell.
Coyote.
You
You went
know
left to
for a
right and
fact
then
when
down,
you
and then
cede
you-
What
power,
are you
you
talking
continue
about?
to give power. You
I'm
change
gonna
those
die.
laws locally.
Gabe, shut up. Does every state agree that 18 is an adult?
I'm gonna die.
By voting, sure. It doesn't. There's no.
What
It
the
doesn't say
fuck
you're
are
an
you
adult
talking
at
about?
18.
Oh, yeah.
18
Yeah, I was
means you're an
close.
adult in every state.
I was close. I was
not
close.
by
I was
voting, by
close.
anything.
From the federal government's own standard, right? Do you agree, Evan, that some
Right.
religions have ceremonies that have their
I almost had him
children,
there.
like, become adults, like in the eyes of their community
Okay,
and church?
exceptions don't make rules, Effigy. What are you doing?
No,
You're not.
it's context. It's not exceptions. It's context.
You're making
yeah,
exceptions.
18
This
is
is
an
a
adult
problem
because the
because
federal
this is
government
the
says
only
you are now
lighter. I
adult
don't know where
because
my
they
other
needed
lighter
a
went.
demarcation line to say I can send you to fucking war and you can now vote.
They can send you to war at 17, you tard
No,
fart.
they can't. Oh my gosh. That's
You
called
can
delayed
sign up at
entry.
17, Evan. But that's
It's
what I'm
called
saying.
delayed
You
entry.
you can't have sex. You can't have consent.
You can
until
listen. You can
fight for
sign
this
up. I
country, bro.
understand you can't
You're
go.
the one who
but
said
you can
keep it
sign up.
consistent earlier. Why aren't you keeping
So-
it consistent on this, Abe?
Because the states still have the say over their public. You do not give all the control of everything to the federal government.
You think that the state should have a right to legalize pedophilia?
No.
Then what
Why
are you
would I
saying?
think that? Why would I think that?
Because you're just saying that the
Because
state has
you
the right
are-
to
you
decide.
think that
No, I'm saying the
states
people
have
in
the
this
right
You
to make
recognize
the
that
age
people have
consistency.
radically different definitions of what you just
agency
said,
to do whatever
right
you
now.
want, right? If I want to have a PDF file and be a PDF, why can't I?
So you, just like Bricky, believe that the entire general public is going to vote for that.
30
Did I
fucking
say that?
states, Abe. 30 fucking
That's
states.
because over the time the United States has existed, it used to be that people started
I feel
doing
like
this
I'm taking
earlier,
crazy
possibly in
pills.
their late teens, before they were 18 like they are now. They could marry earlier. They could have children earlier. Those things have not yet
Yeah, that's
changed.
fine.
Change the state laws and it'll change.
Okay, when is the
Duh.
last time we
You don't
changed
just hand it over to the federal
the
government.
age of adulthood? When is the last time?
Oh my gosh. How do you not get this? People used to get married before 18 and have children. The
I
ages
never
have
said
not
they didn't.
changed.
If a parent
The
consents,
ages have not changed because the
parents
public
consent,
has
that's
not
fine.
pushed for that
That's
change.
different. If both sides of the party consent and the two kids consent, that's a different thing. The only problem I have is this: is that there should be a federally legal thing as this. If I have a 12-year-old, okay, and my next door neighbor has a 12-year-old, we both agree as families that they can get married. Do you think that's okay?
we're not making morality argument.
got
It's
out of
about
here.
where the
He
fucking
is, though.
power.
I mean,
lies.
did they both go
That's
through puberty?
power. Morality is
Do you
power.
not get that this decentralized like way of doing things is like the core feature of U.S. federalism?
Morality is power, dude.
This middle part is has to happen.
That's how we get
Our laws
with
are
morality.
literally built off morality, bro.
What are you talking about, Effigy?
You understand that, right?
Yeah, I'm not countering that. Everyone puts morality into all that stuff. But we're talking about where the power to make decisions lies. You guys are trying to
It's
make an emotional
morality.
argument.
That's
you're
not the heart.
pleading and
That's
pleading
not
and
the heart
pleading.
of the argument.
Yes, you are.
30
You're
states,
pleading.
effigies. 30 states. Obviously, the states
30
can't be
states, 30
trusted with
states.
Is
this
it gross,
power.
Fredo? Does it gross
Obvious-
you out? Is it just so
it does.
gross?
So
It
fight
is.
to
Oh, you're gonna go
change
the
it.
ick way? Come on, Effigy.
You
You're better
fight
than
to
that.
change it.
Should we
Get the farts
should
outta
we
here.
stick a 16-year-old who had sex with a 17-year-old in prison?
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
That's-
What?
They're not adults yet. That's what I'm arguing.
Take your fucking puritanical shit back to the Mayflower, you fucking girls.
Okay.
Well, then
Yeah,
again,
because none of you ever did
if
anything
you
before
have
you
a
were
solo
18.
judge.
I'm just gonna wait for so long.
I didn't.
I didn't either, but some people do.
But you
And
just
most
said
people
none of you
do.
did. You just made a stupid
didn't
argument
have
saying
sex
none of us
until
did,
I was
and I absolutely
42.
did. I waited till I was 18.
That's not most people.
Okay, I did.
I was
So
17.
just
She was
because
14.
society says something means it's good, right? Then Schmortion should be amazing because a society agrees that it's
You
a
can
good
say
thing.
abortion.
Shut the heck up, dude.
Evan, what the fuck?
Heck up, dude.
That's literally how voting
Shut
works.
the heck up.
It's not
just
voting. There's
ban
no
voting.
voting when it comes to Schmortion.
Ban it all.
Schmortion
Shut
is
the
not a
heck
voting
up,
topic,
bro.
Actually,
It is state
If you
by
look at
state.
it's state by state because
Whoa,
of
what do you
constitutions
know?
of the state.
By state.
It isn't a.
It
nobody
should have been
voted
federally banned
in.
too.
State by
There's
state.
like maybe 2 states that
They should
voted
have
in that
federally
crap.
banned that
State
shit
by
too.
state.
Yeah.
Get it?
Okay.
It should go to the states.
I disagree. There's a lot of things that
The
shouldn't go
federal
to the
government
states.
should not rule every aspect of your life.
There's a lot of places. There's a lot of things. So if everybody decided in one
can rule
state that
some of
slavery
it.
was okay, is that cool?
Not
They
with
can
me.
just have slavery.
Not with me.
I mean,
That's. But that's your art. You're making stupid
I
arguments.
mean,
quick.
if everybody,
Real quick, chat.
Crazy stuff that wouldn't even happen.
One sec.
What the
Chat.
fuck?
One sec.
You-
Chat.
you
I am
can't
putting
vote.
the poll into the chat.
I mean, a little
right
slavery
now,
never hurt nobody.
okay? So listen up. Okay. If you want to vote for this man right here,
Oh my
you're voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. Okay. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Evan O'Brien on the poll. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Fredo Fonzarelli on the poll. Okay. And you're voting. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Animated Effigy on the poll. Chat, get your votes in right now. That one's so dope.
Get out the
Get
Death
your
Star,
votes in
dude.
right now. Okay, chat. And I'm starting up that timer. You got 2 minutes.
Listen. You sound like the people who talk about like rules for me but not for thee. Like it's
How?
because you're saying that it's
That better
okay
fucking
to do
reward
evil
me for
things in
arguing
different
states' rights.
Do you realize? Do you realize?
You're
that
arguing that it's
no,
okay to do
Jeff.
evil things in certain
No,
states.
no,
You,
no, I'm
I
not.
just asked you
No,
about murder
No, over
No.
half
and
of the
slavery.
What
No,
I'm
we
saying
we've never disagreed with any of your moral arguments. We're saying where the power in the structure of government lies to make
But
these
how
decisions.
far does that power go as far as states
You're
and
supposed
federal?
to be
That's
basically
the question I'm
50 small
asking.
nations governed over the top
I'm
by the
You're
federal.
absolutely
saying
a
that
federalist.
at
But I
at
think
the
that
moral
states
point,
at
whenever
some
most
point
of the
can't do
country
whatever they want.
is making the wrong moral decision, then the federal government should step in.
Needs to
Oh, so
step
you need
in.
daddy. You need daddy. Big daddy
I'm loving
government.
this.
We
If they-
obviously
it-
do, Abe. 30 fucking states, bro.
Big daddy government. Come help me.
I'm actually on y'all's side, Evan. I'm just fucking having so much fun.
I'm getting pissed right now. Like I'm serious, dude. Like this doesn't make any sense.
Dude, this is red as fuck.
So you just want to have the a state can just go with the purge, and that's fine with you?
Evan, I don't believe this argument. I took the freaking other side. Okay.
Yeah, but
What else
that-
would
that-
you argue?
It's illogical.
You're freaking out, man. Calm down.
I'm really not freaking out. If I was freaking out, you'd know it. Trust me.
But no,
But-
it's literally that's the way it's supposed to work. We're supposed to have 50 small nations governed and connected by a federal.
And I agree, but at some point it has to stop. You can't just do whatever you want as a state.
We need that filthy Frank Green
I'm
screen.
gonna clip this whole argument. I'm gonna say Evan agrees with the union and the
You guys
civil
are
war.
federalists, big time.
Hey,
You want big
I
government.
love Brady Lee. I think he was a
just
good
want
guy.
big government. You want it as
I'll say
big
it right
and as
now.
powerful as possible.
So, I wasn't a fan of Abraham Lincoln.
I was the fan of Abraham.
But you just argued the union position.
How did I
really,
argue the
really
union
heartfelt.
So listen up.
Oh my God! Do you not understand what the argument you just made, Evan?
Yes,
Come on.
I do. I'm
Listen
saying
up,
you
guys. Hold up, real quick. Listen up. All right. First off, only 19 votes this time. A lot of furry lovers out there. All right, a lot of furry lovers out there. Just saying. 19 votes. Okay.
That's it?
31%
We're gonna
voted
lose that argument.
that the winner of the four-way battle is Abe Dinkus with 31%, and tying in second place, which means we're gonna need a tiebreaker.
Oh shit! I thought it was
is
dead.
Animated Effigy and Fredo Fonzarelli at 26% each. All right. And then coming in at last with 15 was Evan. So, Evan, tell everybody in the chat where we can find you.
Okay, so two things. You can find me at I Wear George. So you can see on the bottom, I is an L, O is an 0. Also, if anybody can help me with figuring out how to get rid of 25 million minutes.
Did you
on
just
an
say
iPod
I
Touch,
as an
I'd
L,
like
O
you to
as a
get
0?
Get a hold of me.
That don't even make sense.
Oh, word. Word.
53 years, I'd like to figure out how to get the iPod Touch undone. So.
That'd be based. Listen, always a pleasure having you, Evan. And until next time, my friend.
That was fun.
My lighter's dead, and I don't know where my other lighter went. I lost it. It's got to be around here somewhere.
Fatality.
I can't do this with a cigarette
Another
in my
soul
hand.
added into the safe.
This is a fight.
And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Let's fucking go. And now we gotta get into a 6-minute tiebreaker here. So let me throw you in the back, Abe. All right, gotta put Evan into the soul room. All right, so let's get a topic for you two. I mean, this should be a lot easier to find us a topic here.
I'm getting fucked up.
But
At a time when I shouldn't be.
let me see here. Okay, is cultural. I mean, this. Yeah,
I
we
think you
could-
have to get grabbed by
yeah,
that.
This is, you know, kind of about like political identity, so to speak, I guess. So it's in politics.
You can rip him with a heavy
Is
hit off that.
cultural diversity more?
As soon as you come back from that,
of a
you can
positive
rip him with
or
a heavy hit.
negative for a nation.
What's up, Smoking Spaceman? Djin.
Cultural diversity.
Yeah.
Negative, Charlie.
I'll go with positive.
Let's fucking go. All right, listen up, chat. This is a tie breaker, so there will be no added on. Okay. You could still solo judge, but no added on time. And if we don't get a solo judge, goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. I'm losing my voice. Fighters, Good luck to both of you. Oh, let me reset that timer. Good luck to both of you. Let's fucking get it.
Fucking missed him.
Yeah. So why is cultural diversity a good thing?
I think cultural diversity promotes all the aspects of society that make it thrive. I think when you bring together varied like viewpoints, you
don't think homogeneous.
Hang on, let me finish. You can lead you to like better ideas, better problem solving skills, more economic opportunities.
This has to happen.
More understanding people in
We're doing
general.
good, though.
I think you can reduce like prejudice and all kinds of stuff. I would also argue which areas of America, since most familiar with which areas of America have the greatest economic output and produce the most culture. Is it the homogenous rural areas, or is it the diverse cities?
So to that, I would say, even though cities
That
may
was pretty
be
sick.
more
I used the
diverse,
healing
it's the
potion,
homogeneous culture,
froze
of our
and
nation
dodged
that
at the
keeps us
same
together.
time, but he
We
broke the
all thrive
dodge. It
off
would have been way cooler.
A sense of unity,
Or
or we
the,
used to a sense of
freeze. He
unity.
broke
We
the
all had the
freeze.
same mission, so to speak.
When was that?
Whenever you,
So he's gold, I think.
I
Can you
would
give me a
say the
year?
90s. The 90s would be a great time, for that.
I think
you know what I'm
we
saying?
chill here.
Everybody had their own culture. You know what I
We
mean?
heal.
They, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah,
Seal
that was going to be
time.
my argument. I was like,
When he's
is there really
gold,
a homogenous culture in
just
America?
let his gold
There's
fall out.
No,
kind
it's
of
absolutely
drippings of an
homogenous
over culture,
that-
but like it's made up of
It's off, right?
smaller cultures.
But the over culture is the culture. It's not like they're bringing their laws and customs, right? So it's not like we have Indian families over here having cow poop festivals and pooping in the streets. We don't have
but they don't immediately
Chinese people
cast off their
hanging
Indian
dogs
heritage.
and cats and chickens and gooses in the
Do we have
fucking
people coming
windows.
over here and just casting off everything, or do they amalgamate into that American
Our culture,
in their own
yes.
way?
Into our culture, into our homogeneous culture.
Fuck,
And they
you ruined
do
my
bring some of
heavy.
their own
Oh, really?
aspects. And
So
that's
there aren't
beautiful,
like
but that's part of
Hispanic
our
areas
culture.
in
We're a
town. There
melting
isn't
pot,
a
right?
Chinatown in big cities. There
American.
isn't.
Yeah, there is, but they don't bring their laws and customs. They're
Maybe
not,
that was the time to.
we were
Maybe when he's doing the big bomb is to go
We
in
are.
multi.
I said they don't bring their laws and customs.
Save the
I'm not
multi
talking
until
about
then.
not expressing
They definitely
positive
bring
traits
some of their
from your
customs,
culture.
right?
Yeah, their customs. Yeah, they bring but they're not bringing their laws and their previous
Yeah, I
way
don't think
of
their
life.
government would
They
be
have
considered
to
part of
ad-
their culture.
They have to adapt to how we live, right? To make a living and live over here.
Yeah, but a homogenous culture would have like one religion, right?
No,
It wouldn't, really?
it would have a main religion, like America. You know what I mean? We're a Christian country, even though I know you'd like to argue that. We only got about 10 minutes. We're a Christian country.
We just dodged
and,
the-
Country
you're
predominantly
free-
of Christians, yeah.
we were based off Christian values.
No.
We're not gonna. Yeah, we absolutely were. The whole reason was they was running from the Catholics. Yes, effigy. It's history, anyways. So,
And
yes,
it's
we would
predominantly
have
based on English common law.
one predominant country, and they're free to practice their religion or worship their gods. We're not gonna force them to worship Christ because that's not how we do. But yeah, and the homogeneity comes from our culture of values that we have. Our Christian values, effigy, because this is a Christian nation.
I mean, it's a nation predominantly of Christians. And once again, I would say by the time those religious people were running away from the other place, a lot of religion had been stripped from their government anyway. The laws we took over here were based in English common law, which date back to Rome, which decidedly in its origin was not Christian.
It was absolutely
or
Christian.
any
Whoever, let me tell you about a little guy named Constantine.
So you do not think for like the previous 1,000 years, like Rome had no laws, and you
No,
don't
they
think
have-
any of that carried over when they were already like an empire for hundreds of years when Constantine came around? You don't think things were pretty much set in their fucking ways, and the only things that really changed were the whims of fucking madmen?
Great. You don't think it became truly great whenever they adopted Christianity?
Oh, if I asked people to name Roman emperors, would any of the Christian emperors be the first ones they name, besides Constantine?
Yeah, Constantinople.
Besides Constantine. But you said they became great.
Probably
I mean,
say
if
Caesar.
Constantine's the only one you can name, then they were just.
I'll
boom,
give you
great, and they
that. They'll
stopped being
probably
great, right?
name Caesar. I guess.
Literally every emperor before Constantine, right?
Yeah, pretty much. But every emperor after, man.
I mean, I can't name them after.
I can't either. I can only name like 2 before, to be honest.
So,
But
do
no,
you think being homogenous or diverse would make you more competitive?
See, like in the market. See, I'm not against like allowing people from different cultures to like come and stay, but they must assimilate into our laws and customs. Like I'm saying, and that's the thing is we can't allow like certain sects like certain states to do shit outside of our homogenous ideology, like homogenous mission, if you will.
All right, it seems like the homogeneous parts of America are more like its laws and its government. I don't know if I would specifically say those are our culture. Our culture is definitely reflected in the things that we want to preserve.
In the way that our laws and government is shaped, but we have like a specific ethos, right?
But being specifically myself
Like
from a
not
people who
shitting in
had
the
their
street and
culture almost stripped
having
from them, like
shitty Indian
people,
cow festivals,
keep
cheap,
that shit going,
or
man.
cheap effigy. Like I don't want cow shit festivals in my streets, effigy.
Cow shit festivals.
That's what they, bro. You think
You gotta
I'm
give
playing?
the cow shit scoopers some work sometimes, man.
We gotta give them work to do, man. All right, listen up, chat. Remember, this is a tiebreaker here, so if you guys vote 50-50 on this means you're deciding that you want them both to stay. All right, and this doesn't happen normally, but there's a first time for everything, and we're gonna cross that bridge when we get there. Okay.
Fuck.
I'm dropping in the poll right now. All right. If you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Fredo Fonzarelli on the poll. And if you want to vote for this man right here, you're voting for Animated Effigy on the poll. Chat, get your votes in. I'm starting that timer up. You got 2 minutes.
Make sure to vote.
Everybody vote or you love furries. All right. If you don't vote, you're a furry lover.
60-70, y'all.
Just saying, furry lovers if you don't vote.
You know what's true about homogenous countries? Nobody wants to fucking go there.
Everybody wants to go there.
Norway.
They don't want to go to Hungary.
Hungary's awesome. They got vans. You get bonus checks if you have white children. People love
Are they immigrating
Hungary.
there, or are they forced not to?
People are going to Hungary. People want to go to Hungary, but you
I
gotta
would
be
say
white.
one of the main,
I don't think Switzerland.
Oh
one
my
of the main
God.
reasons we're diverse is that
This
people
guy
wanna
don't know
come
about
here.
no damn Hungary.
Are allowed to come here. You mean?
I mean, you can be allowed to go to a place that no one wants to go to, right?
Sure. It's also the wealthy nation with huge opportunities, and people can come here. I'm just saying that it's not the only.
I took half his health down
Oh, sure.
before the mandatory cutscene.
And I would say that, for me, I would say that cultural diversity does bring some aspects that are good, but it can also bring very, very foul ones. Like
Fuck,
the
I keep
downfall of
getting
your
killed
nation,
by
for instance. Ask
lightning
Rome.
there.
I mean, was it cultural diversity, or was it that
I want to
they've been
hit him with
drinking
the
out of lead
early
pipes for like 100
heavy.
years?
I mean, maybe they gave the cultural diversity a shot because
Was it
they've
cultural
been drinking
diversity,
out of
or
lead
was it that they were mixing arsenic into like popular like paints that they put on their face and shit?
Well, I could argue that doing that lowers their intellectual quotient.
There's
and they
some
allow
serious
more
arguments that
cultural
the patron class were like literally like poisoning themselves to death in the later years.
I don't doubt that at all. That's what societal decay does. That's what moral decay does.
Shit. All right. Listen up. Chat has spoken. All right. 24 votes. I mean, that's a little better than last time, but still a lot of furry lovers. Okay. 24 votes and 58% says the winner of the tiebreaker 1v1 is Fredo Fonzarelli. Animated effigy, tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
You can find me in my bed asleep because I'm the real winner because I get to go to bed. Thanks for having me. Always fun to debate you, Fredo. Got to do it twice in one night.
Let's
Y'all take
fucking
care.
go. Always a pleasure having you, effigy. And until next time, my friend. Shit.
Your soul is mine.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby.
Verbal Combat Friday.
And now we are at that final matchup. Okay. Listen up. First off, shout out to these two here, legends. All right, both former winners as well. Okay, so this is a match of champions right now. Okay, so let's get a good topic for these two to have a battle of blood on. Okay.
Thanks for making my arguments for me while I was gone. Really came in clutch, Abe. But now
Came in
you-
clutch. That's how it goes. All right, so I was actually thinking about right now. If I'm not mistaken, you are both on the opposite side of the death penalty.
I think so.
Is Abe frozen?
Yes, my internet is going in and out.
He was there.
What did you say?
I said I think you're both on the opposite side of the death penalty.
Wait, what did Fredo or what's Fredo's stance?
I'm not for it.
I would say that I could argue pro, but it's going to be like selective. But yeah, I could argue pro.
Oh, okay. I thought you were pro death penalty.
I mean, I am in very specific cases.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's still an argument for pro death penalty, so that's fine. So yeah, because like nobody's gonna say you should die for stealing. I mean, actually, I actually heard someone argue that if you like stole from like an old lady and it was a certain amount of money, you should die too. So there is some people. So can't say nobody. But all right, chat, listen up here. All right, before we get into this, once again, I want to say thank you to everybody. All right, we're here at the final matchup to determine the champion and to give you all a chance and the champions a chance to get a drink real quick and get turned up and ready for this last 1v1. Okay, and remember, you guys can add time and solo judge this one as well. It's starting at 6 minutes, but it will, like I said, you can add time or a solo judge. But like I said, to get the fighters, you guys, and everyone a chance to take a quick washroom break and turn up for the 1v1.
Fuck, I thought I had him. Fuck, I thought I had him. Fuck, I thought I had him. Fuck, I thought I had him.
Ah, fuck.
But we have a 1v1 request.
Leaning into it, what Grace is famous
Ah,
for
that
on
was
the internet,
intense.
and she's not famous, but what she's famous for on the internet is that people think
Ah,
that you
that
have
was
sex with
intense.
them.
Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you and
Your
why they
position
should
is
bring you
that
back.
it's a problem with the jailing system, okay?
No.
That was your
That was
position. You
weak.
admitted to it.
It's a
You
problem
admitted
with
to
the
it. Are you
criminal.
taking that back? Are you taking that back?
That's what it is. What are you talking about, bro? That's exactly what it is. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not arguing that Lincoln was a bad president. I'm just saying that Washington was a better one. That's the argument I'm making.
I mean, but didn't the Confederacy have that really cool, like, orange Dodge Charger? That's pretty badass.
The ability to feel pain and have...
Actually, they feel
independent
pain
thought.
way before 24 weeks.
I don't think that a man wants to lie in our bed next to you, love, right?
I win.
You know the way. That's why you're sipping on two
I
different
won.
fucking spirits.
The woman says, well, I want the kid to go to public school because I want to work and I like women's empowerment and I like abortion and I support all these ideas. And the man says no. Who is the decider?
Win by any means necessary. That is how combat goes.
So I'm so happy that you acknowledge that the wage gap is an issue because it's directly linked to the nature of the system, sir.
Chat attacks, they're ready to play.
Well, that means that we need to have young mothers having children. Otherwise, there is no society, right?
Or a deadly report. Disrupt with the sound. Mute for minutes.
I don't need to answer your question anymore. Because if that is affecting, we don't need to torture people.
Thanks. Those are forms of torture.
I'm always watching. Always lurking. No one is safe.
Okay, is this going over your heads? Do you want me to dumb it down for you?
Verbal combat, let the chaos unfold. Chats in the fight, stories told. Attacks and battles, who will survive in this
And then next month, it could be 200 people who are good people. So how can you put a rough number on it?
This is the whole problem with eye for an eye. It creates a cycle that never stops.
No, I'm saying all killing are murder.
In verbal combats, only one will stay. The fiercest fighter wins the day.
If you want to be the solo judge, it is 60 to be the solo judge. If you want to be, if you want to add on another minute, there's 10 for a minute. Okay. And if we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul.
Your soul is mine.
Let's fucking go. All right, chat. We're debating the death penalty. All right. Going to 6 minutes. You can add on a minute for 10. It's 60 to solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll.
Fuck.
And the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
So, Fredo, why should we get rid of the death penalty?
You're the affirmative man. I already laid out my reasons for a better solution.
Well, I would say there is selective cases in which you can prove with 100% efficiency that this person has committed this heinous crime. If you can prove with 100% efficiency that they have committed this heinous crime, they should in fact be put to death.
My emotions would agree with you, but morally, I don't think that is the right thing to do. If they're not an immediate threat, I don't think it's the right thing to do.
If you have footage showing that exact person doing an act, say diddling or literally taking the life of another human being, And there's also evidence beyond the video evidence that they have committed that crime. And you know that they're going to continue to do that crime because they've now done it. And there's proof with basically 100% proof they've done it. How could you justify not stopping that person by putting them down? There's no reforming this person. There's no reforming them because you know they're going to do it again.
How would they do it again if they're locked up? How would they do it again if they were locked up?
They may do it.
I don't know how to kill this guy.
Then that'll just land them in solitary. But as for the diddling case, I agree with you. Like,
what am I talking about?
would
He's
love
very
to,
beatable.
but I don't think it's the right thing.
He's very beatable.
So it's okay to let them keep doing it.
We're not
because
the
they can land in
arbiters of
solitary,
life
but
and
what
death.
if they're just killing other prisoners over and over and over again? Then what?
You can't if you're in solitary.
I feel like I
There's
should
no
change
way.
the
There's
armor
literally
to
no way.
shockproof armor. I have shockproof armor.
They're not going to be in solitary forever. That's not how it works. So they get out, they do it again. They get out, they do it again.
You
Get out,
go
they do it
to a
again.
single.
Eventually,
No,
you got to
they're
do
not.
something about this person.
They're going to SEG. You're going to be in SEG for the rest of your life. They're going to put them in a supermax prison, put
So
you
you're
in a
saying
single cell,
under-
you get locked up for 23 hours a day, and you
Okay.
only get 1 hour out in the sunlight.
Okay,
That's
you have
all right.
proof,
That's all right if you'd like
evidence
to
that
read.
This person went in and took the lives.
It ain't that
of
bad if you'd like to
100
read. I'm
children,
telling you.
Fredo. You're telling me that person does not deserve the death penalty, and you can 100% prove it.
Absolutely, but
100
we're not the
children.
ones who should give it to them.
Why?
I would love to do it
Why?
myself, but because
Why?
we're not
Why?
God.
No,
God,
why?
God giveth life, and God take away.
I don't think that's a good enough reason. You watched that person.
Okay. Here's the counter. Here's the
children,
counter
and
to
you're
your
gonna-
argument right here. Why? No. Answer this question. Why, if a man, if somebody harms his child, and he goes and hurts them, he's gonna spend the rest.
What
of his
if
life
that
in
grab
prison,
is
isn't
forced if you can get
That
away
has
from
nothing
it?
to do with the.
Isn't he? By our law standard, right?
Probably. I don't know.
Because he did something wrong.
Okay.
So it would be wrong for us to trade an eye for an eye
Right now, the
and
law says
take
we
this
can
person's
take
life for whatever heinous crime that they have done.
Right now, the law says that we can take the life of people who do heinous enough crimes. All I'm saying is that we should limit that to 100% efficiency. If we can prove 100% that they have done it, then there is no reason why that punishment should not go against them because they are guilty. You can prove they're not innocent.
Mitigation.
You can
It's just
prove
risk
they're guilty.
But
If
you
they're
can't
guilty,
prove. You can't prove that they'll do it again. If they're locked up, they're not going to be around
Yeah,
children.
yeah,
If they're
no,
extremely
they
violent, they're going to end up getting cut down by somebody. And if they do it around guards, they're definitely going to end up losing their life.
This eliminates the one innocent person. God did destroy Sodom and Gomorrah because there wasn't.
We're not God. We're not God. That's the crux of my argument. Is we're not God. I think we lost him again. But also, we can make money with these people. There's ways to safeguard these people around weapons. There's way to keep them away from people whenever they're out.
Tonight. No, I'm saying if there's 100% for sure this person did it, there is no innocent in this
First
picture.
15,000 times, yes. I get it. No, we're not God. We're not the arbiters of life and death. The reason that a man goes to prison for the rest of his life after he kills somebody who's wronged somebody who's close to him is because he's done something wrong.
So the
We
families of those
understand
100
it is
children are gonna be-
self-evident to us that
You're
it is
telling me 100
morally
families
reprehensible to
do
do this.
prison time for a guy that took the lives of 100 children. How do you think that's going to go in a full nation? Because I don't think it's going to go over very well. When you have people doing mass unalivings and then just go to jail. Oh, look, he gets to go to jail now. He doesn't get any
exactly.
punishment.
And it happens, doesn't it? And they don't even give him. They don't even give him the death penalty. Yes.
Kill him.
What happened to
Kill
what's
him.
his name?
People
Dylan
take the
Roof.
lives
Just
of
kill him.
hundreds of children. And don't.
What
Tear him
about
apart.
Dylan Roof? Dylan Roof went to prison. Went to general population.
I don't
Kill
know
him.
what happened to
Kill
that
him.
person.
Kill him.
Doesn't
Kill
matter
him.
to
Tear
me.
him
The
apart.
point is
It's just
that
a
some
dude who
Hit him
people
up. Hit him up.
should be
Pew pew to church.
put down. Yeah, sure. My point
Look,
is,
I agree with
some
you, but it
people-
is not morally correct for us as human beings to do so.
If the law of the land
He's dead.
states
He's dead.
that it
Fuck
is,
you, buddy.
then
You're
the
dead.
law of the land
Let's
allows
go.
for it.
Chapter
And
4,
if he
Allows
baby.
proves
for
the
it,
guilt,
but it should not. It should not.
by what standard, Fredo? By
By
what
the
standard?
Christian standard. By the Christian standard. We're gonna go back into these old arguments.
It doesn't. That's not the law of our land. The
Yes,
law of our
we are
land-
Christian, and it should not be.
I'll let it get
Is it a
to
federal law?
a minute, see if we have a solo judge.
Fighting for others, and in time you shall fall by
Is it
their
a federal law?
hands.
Is the death penalty a federal, or is it up to the states?
Since the death
Federal
of
or
Jesus,
up to the states?
how many Christian
Federal-
nations have held the death penalty as a law?
Federal or up to the states?
What are you talking about?
We got
The
him.
death penalty, is it a federal law or is it up to the states?
You have all. That would be a federal law, so it would be a federal.
The death
sentence.
penalty is a federal thing? No. No. It's not a
Felons,
federal
felons
law.
aren't federal crimes.
Some states don't allow the death penalty.
Felons aren't federal crimes.
Uh-oh. Is there a third phase?
Yeah. No, felons aren't automatically felony crimes. States can try felonies too.
Fredo, you're a goof.
I don't understand.
Like most nations since the inception of Scripture have held the death penalty, as
And they
Christian
should not.
nations even.
They should not.
And you're
No,
saying that because we're a Christian nation, we shouldn't, but every other one. did.
What? No.
We
Wait.
shouldn't,
What
because they didn't.
nation was strictly Christian?
Really, really quick, guys. Really quick. Chat. I am putting in the poll. Okay, listen. Remember, the winner of this poll here is deemed champion unless in the final 2 minutes you guys decide to X them out too. But if that doesn't happen, they are deemed champions. Remember, you're potentially and most likely voting in the champion right now. Okay. So before I even put the poll in, I just want you guys to know if you are voting for this man right here, you are voting for Abe Dinkus on the poll. And if you are voting for this man right here, you are voting for Fredo Fonzarelli on the poll. All right, I am putting that poll in.
We're voting
right
Fredo.
now. In chat, you have 2 minutes.
Fredo, it's wild to me that you would say, even with 100% accuracy,
Look,
that you
if
wouldn't-
it was me, if I was
Fredo
relying
won.
off like my own morality, like yeah, no doubt. But we're not doing this eye for an eye thing. Like we kill for war. God directly commanded people to like take nations. There's there's a time for everything. There's certain places for this shit. You want to talk? You want to get on some mosaic shit? You turning into a bagel boy on me too?
no,
Well,
no. But there
Bagel
are,
boy.
there are good reasons. In fact, Jesus, I
There are
believe, that
great
if man
reasons.
breaks into your home at
You
night
turn
with
into a
no
bagel
intent,
boy on me too.
Yeah, no.
It's
See
like-
that.
So
See,
if
that's
Jesus is
that's
saying,
something
if a man
completely
breaks into your
different. See,
house
that's
at
what
night
I'm
with no
saying.
intent,
That's a direct threat. That's a direct threat to your life. He's aggressing you. He's coming at you with violence.
and
You know what I mean? You
and,
put him
and
down.
unaliving children is not a direct threat.
Yeah.
Think about what you're
Yeah,
saying right now.
Is he directly unaliving a child in front of you? Yes, put him down.
Is that not an extension of the death penalty, Fredo?
What the? That's a
If you
vagina.
put a man to death, either way,
When he's in the action, you're protecting a life. You're saving a life. But if he's not directly in the action of doing that,
okay.
then
So
you,
if
you
somebody
go and you apprehend this
if
person.
somebody went and did
and
that
you-
at a
you
school
remove
and they
him
came
from
out of the school,
society.
they've already done it. They've already done it. It's already over. You're not saving any lives.
He fed him a pill and he got
Is it
healthy.
okay? Or not? Do you arrest them?
Yeah, you arrest him.
Rainbow
Unless he starts
turtle.
shooting at you, yeah,
Make
you
everything
arrest him.
gay and it feeds people fish from the skies.
I mean, if they did do it, the cop is going to jail, right? Unless they like coordinate. If everything came out, the facts came out just how they was, and they did it like you said, that cop
I'm
is
just
going to
saying,
jail
like,
for the rest of his
he
life,
should
right?
have-
Because it's morally reprehensible, and you know it.
takes out the classroom, walks out the door.
All righty.
Do anything.
So we are at 2 minutes on the poll. All right. 19 votes. All right. Bunch of furry lovers, you. 19 votes. All right. Thank you to everyone who voted. And 63% of the votes said the winner of the 1v1 is Abe Dinkus.
No.
Fredo Fonzarelli. Tell everybody in the chat where they can find you.
Man, y'all can find me at Fredo Fonzarelli and at The Narrative Today. And over here on VK, man, with Speakeasy. Appreciate you having us, like always. I'm about to go to sleep.
Let's fucking go. Always a pleasure having you, Fredo. And until next time, my friends.
Your soul is mine.
I'm also gonna go to sleep soon.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls. And that's how it goes on Verbal Combat Friday, baby. So chat, what happens now is I'm about to start this timer, and you have a final 2 minutes to lay, a last-minute attack here. You can even fatality the final contestant and make it carry over to the next week. Okay. You have 2 minutes to make this decision, chat. So make it wisely. All right. Make it very wisely. All right.
So what do you think, Speak?
What about what?
The death penalty.
I'm against it.
Yeah. So I'm
Yeah,
like 99% against it. But that 1% is that 100% case. Like the heinous, most disgusting, horrific thing, that one should still stand. But it has to be proven. Like I don't want a mistake. Like it can't be any chance of that being an innocent person being put on that stand, you know?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying, but I don't want to give the government the power for any reason to take life.
That's very fair.
I think this is a dangerous ground.
Yes, you
walk on
would.
once
You would
start
give them
giving
that right
this
in a
power.
war.
And another problem I have with it is, as a Christian, I think we take away the chance at salvation if we decide to take their life while they're still a horrendous sinner and they don't have a chance to work at salvation.
Their
here on
chances
earth.
when we put that damn
That's actually
blade
really
up
a
to
good
them.
point. That's a really good
The
point.
chances when they on that rope.
Shit. So we just, right when the song ends too, that's crazy. We just got at 143, okay? At 143, we just got a Cash App that says chat wins. All right. So remember, after this, though, because you got eliminated, there'll be an additional 2 minutes that someone can revive you. So, Abe, tell everyone in the chat where they can find you and why they should bring you
We're at level
back.
69, baby.
Find
We
me
got
at
2043 will for that.
if I don't come back. But I mean, I did win. So bring me back if you want to. If not, I'll go to bed.
Let's fucking go. Abe Dinkus, always a pleasure having you. And yes, if they bring you back, you're more than welcome to come back. And until next time, my friend.
Your soul is mine.
I might need to walk to the damn store for fire. Where did my lighter go?
All right, chat. You know the drill here. Okay. Another soul added into the safe of souls. The 2 minutes is starting up. Okay. You have 2 minutes to bring Abe back. All right. If you're thinking, no, bring him back. All right. This is your chance.
New chapter,
The clock is
volcano
already
time.
going. Make your move, chat. See, this is always the crazy part at the end. You know, chat can be savage some nights. Chat is absolutely giving all the time, but they can be extra giving some nights. All right. So what will it be? We're reaching a minute here, which means we're reaching a minute left for you to bring Abe back and crown him champion. Or chat will decide to take verbal combat round 78 for themselves. What's gonna happen, chat? Got all my notifications on. Ready. We got 10 seconds. Chat. Someone said, are you crazy? Say you got the death penalty. That's wild. 2 minutes on the clock. All right. And chat has declared themselves a flawless victory. Sorry, you probably didn't hear that too good.
Flawless victory.
Okay. Chat has decided to take the crown, sorry, of verbal combat round 78. And as you know, it gets kind of ruthless sometimes, but as it goes on verbal combat, okay, chat always wins, okay? Chat always wins, okay? And by the way, I had pretty sure this is actually gonna put us over the goal now.
You know our master was taken by its looks. That's why he insisted to seek offerings here in person. I said I could do it for him.
With the PayPal too. Oh, close. So close, actually. So close it might as well be it, okay? It even says 100% there, actually. That's wild. So, you know, you basically got to claim the victory for the Dono goal too. All right. You basically got to claim the victory for the Dono goal too. All right. So what happens now is the prize will be rolled over to next week. Next week's prize will be a big $300 prize. Okay. So make sure you guys tune in for that. Okay. Also chat, I'm gonna I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the first Friday of every month is gonna be the double verbal combat Friday. It'll be the first Friday of every month. That way, it's on a consistency. The people who only join the daytime verbal combats will know when they are, and I can have them scheduled ahead of time too, which will be nice. So that means next week we are doing a double verbal combat. All right. Yes, that's what that means. All right. That's what that means. All right. And also, let me do one more thing here. It is 4th of July, isn't it? Well, where's a better place to come celebrate?
I mean, I might light some fireworks and then
Where's a
celebrate.
better fucking place to come celebrate a double verbal combat? All right. Or, I mean, a 4th of July other than double verbal combat, okay? But let me do something here quick. Let me do something here quick. All right. We got to give our weekly 10 memberships out. All right. So hopefully we scrape up some good names there. All right. All right. Hopefully we pull out some good names there. All right. But got to keep to the tradition of verbal combat. All right. Welcome to all the people I don't know. Oh, well then I guess it's... Oh, and all the names are fucked up too, so that's gonna fuck everyone up for a while. Until everyone changes their handles.
First thing we're doing is upgrading our stabs.
That's gonna fuck everyone up for a while.
As soon as we get a new
also let me try
new shrine.
one more thing here, sorry. There's something else I wanted to do real quick. One sec. Oh, you know what?
He wants me to explore this town before I go exploring. There's bad stuff in this town too, dude.
Okay, you know what? That's okay. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Hold up. Sorry, you gotta give me a minute. Okay. Well, you know what? While you're giving me a minute, let's just give one of these. Because the last one was the first one, the nighttime one. The second one was a tie. So let's just see. Or not nighttime one, the last week one. By the way, who's streaming?
I'm streaming.
Who is streaming right now? That we can send everyone to after.
I fucking died.
Is JS on still?
Yeah. Yeah. That's Friday of every month. I thought we already did this poll. I don't know what I picked last time.
All right, hold up. Let me do something here. Fuck. Hold up. You guys gotta give me a minute here to fix this. I refuse, after all the W's of tonight, I refuse to take this L. Hold up. I refuse to take this L. So you guys are gonna hold up 1 second.
Hola.
Yo, yo.
I'm going to
You guys
bed
gotta give
soon.
me just a second here. Just give me just
Not too soon, but
I refuse for this to be an L
Mr.
after all those W's that we took.
What's up, dude?
Alright.
what you guys?
But my shit's now gonna act slower
Go
than
ahead.
it has been.
What are you
all
guys
night,
talking about?
just to be a bitch.
Oh,
Just,
I think our
you
last
know, just to be a
conversation was on
bitch.
slavery because the race card was pulled in Mortal Kombat or something. James said.
But then it gives you more time to vote because I want
Oh.
you guys to vote here. Because,
Right now, James went to I don't know what the fuck.
apparently,
I don't know, James.
James.
I'm playing this.
apparently, we had so when you look back on it,
Hold on
there
1
was
second.
a winning on the last week of every month.
Holding on.
And then there was
Yeah,
a
James went to
tie
talk to
between them on
family
the
or something,
second
maybe.
poll. So,
Where did they just send me? This is chapter 4, right?
yeah, I want you guys to vote again, just
Where
one
am
more
I?
time. Just
Did you
one
just beat
more
that?
time, okay? While I get this together for you. Because, wait, what?
He said, hang out in this town for a little while
Excuse me.
and relax.
Maybe go talk. Is there any NPCs in town to talk to?
That's what I'm looking for.
Ah.
Town looks pretty dead. Ain't much of a town.
Is this really gonna just keep doing
on
that
my
shit right
Switch while
now?
watching.
My
Or James
fucking
was
shit
in. James
decided to
popped in
all
and
go
hopped on Arc. I
fucking
went to
stupid
hop
right
on
at the end here.
see if he needed anything. For some reason, nothing in there. Because I'm going back to Assassin's Creed. They must have moved some shit.
The new one?
Huh? Yeah.
Shadows or whatever?
Yeah.
Wow, it's not even like I was gonna give up for a sec. Okay, hold up. Let me just do it this way.
I've been playing it here and there. It's kind of hard to get back into since
That's a
I don't
piss
know.
off.
I
Though.
got it and then got out for a fat minute. I've been doing a bunch of other shit. I got the kitties. Kinja. We got time. We got Kinja. Oh,
Dude, I lost my
don't,
good
okay?
lighter. I'm
we
using
don't at all.
using the
Oh,
damn
fuck.
real
No,
lighter.
It sucks because I need it
Did the chair
for
eat
a
it?
lot of things I do.
I should share it.
You know
Like,
what?
I'm just like I'm not.
I didn't even think of that.
I don't like it.
Chair could have ate it.
That's
Let
the
me.
only way
I
I
gotta
could
check my butt.
explain it.
Yeah. Check the flow.
I
check the
don't like it
bathroom.
whatsoever.
I just got a new
And,
clipper from the head shop.
Chair didn't eat it. I don't know where it went.
I have to use it for everything, but
Where is it?
I think I figured it out. Fuck you, technology.
I don't know what he's trying to figure out, but I'm not.
That's what I think. All right.
I'm not gonna be streaming super late tonight.
That's
Not
what I
till
have
like
to say about
10 a.m.
technology.
Unless we get some super chats, but there's some big fights tomorrow. I want to be up early for that. Oh yeah, Easy's got his debate tomorrow.
Oh, I thought I had it. Is it not working now? Yeah, that's good. That's a bonus. But let me actually ask you guys real quick too. Has the connection today been a lot better though? Like for the stream? No skipping and doing all that crazy shit. It's been a lot better today, right?
Yeah, because YouTube's being assholes.
Yeah, I'm on the wired connection. That's why. Just
These wired guys.
This is what we needed the whole time. Okay? The whole fucking
I mean,
time.
I only run wired when I'm downloading things. Because I'm not trying to run my modems all the way upstairs.
Again, I
You're
like
not doing
things
that.
easy, right? This tech shit was supposed to be made easy.
Easy.
I don't like things easy. I just
yeah,
like
an easy button would be nice.
this
No,
to
none
be
of that
easy,
shit's
this
user
part.
friendly. Like
But it's
fucking watching
not.
you
It's
set
a
up your
fucking headache over and over
watching
again.
you set up your computer
That's some
and
bullshit.
all of those things in Windows. I'm
Fucking
surprised that wasn't more user friendly. I think is
sick
how
of
to
this
say it.
shit. All right.
And seriously,
got
oh,
it
by the way,
fixed.
Microsoft
figured
and
it out.
Google
It
Chrome.
looks like first
aren't getting
Friday of
along.
every
Maybe
month
that has
still
something to do
wins.
with
All right.
the thing.
Looks like it still wins.
Plug the debate. You
Let
debating
me make sure I have it.
fat
set to go
ass.
to
What's his
JS's
name?
Stream.
Fat asses tomorrow. Fat.
Dude, I wanted that guy to
There we go. JS.
Like, yeah, that guy needs an ass kicking.
All right, listen up. Again,
The
next
fat
week
guy
will be
from,
300, so I hope
from
to
the,
see you all
panel
there.
purge.
And again, I can't thank you
It's funny,
all
he goes
enough
on, that fat guy
for
goes
the
on
support
fire.
that
He's
you
been
have
purged,
given over here
before also
tonight,
by
and like you guys do
by
every
Mr.
night.
Wolf.
Okay,
I'm not
I'll only
Because it
call
can
him
be
that
30
fat
in the
guy
chat.
because his
It can
name
be
is Fatty.
1,500.
Yeah,
in the
that's what
chat.
exactly.
Best fucking
But yeah,
chat.
that guy hops on
YouTube.
like Jay Dyer's call. Or sorry, I
Hands
keep
fucking
saying your
down.
shit. By another
Right.
streamer's
I love
like
you
thing
guys.
and just gets destroyed on the
God
whole
bless you
religion
all.
thing. Did you
And,
watch the Speakeasy?
I have a stream later today.
Speakeasy's panel purge.
It won't be
last night.
like an extra long one or anything, but I have
Fatty
a
guy?
debate today. So
Yeah, Speakeasy purging his
against
panel.
Fatty.
Yeah, you were there.
on why
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
men
he's-
should get married.
He's in the panel
And I
verse.
think you know what side I'm on. You know what I'm saying? I will see you all
Yeah.
at
Yeah, you were there. Yeah,
it
you
will be
actually
5
you
p.m.
really good
Central Time.
comments. Okay.
And until then.
Go back to your channel. No, all I was saying is I have a studio headset. You fixed it when I said something about it a long time ago. But like, oh good, what's up, man?
How do you think I did tonight, Dad?
Is this real James, not the in the video? Hold on.
What do you mean not in the video? What does that mean?
I'm listening to Easy's outro, and I thought maybe it was your voice in the outro.
No, this is just not in the video.
Well, James, I think you did good for votes, but your debates were.
You're very aggressive.
That was very aggressive.
Hold on a second. I gotta kill these guys and get this.
Now I just need to get more aggressive, like.
Well, it seems in
terms of like, in terms of how.
Well, well, yeah, I realize it. So you use the same strategy, but actually, it's like. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
I could have talked to him. I'm not saying but I talked to two chicks.
Yeah, we could have not. Yeah, well, we could have not abolished slavery.
And everything, and I was looking at the merch, buying some merch.
Why can't you do it?
I don't know how I knew the band, but I didn't really. I kind of blew them off, though. Alright.
All right, James.
Yeah, yes.
You got destroyed multiple times.
Buddy won all the votes.
I don't understand it.
I won against you, JS. I beat you.
That didn't happen.
That did happen, JS. Admit
No.
it happened. Accept your L and go home.
Well, he is home. But
This is why I'm anti-democracy.
He didn't lose the debate.
Like he can just go home again. He can just
He
walk
didn't lose the
outside.
debate,
and go
though.
home again. Just accept his loss.
But he did lose, in, like, compared to like the votes.
I lost the votes, but you know what? The system is rigged. I don't like democracy.
Don't you say that? Don't
just
you
because
say
people
that.
were bitching about it.
Speakeasy didn't rig the system. Don't you dare say that.
Well, the system is rigged as in if you say I got autism, everybody likes you. It's a rigged system.
Yeah, nobody liked you when you said you. Everybody voted. Everybody voted
It's
for
because of my
A
autism argument. I don't think that was the.
I mean, I kind of agree with JS, but you know, the whole democracy thing that JS doesn't like.
I think it was like an argument when I was saying something about having the autism.
Like majority of.
Yeah, you say that was an argument. I mean,
You use that against Rob as an argument.
yeah, I used it against Rob, but I didn't use it in terms of an argument. Because we weren't really arguing. We was talking about jokes. We wasn't really debating. When we was
You ain't got no arguments, James.
You weren't even debating. You were just like.
I was debating, thank you. They just didn't hear my arguments because they were not listening to me. They chose to ignore my argument.
No, James, I need to know, were you
They were
drinking?
biased. There was a clear bias.
It's everybody's fault.
In terms of the panelists. Not in terms of speakeasy or anything across the show, but in terms of the panelists. There was a clear bias.
Hey, were you drinking?
And also, I mean, in terms of chat, but in a way. But
Answer
although
the
chat I love too because they voted for me as well.
There was a clear bias towards
Yeah.
people that made sense.
Relationship. What can I say? It's a love-hate relationship with me and Chad.
Well, that's always that way.
You love to hate them.
I mean, shit, they loved fucking James until he said he
No,
was
I love
a
him,
Jew.
but yeah, I hate him too.
Until he
because
said he
I-
was
I
a
hate
Jew, they
him.
didn't like him no more. He lost that vote.
It depends on how it goes.
Or I can't say that. I'm sorry. A small hat.
It's a love-hate relationship.
Small hat.
It's complicated. It's like a
Well, I think that's
dating.
why he
It's
lost the Abe
complicated.
Dinkins debate.
So.
So he had a big hat.
Because they didn't.
Yeah, good night,
Abe had
Abe.
a
Have a
big
good
hat.
night, Abe. Congratulations. I think you won tonight. I don't know. I know she was the last one on.
He got
panel.
he got the death penalty.
Oh, nice.
Wait, Abe didn't win?
Nope, nobody did.
Nobody won. That means it's going to be rolled over.
The 2 minutes. Remember the 2 minutes after JS was just talking about that. Hey, also.
Sorry. You won.
JS
My bad. Sorry.
asked JS a question
I
though,
thought you won.
and I guess I agree with him. Other than the fact that you had voters on your side.
That's sad.
You didn't make no damn arguments, James. Oh,
Zero.
I did make arguments. Y'all just refused to listen.
I made an argument. You're like,
No.
well, that's
y'all
just your
refused
idea
to
of what
listen
a
to
hypothetical is.
The
He talked to himself the whole time. That's how he was.
No, I didn't talk to myself. What are you talking
Well,
about? Get out of here.
until you
Listen,
called
listen,
yourself
that's
a
all.
Jew.
I was trying to sound like JS, the way I just said that. Get
Well,
out of
JS had an argument. You just had, I don't know.
Wow, I
James
just
like, no, that's just crazy. I don't know why that makes sense.
No, I said more than that if you listened, but you didn't take 2 minutes to listen.
I listened.
No, you didn't.
Dude, fucking.
You were just ready to respond. Was all.
No, I made an argument. You didn't respond to it. I made an affirmative claim to why we ought to have term or not to have term limits. And you said, well, but what about some bad guy just comes along? There's a bad guy. What about a bad guy?
You're trying to focus on one dude.
You didn't even hear him. You didn't even hear him, James.
What's
you
the
didn't
difference?
even hear him out.
Long term. You was
Hey,
trying to play
James.
two-dimensional chess and a four-dimensional game.
JS wasn't even able to like give you the
James, I'll destroy you in chess, checkers, 3D chess, 4D chess.
We gotta play 4 dimensions. Can we play 4-dimensional chess?
You could only beat me in Call of Duty because you like that run, die, repeat, brain rot.
I don't think you can beat
gaming.
in Call of Duty.
Run, dive, repeat? I don't run, dive, and
Run,
repeat.
die, repeat.
I don't
Brain
do
rot
run, dive, and
gaming.
repeat.
Call of Duty.
I think you'd be. I think yes, you would
I
be.
don't dive on. I mean, if you can call it dive, I'm
Well,
more multiplayer than dive. I don't really.
I agree with you, James. You play Warzone, so.
No, but really, you didn't make no damn arguments, James.
No, no, you didn't. That was just like. Oh fuck.
I use heals and cover, so my enemy can't see me.
I watch you play. You don't. You play with a team, and
I was.
Let's not debate your whole. Your whole.
Was I the negative? I think I was the negative, and I was the only one saying anything.
No, you weren't saying nothing. You didn't even argue the point.
You weren't listening, James. He
I
was.
You were trying to argue about one dude.
You were listening. You were listening.
Raised
by my family, bro.
Was gonna
I feel like you were raised by fucking
magical dude. And then what do you do about when that one magical dude is gone? Is all the other dudes gonna magically
what? The only difference is
The one magical dude.
magically, it's all magical.
I didn't know any better than the.
It's not a magical. All I said was.
And not reality. It's all hopes. and
All I
dreams and
said
not
was if a 35-year-old president gets elected and he does great for 4 years and his approval rating is going up and people want to vote for him and he's doing a good job, why would you restrict me to only voting for him for 8 years?
You were talking about one dude though. Is everybody gonna do this too? Everybody else? You're restricting yourself.
It could be a lot of dudes.
Playing 2 dimensions to a 4-dimension game.
No, you want to play. You want to play by 4-year chunks instead of 1,000-year chunks.
James, do a walkie-talkie. You gotta mute when JS sucks and then unmute.
You want to play. You want to play.
Walkie-talkie.
You want to play by 4-year chunks. I want to play by 1,000-year chunks, James.
Well, I'm going 1,000 What are you talking
And you conceded to that in the debate. You said, "Well, yeah, the long game's a better way to play it." Like I said something about that. He's like, "Yeah, the long game. I like the long game."
If you even mention the long game,
James, I bet $100.
That's my argument.
James, you didn't
you
say.
didn't talk about the long game too well.
I brought up the long game, and you said, "Well, I like the long
You didn't hear a
game."
damn thing
You
you
do
said.
so well. Hey, me, myself, and I, please just stay out. No offense. Please just stay out.
I don't make sense. You didn't hear a damn thing Josh said. I thought you were killing
I
it.
did hear Josh because
What did
the
he
thing
say?
is, Josh argued about one dude. He's focusing on one dude doing.
No, I
well.
didn't. I brought up a hypothetical about an imaginary dude.
What about all these other dudes.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
gonna
these
be
other
good
dudes
ones
are
and there's
relevant
gonna be
for
bad
real
ones,
well-being.
James. There's gonna be good ones and there's gonna be bad ones.
Yeah, but what about how do you control the bad ones if you don't have term limits?
The bad ones
I
are
won't.
going to the bad ones are gonna get rid of term. So when you
50
named
years, Josh.
when
We got politicians been there for 50 years. And what have they done?
James,
Nothing.
James, when we went through the lineage of all the corrupt politicians who have been in there for life, what is the majority of them? The Pelosi's, the Schumers, the Newsoms, the Clintons, the Obamas. I mean, you could throw a Bush in there. You could throw a Bush in there. You're gonna get some on the right too. But what are the typical ones that are using this? They're trying to stay in there for their whole lives and benefit off of it. The Kennedys.
Again, a great argument for term limits. You're making
No. What I'm saying is we ought to do the same thing as them, but better than them. So it's too late for term limits. They've already had 100-year terms. So we need the right side. We need the when you get the right king in place, you don't want to just get him out in 4 years because people are like, oh, I don't like all taxes. I don't like that. Oh, there's Palestine.
Josh gave a good rebuttal a long time ago.
Only one that I want to be king. Only person I want to actually be king that's ever walked this earth is Yeshua. That's the only one I'd ever want to be king. Yeshua. No man do I trust to be king.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we live in the world. We may not be. You can try to not be of the world, but you live in the world, James.
You don't always get.
And in the world, we have kings, and they are designated by God and the powers and the principalities. We have rulers, we have leaders, we have presidents, we have governors, we have rulers of the tens and rulers of the hundreds and rulers of the thousands.
Prime ministers.
Correct.
We don't have kings no more.
Hey,
Prime
James, what are you drinking tonight? I think that's what helped you win too.
Presidents and prime ministers.
Are you?
James, what are you drinking tonight? Answer that question.
Josh.
Are you the alpha male, James, or is there somebody above you?
Alpha male?
Yeah, is there somebody above you in power?
Well, there's always someone above the smaller people in power.
I agree.
It may not be the top dog, but
his answer was yes.
Yep. So there's some sort of hierarchy there. It's not just Jesus is king and he's the only king. We live in the world.
He's the only king to me because
in the world there are kings, there are presidents, there are governors, there are legislators. There's
you updated. We got presidents and prime ministers. We don't have kings no more. Kings are outdated as far as the world is concerned.
That's not true, James.
They just call them presidents now.
Right now.
They call
have
them
a king right now.
Yeah, they do.
And there are kings still, yeah.
Exceptions to the
Saudi Arabia. Exceptions to the. You said there's no kings. That's not even an exception. Literally, the monarchies existed there since forever.
There are kings.
I'm gonna go in and out 1 year, Jeremy. I think he's been drinking.
In the West, sir.
It's also very you're showing your white privilege. You're being very discriminatory. America decides how the world goes. What if in another country they want to have kings?
Yeah, you're arguing very American centric, James. There's other nations out there.
Some countries have kings.
Chase would be very disappointed in you and your argumentation.
God forbid. I'm American. Shocker, I'm American. Ooh.
And why ought America not have a king?
Why America not have... Oh man, there's a ton of reasons. We got problems with the current system we got. Could you imagine we had a king that was corrupt? Ugh.
Could you imagine if we had a king that was good?
Oh, brother.
Could you imagine if we had a king that was righteous?
I would be in slavery right now. Chains.
He won't even.
See,
James, have you been drinking?
The cup is half empty with James.
Man, well, yeah.
James, the cup is half full.
I called it. That makes sense why he did so good.
James, the thing is I actually agree with you in your argument. Well, I mean, not in your argument, but I agree with your stance here. I beat JS in this topic. What was it, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, but James didn't.
Yeah, the other weekend, like 2
Or
weeks ago.
technically he did, but
Chat said I did.
yeah, according to the votes he did.
Yeah, but chat
You
voted
know,
you out when you
chat-
said you were a Jew.
That's not a good
Or
idea.
sorry, a small hat.
Oh wait, James got the vote on this one too.
I got the vote on it, baby.
Yeah,
I
bro,
beat
he beat
JS on
JS.
this one.
Yeah, some bullshit, some bullshit.
He lost to Abe Dinkus because he was
I passed
arguing
out
from
the
Judaism.
Rob was still in when I fucking passed out.
I can't be defeated. I beat him, and I can't be defeated.
You were defeated pretty fucking bad when you were up
You
there
were
with
defeated,
Rob.
argument-wise.
You were fucking destroyed, dude. Rob fucking handed you your.
That's the same thing he did with me. He didn't make an argument. He just said, "Well, it's just not necessary."
Dude, he was drunk. I'm telling you, he wasn't even listening to a word you said.
I wasn't talking about everybody else.
See, he has. I feel like you would have been born among my family, missing the power to do that.
Fucking dying when Rob was up there debating James. That was so fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I don't
Crazy, wasn't it?
understand.
When I was doing my bit with Rob.
Cat saved.
Your bit? You mean when you were looking like a total fucking dumb shit? Yeah,
No,
Well,
he couldn't argue that.
Granted, if Rob didn't have the audience there voting for him, James might have won that vote.
Rob won that one.
But Rob won the debate and the.
Win that one. Rob fucking obliterated you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
yeah, the debate he obliterated him.
Do we get a raid? Shout out raid.
The prompt though, because the prompt didn't insinuate for
Now,
sure.
Rob
which way he
destroyed
was
you.
supposed to go though, like he was
He
insinuating.
was arguing. He didn't have to even argue. All he did was prove the fact that you weren't arguing the fucking prompt. You were trying to change the prompt and argue that. It's the same thing I won 2 debates last week on.
I don't argue the prompt based on.
Hey, there's
prompt.
a win is a win. Hey, James, you gotta agree a win.
He didn't win that one. He lost that one.
I know I lost.
Cat revived him.
A win is a win. Yeah, Cat did, huh?
I did not win. Cat revived me.
A win is a win, bro.
That wasn't a win though.
That was a loss.
No, I'm just saying a win is a win.
I'm on Jeremy's side. That was a loss.
A loss is a loss.
Yeah. A loss is a loss. A win is a win.
Somehow I got lost in the sauce. I'm trying to talk the hell about.
Well, somehow you destroyed your own debate.
Rob talks so damn fast. I can't keep up with him, man.
I can't keep up with him either. That was one of my other problems.
He's fast. He really is.
And that's a personal
But
problem,
James-
but
Yeah, James, you got way behind. I kept up with him a
That's
little
what she
bit.
said.
You got way behind, James. I gotta say.
I had basically just started a shouting match, just trying to shout out.
Yeah, yeah.
I ain't got time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the problem is when you do the shouting match, you should try to be right.
It beat.
yeah, that's a
Somehow it
that's a
beat
horrible
JS in votes.
horrible tactic.
I keep on what he was saying. and where he was
Somehow it
going,
makes sense.
like,
He was saying you weren't arguing the prompt. That's what he was saying, and you weren't.
yeah, but
Watch,
he wasn't
watch,
either,
fast
technically,
forward
because
through it.
that
James.
prompt-
He
Jeremy.
didn't have to argue the prompt. He was arguing you weren't arguing the prompt. He was right
Yeah,
in
but
that.
that prompt.
He would have to go argue the
He was
prompt.
he was
after you
chasing the prompt around like a damn coon dog.
Yeah, but
You
that
gotta
prompt
watch-
had been argued either way, so technically we were both, according to our perspectives, arguing the prompt.
You gotta
Was it
watch-
objective or subjective?
changing
All
the
that
prompt
stuff was.
so you could argue something different
That
than what
prompt
the prompt
wasn't
did.
clear, objectively clear, because there was it didn't clearly.
No, the prompt was very
What-
objectively
Please,
clear.
Vince
You
Rington.
changed it. You were changing it so that you could argue
No,
something different.
It didn't. It didn't.
He ain't even
clarify
listening to you, bro.
eligible. It said all eligible people.
Right.
So-
That's very
so
objectively
based
clear.
on what perspective? Like it doesn't clearly say all women, everybody's considered eligible.
It's based on now. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna have this utopia of an ideal voter situation, and that's what the prompt is. No, because that would assume you would presuppose that everybody is operating under your utopian idea of what would deem who would be eligible.
And when you kicked in, they must vote. That means they had to vote.
Your presupposition doesn't exist. The only way that you could argue that from is the current ideology where voting is not mandatory.
Yeah, I could have argued it based on.
And that everybody,
I
at
would
least
say
here in the
no.
States, everybody is eligible.
Well, I'd say no based on.
Right. That's not what you're arguing. You changed.
Yeah, right.
You changed what the premise of the topic was to fit your definition, and then argued that.
Yeah, I was trying to argue based on my worldview.
Right.
I think you did.
You weren't even arguing. You were just
Well,
arguing, James.
wait, even Rob even gave you your argument to you. Like, he literally rephrased the entire topic in a way that fit your ideology, and you still argued against him.
Well, I think I was lost in the sauce.
Meemaw makes me laugh.
Yeah,
He
you
did,
were
though. He
definitely lost
argued.
in your own sauce. on
Lost
that
in the sauce.
I've never seen that much sauce.
I was too much yelling. Like, I was in yelling mode by that point.
You were in something mode, yeah. That's for
You were
sure.
frisky, James.
That's drunken James verbal boxing.
I was a sassy man tonight.
I guess it works.
Crazy.
Yeah, somehow.
The capital C.
Shit.
Yeah.
At least you realize now you weren't actually arguing the prompt.
Yeah.
The same tactic worked on JS. It doesn't make any sense.
It would have to be based on today's standards.
No, actually it does. So in that one, they they were arguing the prompt. It was just simply the fact that James actually has the more popular opinion, so people voted a lot more on opinion than that.
That's why you lost to
Same thing.
Dinkus.
When I beat JS in that, I still feel I had the better argumentation, but I know.
I thought JS should have brought out Chair. You would never beat Chair.
I didn't argue Chair.
No, it's
I
a.
already JS.
By the way, that's my bit, you know, right? The whole chair thing.
I know it's a secret. It's a secret technique that was taught by the great.
A lot of times it does come down to that. What's the more popular opinion? What's,
yep.
You know, what do
The
people
popular
agree
person.
with the most?
Dinkus versus James.
I think it's more like opinion. They focus on.
Dinkus versus James. And James saying something about small hat.
People are so stuck on term limits. These damn commies.
Term limit.
What's a term limit, anyways?
That's not communist.
We don't know that. We never tested anything otherwise.
Communists would not insert term limits. Communists would have people ruling forever.
Well, so would monarchies and theocracies and.
Yeah, monarchies are structured differently than
So it's anti-anarchy. So it's a more of a libertarian view, I guess.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be living with anarchy. I'm probably closer to like John's form of anarchy. The idea that Jesus is the king, and like no man is like should be in charge.
Fine. No.
Yeah, that's nice.
I think that's one
Pick on your sister.
form of anarchy. I like his form of anarchy.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of anarchy. It's where like you just don't do anything.
It's anarchy, but it's not anarchy. It's kind of
It's pacifism.
Kinda. What? Kinda. The word kinda.
Because like, how do you even work?
Kinda.
Because no man is in control except for Jesus being a man, but like he's not actually here though.
Who's Jesus?
Yeah, and we're in the world.
Who's Jesus?
Yeah, I honestly think they envy us. Because we're down here doing the stuff, living in it. And
Wait a minute, did
so they actually envy us.
Or did I just...
No. I'm just thinking they envy us, that's all.
They being
They being who?
being any sort
angels.
of
Well, the fallen angels, I could say, do envy us.
I would say any sort of you
I
know,
would say
God,
the
any sort of
not
God, the gods envy us. There you go. Here, let's do that.
gods. No, there's only
Yeah,
one God. Whoa,
okay, a God envies
Lord.
us then too.
Whoa, one God and one Lord. The Father is God.
I don't care what you believe in. I'm
Whoa, only one God and one Lord.
for being down here and
Clear,
living in
abundantly
it.
clear in Scripture.
By-
There's only one God.
By the way, James, the argument about kings, the thing you probably should consider to enhance that argument for yourself.
Take notes.
Is God is the King of Kings. He's not just the king, or he's not just king. He's the King of Kings.
Well, no, Jesus is King of Kings. Like, I don't think
Jesus
he's
is God.
No, he's not God.
Bro.
No. Trinity? No.
Are you not a
Either way,
Trinitarian anymore?
I've never been a Trinitarian, really.
it doesn't matter. The whole point is that Jeremy made was so.
I've always struggled.
It's you go so biblical sometimes, but so not biblical other times. It's crazy.
Be right back.
David was a king.
Yeah, I mean, kings have always existed. They will always exist. But the easy way to argue that anybody that will accept,
I want to call it easy.
even a even a secular person will accept the argument that God or Jesus was the King of Kings.
Yeah, but technically, but the kings in the West.
Either way, one of them was a king. So you think a real life living king over?
Something like that. It's a figurehead, but it's not really.
There's a king over your god. Then there's a king more powerful that has like domain over your like.
Has a king.
Doesn't bro, what the fuck? UK? Hello?
That's a third world.
There's always going to be a leadership. There's always going to be a
UK
force.
isn't a third world country. They have a king.
It's not the UK. I said Saudi Arabia, but they're not really, I guess, a third world country anymore.
What were you saying, Josh?
They're very rich now.
Yes. Josh?
There's always going to be a hierarchy. There's always going to be somebody.
Leaders, right?
100% agree
From
there,
power, the power, right? Is what you mean by hierarchy?
Yeah, it could be.
No structure, martial structure, like a.
I was asking what Josh meant by what he said.
Well, both. It's a spiritual hierarchy, and it's a moral hierarchy, and it's a financial hierarchy, and a physical hierarchy.
What do you keep using hierarchy? So by power.
Levels. There's levels to this shit. How do you want me to say it?
Status.
Yo, there's levels
Status,
to this shit, bruh.
Well, yeah, there's like someone over me.
Well, that's not how I wanted you to say it. Just trying to make sure I understand.
But how else can I say it?
I just wanted to understand what you're saying. It wasn't.
I'm saying there's always going to be hierarchy, and well,
there'll always be different status in life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Based off of social structures. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, someone can say
and that's
blue,
why
but to a black
that's
person,
why anarchy it doesn't work. I don't care if you call it Christian anarchy. Jesus acknowledged the hierarchy. God acknowledges the hierarchy. Man has to acknowledge the hierarchy. Women need to acknowledge the hierarchy. Otherwise, you get feminism. You get.
Think about it.
Yeah, but the thing was, there's according to Jesus' hierarchy, the only one that's over man is
Jews have a hierarchy.
Because Jesus
I
is
don't even
over
know if I
man.
can say that.
Because Jesus is like
The head of man is Christ. The head of
he's the head of man. He's between God and
yeah, and the head of Christ is God, and the head of the woman is man.
yeah, which is the thing. It's not really a man supposed to be over a man.
God over Christ, over man, over women, over children. It's simple.
Technically, he was a
It's
man
not complicated.
flesh, but he's like the only man.
Huh? What are you talking about, James?
Jesus, he's the only man that's supposed to be over man. Is Jesus, the man Jesus Christ.
So he should be a king over kings.
No, a king over a man.
Yeah. So Jesus should be over all men which are kings. So he should be the king of kings.
Not all men are kings, but
Yeah, I'm not arguing that the politic.
Yeah, my ancestors are
I'm not arguing that the worldview.
dukes.
Because you're saying Christian anarchy sounds like a good idea.
Christian anarchy doesn't go together. You can't put
Oh,
those two words in the
John,
same sentence. That makes zero sense in my brain.
Have you talked to John and got his idea of anarchy?
No.
You need to talk to John.
Claiming to be a
What
Christian.
anarchy is. Just have a conversation with him, not a debate, a conversation.
Yeah, I should do that.
Should host it on your channel.
Huh?
James, I'm being facetious. I was doing that before you knew who John was. Okay, done it.
Yeah, the Muslim guy.
You actually have sat down with him and asked him about what Christian anarchy is. Then.
Yeah.
Well,
we've talked a long, hard time about. I've debated John once. I'm doing it again soon.
But
yeah.
But you've actually talked to him though.
Yeah. Lots more than you.
He hasn't debated him.
No,
I wouldn't be talking.
Debated him. That wasn't what I was asking.
For like.
Okay.
For like
Well,
a year now.
Yeah.
Like yeah. Yep. I'll talk to him about it.
Yeah, I mean, we
Yeah,
get
I'll
that
talk to
you
him more.
debated him, JS, but have you talked to him?
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, well, I mean, I haven't sat down across
you,
from him
Jeremy.
and had brunch with like tea and
Did
been
you go
at a
to church
coffee
with him?
table. I did go to church with him. We didn't have a sparring match afterwards. So
Well, you need
you
to
go to
actually,
church?
like have a solid discussion with
All
him.
that. You haven't talked to him, man.
so I don't know if I've like really know him.
You gotta have a discussion
know?
with him. There is what James.
I've never slept on his couch, you know.
13 crumpets.
You might have slept on his parents' couch at one point in life.
Hey, you funny.
You know those like.
How much do I need
those,
to know him?
I don't know.
Anyway, he's not here. I'm not just talking about him, but
Yeah.
Christian anarchy or anarchy in general.
My only question would be for you.
My sweet.
Go to church when it comes to his faith.
My sweet camera's not working.
I don't know if Josh, you know, because I mean, you can be strong when it comes to faith. What is your standards for the Christian? I don't know, what makes you a Christian? Have you read the Bible?
No.
You ever read the Bible?
Following Jesus.
Oh, I know why it ain't working.
You read the Bible all the time, JS.
Well, no, but he said, "What makes you a Christian?" Reading the Bible. I said no.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Alright, so just reading the Bible.
No.
A qualifier.
Yeah.
It's
Reading.
No,
not
I mean,
a qualifier.
because if that were the case, I mean, you can easily point that out that that's not the case, because look at Shiva as an example of someone, right? He reads the Bible, or is reading the Bible. He is not a Christian.
Now,
By his metric or anybody else's metric, he is not a Christian.
And in
Would we
the
call
same
that
way,
non-denomination?
I could say
You could be educated on a thing that doesn't make you the thing, right? Like
somebody who never read the
when
Bible
I was
could
in
be a
school,
great
I did
Christian.
graphics and commercial arts. I am not a graphics or commercial artist.
Yeah, so he points to Shiva has read the Bible a lot and he's not a Christian, but I could point to people who have never read the Bible and are probably great Christians. But I don't know. It's just following
I was
Christ.
actually curious. It was a serious question. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was a perfectly fine question. I'm just pointing out
Because
that
there's
there
so
is an
many.
exact example of how what you're asking. Is
Yeah,
not
that's a huge problem. Is there's so many that so-called followers of these faiths, and all they have done is checked Reddit or just on the fucking interweb.
GPT or something.
I don't even know how many people actually use that. I feel like
I don't know. Some people do use that though.
doesn't that cost money and pain in the butt?
I mean, that's more work than you've put in, James.
How do you figure that, sir?
Because I hate when people are like, oh, they question sources, and it's like, oh, you're just reading Google. Well, I mean, at least I've put in the time to read the Google and understand it. And
Read the Bible, so
Yeah, my only take would be.
I'm just hating on James. I'm just mad at James. I'm just hating on James. But
Yeah, bro, Starfire did better than fucking Josh.
you fooled me. You read it a lot, but you fooled me, James.
Hey, you mean I fooled you? You just hating on me again.
It's a joke. Yeah.
He said that.
Man.
Anybody might be a little tickled that they lost a bad argument.
I don't know where to go in this game. We're on chapter 4.
What do I do about the cats?
I'm going to bed tonight early.
Less than a week now. You're already on chapter 4.
No, I've been playing
Hey,
this
by the way, Jared.
probably about a month now.
A month.
2 weeks now.
Yeah, just about half of, or a little more than half.
I realize it's been a month already.
It's been a minute.
Time, stop terrorizing Kenja.
Ugh. We got big fights tomorrow. I'm gonna end early. I don't know if
what fight?
Easy's supposed to debate Fatty tomorrow, so I guess I'll watch that. And they said they might need a moderator, or like each person gets their own moderator. I don't know how it goes, but I don't know if I'm live.
The only critique I have on that is like, dude, that debate's so beneath Easy.
I don't like that fat guy at all. He goes on other channels all the time and gets destroyed.
Fatty's just so beneath Easy. It's really not worth Easy's time, in my opinion.
Wait a minute. How did they get into a debate though? What led to that?
Because Easy was on a panel with Fatty.
Oh, when he's going to panel.
Well, that's.
I disagree with that. I think that
Oh, man, I feel bad now. I told Easy to go.
They're at a level where I think it's a good use of Easy's time to throw in an hour and like eat this dude up, or 2 hours and make some clips out of it and stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, no, I mean, it's fine if he's doing it for the clips. My point is like, the debate in itself is beneath him. Like he's punching down to debate Fatty.
No, this guy needs to get destroyed because of some of the stuff he said that was way out of line too, as well.
Like we're watching it literally to watch Easy beat up like a retarded kid. Like that's what we're going to watch.
Oh man, you're saying Fatty's retarded?
I want to see a physical fisticuff.
Horrible.
Like backyard brawl, like.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Some rules, like no, like weapons, have a ref.
Prove me wrong that Fatty's not a retard and Easy's not gonna beat him up.
I think
I'm not saying that Easy's not gonna beat him up, but I don't know if I call Fatty a.
Yeah, he's not quite a retard.
But he's still fat.
He's quite a retard.
He's
I think there's more to it though. I don't think he's.
All right, so here, let me.
Arguing in favor of like buying prostitutes and shit. Like, come on, dude. He's fucking.
I'm gonna talk to you about your children or your aunt.
Yeah,
like
he's kind of retarded.
Watch. And I'm gonna put.
I'm thinking about it. He's kind of retarded, but it'll be funny.
Oh no, going to be funny. I mean, I'm looking forward to watching it. But
It's gonna make me feel a little better.
He is
'Cause I-
well below Easy's
That
level
alone,
of pay.
you know,
He's going to get
say
fucking
he's
destroyed.
retarded, though.
If he actually lived around here, like doing insane, then would have gotten out of that way quicker.
Yeah, I mean, make
Except
no
for the
mistake.
consequences
It
of
would
the
be
shit.
entertaining, but he you know.
Then again,
Like I
I'm a
said.
very gracious human being, though, too.
Did you watch? Did you
Yeah,
even
it's
watch
such
that,
a
Jeremy?
you're such a gracious human being, James.
No, you're just way too forgiving, James.
Human being.
I feel grace just being in your presence.
That's something I might be able to agree on.
Was that supposed to be a joke, or was that supposed to be serious?
Yeah, I don't know.
I might actually agree with that.
Yes, doesn't make jokes.
Never
Nah,
made
the only one that
never
doesn't
made a
make
joke
jokes
in
is-
my life.
Very funny, James. Very funny.
Where's Cat to bring you back?
How did this guy get a revive? Well, I got a revive too, but
Yeah, but you like how? What the?
cause they put me in against James, and he
You got a revive and you lost to James.
that's some bullshit.
Wait.
I feel like I let BBB down. I feel frustrated.
You got to be a little bit charitable here. JS did not lose to James. Jaysen lost to James.
No, this was after.
No, it's JS.
It was me.
No, it wasn't
JS
playing
was
Jason.
revived.
No,
Jason
he
was
wasn't playing
got.
Jason.
Jason
was
got
dead.
kicked
Jason
off,
was gone.
and as a
He came
We
back.
said that.
because
JS.
to be
Come on,
honest,
dude.
it's very uncomfortable wearing a mask and glasses that are
that
prescription
was
but
bad.
don't go to your eyes, and so I was like, I'm done with Jason. Jason voted off. We're done.
How could Jason be a smoker? Like, I thought he would be like one of those people that would not want to smoke.
He vapes, but he ran out.
Oh, he ran out.
Yeah,
Well, I didn't think he would want to vape either, because that's supposed to be kind of bad for you too. I mean,
bad for you. Everything he does is bad for him. What are you talking about?
I didn't think Jason would. I thought Jason would be very
Bad.
not because he wanted to keep his health good, you know.
He
and
doesn't. He says he doesn't like
Yeah.
cigarettes because they look too conservative, so he smokes vape because it looks gayer.
Yeah, but that's still harming the environment, right? I mean, we want to keep the environment well.
Libtards really care about their health. Like, in all honesty.
No, they only care about other people's.
Cause he is he a vegan?
Friggin' vegans can't eat nothing.
What's that got to do with the health of
Publicly,
them as opposed to?
I don't know. I got a math test on Friday, Jeremy. I got a math test on Friday. We're talking about shit that don't matter.
he says he's a vegan, but I've seen him torturing animals.
Vegan. You've seen it? You've seen it. Hey, at least we have an eyewitness.
Yeah.
Far left will debate that point that you have to be a vegan to be a far leftist.
What?
I don't think you. I don't think
What identifies as a vegan?
What did you say, Jeremy?
I said I don't think you know what you're speaking about.
I'm pretty sure some far leftists
Concur.
debate
I
that
concur.
You have to be a
Sure,
vegan.
some far leftists may say that they're vegans and whatnot, but
and you'd have to be.
there's no
What's a
requirement
vegan?
to be a vegan to be a leftist.
Yeah, but those vegan leftists though would argue that you have to be though a strong argument.
How do you know that?
I think.
James don't know what the fuck he's ever talking about.
Point of view, but like, not really strong.
He concur.
He just says stuff.
I even take notes because he said some pretty good info.
I know, like 70% of the time, it's the truth.
Truth. You gotta be missing a tooth to say truth. I'm missing a tooth, so I can say truth too. It's another joke.
At 7, I said if we didn't hit $100 by 7 a.m.
No, you said
I'd
like
be
7:30 at the latest.
Yeah.
James, have you ever seen the
7:30.
you ever
It's
seen
your
the movie
call though.
Princess Diaries?
Princess Diaries.
Yeah.
No, I haven't. No.
It's like half the time you say something, like the response I want to come back with is, I don't think that means what you think it means.
Is that from the movie?
Yeah, there's a guy in the movie who says inconceivable to everything. And at some point, they get tired of him saying it, and the response back that they give him is, I don't think that word means what you think it means.
That's actually a good old one. That's a good one.
But I don't think it means what you think it means.
To the majority, yeah, I would agree.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Is it like blind people when you say that's blue to them? It's not fucking, or excuse me, it's not blue. They're blind, or not. Well, yeah. Anyways.
But what really is blue?
A blind person wouldn't be able to tell you.
Spectrum, so.
Exactly.
It's a color spectrum, so I think that would be.
And what is sight? Just because your eyes
Blue
work?
Blue is a song by Eiffel 65.
Dude!
I'm a demo 9.
Jeremy, it's a song by Eiffel.
Response. Okay.
It's ridiculous.
Go ahead and refute it. Tell me I'm wrong.
Even though I've never heard the song, that sounds like a better response.
Yeah, you have.
Blue? I don't think I've heard of that song.
I'm blue. Does
it say I was
They don't
green,
say
I
if
would
I was green, I would die. They don't say I'm in need of
Thank
a
you.
guy. All of that stuff is
I've never heard that one.
Yeah, I don't know the song Blue then.
I heard when I was a kid, I heard they're all gay and they're saying I'm blue, I'm in need of a guy, I'm in need of a guy.
Nah, I haven't heard of that, Josh, no. I've
Well,
only heard the one thing on was
Yeah, I've
if
never
I
heard.
green
I've never
I would
heard
die.
the need of a guy part, but that's funny.
that's
I
what we
heard
used
the
to say at school. They're
green.
like, they're gay. They're saying I'm in need of a guy. That's what like the rumor was.
Wait a minute, dude saying they're in need of a guy?
I'm blue. I'm in need of a guy. I'm in need of a guy. And we said they're all gay.
Flip that guy's Jess said he needs a guy.
Flip that.
I'm not in need of a guy. I'm singing a song.
But you said you were.
No, oh, you know what I got?
mean, I heard.
I got freaking shepherd's pie.
Oh, nice.
It's not cooked yet.
That's
I gotta
good
cook it.
stuff. Good
It's
food.
my favorite. But I got like grocery store, dang freezer shepherd's pie.
Oh, that's still good shepherd's pie, nevertheless.
That Sam's Club stuff.
Yeah,
Or not
hopefully.
Sam's Club, Greater Value.
No,
Whatever.
Walmart. It's probably Walmart.
Yeah, whatever the cheap one is.
Pie stuff is good.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be.
Yeah, I'm not saying it isn't. I mean,
There's only one kind of shepherd's pie that's good that's frozen. It's these little tiny ones in these red box that come to this Piggly Wiggly near where I live. It's the only good frozen shepherd's pie.
Piggly Wiggly. That's a deep southern like store. Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, I'm in the deep south. I'm deep
Because
in the
I know
south.
it's in Tennessee. They got them in
You got Wawa.
Because they have one in Cleveland.
Wawa was a northeast thing that moved down south.
Piggly Wiggly in South Cleveland.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, Wawa was in like Philly and stuff, and now they have them in Florida. They've kind of spread down the East Coast.
We got no Wawas here. We're Piggly
What is a
Wigglies.
Wawa?
Wawa is like a gas station with like a sandwich shop in it. It's like a Subway and a gas station combined, but
Yeah,
it's
why
better
can't
than
they have a
Subway.
Wawa? Why can't they just have a Subway and a gas station combined?
We just got a Bucky's not too long ago.
We got that. I mean, places got Subways and gas stations, but
Yeah, they do. Yeah, I know about Subway and gas stations.
that ain't a Wawa.
But
That's
why
a-
have a Wawa if it's just the same thing?
The Subway's gay. Quizno is still better.
'Cause it's
got a
better,
Buc-ee's, James?
better sandwiches at the Wawa.
Better sandwiches at Quizmo.
Yeah.
James, you got a Bucky's?
What y'all know about the ghetto chevron chicken? Anybody ever had a chevron chicken
No.
like in the hood?
Dude, I live
No,
off
no.
Of Chevron
Oh
chicken.
my god, it's so good when they like put it in the white styrofoam thing and it's just like chicken
Hell yeah.
chunks and they throw some
Dude, have you
sauce
ever
on that
had
bitch
that
and shake it up.
breakfast
Ooh,
What's the breakfast bars?
they got giblets
When I
there,
go to
or
Subway and the gas station, it's actually nearby. It's not actually.
the one we went to
outside of
had
town.
giblets and chicken, and we just get the chicken tenders or the chicken, but they had the giblets. Those are good too. Chicken giblets. I don't even know what that is.
They actually tried to put a 7-Eleven not too far away from where I live, and it immediately failed because nobody went there because everybody hated their food. They only
Or 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
7-Eleven.
Yeah, I eat an unhealthy amount of 7-Eleven food.
I eat a lot of gas station food. It's just, I don't know, it's better quality.
Quality. You're going to a gas station for food for quality.
Like, I don't get a hot dog off the damn roller wheel, but you know.
And
that's
I always,
fine. won't
I
be
always
wrong.
buy the damn, I'll buy the damn taco, the little mini tacos, and I'll be like, "Is this fresh?" Like they're gonna tell me that it's old as shit.
Nobody, it's very fresh, buddy. Yes, very fresh.
Of course, they always like, "Oh yeah, it's very fresh."
Yeah. Would you like a Slurpee? Half off if you buy the taco. Yes, buddy.
Oh, that's racist.
But that is how it
That
goes.
is-
I'm
that
always
is-
like,
that
"Are
is
these fresh?"
considered
And they're
by the
always like,
far
"Yes, yes,
leftists
very
to be
fresh."
racist indeed.
And then you bite into that bitch. That bitch
I was just using
crunchy.
an accent.
That's very funny though. That the far leftists would probably do something similar, and yet they don't even think it's racist. But
Far left people won't sell me a taco.
Taco flavored kisses. I don't know where to go in this game. I'm stuck.
Those leftists that own businesses wouldn't let me in there.
they're biased on what they consider racist. Not racist.
How's your pyramids coming, JS?
I haven't played Ark in a minute.
Dude, me and
I just got done downloading.
You've relocated?
Yeah, we had to move you.
Did you pick up my body and carry me somewhere?
Yeah, I drag you somewhere else.
So now when I log into the game, I'm not gonna be where I was.
That is, yeah, that's a great deduction.
Hey, did you move? Wait, are you moving up?
So wait, I could like lay down for bed one night in a
Because-
bed, and y'all could just come and like pick up my body and just hide me in the Tyrannosaurus
safe.
jungle one day.
Just throw you outside.
You can be
with
picked up and
cars,
drugged
like,
somewhere else.
Everything, and you'll be outside.
Me and James were just on there.
That's
and there's
fucked
no food
up.
in the fridge. Did you? Are you?
I'm gonna
moving
wake up in
everything
the
to
middle
somewhere?
of. I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the most dangerous jungle. They just left me out there alone.
Wake up at home because if
I won't let that
you're
happen.
gonna wake up.
Yeah, we could do that.
I'm gonna wake up
I won't let
dead.
that happen. I don't think Jeremy would do that.
Damn.
Didn't do that, but
No, Jeremy didn't leave him in the middle.
I actually woke up dead. I don't know what happened.
No, Jeremy
What-
wouldn't do that. Jeremy's
I
not
s-
that cruel.
I saw one morning King and
You're in that hut now.
Jeremy can be cruel, but he's not that cruel.
Nah, Jeremy likes jokes.
So you're in it now, me, myself, and I. You're in the server.
Well, we're all on the
Yeah, I played
server.
with. We played together
As far
actually.
as, I guess,
A little bit.
well, I don't
No,
know.
it was me,
I
Jeremy,
don't think
King,
me
and
and-
Brandon
yeah,
were
right.
playing.
Server. I don't think Elder or
Yeah.
oh, I'm pretty sure. Are you crazy?
Elder hasn't
I just
connected
got done
yet. But he's
downloading.
got a hut. I made him a hut in a campsite.
Oh, Elder got it finished downloading. Nice. Hey,
Yeah, it only took a
Jeremy,
week.
where is the food?
It's in
Me
the
and
fridge, dude.
me and James were just on. There was no.
Yeah,
No,
if you play
said there wasn't no food. I didn't check that. So.
if you play one player to try it out, don't get
confirmed, no
discouraged. You'll die every 5 seconds. It's like it's crazy hard, but it's not as bad when.
talking about Ark.
Yeah,
Ark,
Art.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why you get trapped on top of a rock. Like 5 velociraptors on the beach.
Yeah.
There was tons of food.
Yeah, I got on with
Did you guys pig out?
a
on the
rifle.
ship?
I needed food.
I didn't.
No,
I didn't
there
touch
is
any of the
nothing.
stuff. Me, myself, and I was the only one.
It took me forever to even
I just want to.
even on there.
even get into the server.
I just
Yeah,
want to
you got
ride a
on the front unit, I
brontosaurus.
got on the crowd rifle.
I'm gonna get a pet
I spent like a couple of
brontosaurus
days
and build
trying
a
to get in there. I
pyramid.
don't know what was up with it.
Like I didn't get food. I had a lot.
Picked up the. That's why there's no food, because one of you fucking donkeys picked up the fridge and put it back in its place. So all the food got protected into a bag and don't let it expire.
Wait, what?
Yeah, who picked up
It
the
wasn't
fridge
me.
and put it back down?
I guess
That's
it was
why
me,
there's no
myself,
food.
and I didn't. I
Y'all
didn't do
deleted it by fucking with the fridge.
I
Wait,
swear to God, all I did, I've done this before. All I did was open it, check for, and there
I
was
can tell
nothing.
that because the fridge has been rotated.
somebody moved
didn't
the
touch-
fridge.
I didn't pick it up, bro.
That
We
was
grabbed
you.
cookies and there was nothing in there, and it looked weird.
You rotated the fridge. James
I was
is
barely on for like. Me and
James
were
is
barely
in
on
there
for a minute.
too.
There was nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been in there like for a couple days now.
I've used
Oh,
the fridge
damn.
like 100 times now, and I know not to hit the freaking LT button.
I'll have to play some art tomorrow night. I'm gonna call it quits early tonight, because I want to get up early. If they're gonna do this debate thing, then that's gonna be at 4 p.m. my time,
4 p.m. Mountain Time.
That'll be when the fights start, right?
which is when I think that's when the prelims start, or the early prelims.
Who's fighting?
4 p.m. Mountain Time, baby.
A lot of big fights tomorrow. Kaikar of France and Pantoja are fighting for a belt. And then the Ilya Topuria and Charles Oliveira. That's crazy. That's gonna be a banger. I think it's gonna be over by the second round, but let me see when the early prelims start. Early prelims start at 5. They're starting at 4 my time. That's why I said I don't know if I'll I don't know. If he needs me to go over there and do it, I'll do it, but I might not. I'll probably be waking up at 4.
Oh, by the way, Marshall, I heard you you died and respawned in my at my place.
Oh yeah,
Some
yeah,
Terminator
yeah.
type shit.
Yeah, dude, what the heck? What is going on with your like you're starting the in the Terminator?
Listen, guys, if we get a bunch of people joining into the Ark world, eventually a rift could form and there could be a divide. So we need to hold strong. We need to stay together to fight these dinosaurs. Because I don't want a divide in our Ark world. I don't want like somebody turn the refrigerator wrong and somebody,
No, me and James weren't even. Hey, dude, no, we weren't even on for long enough.
I see James and me, myself, and
I
I.
don't even know how to build shit. It wasn't me or James.
Me,
but I
myself,
swear
and
to
I
God.
and James might form an alliance and try to like.
Why would I do that, dude? That's why I stopped.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
I think JS is also delusional there. Why would
I don't totally
also,
trust
I would've
these guys
fixed
yet.
It. I would've
Somebody
fixed it.
rotated it. That's all I'm saying.
I promise you.
Hey, do me a favor,
It's either James or me, myself, and I say we exile.
I
both
would
of
have
them just to be
fixed it.
safe.
If you're feeling delusional, JS, do me a favor.
I
Blink
would
your
have
eyes
fixed
twice.
it. The people intentionally doing stuff
But-
like that and just like coming and logging in when some sort of piece of shit and like just like destroying everything you had. That's why I stopped playing that like a long time ago.
Did you blink your eyes twice? I didn't see it.
I
Nope.
wouldn't say it was intentional.
Nope, held him
Somebody moved
open.
it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, dude, like
I don't know. I say we exile me, myself, and I'm still mad about the spear that he threw into my elbow last week.
dude, I
Assaulting
was
of a tribe
attacking the
member?
same guy you were attacking.
Yeah.
All I
There
know
was a
is
spear sticking out
but-
of my elbow. I'm still mad about that.
my pet turtle
You
better
guys
still be
fought
there.
dinosaurs together and accidentally friendly fired each other too. I was attacking the same person you were attacking and accidentally.
Marshall done
It
killed
was-
your pet turtle.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Michelangelo, he's dead.
What? How am I?
What happened to
Mikey?
Michelangelo?
What?
Mikey's my favorite.
How did I kill
I don't even know who he is,
Michelangelo?
and I already miss him.
Mikey, oh, that was one of the turtles they
How am
named
I
after the
responsible
Teenage
for that?
Mutant Ninja Turtles. Because they start naming turtles after the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Marshall killed him.
How?
Mikey, though.
You
Poor
got his
How
HP
am I?
down to 0. That's how you did it.
Poor Mikey.
So is the
Wait,
server
what?
still up?
Why
or
am
is
I
it?
responsible for
Poor
that?
Mikey.
Yeah, it's 24/7, man. It's never down.
I am not. Wait, what? How did I kill this turtle? I didn't take that. I accidentally killed. Oh, almost killed
You got
2.
his HP down to 0. That's how you killed him. Like that's how things die. In the
Me?
game. Yeah, you.
When? How?
I'm fucking with you, man. He's not dead. He's fine.
Oh, thank God, Mikey's fine.
Eh.
Wait, we have more turtles now?
Yeah, he's got friends.
Nice.
You got
I should have
Donatello.
probably knew
Raphael,
that was
Leonardo.
what
I got
he
You got
was
them all.
doing. I should have knew better by now.
Don't do that.
I
Jeremy.
feel more
Right.
We need to capture a rat to make it splinter.
Bro, I was only on for like 30 seconds. I went to find food. There's no food. I
Not
took
a bad idea. We can
back.
probably
The
get a
fridge
big
was
old
in the
rat.
wrong.
Oh no! Wait! No, we can get a rat. We can actually.
Anything, it wasn't me. It was James. James probably went in the clubhouse.
Oh, and a
Which,
pinch,
but
we
I
may be able
believe
to use a
James
beaver.
because he went
No,
live. He didn't go.
There actually
He
is a
said he
rat,
didn't
but
go
we
in the
don't.
clubhouse.
It's not natural to this map, but there is a rat.
Man, that's just, I don't know. Splinter always spooks me just because he's a rat.
Hang on, I can get him. I'll get us. I'll
That
get us
part
one.
kind of
We can
spooks me.
have
being
Splinter.
a rat.
But anyways, yeah, I swear to not.
He's kind of big though. The rat's kind of big.
That'd be perfect for Splinter then. He's a bigger rat.
He's either a glitch. I don't know.
Yeah, it's supposed to
I
be
would have been
big.
able to fix that.
And then we need a shredder. We gotta find a shredder.
That's what they're.
Shredder.
Isn't that? Isn't
A
that
shredder.
I mean, Jeremy
Shredder,
practically
yeah,
has a
okay,
shredder.
the shredder.
Get a shredder.
I had to
Dad.
starve myself to get out of his building that I was
Sorry,
walking.
not making fun of how I speak.
Bro, that's my
I feel
that's my
so
bunker you were
offended.
in.
Don't make fun of my speech.
Like, I don't even know why you thought it was a good idea to spawn literally.
I
on
didn't.
the
I
other
wasn't
side
even
of-
trying to. I died helping King tame the thing because I was kind of
Yeah, but
going
you
off and.
clicked on the opposite side of the map from the.
Yeah, I
character.
clicked on the thing that said bed. I just clicked on a bed. All right. It was in like yeah. I was
How
in.
do I join the server? Because I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know.
search for it and I can't find it.
You have to.
Hang on, what's
Hold on. You might want to do that in.
You've got to tell it it's unofficial. And then there's a thing down at the bottom for player servers as well. You've got to enable that.
Ah, there
Show
it is.
password protected.
Somewhere in chat there is the password too. Somewhere in chat.
Maybe.
I don't want to say it while we're doing. Or why?
Yeah, it's there. I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't want it on the stream, so random
Yeah.
people watching the VOD doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wants just only us to have it. It's a private server.
I'm curious why I woke up dead.
I'm trying to open it.
That
It's
is
saying
a
downloading
player.
content 28, 29.
Mhm. Yeah, you gotta download those mods.
Mods. I enabled some mods. Some quality of life stuff.
Yeah, I like that mod, the one where the door.
The
opens
doors?
automatically and closes
That's not a.
automatically.
That's actually not a mod. That's normal in the game. That
Oh, okay.
well,
Oh.
it's DLC. It's part of the
Ragnarok or something?
Tales DLC.
Okay.
So like
Okay.
you
Okay.
have it. It's literally a skin. If you go to cosmetics, James, there's like skins. If you drag that down to the hotbar, then you can go apply those to structures.
Okay.
Hey
I-
Jeremy, have you heard of the pull it mod?
The what mod?
On all the pull it PULLIT.
Holy.
It allows you to pull from like no matter where you're at, you can pull from any inventory that you have. So like let's say you have
yeah,
resources over somewhere huh?
Yeah, they used to have that. There was a different mod like S Plus and whatnot that would do something similar.
I think the updates.
S Plus is a survival evolved mod that they tried to bring over to.
I think that's
ASA.
single player over.
They kind of stopped developing it and it just kind of died. Then they had a different mod that was to replace it that was inferior. So I don't know where that mod is gone at this point, or what state that mod is in.
Whenever I get back home to my computer, I'll see if I can look it up and find it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's so wasn't.
I'm not opposed to adding mods that you guys like. So you know.
Are you crazy? You were joining, right?
Hey, I've got my mouth full. I don't know.
Okay, so it's like show password protected servers and show servers, and it's called. I would just type in QUPXP.
That's way.
That was me talking before. But,
Oh, Elderline.
Yeah. I guess me and RU sound a lot alike. Apparently, I sound like F.
No, I'm really bad with names. You don't sound anything alike.
Why not?
I mean, maybe sound, but like talking wise, like words used.
Apparently, I sound like a little bit of everybody, so wouldn't blame you.
I'm really bad with names. I keep calling Jeremy James, so if that makes you feel any better. Which is.
Yeah, it does a little bit.
That wouldn't make me feel better.
I'm just messing.
It doesn't make me feel better.
I know. It's not on purpose, dude. You literally helped me save my Xbox account. I broke my phone.
How do I search my favorites?
Wait, no, there's no and broke my phone. It's when you broke your phone.
Well, yeah, so like I broke my, yeah. Anyways, by the way, I screwed my stuff up. Screw Microsoft. AI, freaking customer service. Okay. It was blowing my mind. They even like blocked. This is so crazy.
What was the password? I remember the password, but I can't remember the password.
Sebring.
That's thanks. I'll put it in.
Say it on stream.
See you.
I'll put it in chat. See you later, Gator. By the way.
See you later. Have a great one.
I'm gonna put it in the
Well, it's
Discord.
already in there. It didn't ask me for a password. It just let me straight in. Well,
What?
it's making me download something first.
Oh well. Anyways, here's the password.
It'll ask for a password.
After the
It's
download
on the
check.
tip of
I
my
got you.
brain, and I don't want to have to.
Don't say it.
I'll message it to you, JS.
Well, I know, but if I pull up the messages, I gotta.
No, I'm just gonna DM it.
If
to
you put it,
unless you can
if
do
you
it
put it
yourself.
in the group chat and I pull it up on screen, people will see it. So you have to.
I'm gonna DM it to you. Pull it up on your phone.
Bring up the thing now. You'll see if it shows up in OBS. Just bring up like the side chat and see if it brings it up. I don't know if it does.
There, I DM'd it to you, JS, and it's
You can't look at it. That's the
Because
whole
what
thing.
what I'm showing on my stream is
No,
the
can't you
pop
do it
out
on your
chat,
phone?
and if I go to the chat and the pop out chat, and if it's in the group chat,
You can do it
it'll
on your
show up.
phone. Don't you have Discord on your phone? I
Yeah,
DM'd it.
but
to you
if
on Discord.
if you DM it to me, I can look at it and you won't see it.
Yeah, on your phone. Yeah, I DM'd it to you on your phone. No space though on that.
Yeah.
And use the caps.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Alright.
Alright, there's the password part.
You can do that one, Jeremy. I'm actually doing that. Or, I mean, I'm signing into it at the moment. I want to grab my phone. So you can help.
You did send it to him, or you didn't?
Yeah,
I
got JS. Could you help? Yeah.
Whoa! What the heck? I'm in a place.
I told you I moved you. What? Did you not believe me?
I got my own little hut. Wait, I'm in a compound? You put me into a gulag? Michelangelo, Donatello, Raphael. Leonardo, let's go. Level 55. He's oh wait, Michelangelo is too strong. Well, that's because he's the last Ronin, so I guess that makes sense. We got a Triceratops.
Wait, what?
Boy, I can
I
ride a
didn't know that.
Triceratops.
Where are you at? What are you looking at?
What has happened? This is a whole commune since I left.
What has
well, that's
happened?
a robotic chicken over there. What is that?
Oh, you're on a 3-horn. Okay. Yeah, you're on.
What is
you're,
that?
You're on Sarah.
Why does that thing have a?
Shredder.
What is that?
That's
What
Shredder. He's a robotic rat.
No, it's just a rat.
Hey, this
Well,
one's
he's got
mine.
like.
You got your tail.
That's a
You mean
saddle.
that's
Oh wait, his saddle disappeared.
you mean that's Splinter?
Ugh, that's creepy looking.
Or yes, Splinter. My bad.
Yeah,
Roll rat.
Splinter's not a rat.
I got Mustang and Sally and
When you want to go as far as the Shredder.
That thing's creepy
My bad,
looking.
James. I made a mistake.
Wait, where?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying though, as far as like what Shredder is.
Me
Shredder's
and
the bad guy in the Ninja Turtles.
Anj.
He's a robot.
The
Yo.
bad guy in the Ninja Turtles.
Why is Jeremy's house fancier than everybody else's?
I'm just saying, there's two different ways they look at Shredder though, because there's the one where
Yes, this isn't even my house. Go away. There's like.
human.
Wait, where's my
This
house?
is the way I get to my. This is how actually just. How
Dude,
I
why
get
is
to
my house like the tiniest, jankiest house?
It's the same. What are you talking about?
Movies are like a human.
Y'all got oh, hold on, I'm gonna look at Jeremy's house. Look, his house made of like his like steampunk.
Yeah, it is steampunk. It's just skin. It's like.
He's got like a damn Star Wars teleporter.
This is just how I leave. Look, watch.
What? Yeah, my house doesn't have that.
No, hang on though. Hang on. Stand on. You stand on it. Hang on. I'm coming back. All right. Stay there. Stay there. This should do it.
Oh, I just what? What am I under the ocean?
No, you're. It's my bunker. This is where I stay.
This is some bullshit. Wait, you built all this since we started this game?
The fuck? Just make it. This game. What the hell is going on?
It's different Why is your Triceratops?
What?
Why is your stuff in different animation?
Oh
That-
wait, I'm not even. Hang on. I'm not even right.
That's not even the graphics of the whole game change when you come into Jeremy's house. It's like it's cell shading instead of like 3D.
No, this is dinosaur skins.
I'm in Borderlands all of a sudden.
Hang on, JS. Watch.
You're like flashing in and out. I think you're breaking the game.
I'm not breaking anything. Oh, I lost it. Don't have no more.
Blue Bird, level 43. Can I fly that thing?
Yeah, you could. He's just a trainer. He's not special. He's weak. I just got him because he's blue and skin. But that's not actually how he looks, Jess. Like, look. Like, this is what he actually looks like. The raptor. This is what he actually looks like. So you can just put costumes on him that make him look animated.
What are these little guys over here? Whitey?
Yeah, like that. I take this off.
Alright, how about now?
See if you think that's something, no gas.
I was about to attack you with a raptor.
Oh, that's fine.
It doesn't even hurt you.
No, we're allies, dude. We're fragments. You can't hurt me.
I thought there was friendly fire in this game.
There is between you and I, not between the dinosaurs. That hurts.
Okay. How do I get out of here?
Gotta teleport out.
Do I get to take the dinosaur with me?
No. Jess, here, look. Watch. Oh, I can't do it with this guy inside. I have to bring him back to the base to show him to you.
I don't know how to leave.
Well, you're not taking my raptor.
I'm trying to.
No. Whitey belongs here.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my saddle off of Sarah.
I wasn't trying to attack you. I was trying to figure out how to work this.
Oh, that's fine.
I got a machete in my
Are
hand.
you that crazy?
This got way too futuristic. Y'all been
Are you
using
in that
mods
crazy
and stuff.
base?
You guys have been using mods and stuff.
I can't use mods.
That's not, no. That's not even mods, JS.
That's actually
literally
part of the
DLC
game
stuff.
once you get far enough.
This dinosaur looks like he sells shit. He's not even part
You
of
ever
the
play
game.
Age of Empires?
He's the roll rat. He's normal. That's not even a mod. That's
Pepe?
That's a boss, I thought.
No, roll rat's normal. He's part of the game.
Isn't this one of the bosses you fight? Oh no, he's in the caves. That's right. Hey guys, want me to show you something crazy? There's some crazy creatures in these
Gunkosaurus.
caves.
What is that?
There's crazy bugs and stuff.
What is that? You just got a fire lion.
That's part of the DLC. You can pay for that.
Watch this.
Duck, duck, dun, dun.
Oh god.
He's on my shoulder now.
Whatever. I'm going to gather.
It reminds me of Kilala.
What level? Wait, what level are you guys at?
I don't know, like 20.
Diddy? Who's Diddy? Level 133?
That's just a dodo.
Oh.
Those are your birds you
It's a
guys
male
got at the
dodo.
beginning.
So I'm level 71 and I've got 15 level ups available.
Level 71?
Here, Jess, you're gonna want. I don't know, maybe I should send one of these guys with you.
I
I'll
think
send
I'm
them
level
over
like
to you.
13.
Well, you know, that's because you wasn't playing.
Look at this robot dragon.
What?
Who was that? Who just jumped in on a damn robot dragon?
No clue.
It's a Drake.
Yeah, you have to fight some of these bosses. Here, hold on. Before you go anywhere, Jess, don't go anywhere. Hold on.
I'm just like picking plants still.
Rock drakes don't spawn on this map.
I'm gonna give you. But I'm gonna need you to grab some metal so I can make some more ammo for this.
Metal? I'm still collecting grass and rocks.
Tree bark.
That's right.
And trees.
You guys are gonna need to go get some food since somebody fucked up the refrigerator.
All right, I'm gonna go get some food.
Yeah, that's why I'm alive, dude.
I can't
It
get
looks weird
started
that
playing
there's
this
no
game
food in
right
there.
now. I need to go to bed.
You see this, Marshall?
Where you at? What the no?
Hang on.
Let me go give. Where did Jess go?
I'm just going to get lost somewhere. I'm just running. You guys got too
Yeah, but
advanced
wait a
for
minute, I
me.
see you. You just went invisible. Here, can you give me a ride on that thing too? Can I ride with
You guys got too advanced for me.
I'm not even that far, dude. I just was able to craft like primal weapons.
I feel like
You did, Elite Marshall. You did figure out the glider.
I'm still trying to make hide
Yeah, I did figure
shoes.
that out. It took me a while.
I'm still trying to make hide shoes, and Jeremy's got a space mansion that leads to an underground portal with freaking captivated dinosaurs and robot.
Dude, I just like I'm creating like metal armor, which is way too heavy though for like grabbing stuff. Where did JS go? Jeremy, we even need a JS.
I'm just,
Oh, he went that way.
I'm just running. I'm feeling emotional. I'm just going for a run.
Hey, stop running. Come back. I have a weapon for you that I crafted.
I don't know where I am.
Calm down the emotions.
I took a
What
shit
emotions?
just now, but I'm just been running.
Did Elder Lion actually make it on?
Stop running.
See, you're not even on this server, Elder Lion.
I've been joining back and forth. I'm trying to get the game to actually run decent.
Come back the way you came.
All right, I found a dodo. I'm gonna kill it.
Oh man, sorry. I'm just gonna flip this. Alright. Shit. All I got is an axe. I swear to God.
I forget the buttons.
Jeremy,
Alright, I've got it up to 40 FPS now. Oh, that fucking worked.
Why are you trying
I got
to? Hey,
FPS real
I'm
good.
moving. You're gonna be carrying too much real soon. How are you moving this fast, by the way?
Me?
Dude, what the heck? Did you go up the cliff? No, you're behind me now.
Where are you at?
I don't know. I didn't ever mark you yet.
I'm
You should be
moving.
right next to me.
I'm moving. I got food
Right
to.
next to me on the map.
I'm hunting.
You're right under me. How are you under me?
I'm out here in these streets.
Do you see him, Jeremy?
Yeah.
There he is. There he is.
I'm right next to him.
Whoa!
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh my God. Don't come up on me like that. Wait, hack you.
I got something for you. Here, how do I
You
grab
took a
it?
shit.
I didn't mean to do that.
He said, I got something for you.
Not that. Alright, hopefully this works. Can you see that on the ground?
Are you a girl? Is your character a girl?
Can you see the stuff I dropped on the ground?
Yeah, Marshall made his character.
Is your character a chick?
Yeah, can you see the
It looks
shotgun
like it.
and the ammo? I
Don't
dropped on
stop
the ground?
dodging the question.
I wasn't dodging it. I was trying to get into mine first before I answered yours.
Yep. It's a chick.
Hey, you know what's funny though? King made his character a dude, but he gave it a.
Does
female
this thing
voice.
fly?
No, it glides.
Hey, Jeremy, can you see the shotgun and stuff I just dropped on the ground, or is that just?
Oh, I'm
Bro,
sorry.
I can hardly see you on the ground.
All I saw was the giant robotic dinosaur that I could climb
it should be-
onto.
Oh. Well.
Thanks for the shotgun, though.
Did you find it?
No, where is it?
I dropped it right here. That's why I was trying to ask that first.
I don't see it.
see it either.
Yeah, I just fell through here.
This
Yeah.
dinosaur's invisible now.
I think this map just glitched. I need to get back to base because I don't have any weapons. I literally dropped it right here. Yeah, I probably fell through the map.
How do you glide?
Jump. Hold the shift key.
I do it with a controller.
I don't know.
A button or X button on PlayStation.
Oh, X is jump.
Holy shit, that one
The left stick button. Left stick.
that one command gave me 100 FPS. That was great.
I just died because I jumped off the dragon in mid jump.
Nice.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, pushing buttons trying to figure out how to glide. I found our old house though.
We mean our old house, so we only have the one.
The other one, the one out by the beach. Found it.
Isn't that when you spawned in the first place?
I just got spawned in some science lab.
Yeah,
Oh, I did the same thing.
How do I open the door?
No, No,
Bro,
he didn't.
you're
No,
stuck.
he spawned in the upstairs of the clubhouse.
Okay.
Is that the OG house?
Yeah, that's the OG house.
Oh.
I haven't even been upstairs since you didn't even.
Oh
Here, right
wait,
here.
this is where we were at. Why do I?
Yeah.
All right, how do I find you guys? I've made the game playable finally.
Hang on, I'll get you.
I need to put a marker on JS.
We got a farm.
Tracking info.
We got a farm.
Track.
What was your frame rate, Elder?
That's not
Just
a
curious.
farm.
When I first opened the
Yeah, I can
game,
track
my frame
you.
rate was like 15.
How come I'm
I had it
naked?
up to 129.
That ain't bad.
There's Elder. Okay, 1 second. Elder 9. I got
Now I
it.
need to make another shotgun, you bastard.
Is there clothes in my house?
Elder Lion's running as another human.
I got some clothes for it.
That's his name. There's plenty of clothes in the hut, dude. In the storage chest on the left.
Oh yeah. In here. Yep. Right there.
Hell, to be honest, I was trying to just start the game up so I could get it to run correctly. Because even in the character creator, it was unbearably fucking horrible.
Yeah. That was what it was like for me on Cloud
Just one
Play.
tiny
I had to
man.
download it.
Parachute?
You don't need the parachute yet. I haven't figured out how to make that.
Riot
right.
chess piece. Blueprint. Blueprint. I don't want blueprints.
Blueprints are for the crafting table.
No, we need a life, a bookshelf.
Did we put Chetin in there yet?
Oh, yeah. I made you a hut, Elder Lion.
Yeah, I was trying to get in it, but I can't figure out how to get rid
Yeah,
of this
because
song.
I had it marked reserved because you weren't here. Although you're not in the tribe yet. I'm going to put you in the tribe so you can actually, like, use it.
Hey, when you drop stuff, it just disappears.
Alright.
Shouldn't it go in a little bag? What?
You gotta, like, bring up the radio thing on my face and accept the invite. There you go. There's shit in the main hut you welcome to use.
Alrighty.
Are you saying you took a dump, Jeremy?
I don't know why I can't ride him. Any of you guys able? Are you guys able to ride the road rat? Or is it just me who's
The rat? No, I wasn't able to ride it either. I was gonna move him out of the middle of the base. I wasn't able to get on either. For the glider suit, you put that on. So grab that permanent hide or whatever. I just put it on the. It'll say it weighs like 24.0. You put the glider. You like slide the. Anyways, like thanks for that.
I can't change his name or nothing.
I got at least all the materials are here. I need to go collect food. There's no food in here. The tranquilizer dart. What the fuck?
I don't know what
That's
the
a
hell's
random
going
as
on in
shit.
myself eyes, right? But that's kind of weird.
Say what?
So I don't know what's going on in your hut, man, but that's kind of strange.
What? The dinosaurs?
damn-
What hut?
There's like a damn bird sitting on an egg or something.
They do.
Oh, yeah, they are kind of stuck together, huh? Oh yeah, I see the egg symbol too. I think that means they want to breed. Oh. Here, you need some shit? I can craft you some shit.
How do I use these glider wings?
Press your A button twice or X button.
Jump
What
while
the?
you're falling.
Whoa. Last death. How do
I'll talk to you
I?
guys later. I'm gonna go ahead and head out.
Later, James.
Peace.
See you, James.
Later. Why can't I get my stuff off of my last death?
Is your
Are you already over there?
your body, or is there a bag there?
Oh, I got it.
I don't know, my shit fell to the ground too when I dropped it. Yeah, look, see now the fridge looks normal. It didn't look like this. I came in here, it didn't look like this, and there was nothing in there.
Back.
Alright, dude, I swear. I don't know.
It was wrong. I pointed out
said
that
he
it was
did-
wrong. I repaired it so
Yeah.
that it was facing the right direction, but I did not
Alright.
restock it because
James said he didn't go inside here, and I didn't believe him.
I don't know who went in there and fucking
Yeah,
demolished it.
I didn't.
Somebody
There's no way.
or picked it up and put it back down. That's why all the food's gone. 'Cause when you
I'll
take
just
when you pick
restock
up an
it. It won't
item
be
that's got
hard.
stuff in it, it drops everything into a bag. So somebody
Yeah,
picked
just like
it up,
that.
fridge right back over top of the bag
Yeah.
without picking up the food that was in the bag.
Yeah, you'd be able to see the bag. I know this.
Yeah, well you would, but not if you put the fridge right back down over it.
Either way, you still.
No, you wouldn't, because the fridge would be over the bag. You wouldn't see the bag anymore.
Yeah, but then you just move the object, because I did that with my workbench table when I was like trying to put my workbench table down. I didn't like it by the right window. I moved it.
That's
just.
fine. They didn't move it. They put
Yeah,
it
yeah.
down in the same spot. Right over
Oh.
top of the bag.
What? So they can. I don't know.
Oh, I can't make a stone arrow yet.
You need arrow? Here, dude. I was gonna give you a shotgun. I'm gonna grab some metal out of here and. Let me do the metal first, and then I'm gonna go make another shotgun too. I also gotta go get some freaking kill some shit.
I don't know. I'm gonna play this more tomorrow night, but after the fights are over.
Oh, here, wait. Before you log off, make sure.
But I'm
You
like
had the
falling
web
asleep
shortcut
and
for that?
I'm tired.
JS.
The what?
Guys, make sure you go in
The shortcut, the internet shortcut for that. I've been working on the computer and I lost it.
The website where we can watch it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put it. It's just Sport Surge. Yeah, I'll put it in the Discord.
Appreciate it. I'll save it again. I've been redoing computers and I lost it.
I think that should work. It's not linking it. Even if you just put even if you just put Sports Surge in Google, it'll take you there.
Okay, Jeremy, you probably already have these, but I mean, scopes.
Yeah, there's big fights tomorrow, so I'm gonna try to wake up by 4 p.m. when they start that over there, and I don't know if he doesn't find anybody
If you
else.
go in the house before you log out.
It seems like Fatty wants to make it where it's basically a 2v2. If that's what he does, each person brings their own moderator. It's like
Jeremy, you could probably just put you in
That's kind of weird to bring two moderators.
yeah.
Yeah. See, that one fell to the ground too. Oh wait, no, it's right here. Oh wait, what?
I want to try this when I'm a little bit more awake.
Yeah, I don't need I don't even carry a gun, dude. I don't need a scope attachment.
But
Hey,
look
what
at
did you just
it's
put
all
on the
like
ground?
glitching out and going crazy. Everybody's going crazy. You guys with
Yeah, I
your
see that,
mods
too.
and your
There's the mods. I don't have the mods.
It's not the mods. It's due to the attachments you have. I don't know why the game is doing that.
Found it.
This isn't even part of the. That has nothing to do with the mod. That glider, it's the glider packs that you guys have on your.
It fixed itself for me.
Yeah, it takes a minute, but I don't know why it does that. But that has nothing to do with the mods. That's a glitch.
It did it really bad on pause.
They need to fix.
They need to fix this too. You can't move this giant rat now.
We're dang in the future now. This rat's stuck in the middle of all these houses. All right. I'm gonna go. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Big fights tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. And I'll talk to you later.
I'm gonna get a different rat.
From the clubhouse.
Probably use a Pegomastics.
Bye.
Oh, it says the rat's dead. What happened?
Our rat's dead. They killed our rat. Eat him. Eat the rat. Kill the rat. Eat the rat. We need the meat. Get the meat. I don't know why my character's black. He's just supposed to be tan. Donatello, Raphael, Michelangelo, Leonardo. Pretty good. Yep, pretty good with the turtles. I like it. I like it. The rat's dead, though. All right. I'm going to leave this game. Chat, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you, Easy, for the raid. We got big fights tomorrow. Fight night, Saturday night, as always. We're going to watch the UFC fights. During the early prelims and the prelims, if another person is needed, maybe I'll jump over there, but we'll watch it for sure. We'll check in on it while I'm watching the early prelims and the prelims tomorrow. But the main card starts at 8 p.m. my time. We're not missing that. That's going to be epic. It's going to be good. I might make that shepherd's pie now and have half of it tomorrow for dinner while I watch the fights. That might be the plan. That might be the game plan right now. I'm going to go right now. Leave kind of early. I got some cleaning I need to do. Make some shepherd's pie, walk Echo, get to bed by 10 so that we can be up early for the fights tomorrow and be ready to go. So let's go. Fight nights tomorrow. Thank you guys for the raids, any super chats, all the good stuff. Sorry I haven't looked at chat in a minute. Everybody from the raid. Bahador Tanzif. Longosaurus. Who has admin controls of this game server? Jeremy. He be doing too much. I was just trying to play the game and be like survivors, and then now we got freaking robot Ninja Turtles. Chitlins and gravies, true Southern. That's facts. Password is pen 15. Penis. No, that's not the password. Longosaurus. All right, guys. We only got to $20 of the super chat goal, but we still stayed till when I said we're gonna stop at 7 if we didn't hit $100, and we went till 8 anyway. And then I said I would go to 9 or 10 if we hit 200, but we didn't. That's not a big deal. Saturday night is the night. We're going to have to make up for it tomorrow. We got big fights tomorrow. Fight night, Saturday. Come back, guys. I will be back then. Let me see if there's anybody I can send a little raid over to. What am I clicking? I clicked the wrong thing. Hold up. Redirect. Minaju the cat. Nick Ninim, lower class. We'll send you over to lower class. He's live. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. He was in VK tonight. I don't really know him too much, but he seems all right. He reminds me of Tectone. But tell him that. Say, you remind JS of Tectone. Except not with 1 million subscribers. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. God bless. I'll be back tonight. We got big fights tonight. Pantoja versus Kaikara France for a belt. Ilya Topuria versus Charles Oliveira, potentially for his 3rd belt. If you want to count him as having the BMF belt, because he did knock out Holloway, but technically he doesn't have the BMF belt, and he's vacated the other belt, so technically he doesn't have no belts right now, but there's a belt for grabs, a vacant belt, if I understand it right. It's confusing. It's confusing with this weight class situation we have going on with Topuria, but hopefully Daddy Job will be there and explain it to me better. But as far as I understand, he's vacated his featherweight belt, and now he's going for the lightweight belt. It's 150. It's the 155 and the one under 155. He has the one under 55, the featherweight. He's going for the 155 belt. And he's saying if he wins and this belt is vacant, apparently. So currently, he doesn't actually have any belts. But they say he has because he gave up the lower weight class belt to move up in weight classes, if I understand it right, and I'm not sure. BMF belt was not up for grabs, but he did knock out Max Holloway, who had the BMF belt. If that was a BMF title fight, the BMF belt's not an official belt, so some people would argue that he has the BMF belt right now and the featherweight belt, and he's going for the light heavyweight belt, and he says he can move up to 170 and do it at 170. So potential, if you count the BMF belt, potential quad belt holder on our hands. Topuria is the guy, not John Jones. I know there's a lot of Topuria haters, but I got Topuria all day in this fight tomorrow. And, I know it's a bad bet, but I want Kaikara France to whoop Pantoja. So I'm going Cara France, Topuria card tomorrow. That's what I'm going for. That's my predictions. But I'm going to go, guys. I'll send you over to lower class. God bless you guys. Thank you for hanging out. We'll be back tonight. Peace.